The man was an ordinary college student on Blue Star. Late one night, when he was working overtime in the laboratory to organize data, his computer suddenly flashed a strange light, and then a strong suction force sucked him into the void. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a strange world. As the man was thinking, an ethereal voice sounded in his mind, followed by a stabbing pain, and strange information quickly flooded in. The system's voice was cold and mysterious. The Heavenly Dao game will begin in 10 minutes. All Blue Star people aged 16 to 50 with healthy limbs will be drawn into the boundless starry sky to fight against all races and resist the invasion of monsters from other worlds. The system continued. You will get a cheat. Every 10 levels you reach, a new cheat will be unlocked to help you survive in the game and even enjoy life in it. The system then issued a new instruction. The Novice gift package has been issued. Please choose 5 from the 7 rewards. Yunxian quickly browsed through them, and the Beauty Soldier Talisman and God Control Order made him hesitate. Finally, he made a decision. Give up the Beauty Soldier Talisman and God Control Order, and choose the remaining 5 items. After the system confirmed, the voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host for making a successful choice. The reward has been issued. The Tiandao game will begin in 3 minutes. Do you want to use the first Tiandao game data tampering? In my mind, the system continued to convey information. Based on the host's psychology, the best data is tampered with. Women with a global charm ranking within 1 million will enter the Novice Village 1 to 100 in order, and the lowest talent awakening level is legendary. Yunxian couldn't help but feel a little curious, but he decided to follow the system's advice. After all, the system wouldn't cheat him. Okay, I'll do as you say. Almost at the same time, a loud bang suddenly sounded in the sky. Yunxian felt dizzy, and the world in front of him changed instantly. A huge white dragon and a powerful white tiger fought each other, erupting with a deafening energy shock. At this moment, Tiandao's voice sounded again. A transmission error has been detected. The adventurer will be retransmitted now. Warning, this area is a special area. Transmission failed. To make up for the mistake, Tiandao started compensation. Compensation 1, 72 hours of novice protection period, during which no attacks can be inflicted. Compensation 2, migration order, automatically teleport to the number 1 novice village in the infinite starry sky Blue Star domain after leaving the current space. Compensation 3, when awakening talents, there is a high probability of awakening high-quality talents. Compensation 4, double the drop rate of killing monsters or aliens within 7 days. Then a ray of light enveloped Yunxian. Congratulations to adventurer Yunxian numbered L0001. You have awakened a unique talent, the Lord of Almighty. Please all adventurers work hard to improve themselves and try to survive in the void battlefield. Finally, I wish you all good luck. At this point, the voice of Tiandao game finally fell silent. Yunxian quickly checked his virtual panel and found that he had obtained 3 talents. This talent system is an essential tool for all adventurers. The virtual panel displays 5 sections: personal information, combat information, communication channel, trading channel, and backpack, each of which has its specific function. The first is personal information, which records the adventurer's race, level, life, star power, attributes, and other basic information. The second is combat information, which displays the prompt information after killing the monster and the types of dropped items. The communication channels include the Novice Village channel and the Regional channel, which can be used to exchange information with other adventurers, as well as the Starry Sky channel, which has not yet been opened. The trading channel is a way for adventurers to exchange items. In addition, there is a backpack function, where adventurers can store items in their backpacks, but each backpack has only 10 slots, and the upper limit for the number of each item is 999. Yunxian clicked on the personal information column and carefully checked his situation. Name, Yunxian, star power, 100 out of 100. Attributes, strength 10, agility 10, constitution 10, spirit 10. Talent, Lord of the Almighty, judgment of fate, charm body. Talent skill, Almighty amplification, skill, none, combat power, 21, free attribute points, 0, equipment, none, items, unique territory construction order, 1,000 changes. He was very surprised to find that he actually had 3 talents. In particular, the charming god body was also counted as one of the talents. Yunxian didn't think much about it and immediately checked the specific effects of these talents. Almighty Lord, the only first-level talent. Effect 1. The 4-dimensional attributes are balanced. If a single attribute changes, the other 3 attributes will change accordingly. Effect 2. When using equipment and learning skills, there are no restrictions on occupations and levels. Almighty Amplification, a passive talent skill that increases the final combat power, skill effects, and weapon damage by 10 times. Yunxian exclaimed, "It really deserves to be the only talent. The effect is incredible." He casually recognized the 1,000 changes weapon as his master and equipped it, then looked towards the battlefield ahead. The battle seemed to be over, and the white dragon and the white tiger fell on the field and turned into human forms. Both of them looked seriously injured and in a mess, but they still stared at each other. Yunxian noticed that after the white dragon turned into a human form, it turned out to be a beautiful girl. Her face was as delicate as jade, with a cherry mouth, snow-white hair, and an elegant posture. Although she was in a mess, it was still difficult to hide her peerless beauty. The white tiger turned into a middle-aged man with a fierce face, and Yunxian lost interest in watching any further. After all, as a man with a charming god body, he had no interest in other men, let alone getting along with them peacefully. Baihu looked at Yunxian and said angrily, "Aunt, get out of the way, I'll deal with you later." Yunxian didn't take him seriously at all, and turned to look at the white dragon girl, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. "Human? You are a new adventurer, right? How did you get here? Forget it. You hide aside first. I can consider taking you out later." The tone of the white dragon girl was filled with a kind of inexplicable intimacy. Yunxian knew that this was the effect of the charm god body. Yunxian smiled and responded, "Thank you, Mississippi. How can I help you?" As for Baihu's words, he simply disdained them and had already decided in his heart that he would make the other party pay the price. Baihu was so angry that he almost exploded. If it weren't for his serious injury, he would have pounced on Yunxian for revenge. The white dragon girl laughed. "Human, you are quite interesting." Her smile made the air around her move. It was like a stunning ray of light. Seeing her like this, Yunxian did not back down, but said, "Actually, I also want to try and see if I can kill a god with my mortal body." These words caused the two to turn their heads and look at him. The white dragon girl showed a worried look, and she hurriedly advised, "Little brother, don't be impulsive. With your strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to break through his defense, and you may even die." Baihu sneered, "How dare you, an ant, speak so arrogantly? You think you can threaten me?" He gritted his teeth, obviously disdainful of Yunxian's provocation. Yunxian did not show any nervousness on his face. He still walked towards Baihu calmly, and at the same time, a long sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. 1,000 changes. 1,000 changes is a weapon that Yunxian just obtained, which has a special growth attribute. Every time you kill a monster with a higher level than it, its true damage will increase. Yunxian thought to himself, "It seems that I must try the effect of this weapon to see if the real damage can work." He raised the 1,000 changes with confidence and slashed towards the white tiger. "No!" The white dragon girl shouted hurriedly, as if she wanted to stop it, but it was too late. As the knife flashed, a damage number appeared above the white tiger's head, -10. Aou and Baitsong looked at Yunxian in amazement. This attack was so quick and effective. What shocked her even more was that there was no wound on Baihu's neck, but his life force was disappearing rapidly. Baitsong finally looked at Yunxian, his eyes full of disbelief. Impossible. His eyes were full of anger and disbelief. At this moment, Yunxian's virtual panel displayed new battle information, announcing the end of the battle. Hint: you attacked the level 682 true god-level creature Baitsong, causing 10 points of damage. Hint: you are hit by counter-injury, and the novice protection has automatically exempted you. Hint: your talent fate is being judged. Tip: since you have the heavenly Tao amplification, the kill reward is doubled, and you get a total of 240 million divine energy, 24 million divine crystals. Tip: your weapon champion has evolved to the mythical level, 880,000/10 million. There was a hint of surprise in Yunxian's eyes. Not only did this attack bring him a huge reward, but even his weapon, 1,000 changes, had evolved to the mythical level with endless potential. Tip: your backpack is full. A temporary space with a time limit of 3 days has been opened for you and will automatically store the items. As Baitsong's body began to emit golden light, all the dropped items flew into Yunxian's backpack, and even the temporary space was automatically opened. The divine power in him seemed to be triggered by something, and a series of upgrade prompts kept popping up, making people dizzy. Tip: the divine energy is sufficient, and the upgrade is automatic. You have reached level 2, all attributes +5, free attributes +5. Tip: the divine energy is sufficient, and the upgrade is automatic. You have reached level 3, all attributes +5, free attributes +5. System voices came out one after another until they stopped at the 10th level. In the end, Yun Xian leveled up 10 times, and all his attributes doubled, reaching the current upper limit of the yellow starry sky. The star energy he consumed was as high as 29,000, and the exchange rate for each point of divine energy was 10 billion star energy, which shows the huge amount of resources he obtained this time. Just when he thought the matter was over, the voice of the heavenly Tao suddenly sounded, like thunder exploding in his ears. Hint: you get the heavenly Tao reward. Mythical level special equipment self-selected treasure box. Unique title, Slaying God. Divine Crystal 100,000. Tip: as the first adventurer in the yellow level starry sky to kill a true god level creature, your actions will be praised in the boundless starry sky. As a reward, you will receive 100,000 reputation points, 10,000 legend points, and a mythical treasure chest 1. Tip: an announcement will be made to the entire starry sky soon. Do you want to hide your identity information? Yin Xian did not hesitate at all and immediately chose to hide his identity. He knew that now was not the time to show off. He was not yet invincible, so the wisest thing to do was to keep a low profile and wait for the right opportunity. Then, the starry sky announcement descended like thunder, and all the billions of lives in the boundless starry sky heard the solemn announcement. Starry sky announcement. A yellow-level starry sky adventurer killed a true god-level creature with a mortal body. His behavior was unprecedented and will be recorded in the annals of history. He will be rewarded with 100,000 reputation points, 10,000 legend points, and a mythical treasure chest. The same announcement echoed in the starry sky 3 times in a row. Countless creatures were shocked, and countless communication channels exploded instantly. Who is this? How could he kill a true god? Yellow-level starry sky? Isn't that the adventurer survival zone that just got turned into a new one? How did he do it? The newcomer awakening period that happens once every 10 years seems to be today. Is the newcomer's growth rate so exaggerated? No matter whether he is new or not, being able to kill a true god is enough to shock the entire universe. Different universes, different races, and different fields all discussed this announcement. Some were shocked, some were skeptical, some admired, and some were full of hostility. In a mysterious space, in a magnificent palace, a figure sat cross-legged in the clouds, majestic and calm. He looked into the void, his expression grim, and uttered only one word: investigate. The voice was deep and full of unquestionable pressure. If you can't be used by me, kill you. His subordinate bowed his head and accepted the order with a solemn expression. Yes. In another ancient forest, a beautiful woman with solemn eyes slowly said, "The great era is coming. When our people walk in the starry sky, we should be cautious and not lightly start a murderous intention." The attendant asked hesitantly, "Should we investigate this person and decide whether to make friends with him?" The woman thought for a moment and nodded. "We can investigate, but even if we don't make friends with him, we can't make enemies with him." Yes. In a dark shadow area of a battlefield in the void, several projections quietly descended. A strong man said in a cold voice, "There seems to be an anomaly in the Tianhuang universe. My lord will not allow such uncertain factors to exist." Someone added, "If we can win them over, we may be able to accomplish our lord's will ahead of time." Yes. Then let's do our best to search. For a moment, the entire starry sky was in turmoil because of this announcement. Yin Xian, who was surrounded by the center of all this storm, was still immersed in the shock brought by the reward. Before he could recover from the shock, the system's voice sounded again. "Dear host, congratulations on your promotion to level 10. Do you want to draw the second plugin?" Yin Xian nodded immediately. The Judgment of Fate plugin he has obtained so far is already amazing, and the original Charm God Body is also strictly speaking one of the plugins, so the next third plugin must not be simple either. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the unknown error that occurred when he awakened his talent, so he asked, "System, why did an unknown error occur when I awakened my talent just now? Was it you who did it?" The system responded happily, "Yes, host. As a plugin system, of course we have to help you get the best talent." Yin Xian was relieved after getting the confirmation. He nodded and smiled. "Thank you. Let's start drawing the cheats." The roulette wheel appeared in his mind again, colorful and mysterious. The pointer rotated for a long time and finally stopped. The information given by the system also emerged. Cheat. Divine contract. Divine contract. When the target is willing or seriously injured, you can force them to sign an equal symbiotic contract or a master-servant contract and open the divine contract space. The contractor can recover or practice in the divine contract space. Equal symbiosis contract. Share life, live, and die together. Master-servant contract. The master enjoys life, the master dies, and the servant dies, the servant dies, and the master lives. Divine contract space. A place for cultivation and practice that the contractor can enter and exit at any time. When the contractor is on the verge of death, he can be forced to enter it, regardless of time and space. This series of descriptions made Yunxuan's eyes light up, and he was very excited. It's simply against the will of heaven. He calmed down and looked at the girl who was still in the space not far away, a member of the dragon clan with silver hair and noble temperament. Yunxian had long been planning how to keep her, and now that he had the divine contract, the problem was easily solved. He stepped forward and smiled. I would be happy to take you away with me. But now, in order to keep it secret, I need to consider it more. Aou had a complicated expression, with mixed feelings in her heart. She thought Yunxian was just an ordinary person, but who knew he actually succeeded in killing the god? She said with a hint of sarcasm, Are you planning to kill someone to silence him? Yunxian waved his hand to deny it, but his tone was full of sarcasm. The first time I saw you, I felt that you and I were destined to be together. Maybe it's my greatest luck that we are together. Aou pondered for a moment and asked, You said before that you could take me out. What's the matter? Yunxian nodded. The infinite starry sky, true god-level life, can make soul contracts, right? Aou was slightly surprised. Yes, the signer must abide by the contract. Yunxian interrupted her explanation directly. Then what you originally planned to sign with me was a master-servant contract, right? Aou paused, obviously being touched. She had originally intended to control the situation with the master-servant contract, but now she was no longer the dominant player in the situation. Yunxian smiled and said, Are you planning to sign a master-servant contract with me? Or should I ask you to go back and reunite with that big fool? Faced with this choice, Aou fell silent. She could tell that the young man in front of her would not hesitate to take action. If it were her, she would not let him go. She said tentatively, Why don't I wait until I recover my strength and then make a soul contract for you? Yunxian smiled slightly and raised his hand to show a simplified information of the divine contract. Divine contract. When the target is seriously injured or willing, you can force them to sign a slave contract. When Aou saw this line of words, his expression was obviously paused. She originally thought that if she made the soul contract, she might be able to delay the situation for a while and secure contractual terms of equal coexistence for herself. As for killing Yunxian, she had never considered it. Firstly, she felt a sense of reluctance towards the young man in front of her, and secondly, he had never wanted to hurt her. But even if you don't reject this young man in your heart, who would be willing to easily become someone else's slave? But now, she had no choice in the situation. Her innate ability could force her to sign a contract. How could she have any room to resist? Yunxian looked at her and chuckled. Miss, do you want to do it yourself? Or do you want me to force the contract? Aou looked at him with a complicated expression and finally gritted her teeth and nodded. Little brother, please sign the contract. I won't resist. Yunxian smiled complacently. You can't resist. I just want your approval. After saying that, he raised his hand, bit his fingertips, and dropped a drop of blood on Aou's brow, activating the divine contract talent at the same time. Hint. Congratulations on signing a master-servant contract with Dragon Clan Aou. You will share her life. If you live, she lives. If you die, she dies. Aou was obviously startled and slowly raised her head to look at Yunxian, her eyes full of shock. I didn't expect that the master's talent could actually force a contract to be signed. She received a prompt from the system and knew that she was now Yunxuan's slave, but a strange feeling of excitement emerged in her heart. Seeing that she looked a little dazed, Yunxian bent down and wiped the blood off her face. Okay, you are my little slave now. Come on, smile. Aou actually smiled when he said that, and said obediently, Thank you, master. Yunxian joked, Oh, my wearer is quite obedient. Aou snorted, her face slightly red. No, you forced me to do this. She turned her head away and muttered softly, If the master doesn't like me being too obedient, then I will be disobedient in the future. Yunxian couldn't help laughing when he heard her little girl-like tone. He didn't expect that this powerful dragon girl would have such a playful side. He said in a gentle voice, Okay, you error, I will call you this from now on. You take a rest first. I will go to see the wonder of heaven and earth. After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the floating purple lotus platform. Aou puffed up her cheeks and said angrily, Humph, Yuer is angry. Yuer has decided to ignore you. She turned around and added, Well, I'll ignore you for a second. Although she said angry, she quickly chased after him. When she caught up with Yunxian, she whispered, Master, Just drop a drop of blood on it, and you will know whether the wonder of heaven and earth recognizes you. Yunxian looked at the lotus pedestal surrounded by purple light and pondered for a moment. Yue, how about you give it a try? You are higher level than me, so maybe you are more suitable to use this kind of magic item and can protect me better. These words made Aoyu stunned for a moment. Who would push away the wonders of heaven and earth? Although she didn't quite understand Yunxuan's intention, she immediately said, Master, I am already a true god. This thing is more suitable for you. With one more trump card, you will be safer. Yunxian smiled with satisfaction when he heard her say so. Haha, I'll listen to you then. He took Aoyu's hand and walked quickly towards the purple lotus platform. The lotus pedestal floated in the air, emitting a mysterious glow. Even though the gods had fought each other before, it was not damaged at all, as if it was not affected by any external force. Aoyu reminded, just drip your blood to acknowledge the master. If the wonder of heaven and earth recognizes you, it will absorb your blood. If it does not recognize you, it will reject your blood. After that, she stepped back to make room for Yunxian. Yunxian raised his hand, cut his finger, and gently dripped a drop of blood onto the lotus platform. As soon as the drop of blood touched the lotus platform, it was instantly absorbed. The purple light surged, and for a moment the entire space was enveloped by the light, and the two could not help but narrow their eyes. But the strong light was only fleeting, and then there was a vibration and the edge of the space began to crack. It turned out that the lotus platform had recognized its master and automatically flew into Yunxuan's body, and this independent space was about to collapse. Aoyu said with a grin, Master is indeed a man of destiny. Even the wonders of heaven and earth have recognized him. Yunxian touched his nose and smiled. Yue is still sweet-talking. He didn't expect that a level 10 novice like him could actually get such a powerful object to recognize him as its master. Suddenly, he noticed that the migration order in his backpack was moving. Yue, I think I can teleport back to the novice village. Aoyu was startled. Novice village? She quickly reacted and said in a daze, No wonder you were only level 1 when you first came in. I should have thought of it earlier. She waved her hand as a farewell gesture. Then I will go back to the divine contract space first. Master, remember to call me if you have anything. Okay, Oklahoma. Yunxian nodded. Tell me when you get there. As soon as Aoyu finished speaking, he turned into a ray of light and flew into Yunxuan's body. The next moment, the migration order also released a golden light, which drew Yunxian into it, and his figure instantly disappeared from the space. Tianhuang Universe, Yellow Starry Sky. Blue Star Region, Novice Village Number 1. In the Novice Village, many newcomers have not yet left the wooden house. They have just awakened their talents, and facing an unfamiliar environment, most people choose to wait and see for the time being. In addition, the aftermath of the announcement that shook the entire starry sky had not yet dissipated, and no one noticed that a ray of golden light suddenly descended from the outside world. This golden light was exactly what Yunxian had transformed into when he was teleported to this place by the migration order. He landed steadily and looked around. In front of him was a huge square, with neatly arranged wooden houses in the back and a simple wooden fence in front. Is this a door without a door? Yunxian smacked his lips and couldn't help but mutter to himself. But it made sense when he thought about it. He was teleported directly to the center of the square and couldn't even find the wooden house. It seemed that the system wasn't very polite. But it doesn't matter. Since I have reached level 10, it's time to start the job change. According to the system prompts, the job change task needs to be picked up at the job change table in the Novice Village Square or the job change hall in the territory. Without changing his job, he will not be able to continue to improve, and even the territory construction order will not be able to be used. As for where to live, once the territory is established, there will naturally be a place to live. But before changing his job, he still has some preparations to make. Among those rewards, many things he cannot use for the time being, but the 2 treasure chests rewarded by Tiandao are important resources that can be used at present. I have to see if there is anything suitable for me. With a thought, he opened the treasure chest of mythical special equipment. Colorful golden light flashed, and the treasure chest turned into a gorgeous light curtain, displaying the phantoms of dozens of equipment, each with a detailed attribute description. Space ring? The divine contract space seems to have this function. Guardian necklace? Shadow cloak. All of these are good, but I can only choose one. Just as he was hesitating, his eyes fell on a corner. Huh? This is... His eyes suddenly lit up. A strange yet attractive piece of equipment quietly floated at the end of the options. It was a mask. Yunxian stared at the special equipment selection treasure box of Tiandao rewards. The equipment in front of him really dazzled him. He finally fixed his eyes on the equipment that suited his heart the most, an infinitely changing mask. Hunyuan magic, special equipment. Level, none, quality, myth, attributes, spirit plus 49,000, spell resistance plus 100%. Special effect 1, chaos of heaven's secrets. After wearing it, it can block the ability of detection, calculation, tracking, etc. Special effect 2, phantom god's power. The wearer can change the body shape, appearance, breath, and even the virtual panel at will. Special effect 3, immune to all mental attacks whose mental value is lower than the wearer's. If the mental value is higher than the wearer's, some mental attacks will be reduced. Special effect 4, transformation 0 to 1000. Can devour the spirit essence of a higher quality monster to transform its quality. Seeing this equipment, Yunxian chose it without hesitation, thinking that it was tailor-made and perfectly met his needs. Moreover, he happened to have the true, god-level spiritual essence in his hand. The spiritual essence obtained after killing Baitsong before, after being amplified by the heavenly Tao, was exactly 1,000 copies. Therefore, Yunxian immediately used these spiritual essences. With a flash of light, Hunyuan Xinhuan was successfully promoted to the true god level, with attributes increased to spirit plus 64,000, and spell resistance increased to 200%. When he put on the equipment, Yunxian felt his body was unusually relaxed, as if all the pressure around him had disappeared. He also deliberately concealed his appearance and chose to cover it with a layer of mist to block others' detection. After completing all this, Yunxian opened the remaining mythical treasure chests. Hint: you opened a mythical treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the special item, the Mother-Child Star Array. Mother-Child Star Array, a mythical special item. There is a total of 1 main array plate and 365 sub-array plates, which can be teleported to each other after the array plates are settled. Seeing this item, Yunxian couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, the mythical treasure chest is indeed so amazing. He put away the mother and child star formation, ready to use it later, and went to complete the first job change trial first. At this moment, Aoyu's voice suddenly came into Yunxuan's mind. Master, have you arrived at the novice village? Yunxian was a little surprised. I didn't expect that the divine contract space could be connected to each other. This is quite good. Well, Yuer, I've already arrived at the novice village. Wait a moment, I'll complete the job transfer trial first, and then let you out. Okay, master. Aoyu replied. However, even though you are my master, I cannot be present during the job transfer trial, but life sharing can be used. Yunxian nodded. It's okay, Yuer. How is your previous injury? Master, don't worry. By the time the wonder of heaven and earth recognized me as its master, my injuries had already fully recovered. Aoyu's voice was filled with some joy. By the way, master, what are the properties of that purple lotus platform? Yunxian was stunned and suddenly remembered that he had already opened 2 treasure chests before and completely forgot to check the properties of the purple lotus platform. So, he smiled and responded, Yuer, wait a moment, let me check its properties. By the way, change the name. I'm not used to you calling me master all the time. Okay, then can I call you Brother Xin from now on? Hearing this name, Yunxian suddenly felt comfortable. He smiled and agreed. Okay. Aoyu responded happily. Well, then Brother Xin, you can take a look at the information about the rare object. Okay. Yunxian nodded and immediately checked the properties of the purple lotus platform. Reincarnation Purple Lotus, a rare treasure from heaven and earth. Level 10, quality. Universe, special effect 1. All attributes plus 34,300, restores 7% life and star power per second. Note, all attribute bonuses will be affected by the strength of the master of the reincarnation Purple Lotus. Special effect 2, Death Guardian. When receiving a fatal attack, you will be immune to that attack and be forced to lock your health for 10 seconds. Special effect 3, Reincarnation. After binding to a living being, if that living being dies, it can be automatically resurrected. There are 10 resurrection quotas per day. Special effect 4, Power of Life and Death. Automatically absorbs the power of life and death, which can be used to upgrade oneself or even upgrade. It can also convert life and death. The power of life can restore the life of the injured, and the power of death can attack others. Special effect 5, Lord of Reincarnation, can control the undead creatures within the range, and the highest level of undead creatures that can be controlled is the mythical level. Yunxian couldn't help but exclaimed. 666. Recovery, Blood Lock, Resurrection, Treatment, Attack and Control of the Undead. This reincarnation Purple Lotus is too powerful. He immediately shared this information with Aou. Seeing Aou's shocked expression, Yunxian couldn't help but laugh and said, "Don't worry, I certainly won't show this kind of rare treasure to anyone casually." Aou was obviously even more shocked. "What's so amazing? This is simply a divine object." Yunxian laughed and said, "Haha, I guess so." At this time, Yunxian has arrived at the job transfer platform, ready to start the first job transfer trial. Prompt: it is detected that your level meets the first job transfer requirements. Do you want to start the first job transfer trial? Open. Yunxian chose to open without hesitation. Tip: you have opened the first job transfer trial. Please select the trial difficulty: easy, difficult, nightmare, hell, abyss. Yunxian asked curiously, what level of difficulty did you choose for the job transfer trial? Aou replied, "Brother Xian, as a member of the Dragon Clan, my situation is rather special. I may not be able to give you effective help in this regard." Yunxian smiled and said, "Then I will choose the abyss difficulty." As he confirmed, the job transfer platform emitted a ray of light, and Yunxian instantly disappeared from the spot. Reminder: you have chosen the abyss difficulty level 1 job change trial. After completing the trial, you will receive rewards: a unique level 1 job change scroll, level cap unlocked, and 5 times attribute growth. Reminder: your job transfer trial mission has been issued. Please check it. Yunxian was teleported to an empty space. It was silent all around. The only special thing was that there was a thick fog rolling in front of him, as if something was crawling in it. He quickly checked the task information of the first job change trial. Task: first job change trial. Task content: kill all monsters that enter the trial space. Task time limit: 1 hour. Task reward: unique class transfer scroll, level cap unlocked, 5 times attribute growth. Task tips: in this mission, the monsters will enter in 5 waves, with no less than 10 monsters each time. The lowest level of the monsters is level 10 elite monsters, and the level will gradually increase. Yunxian glanced at the task prompt and twitched his lips slightly. This is indeed difficult enough. Can a level 10 newbie handle it? He took a deep breath. Although he was a little uncertain, he knew that it was too late to regret now. With his current combat power, he should be able to cope with the challenge. Moreover, if it really doesn't work, he can only accept his fate. In the yellow starry sky, in the first trial space, Yunxian looked at the rolling fog. He was not without tension in his heart, but he just suppressed it. He took a deep breath and called out his personal panel information. On the panel, Yunxian is level 10, number L0001, race human. His health is as high as 3.6 million. All attribute bonus is 36,015 points, and his mental power is as high as 64,000 points. He has rare items such as the purple lotus of reincarnation, and is accompanied by Aou, a 7th level servant. His combat power has reached 100,000, and there are still 45 free attribute points that have not been allocated. He is equipped with the mythical level 1000 changes and the true god level Hunyuan Xinhuan, as well as the cosmic quality reincarnation purple lotus. Looking at this pile of luxurious configurations, Yunxian grinned and said to himself, "Isn't this considered a terrifying newcomer?" Just in terms of the bonus of equipment and heaven and earth treasures, Yunxuan's total attributes have exceeded 30,000. If the opponent does not have particularly powerful props or equipment, he estimates that he can directly kill a strong man around level 70. If he encounters an opponent who has only changed his job, he can even fight a level 100 character alone without any pressure. And this does not include his fate judgment, innate skills, and the true damage bonus of Qianbian. With such a trump card in hand, Yunxuan's confidence soared as he looked towards the 10 canine monsters that had just emerged from the thick fog in front of him. Although he didn't have the detection skills and couldn't see the specific information of these monsters, Yunxian didn't hesitate and rushed forward. He held Qianbian in his hand, still maintaining the familiar long sword form. With a simple chop and a slash, the knife flashed, and 10 monsters fell to the ground, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Yunxian did not use any skills at all, relying entirely on the absolute speed and strength to win. Hint: you used the weapon Qianbian to kill the level 10 elite monster Swift Wolf. After being amplified by Tiandao, you gained a total of 2 growth points. Looking at the system prompt, Yunxian felt that the difficulty was too low. He shook his head. Although there was no reward, at least the weapon could still gain growth value. He also discovered one thing from the prompt. That is, the growth value is not calculated based on his own level, but is determined by whether the level or quality of the monster is higher than Qianbian. Just as he was thinking for a moment, another 15 monsters jumped out from the thick fog. They were monsters with lion heads, bird bodies, and snake tails, and they looked extremely strange. Yunxian frowned and thought to himself, where did this hybrid come from? He looked at the flying monster and felt that he really should find a detection skill. It was always inconvenient to fight without any information. The monsters were flying at a very low altitude, but Yunxian didn't give them a chance to get close. His long sword was as fast as lightning, and he killed more than 10 monsters one by one with just a few moves. The remaining 2 tried to fly away, but were still killed by Yunxian's sword. He noticed that the 2 fleeing monsters paused for a moment after they were a few steps away from him, as if they were blocked by some invisible force. Hint: you used the weapon Qianbian to kill the level 15 elite monster snake-tailed griffin. After being amplified by Tiandao, you gained a total of 2 growth points. Snake-tailed griffin? The name is quite appropriate. Yunxian smiled, looked around, and found that the battle had only been going on for 3 minutes. He estimated that if the next 3 waves were of the same level, this round of trial would be completely unchallenging. As he expected, the next 3 waves of monsters appeared one after another and were easily killed by him. The last wave was only 30 level 30 Lord monsters, and they were all defeated in less than 10 minutes. Yunxian glanced at the wreckage, smiled, and shook his head. This is too simple. He was about to stop, but he felt the space suddenly vibrate violently, and a strange breath rushed towards him. Tip: it is detected that you have completed the first trial task. You have the following options. 1. Exit the trial space and get the reward normally. 2. Kill the being that is about to descend. The reward for this trial will be increased by a certain amount. The specific increase depends on the difficulty. Warning: the existence that is about to descend is at least at the level of a true god. Please choose carefully. Yunxian raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, the biggest surprise is an accident. He looked at the Qianbian in his hand, which had just been upgraded to level 3, as well as the remaining defensive light film on his body, plus a number of incredible plugins such as Judgment of Fate, and he felt a sense of confidence. He chuckled and said, I choose option 2. I will stay and kill that unknown existence. He also wanted to know what could ignore the rules of heaven and come into the job transfer trial space. The warning sounded throughout the space. Yunxian looked around, and his eyes quickly locked onto the thick fog area ahead. The fog suddenly exploded, and a figure in a black robe slowly walked out. His whole body was covered in black fog, his face was difficult to distinguish, and his expression was unpredictable. I finally found it. The mysterious man's voice was hoarse and a bit vicious. Yunxian paused for a moment, stared at the other party, and sneered. Hey, you lowly rat. What do you mean by that? As soon as the words fell, the other party's breath stagnated, and then his killing intent suddenly surged. Yunxian continued to say disdainfully, Rat, explain it to me. The man in black robe said in a low voice, Boy, you are quite stubborn. You won't be able to laugh later. Since you are about to die, I might as well satisfy your curiosity before death. I am happy to do so. Yunxian raised his eyebrows. He had already felt that this sudden abnormality in the trial might be related to him, and now he seemed even more interested. Okay, then tell me. He pretended to listen carefully. The man in black robe sneered. Humph, you are such a coward. You don't know how to live or die. Somewhere in the boundless starry sky, in a trial space, Yunxian looked at the mysterious man shrouded in a black robe in front of him. Although he was alert in his heart, he was more curious. The mysterious man looked at me with a sharp gaze and said coldly, I was not sure at first, but now I can't see your information. I think you are the one who killed the true god-level creature. He suddenly laughed. Haha, God is helping me. Yunxian's eyebrows jumped, and he thought to himself that as expected, this person came for him. He asked in a deep voice, Can I ask how you got in? The mysterious man looked extremely proud and didn't seem to care about Yunxian's question. He said slowly, In order to kill you, the organization used a holy item. I was able to transform my consciousness into thousands of clones and forcibly descend into the first and second level trial spaces. It was a pleasant surprise to find you. Hearing this, Yunxian narrowed his eyes and said calmly, Although you may not believe it, I am not the person you are looking for. But he did not wait for the other party to respond. Instead, he changed the subject. But since you are here, let me see how capable you are. After saying that, he rushed forward with his sword without hesitation, showing no fear at all. Facing such a saint-level existence, he actually dared to attack first. The mysterious man snorted contemptuously. Ant. He stood where he was, not intending to block Yunxian's attack, and did not take this level 10 newcomer seriously at all. But at the moment when Qianbian struck him, his face suddenly changed. A bright red number popped up, minus 27,800. Hint. You attack the 812th level Saint creature Qinlong, causing 27,800 damage. Hint. You received counter-injury damage, and the novice protection has automatically exempted you. Hint. Your talent Fate Judgment is being judged. Hint. Judgment is invalid. Yun Xian glanced at the prompt and felt a little disappointed that the Fate Judgment was not triggered. He thought to himself that the probability of judgment above the Saint level is indeed extremely low. Qinlong was completely stunned, with horror flashing in his eyes. Your attack. Nearly 30,000 real damage. No wonder even a true god can die. When you killed the true god, he was seriously injured and dying, right? Yun Xian denied in a deep voice. I didn't kill him, but he knew very well that the other party's guess was almost right. Qinlong's face darkened, and a gray-white light suddenly lit up in his palm, and he slapped Yun Xian's chest fiercely. Yun Xian had no time to dodge and was slapped away directly. Saints are not so easy to kill. Yun Xian stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and thought with a wry smile, the talent of Fate Judgment seems to be against the sky, but in fact it has many restrictions. Qinlong walked forward, with a sneer on his face, grabbed Yun Xian's neck, and said coldly, Do you think every saint is an unlucky guy killed by your luck? You still want to resist now? He narrowed his eyes, but suddenly realized something was wrong. He fixed his eyes on the faint light film on Yunchuan's body and said in a lost voice, Is this the Heavenly Tao protective shield? In an instant, he suddenly realized, So that's it. This is what you rely on. It seems that I can't kill you today. However, it is enough to take you back. Leave it to the organization. They will naturally have a way. Just as he mentioned Yun Xian's Qinbian attacked again, accurately hitting Qinlong's body. Minus 27,800. Hint. You attack the 812 level Saint level creature Qinlong, causing 27,800 damage. Qinlong sneered. You are really not idle. You are still struggling after being captured. Minus 27,800 to 27,800. Several damage numbers kept popping up. Although they were not fatal, they made Qinlong look ugly. Finally, the prompt tone of the Heavenly Tao suddenly changed. Prompt. Your innate destiny judgment has taken effect, and you have killed the target. The moment Yun Xian saw this prompt, he breathed a sigh of relief. But Qinlong's expression changed drastically, and he roared in horror. No. Aunt, what did you do? Why is my life slipping away? He frantically used his strength, but it was no use. He wanted to attack Yun Xian again, but it was too late. You can't kill me. This is just my clone projected by the saint-level props. You can't kill the real me. Qinlong's voice was full of fear, but in the end, he was completely ended by the judgment of fate. Hint. You killed the 812th level saint creature Qinlong, and you obtained 12 billion divine energy and 1.2 billion divine crystals. Hint. You obtained the following drops. Saint-level skill book, 10,000 transformations 1. True God-level skill book, Heavenly Meteoric Fire 1. Saint Hero Recruitment Order 1. Saint Weapon Talisman /2. Saint Immortal Clothing Workshop. Reminder. Your weapon Qinbian has evolved to the true God level, 10.88 million/100 million. Reminder. Your backpack is full. It is detected that you have opened a temporary space this month, and it has been automatically stored for you. Looking at the golden light that kept flying into the temporary space, Yun Xian smiled with satisfaction. This time, there are drops from the kill, which is really a big profit. Even better, there is also a Heavenly Tao amplification, which can be called a double gift package, and the rewards are far more than that. The next moment, the shocking reminder of the Heavenly Tao sounded again. Tip. You have received Heavenly Rewards. True God level special item self-selected treasure box. Unique title, Slaying God attribute increase by 50%. Divine Crystal 1 million. Tip. As the first adventurer in the yellow level Starry Sky to kill a saint level creature, you will receive 100,000 reputation points, 10,000 legendary points, and a mythical level treasure box 1. Tip. An announcement will be made to the entire Starry Sky soon. Do you want to hide your identity information? Yun Xian didn't even think about it. Hide. He always insisted on developing himself in a low-key manner and would never show his face until he became invincible. Starry Sky announcement. A yellow-level Starry Sky adventurer killed a holy-level creature with a mortal body. His behavior was unprecedented and could be recorded in the annals of history. He will be rewarded with 100,000 reputation points, 10,000 legend points, and a mythical treasure chest. As these announcements from the Starry Sky sounded, the entire Starry Sky instantly boiled over. The communication channel, which had not yet calmed down, exploded again. All major forces could no longer sit still, and they all mobilized their forces to deduce, and search for the identity of this mysterious adventurer. However, no matter how they deduced, they found nothing, as if that person had never existed. At the same time, in the dark area of a certain void battlefield, several shadows loomed. At the moment the announcement sounded, a shadow suddenly disappeared. The remaining shadows all changed color and looked dazed. They were different from other forces. They knew who was dead. Deep in the unknown battlefield, darkness was like a curtain, and a hoarse voice broke the silence, low but clear into the ears of other beings. Many shadows seemed to have been waiting for a long time, and they all echoed. According to my suggestion, we should suspend the assassination of this new adventurer for now. The person who made the suggestion then added, judging from his performance, he is most likely a newcomer who has just awakened. He relied on the protection of the heavenly Tao and a one-time heaven-defying item to kill a true god or even a saint in a short period of time. If we try to assassinate him again at this time, I'm afraid the gains will outweigh the losses. What's more, even if we use the heaven-defying tools to forcibly descend, we will still be suppressed by the heavens, and we may end up with the same fate as the deceased. These words immediately won the approval of most people, and an old female voice followed up, saying, "Number 4 is right. Let's pause." The black shadows nodded one after another. Agree. It should be so. After the resolution was reached, the black shadows quickly dissipated in the space, and the entire void returned to the silent darkness again. At this time, Yunxian did not notice the vibration of the entire starry sky caused by him again. His figure has been teleported back to the Novice Village Square. Reminder, you have completed the first job transfer trial. Congratulations on receiving the following rewards. The only level job transfer scroll, level cap unlocked, 5 times attribute growth. Tip, the desperate level advanced trial is a hidden difficulty. After completing it, you will get the level cap unlocked, 10 times attribute growth, and random hidden rewards. Tip, it is detected that you have a unique level career transfer scroll. Do you want to use it? Before he could respond, the divine power had already automatically pushed the upgrade process. Reminder, the divine power is sufficient. Automatically upgrade. You have reached level 11. All attributes plus 50, free attributes plus 50. Reminder, you have reached level 40. All attributes plus 50, free attributes plus 50. Reminder, the level has reached the upper limit. Please complete the second transfer trial as soon as possible to unlock the level upper limit. Yunxian felt an unprecedented powerful force surging throughout his body. He couldn't help but open his arms and close his eyes to feel this extreme growth. After a long time, he opened his eyes and whispered, "Use the career change scroll." As soon as the words fell, a colorful scroll flew out from his temporary space, with golden patterns flowing, and a mysterious aura filled his body, causing light to float. Hint, you have used the unique class job transfer scroll, and it is automatically adapting to your class. Hint, congratulations on your job transfer to the unique class, God's Blessed One. Hint, you have obtained the class skills, Divine Skills, God's Protection. Yunxian felt the divine power gathering, and the usage of the 2 professional skills emerged in his mind. He couldn't help but grin, thinking that this profession was simply amazing. He didn't rush to check the skill information, but first added all the free attribute points to the physical fitness, taking advantage of the attribute balance characteristics without worrying about attribute imbalance. Afterwards, he put on the title of Gods and opened the treasure box of the true God-level special props. The light curtain unfolded, and all kinds of treasures appeared. Finally, he locked onto a mysterious ancient altar. God-carved altar, true God-level special props. Function, consume divine crystals to perfectly replicate items of the true God level and below. Description, starry sky rare special item. Only appears with a 1 in 10,000 chance in the special item self-selected treasure box. Replicating the legendary level requires 10 divine crystals, and each higher level increases the consumption by 100 times. Yunxian was immediately overjoyed when he saw the introduction, and he sighed repeatedly. It is worthy of being a treasure that can only be opened from a true God-level treasure chest. This kind of thing can't be bought even if you really spend money. He suddenly thought, can Qianbian and Hunyuan Xinhuan be reproduced? What about the purple lotus of samsara? However, he quickly suppressed his doubts and said to himself, don't worry, while the luck is still there, I will open another myth treasure chest. As he spoke, he opened the mythical treasure chest he had just obtained. Hint, you open the mythical treasure chest, Congratulations on obtaining the mythical long sword Tianqing. Tianqing sword, mythical special weapon, attributes. All attributes plus level 100, attack power plus level 1000, attack speed plus level 1%, special effect 1. Repair, can consume divine crystals to repair the sword body, special effect 2. Combo slash, special effect 3. Bloodthirstiness, additional skills, Space Blade, Starfall, Sword Strike. Yun Xian couldn't help but nod his head after seeing the complete message. Great. This is such good luck. He smiled and put away the Tianqing sword, then shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, I already have Qianbian, and Yuer can't use the sword, so I'm afraid this one will just gather dust for the time being. Just as he was about to check his latest attribute information, a pleasant female voice suddenly sounded behind him. Hey, handsome guy, are you planning to leave the village? Yun Xian turned around and saw a woman in a purple dress standing not far away. She was tall, with long curly hair draped over her shoulders, and her face was pretty and lively. The woman was looking at him curiously. When she saw him turn around, she immediately smiled brightly and secretly hid the stick in her hand behind her back. Hint, adventurer Mu Qing's favorability towards you is plus 10, and the current favorability is 10 points. Yun Xian smiled slightly and asked casually, are you going out? How many people in our novice village have already gone out? Or is there another exit? Mu Qing was stunned, then looked at him with a little surprise. Handsome guy, don't you check the communication channel? Yun Xian raised his eyebrows. Communication channel? What do you mean? Mu Qing covered her mouth and chuckled. It seems that you really didn't see it. Our regional channel is connected to the entire Blue Star, but as of just now, more than 100,000 people have died, and no one dares to go out rashly. And our village is also very special. I don't know why the channel is full of girls. Until just now, someone organized a team and said they wanted to leave the village together, so I came out to take a look. She paused and added, there is only one entrance and exit for each novice village, and someone has mentioned it in the channel. What about you? Do you want to go out too? Yun Xian smiled bitterly after hearing what she said, and vaguely guessed that this weird novice village might be related to himself. He shook his head and smiled. I was a little distracted just now. I don't plan to go out yet. Seeing that he didn't answer, Mu Qing called softly. Handsome boy, why don't you say anything? Yun Xian came back to his senses and nodded in response. Sorry, I was a little distracted just now. By the way, where are you going as a team? Yellow level Starry Sky Blue Star Field, Novice Village number 1. When Yun Xian was talking to Mu Qing, a voice suddenly sounded and interrupted him. Hey, someone is coming. Let's go over. Turning around, dozens of figures were walking from a distance. All of them were beautiful women. Yun Xian was slightly surprised by the scene before him. He originally wanted to invite Mu Qing to join his territory, but this was obviously not the right time, so he decided to wait and see for a while. Not long after, the women came to the two of them. Mu Qing was the first to introduce herself, but when she was about to introduce Yun Xian, she suddenly realized that she didn't know Yun Xian's name at all, and was a little embarrassed for a moment. Fortunately, Yun Xian took over and said, Hello, my name is Yun Xian, and I'm also from Novice Village number 1. The girls immediately turned their eyes to him, with surprise flashing in their eyes. A girl walked out first and said in a gentle voice, Hello, I'm Xiaomi. Mu Qing exclaimed, Oh my god, you are Xiaomi? I finally see you in person. Her tone was full of excitement. Xiaomi smiled slightly and said nothing, leaving room for others to introduce themselves. Another woman spoke up. Hello everyone, I'm Qinyu. Then someone else introduced herself. I'm Gu Na. Hearing these names, Yun Xian couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect to meet several real-life stars and internet celebrities in this novice village. He lowered his head and thought, since there were nearly 10,000 people in the novice village, there might be more celebrities he hadn't recognized. At the same time, Yunchuan's virtual panel kept popping up prompts. Hint, adventurers Xiaomi, Zhang Xian, and Qinyu's favorability towards you plus 10, current favorability is 10. As each woman said her name, the favorability tips were refreshed one after another, surprising Yun Xian. After a while, all the women present contributed 10 points of favorability to him. After the introduction, Xiaomi said, Everyone, we seem to have entered a mysterious world. It is almost impossible to expect rescue from the outside world. In that case, we'd better elect a captain so that we can act in unison. After the words fell, the girls were speechless for a moment, looking at each other, and no one took the initiative to step forward. Xiaomi chuckled at this and turned to look at Yun Xian. Handsome Yun Xian, there has been no male speaking in the communication channel of our novice village. I once thought there were no men. Now it seems that I was wrong. But now is not the time to discuss this. She continued. I wonder if you have the courage to lead everyone out? If you are willing, I am willing to push you to be the captain. I believe others will not object, right? As she spoke, she glanced at the other girls. Although she also wanted to compete for the captain position, she knew that her celebrity status did not give her any advantage in this world. In fact, if she could not improve her strength as soon as possible, she might even become someone else's pawn. If Yunxian was the captain, the situation might be different. Mu Qing and the others also understood her intention, and many of them focused their attention on Yunxian with different expressions. Obviously, they were not convinced by each other, but if the only male was the leader, it would be feasible. Yunxian smiled faintly. It's not impossible to take you out, but I have more important things to do now. If you are willing to wait for me and follow me, then I can provide you with more protection. The girls were immediately curious. Oh, what's the matter? Yunxian did not answer immediately, but took out the unique territory construction order from his backpack with a calm expression. He whispered, use it. Tip. You are using the territory construction order. Please select the territory range. Tip. Your current location is within the novice village. You cannot build a territory before the novice trial is over. Seeing the tip, Yunxian frowned slightly and immediately turned to the girls and said, wait a moment, I'll be back soon. Without waiting for their reaction, he quickly ran out of the novice village. Seeing Yunxian moving so fast, the girls were all horrified and tried to dissuade him. Don't go out. It's too dangerous. But their shouts were a step too slow, and Yunxian had already disappeared from sight. The girls looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Someone suggested, why don't we catch up and see? Maybe we can save him. Well, maybe. Just when they were half believing, Mu Qing suddenly said, wait, I don't think he is an impulsive person. He really has something to do. Besides, don't you think his speed is a bit exaggerated? Another long-legged woman walked out, her voice calm. To be honest, my talent and innate skills are both epic speed type. But even if I exert my full strength, I'm still not half as fast as that handsome guy. The girls were shocked. Guna murmured, so, Yunxian either has a speed talent and skill above the mythical level, or his level is unimaginably high, and his attributes have skyrocketed. Although she didn't finish her words, everyone already understood the second half of the sentence. If it was the former, Yunxian was the chosen one. If it was the latter, then he was no ordinary person. Some people thought of his previous promise to protect them, and their imaginations ran wild, and their brows raised slightly. Finally, someone said, then let's wait, it won't hurt to wait a little longer. At this time, Yunxian had already galloped around the periphery of Novice Village No. 1, and his speed was so fast that the monsters along the way could not detect it at all. He stopped at a beautiful valley on the east side, surrounded by mountains and rivers. The surrounding environment was excellent and the terrain was open. This is it. This area was about 50 kilometers away from the border of the Novice Village. After continuous prompts from the Heavenly Tao system, it was confirmed that this place could be used as the center of the territory. According to Tiandao's calculations, the border of his territory coincides with the border of Novice Village No. 1, with a total area of 10,000 square kilometers, almost the territory of a small country on Blue Star. Prompt. The location is detected to meet the requirements. Do you want to use the unique level territory construction order? Yunxian did not hesitate. Use. As the confirmation fell, the construction order turned into a beam of light and fell to the ground, and then a circle of mysterious waves spread outward. Wherever the waves passed, the monsters were eliminated one after another, and even those that were close disappeared instantly. Then, several buildings appeared out of thin air. An ancient and elegant courtyard rose from the ground. On the right side of the courtyard was a solemn hall, and on the left was a building that looked like a barracks. To the left front was a row of wooden houses, stretching endlessly, and to the right front was a magnificent palace. What was even more bizarre was that a floating space appeared above the territory. Finally, the entire territory was surrounded by a circle of giant walls 100 meters high, guarding it perfectly. These scenes were automatically displayed on Yunxuan's virtual panel at the same time. Hint. The unique level territory construction order comes with 7 buildings, all of which have been completed. Hint. You have successfully built a territory and awakened the secondary profession, Lord. Please check it yourself. Hint. Please name your territory. Yunxian looked up at this miraculous domain and whispered 2 words, Heavenly Palace. When Yunxian confirmed the name, Tiangong, the Tiandao system's prompt came as expected. Prompt. It is detected that there is no territory named Tiangong in the boundless starry sky, and your territory name is effective. Prompt. Congratulations on successfully building the territory Tiangong. As the first adventurer to build a territory in the yellow level Starry Sky, your behavior is unprecedented and your name will be recorded in history. Congratulations on receiving the heavenly rewards. Random Lord Talent Extraction, Random Territory Feature Extraction 2, Mythical Military Talisman 1. Reminder: as the first adventurer to build a territory in the yellow Starry Sky, your actions will be widely known in the boundless Starry Sky. As a reward, you will receive 10,000 reputation points, 1,000 legend points, and an epic treasure chest 1. Reminder: the yellow Starry Sky announcement is about to be made. Do you want to hide your identity information? Hide. Yunxian responded without hesitation. He originally thought that only major events like killing a powerful enemy would trigger an announcement, but he didn't expect that building a territory could also trigger it. Although it was only at the yellow star level, it was better to be cautious. Yellow Starry Sky announcement. Adventurer has successfully built a territory. As the first adventurer to build a territory, his behavior is unprecedented and will go down in history. Special rewards include 10,000 reputation points, 1,000 legend points, and an epic treasure chest 1. 3 consecutive Starry Sky announcements echoed throughout the yellow Starry Sky, instantly causing a stir. Channels across the country were instantly boiling. Some were excited, some were questioning, and some were shocked. Fuck, another announcement? Who is this person? He just killed a saint-level monster, and now he's building a territory? Is he cheating? It's either 2 people or 1 person. I tend to think it's the latter. Damn, the more I think about it, the more outrageous it is. I can't even beat a small monster, but he built a territory. In a corner of the yellow Starry Sky, a young man had sinister eyes, and the long sword in his hand was harvesting the lives of monsters. The moment he heard the announcement, his movements froze, his eyes flashed coldly, and his face was gloomy. Building a territory? When was it built? He said angrily. If I know who it is, I will make sure you die miserably. He gritted his teeth and cursed, swinging his sword again, more fiercely and with more murderous intent. In another corner, a girl in an ice blue dress was using her staff to cast ice spikes with murderous intent. Hearing the announcement, she frowned slightly, but did not say much, only whispering. It seems that the enemy ahead should not be underestimated. She waved her staff and continued to kill the monsters in front, with a calm and determined expression. At the same time, an elf girl was running through the forest with a bow in hand, shooting arrows at the surrounding monsters. After hearing the announcement, she paused for a moment and murmured softly, "It seems that my mother is right. This is a world of great strife. My elves must find a way out." After that, she drew her bow again, her expression more determined. On another high ground, a group of young men were chatting under the shade of a tree. One of them just picked up his teacup when he was frightened by the announcement and his hand trembled. This class of newcomers is too abnormal. Who is crazy about setting records? I guess it's the same person, otherwise it's too coincidental. Killing the saint and building the territory. If it's really the same person, what level of monster is this? Several people looked at each other, and finally someone put down the teacup. Let's stop chatting and go back to level up. If you don't work harder, you will just be a background board. They got up and left, leaving only mottled shadows of trees behind them, and the wind blew through the treetops, with fallen leaves flying. At this moment, Yunxian was not aware of the galaxy shock caused by this announcement. There was no hesitation in his eyes, only because the following prompts once again refreshed his vigilance. Tip: it has been detected that you have successfully built a territory. All the monsters in the territory have been transferred to a temporary special space. After 24 hours, they will attack your territory in 3 waves. Tip: you can choose to enter the temporary space at any time to kill all the monsters, or wait for them to attack. Tip: actively enter the temporary space. The monsters will be divided into 10 waves and appear one after another. Yunxian smacked his lips. It turns out that those monsters are not dead. They are waiting for me to fight the dungeon. He was not in a hurry, but thought about it. If he could recruit a group of novice village adventurers, some heroes and soldiers, and then go to play this dungeon, the benefits would be multiplied. Immediately, he called out, "Heavenly Tao, extract the Lord's talent." Tip: the extraction is successful. Congratulations on awakening the unique Lord talent. 10,000 times increase. 10,000 times increase. In the scenes of unboxing, dropping, heavenly rewards, territory production, and manufacturing, there is a probability of obtaining a random increase in quantity or quality, up to 10,000 times. Oh my god, another unique talent. Yunxian was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. This kind of talent will be of great help to him in building his territory and harvesting spoils in the future. It can be said to be a super cheat. He subconsciously thought that this was probably the result of the help of the plugin system. But the next moment, the system suddenly jumped out to respond. Dear host, this is not my doing. If you want to know the truth, I suggest you check your personal information page. Yin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. It wasn't you who did it. He responded while calling up his personal dashboard, muttering, Am I just too lucky? Or did I take some hidden route? Host, this is really directly related to you. Take a look first, and I will explain. Yun Xian looked at the virtual panel doubtfully. Name, Yun Xian. Level, 40, 24.24 billion divine energy / 4.01 million star energy. Attributes, Strength 3910, Agility 3910, Constitution 3910, Spirit 3910. Talents, Almighty Lord, Charming God Body, Judgment of Fate, Divine Contract, Absolute Defense, Favor of the Goddess of Luck, Time and Space Control. Combat Power, 300,000, Free Attribute Points, 0, Title, God Slayer, Unique. Equipment, 1000 Changes, Level 3 True God Level, Hunyuan Xinhuan, True God Level. Wonderful Items of Heaven and Earth, Purple Lotus of Samsara, Level 40 Zhou. Slave, AOU, Level 7. Items, 2.425 billion Divine Crystals, Saint Level Skill Books 2, True God Level Skill Books 2, Saint Hero Recruitment Order 2, Saint Blood 2000, Saint Spiritual Marrow 1000, Holy Bones 2. Yin Xian was overwhelmed by the changes, and felt that the changes were several times greater than before. Just as he was about to scroll down to check, his eyes suddenly stopped at the talent column, and his face changed slightly. Wait, talent. It turned out that the number of his cheats had become 3. After conversion, it was exactly the new talent that the system should open when he was promoted to level 30. However, he had never drawn it. He was confused and could only ask the system again. The system responded in a brisk tone as usual, saying that it saw that he was too busy, so it completed the extraction operation for him without authorization. Yin Xian was somewhat helpless, but he also felt that it was good to save trouble. He just told the system to remember to remind him next time. Putting the conversation behind him, he couldn't wait to check the information of the 3 new talents. The first talent is called Absolute Defense. Its function is to generate a shield on the body surface equal to the health value, which can reduce 99% of the damage, and the remaining 1% is offset by the shield value, and the shield automatically recovers 1% every 5 seconds. The second talent is the Favor of the Goddess of Luck, which directly increases the luck value tenfold, which means that any action will have a very high probability of success. The third talent is called Time and Space Control, which gives him a 100% affinity with time and space. He can speed up and slow down time, travel through space, imprison it, and even attack with the power of time and space. Yun Xian was stunned and amazed. The Absolute Defense Shield, plus the high health value after his symbiosis with AOU, is almost an unbreakable defense barrier. This effect is similar to the 72-hour Novice Shield originally given by Tiandao, but this time, it is permanent. He finally no longer has to worry about being killed instantly. As for the Favor of the Goddess of Luck, recalling the experience of winning the only level 1 Lord talent, 10,000 times increase, perhaps it was because of this talent. In the future, in various unknown events, its value will undoubtedly become more and more apparent. The last, Time and Space Control, was even more terrifying. The fantasy novels he read in his previous life had long said that time was supreme and space was king. Now, these 2 most core powers were in his hands at the same time. Yin Xian knew that he had to keep a low profile. He had the attacking power brought by Judgment of Fate and 1000 Changes, the absolute defense to ensure survival, and the extraordinary ability of time and space control. Now, he could no longer be described as grossly development and could only use low-key stealth to maintain stability. Thinking about this, he became very excited and asked the system to extract the characteristics of his territory. The system did not let him wait too long, and soon a prompt came that his territory had obtained the unique level characteristic of Unlimited Resurrection. This feature means that all units in the territory, whether lords, heroes, soldiers, ordinary farmers, or adventurers, have a chance to revive once a day. If the territory level is upgraded, the number of resurrections will be further increased. Yin Xian immediately realized that this was simply the prototype of the 4th disaster. Tiandao called Yin Xian and others adventurers instead of players because they had no resurrection mechanism. Now, as long as they joined his territory, all adventurers could be resurrected, which was equivalent to changing from adventurers to players. The system prompt sounded again, telling him that the second territory feature had been successfully extracted, which was Lord of the Moon. This feature would double the attributes of all female units in the territory. When their favorability or loyalty reached the maximum value, they would be permanently locked and could not betray again. At the same time, the bonus of all attributes would jump from 100% to 200%. The only limitation is that this feature makes it impossible for the territory to recruit male units, and only female adventurers can join. At first, Yunxian was a little hesitant, but soon, he realized that this feature was a perfect match for his charming god body talent. He had always been worried that the charm god would make the male units jealous or misunderstand him, and eventually betray the territory. But now, with the restrictions of the Lord of the Moon, there would be no male units in the territory at all, and the problem would naturally no longer exist. He laughed out loud, and was even somewhat glad that the territory recruitment mechanism was restricted by this feature. Curiosity drove him to ask again, asking whether each newly established territory would obtain two characteristics. The system's answer made him suddenly realize. Each newly established territory would receive a territory characteristic extraction reward, and the first territory established in the novice trial would receive an additional extraction opportunity. In addition, if you use a mythical level or higher territory construction order, it will also have one or even two features. Yunxian used a unique level territory construction order before. In other words, his territory will have 4 features. The system quickly confirmed his guess and reminded him to go to the panel to check. He immediately opened the virtual panel and entered the territory information interface. Sure enough, he saw 4 features listed: Infinite Resurrection, Lord of the Moon, Trans-Time and Space Summoning, and Apotheosis. He quickly checked the description of transdimensional summoning. This feature allows the territory to recruit units with a high probability of recruiting life forms from different time and space. Thinking of this, Yunxian was excited, but he still resisted the urge to try it immediately and decided to deal with the current affairs first. The last deification feature amazed him even more. It can greatly improve the quality of the building when it is first built, and even reach the highest level of the ancestral level. The improvement of building quality means the overall enhancement of functions. If an ancestral building can be created, it will completely change the development direction of the entire territory. After putting away the virtual panel, Yunxian prepared to return to the novice village. With a defensive building like the Endless Great Wall, he no longer had any worries about the safety of his territory. Chapter 13, Secret of the Infinite Starry Sky, Recruiting Heroes for the First Time. Yunxian was about to return to the novice village when he suddenly remembered what he had promised Aou. Quickly communicate with the divine contract space and summon Aou. Brother Xian, why did you let me out now? Aou pouted her lips, looking a little depressed. Yunxian quickly explained with a smile, telling him everything that happened after he entered the trial space. Someone wants to kill Brother Xian. Or a saint-level expert. It's most likely those bugs. Only they would spare no effort to kill a newcomer with potential. After hearing Yunxuan's story, Aou's face was filled with anger. It was obvious that she had guessed Qinlong's identity. Afterwards, she talked to Yunxian about some things in the boundless starry sky. The universe where the boundless starry sky exists is called the Tianhuang universe. 10 million years ago, after the gods and demons universe collided with the Tianhuang universe, a fusion zone appeared, the Void Battlefield. When the Void Battlefield first appeared, only strong people above the ancestor level could enter. So the heavenly Tao of the Tianhuang universe mobilized all the ancestor-level strong people in the universe, let them enter the Void Battlefield to invade the god and demon universe, and opened up the first starry sky for these people to recuperate. Afterwards, as the two universes continued to collide and invade each other, the restrictions on entering the Void Battlefield became smaller and smaller, and so more and more powerful people were recruited. As time passed, the two sides of the heavenly Tao tacitly formulated the rules of the Void Battlefield. That is, it is divided into 9 Void Battlefields, and the strong men of each level are limited to entering the corresponding Void Battlefield to fight. Therefore, the heavenly Tao of the Tianhuang universe reopened the 9 starry skies based on the division of the 9 Void Battlefields. The 9 starry skies from high to low are Dao, Yu, Zhou, Hong, Huang, Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. The 9 starry skies are inhabited by powerful beings at the ancestor level, saint level, true god level, myth level, emperor level, king level, lord level, and elite level. 3 million years ago, a strong man in the boundless starry sky realized the profession of lord, and the concept of territory finally emerged. The territory levels are also divided into 9 levels from high to low: ancestor, saint, god, immortal, emperor, king, spirit, and mortal, which are further divided into elementary, intermediate, and advanced levels. It was at that time that the heavenly Tao started the novice trial held every 10 years in order to train strong men to conquer the universe of gods and demons. But because newbies are often targeted by veteran strongmen, heaven has enabled protection for newbies. There must be a lord in each area, and all newcomers in the area must join a territory. Only when the lord's territory level reaches the corresponding major level can the entire territory enter the next level of starry sky. In addition, in order to protect the territory of newcomers, each time the territory enters a more advanced starry sky, there is a 30-day adaptation period, which is also called a protection period. If the territory level does not meet the requirements, but the creatures in the territory have reached the corresponding level, the creatures can stay in the low-level starry sky, but can only enter the void battlefield of the corresponding level. From this, the rules for forming a team to enter the void battlefield were created. A team must have at least one person and at most 10 people. In addition, all territories must go to the void battlefield once a month to resist a Warcraft invasion, that is, to fight against Warcraft. If you defeat the invasion of monsters, you can choose to stay and kill the monsters or leave. You can choose to quit at any time. If the Warcraft invasion is successful, the territory will be conquered. The surviving persons in the territory will have their adventurer identities, talents, and skills eliminated, all memories erased, and their physical signs frozen, waiting to be recruited by the Lord to become territory units. For countless years, the two universes have been fighting endlessly, and alternative existences have also appeared in the Tianhuang universe. They believe that the two universes will eventually merge into one. Instead of attacking each other and causing countless casualties, it is better to take the initiative to promote the integration of the two universes. But if you want the Tianhuang universe to devour and merge the god and demon universe, you can only continue to fight, and this will return to the starting point. So, they thought, since it is all about fusion, why not promote the fusion of the god and demon universe with the Tianhuang universe? Soon, the demon ancestor of the god and demon universe learned of these people's thoughts and decisively supported their actions. I hope they can disintegrate the Tianhuang universe from within, let the god and demon universe devour and merge the Tianhuang universe, and achieve the unity of the two universes. And these people lived up to expectations and began to assassinate the strong men and even potential newcomers in the Tianhuang universe. The behavior of these people also caused the balance of the war to tilt, and the Tianhuang universe began to lose continuously. Therefore, countless people in the Tianhuang universe hated these people to the core and allowed them to successfully form an organization, the Holy Church. Of course, this is their own name. In the minds of other people in the Tianhuang universe, this organization is called the Evil God Cult. After listening to Aou's story, Yunxian had a preliminary understanding of the Boundless Continent. So, what you mean is that the people who want to kill me are from the Evil God Cult. That's right, Brother Xian. They are the only ones who don't want you to grow up. At this point, Aou changed the subject and said, of course, we cannot rule out the suspicion of those old forces. After all, many people do not want new forces to emerge, as that would divide their interests. But after all, the Evil God Cult is still the most suspicious. Hearing this, Yunxian nodded. He understood what Aou meant. In other words, the Evil God Cult does not want the emergence of new strong men, and the old forces do not want the emergence of new forces. The newcomers are in a precarious situation. Yunxian sighed, and then said to Aou, okay, I don't care about it anymore. Let's take care of the present first. Yeah, okay, I'll listen to Brother Xian. Aou nodded obediently, and suddenly said, by the way, Brother Xian, because we signed a slave contract, I was able to stay in the yellow-level starry sky, but my strength was suppressed, and I could only exert the strength of level 40. Hearing this, Yunxian nodded. It doesn't matter. It's useless here no matter who comes. I'm here to protect you. Yeah, Brother Xian, where are we going next? Well, let's go back to the novice village first and invite others to join my territory. Then, we will help them upgrade and raise the level of our territory as quickly as possible so that we can enter the next starry sky and continue to improve our strength. Yunxian answered without thinking. Aou was startled. Oh, Brother Xian, have you established a territory? Yunxian nodded and said with a smile, I'm lucky. I killed a saint-level warrior, and he dropped a territory construction order. I built a territory directly. What's in front of us is my territory. Yunxian chose to tell a little lie and did not expose the existence of the system. Because this is his foundation, even if he signed a slave contract with Aou, he cannot tell anyone about it. Aou opened her mouth slightly, very surprised. Brother Xian, you are so lucky. However, Yuer does not recommend you to invite adventurers to join. Compared to adventurers, heroes and soldiers are more credible. Hearing this, Yunxian nodded. This is true. Heroes, soldiers, and peasants are all recruited, and their minimum initial loyalty is 60 points. However, many adventurers have low favorability and may rebel at any time, making them extremely unfriendly to the Lord. If it weren't for the mandatory requirements for territory promotion, which required a certain number of strong men, and if the heroes and arms of many territories could not meet this condition, these lords would not accept other adventurers. It doesn't matter. Since I dare to accept them, I am not afraid of them causing trouble. If they really want to cause trouble, I will just kill them. Seeing Yunxuan's confidence, Aou nodded and stopped persuading him. It was obvious that he also knew the disadvantages of wanting to advance in the territory, so he had to accept it. However, Brother Xian, you can first recruit some heroes and soldiers and train them as soon as possible, so that it can help you. Can. Yunxian agreed readily. After all, it was Aou's concern, so he had to accept it. Yunxian did what he said and pulled Aou into the Hall of Heroes. Tip: the first time a new lord recruits a hero is free, but subsequent recruitments require a hero recruitment order. As soon as he entered the Hall of Heroes, Yunxian received a hint. So, Yunxian brought Aou to the altar in the center of the hall. Recruit. As the words fell, a void portal appeared on the altar, and then a graceful figure walked out of it. Chapter 14. The first hero Yun Yun, with Nalan Yanran as a gift. Tiangong Territory, Hall of Heroes. Following Yunxuan's recruitment order, a portal appeared on the altar and a graceful figure walked out of it. However, Xianying's clothes made Yunxian feel inexplicably familiar. Is it her? The woman was seen wearing a plain dress that wrapped around her plump and delicate body, with her black hair tied into a noble phoenix hair accessory. Her beautiful face was calm and serene, yet she revealed a grace and nobility that could not be concealed by her plain clothes. After the woman walked out of the door, she was stunned for a few seconds and then smiled. Yun Yun greets the Lord. Hint: your hero Yun Yun's favorability towards you increases by 10, and the current favorability is 70. At the same time, a virtual light curtain automatically appeared. Hero: Yun Yun. Race: human. Rank: True God level 5. Level 1. Life: 100/100. Star power: 100/100. Attributes: Strength 10, Agility 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 10, Equipment bonus: none. Talent: Affinity with the wind. Skills: Extreme Wind Meteoric Kill, Wind Kakin's Remnant, Wind Spirit Fractal Sword, Wind Splitting Dance. Combat power: 41. Equipment: none. Favorability: 70. Evaluation: a love-struck character from another time and space, but he never met his true love and was unhappy all his life, but it seems his fate has changed. Seeing that his guess came true and Yun Yun's favorability reached 70, Yunxian was surprised, but he was still very curious about one question. Yun Yun, do you still remember what happened before? Hearing this, Yun Yun smiled slightly. Of course I remember. Lord, what do you want to ask? Yun Yun will tell you everything I know. Yun Xian smiled awkwardly. Ahem, has your disciple gone down the mountain to cancel the engagement? Hearing this question, Yun Yun was startled. Lord, it seems that you are very familiar with me. However, she still answered the question. Not yet. She just told me about this today, and I was summoned by the Lord. But this is also good. My Lord, can I summon her to become your hero, or a soldier? Hearing this, it was Yunxuan's turn to be shocked. Hero summoning hero? What the hell? Seeing this, Aou saw Yunxuan's confusion and hurriedly explained. It turns out that heroes of mythical rank and above all come with one or more secondary hero slots, but they can only be recruited by the hero, and their rank is one level lower than their own. In addition, heroes of mythical rank and above can recruit 10 or more soldiers on their own, whose rank is also one level lower than their own. As for the specific number of deputy heroes and arms, there is one deputy hero position at the mythical level and 10 arms. Every time the hero's rank increases by one level, the number of deputy hero positions increases by 2, and the number of soldiers that can be recruited increases tenfold. But this recruitment also has limitations. That is, it must be closely related to the hero himself, such as relatives, masters and apprentices, or subordinates. If the hero has no sub-heroes or soldiers to recruit, he can also use divine crystals to transfer the quota to other heroes on the recruitment altar. The transfer cost is 10,000 divine crystals for the deputy hero position and 100 divine crystals for the soldier position. After hearing this explanation, Yunxian said, "That's awesome. Isn't this just a nesting doll?" Yunxian quickly said, "Okay, you can recruit her as a hero." "Thank you, Lord." Yun was overjoyed and hurried back to the altar to start recruiting. Yunxian and the others looked at them curiously. A ray of green light flew out from between Yun's eyebrows. After the green light fell on the altar, the portal appeared again. Then, a graceful figure walked out of the door. It was Nailin Yinran. Like Yun, Nailin Yinran was also stunned for a few seconds after coming out. At the same time, a light curtain appeared in front of Yunxian again. Secondary hero, Nailin Yinran. Race, human. Rank, mythical grade 5. Level 1. Life, 100/100. Star power, 100/100. Attributes, strength 10, agility 10, constitution 10, spirit 10, equipment bonus, none. Talent, wind mastery. Skills, extreme wind sunset blaze, wind kaken's remnant, wind spirit, fractal sword. Combat power, 36. Equipment, none. Favorability, 60. Evaluation, a genius from another time and space. Another talented beauty. Worth it. Yunxian was secretly happy. He didn't expect it to be a buy one get one free deal. At this time, Nailin Yinran opened her eyes and looked around curiously. When she saw Yunxian, her eyes lit up. Nailin Yinran greets the Lord. Hint. Your secondary hero Nailin Yinran's favorability towards you is +10, and the current favorability is 70. Yunxian smiled and said, "No need to be polite. You should know your situation yourself." Hearing this, Nailin Yinran quickly turned to look at Yun. "Thank you, teacher. No, this world is amazing. Since I have this opportunity, I can't forget you." Yun smiled. She understood what Yunxian meant and was naturally grateful. But she didn't take Nailin Yinran's thanks seriously. If the others did not meet the requirements, she would not have neglected to take care of her previous subordinates. When she was recruiting before, the only one who met the requirements of a deputy hero was Nailin Yinran. As for those who meet the military requirements, we don't know yet. As they spoke, the two of them walked down the altar and stood behind Yunxian, waiting for Yunchuan's instructions. Seeing this, Aou thought that Yunxian had been recruited, but then he saw him take out 2 more tokens. Saint-level hero recruitment order. The moment Aou saw the token in Yunchuan's hand, he exclaimed, "Oh, Yuer, does this surprise you?" Yunxian was a little curious. Aou was a true god-level warrior. Although his strength was suppressed now, his knowledge was still there. "Brother Xian, you just got here. It's normal that you don't know." Recruitment orders also have different levels, whether it's a hero recruitment order, a military unit, or even a peasant recruitment order, it's all the same. It is precisely because of the Lord's uniqueness that this result is formed. Heroes, soldiers, and peasants are different from adventurers. Their rank determines their ultimate height. For example, for the true god level, the upper limit is 700. Of course, there are pros and cons. That is, there will be no job transfer trials for heroes and even farmers. You can advance once you reach a certain level. And the number of stars in their rank represents the growth of their attributes. That is, 1-star doubles and 5 stars doubles. Of course, this is not absolute. Over the years, there have been examples of heroes being promoted in rank. That is, after reaching the upper limit of the level, the upgrade trial will begin. If you pass, you can continue to upgrade. If you fail, you will die. As for Brother Xian's saint-level recruitment order, there's no need for Yuer to tell me about it. Hearing this, Yunxian was not only not happy, but also somewhat silent. I will continue to make progress, but doesn't that mean that many people will be left behind in the end? But that's the rule. There's nothing he can do. Don't worry, Lord. According to what this sister said, Yinran and I can both reach the mythical level at least, so we can help relieve your worries. If we are unable to upgrade in the end, I hope the Lord will allow us to give it a try, so that our trip to this world will not be in vain. Seeing Yunxian silent, Yun smiled and comforted him, and finally expressed her feelings. Aou seemed to have noticed something and looked at Yunxian worriedly. Seeing this, Yunxian was stunned. "It's my fault that I'm worried now. I'm sorry to disappoint you." However, Yun is right. There is still a lot of time. There will always be a way. After saying that, Yunxian activated 2 Saint Hero recruitment orders. The hero recruitment order shot into the altar, and the portal on the altar appeared again. Chapter 15 Recruiting Empress Daji, with 12 free heroes. As Yunxian activated the Saint recruitment order, a portal appeared again. However, unlike before, because Yunxian activated 2 recruitment orders, a beautiful figure walked out of the portal but did not disappear. I saw another beautiful figure walking out from behind the first one. The two beautiful figures had their eyes slightly closed, obviously receiving information from the heavenly Tao. The first figure was dressed in the gorgeous clothes of the prosperous Tang dynasty, with her long black hair tied up in a bun. Her attire was luxurious yet elegant. With a little makeup on, her face is delicate and beautiful, just like a fairy from heaven who has fallen into the mortal world. The second figure is wearing a colorful feathered dress with embroidered ribbons fluttering in the wind, as if there is a breeze blowing. She has an apricot face, peach cheeks, light spring mountains, and a delicate willow waist. She is like a celestial being intoxicated by the moon and a pear blossom in the rain. An exquisite and beautiful face, but full of charm, bewitching. A few seconds later, they both open their eyes almost at the same time. Song Qingqing, Su Daji, greets the Lord. Int. Your hero Song Qingqing's favorability towards you increases by +10, and the current favorability is 70. Int. Your hero Su Daji's favorability towards you increases by +10, and the current favorability is 70. At the same time, two light screens appeared in front of Yunxian at the same time. Hero, Song Qingqing, Empress. Race, human. Rank, Saint level 5. Level 1. Life, 100/100. Star power, 100/100. Attributes, Strength 10, Agility 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 10, Equipment bonus, none. Talent, King's Fate. Skills, Heavenly Sound Technique, Heavenly Sound 9 Swords, Shape-Shifting, Qin Killing Technique. Combat power, 45. Equipment, none. Favorability, 70. Evaluation, a domineering empress from another time and space, controlling a piece of land. Hero, Su Daji. Race, Nine-Tailed Fox. Rank, Saint level 6. Level 1. Life, 100/100. Star power, 100/100. Attributes, Strength 10, Agility 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 10, Equipment bonus, none. Talent, Natural Charm. Skills, Bewitching God, Demonization, Riding on Clouds and Mist, Nine-Tailed Illusion Kill. Combat power, 49. Equipment, none. Favorability, 70. Evaluation, a beautiful lady from another time and space who is about to bring disaster to the country and the people is recruited by a lecher. Who, Empress, Su Daji. As I guessed, the creatures recruited by the territory's superdimensional summoning feature are indeed the creatures in my fantasy dimension in my previous life. Yun Xian was secretly surprised, but remained calm. No need to be polite. I believe you have also received the message from the heavenly Tao. Recruit your own deputy hero first. Hearing this, the two girls were overjoyed. They had been thinking about this before. Unexpectedly. Thank you, Lord. The two women thanked her, and Su Daji hurried back to the altar. But Song Qingqing was a step slower and could only watch Su Daji recruit. As two green lights from between Su Daji's eyebrows shot into the altar, two graceful figures walked out of the door together. Both women have enchanting and charming looks, and their bodies are indeed extraordinary. After the two women received the information from the heavenly Tao, they opened their eyes. Hu Shimei, Lady Yu, pays respect to the Lord. Int. Your secondary hero Hu Shimei's favorability towards you increases by +10, and the current favorability is 70. Hint. Your secondary hero Yu Gairen's favorability towards you is +10, and the current favorability is 70. No need to be so polite. Yunxian nodded and smiled, very satisfied with the two heroes he had added. Afterwards, Song Qingqing also walked up to the altar. After a moment, Song Qingqing looked at Yunxian in confusion, seeming to want to say something, but stopping herself. What's wrong? Yunxian couldn't help but ask, and suddenly thought of something. Are you struggling over who to recruit? Hearing this, Song Qingqing's eyes lit up. Lord, Qingqing has 10 people who meet the requirements, but I really don't know how to choose. Sister, I still have 3 places, but they need to be transferred. Su Daji spoke quickly, obviously wanting to do Song Qingqing a favor, but she suddenly thought of something and interrupted her words. Then she quickly looked at Yunxian. In her opinion, Yunxuan's territory was just being built, so he probably didn't have so many divine crystals. Who knew? Haha, Sister Foxy, you really underestimated Brother Xian's financial resources. This amount of expenditure has no effect on Brother Xian at all. Everyone turned around and saw Ao Yu was the one speaking, but these words. How to say it? Just look at Su Daji's face. Yuer, don't be rude. Yunxian pinched Ao Yu's little hand, looked at Su Daji and said, Daji, this girl is outspoken and didn't mean it. Please forgive me. Hearing this, Su Daji's expression eased a little. My lord, you are joking. I'm fine. After that, she continued, Since the Lord has enough divine crystals, and I also have a quota, why not transfer it to Sister Qingqing? This way, we can also increase the territory's strength. Hearing this, Song Qingqing looked at Yunxian expectantly. Yunxian smiled and looked at Yun. Yun'er, do you have any candidates for the 2 places? Hearing this, Yun's pretty face turned red. She didn't expect that the Lord would call her like that. However, she still hurriedly said, My lord, I don't have anything that meets the requirements, so I will transfer it. Well, okay, then you can transfer them to Qingqing one by one. After saying that, Yunxian took out 50,000 divine crystals and put them into the altar. Seeing this, Song Qingqing's pretty face was full of joy, and she said gratefully, Thank you, Lord, and thank you, sisters. Afterwards, they both transferred their deputy hero positions to Song Qingqing. 10 green lights shot out from between Song Qingqing's eyebrows and sank into the altar, and then 10 graceful figures walked out of the door. After a moment, the 10 women bowed one after another. Greetings, Lord, and thank you, Queen, for your help. Hint. Your secondary hero Ji Rushue's favorability towards you is +10, and the current favorability is 70. Hint. Your secondary hero Zaishan's favorability towards you is +10, and the current favorability is 70. No need to be so polite. Looking at the many newly added beautiful heroes, Yunxian is full of expectations for the future. Not to mention the beauty of these heroes, their potential alone is immeasurable. 2 saint levels. 13 true god levels. Even the lowest one, Nalan Yinran, is at the mythical level. If these people grow up, the strength of the Tiangong territory will really take off. As for now, Yunxian waved his hand, and dozens of golden lights penetrated into the bodies of the women. Tip. You have consumed 1.01 million star energy, and your hero union's level has been upgraded to level 40, which has reached the level cap. Please increase your level cap as soon as possible. Tip. You have consumed 1.01 million star energy, and your secondary hero's Zaishan has been upgraded to level 40, reaching the level cap. Please increase your level cap as soon as possible. Upgrading everyone to level 40 consumed a total of 16.16 million star energy for Yunxian. Up to now, Yunxian has not consumed even one of the 24.24 billion divine energies. My lord, this. Feeling the sudden emergence of tremendous power, everyone looked at Yunxian in shock. Daji and others were fine. At least they once possessed tremendous power. But Song Qingqing and the others came from the low-level martial arts world, and their power was not so strong before. Everyone bowed. Thank you very much, Lord. It's okay. Work hard for the territory in the future. I believe your strength will be further improved. Yes. Well, let's do this. We will go recruit some soldiers first, and then I will trouble you to clear out some monsters outside the territory. After saying that, Yunxian took the girls and was about to go out. Etc. Chapter 16 Mythical Star Wholesale, Goddess Warrior. At this moment, Yunxian swept his eyes over the girls and suddenly thought of something. He immediately stopped the girls and said, You are new to the territory, let me see if I can give you a gift first. Hearing this, the girls' eyes lit up and they looked at Yunxian expectantly. Gift? Although they didn't care, it was a gift from the Lord. Haha. Don't look at me with such expectation. This gift is the same for everyone. After saying that, Yunxian took out the divine altar and placed it in the hall. He planned to keep it here for the time being. Afterwards, Yunxian took out the Tianqing sword he had obtained earlier. When the girls saw the sword, their eyes lit up. The appearance of Tianqing is still very good, not to mention the powerful aura it exudes as a mythical weapon. Yunxian said nothing more, put the Tianqing sword into the replica area, then took out 100,000 divine crystals and placed them on the altar. As Yunxian completed the operation, the altar immediately flashed with mysterious light. Everyone looked at this scene curiously, wondering what their lord was doing. Could it be possible to copy it? The girls secretly wondered in their hearts. Unexpectedly, the next scene really shocked them. Suddenly, a virtual sword appeared in an area of the altar where there was nothing before. This virtual sword that suddenly appeared was exactly the same as the Tianqing sword. As time passed, under the stunned gazes of the women, a brand new Tianqing sword finally appeared before everyone. Unnamed, mythical special weapon. Level, adapt to the user. Quality, myth. Attributes. All attributes plus level 100, attack power plus level 1000, attack speed plus level 1%. Special effect 1, repair. When the heavenly star sword is worn out, you can consume divine crystals to repair it. Special effect 2, combo slash. When using the heavenly star sword to attack, there is a 30% chance of attacking again without consumption, not limited to skill attacks. Special Effect 3, Bloodthirstiness. When killing a target, the user's health and star power will be restored to a certain extent, up to 10% at a time. Additional skills, Space Blade, Starfall, Sword Strike. Introduction, a mythical weapon that is reproduced using special props, with the same effect as the original weapon. Haha, they are exactly the same. It only took 10 minutes to replicate it, so it can be mass-produced. Seeing this, Yinxian couldn't help but burst out laughing, and then handed the first weapon to Aou. You err, take this first weapon first. Your previous weapons should no longer be usable, so just make do with this for now. By the way, you can pick your own name. I'm a bad namer. Hehe, thank you, Brother Xian. Then let's call it Xian Yu Sword. Aou smiled sweetly, and thought to herself, Brother Xian still has me in his heart, hehe. Yinxian didn't know what Aou was thinking. At this time, he took out another 100,000 divine crystals and placed them on the altar. Watching the altar working again, Yinxian pondered for a moment and took out another 2.3 million divine crystals. He placed the divine crystal beside the divine carving altar and said, Yuner, you guys continue to work for me. Give each of you one of the replica weapons, and leave the rest in the hall. As for this divine altar, let's leave it here for now. Just assign 2 of you to guard it. My lord, this. Yin was shocked. Could such an important thing be handed over to them casually? Okay, those of you who are capable, please help me out. By the way, leave this matter to Yanran and the others for now. You, Daji, and Qingqing will go with me to recruit some soldiers. As he spoke, Yinxian took Aou and walked out of the Hall of Heroes first. Seeing this, Yun and the others looked at each other and hurriedly followed. At the same time, Yun turned around and ordered, Yanran, help out here, the teacher will go take a look first. Teacher, don't worry, Yanran will definitely complete the tasks assigned by the Lord seriously. Nalan Yanran nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Song Qingqing and Su Daji didn't say anything, just glanced at their people and hurriedly followed. At the same time, Yun Xian, who had just walked out of the Hall of Heroes, received a series of prompts. Int. Your hero Yun Yun's favorability towards you has increased by 3, and the current favorability is 73. Int. Your secondary hero Ji Rushua's favorability towards you is +2, and the current favorability is 72. There are 17 tips in total, all of which are tips to increase the girl's favorability towards you, etc. 17 questions? Yinxian took one look and immediately understood. Hint. Your servant Aou's favorability towards you is +10, and the current favorability is 96. After seeing this prompt, how can you not understand? Of course, these are all good things. Thinking of this, Yinxian couldn't help but hold Aou's hand tightly. This was the person with the highest favorability at the moment. God's barracks. As soon as Yinxian and others walked in, Yinxian received the same prompt. Tip. The first recruitment of soldiers by new lords is free, but subsequent recruitments require military tokens. Note, each military token can recruit 100 soldiers. So, getting something for free makes people happy. Yinxian came to the recruitment altar, recruit. As his order was given, a portal also appeared on the altar. Afterwards, women dressed in coarse linen clothes kept walking out of the gate. They have pretty faces and hot bodies, and they don't look like soldiers at all. Soon, a team of 100 people appeared in front of Yinxian. They formed a square of hundreds and knelt down in unison. Your subordinates greet the Lord. Seeing this, Yinxian hurriedly supported them and said, Everyone, stand up. You are not allowed to kneel and bow to me when you see me in the future. Hearing this, everyone looked surprised but remained calm. At the same time, when the other soldiers heard Yinxian speak, they quickly stood up and looked at him with firm eyes. Hint. Your soldier's loyalty to you is +10, and the current loyalty is 90. 100. When Yinxian noticed this prompt, he was very surprised. He really didn't expect that the initial loyalty of these soldiers would be so high. But now is not the time to think about this. Yinxian was about to use the military talisman to recruit soldiers when a light screen suddenly popped up in front of him. Arms, Divine Guards 100. Race, Human. Rank, True God level 5. Level 1. Life, 100/100. Star Power, 100/100. Attributes, Strength 10, Agility 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 10, Equipment bonus, none. Skills, Guardian Shield, Attack Spear, Divine Guardian Skytrap Formation. Combat Power, 28. Equipment, none. Loyalty, 90. Evaluation, excellent guard-type soldiers. They may have their own ideas. Yinchuan's eyes lit up slightly. Is he really God level? Although the growth attribute of soldiers is only half of that of heroes and adventurers, What if my soldiers have 5% growth? How do you say? I'm afraid. In the later stages, the combat power of a single soldier will be stronger than that of most adventurers. Without further ado, he was looking forward to the holy weapon talisman in his hand. He activated the 4 holy military talismans in his hand and watched them sink into the altar. The portal reappeared, and beautiful figures walked out one after another. Soon, 400 female soldiers wearing silver-white armor, holding thunder pistols in one hand and silver-white small shields in the other, lined up in front of Yunxian. Goddess warrior greets Lord. They knelt on one knee and performed the subordinate salute. No need to be so polite. I still say that from now on. When you see me or anyone else in the territory, you don't have to kneel down and bow. After that, Yunxian said to the divine guards, "You are the same." At this point, Yunxian changed the subject. Of course, the same is true for the soldiers recruited by heroes, but I don't care if you salute your own direct heroes. After Yunxian finished speaking, he looked at the prompt that just flashed by and ignored it. After all, there are too many tips for increasing the loyalty of the goddess warriors. He signaled Yun and the other 2 girls to recruit soldiers, while he looked at the light screen with the attributes of a goddess warrior. Chapter 17, The Goddess Warrior, the Scene of the Gathering of Beauties. Yunxian signaled Yun and the other 2 girls to recruit their own soldiers. As for the one mythical military token he still had left, he was not very interested in recruiting for the time being. Then, he looked at the light screen in front of him. Army type, Goddess Warrior Cynthia. Race, Goddess Warrior. Rank, Saint level 6. Level 1. Life, 100/100. Star power, 100/100. Attributes, Strength 10, Agility 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 10, Equipment bonus, none. Skills, Thunder Spear, Divine Shield, Lightning Flash, Divine Fighting. Combat power, 28. Equipment, none. Loyalty, 90. Evaluation, an absolute fighting force, a warrior from afar, eager for the race to reproduce. When Yunxian saw this attribute panel, he didn't expect that this was just for a goddess warrior. Yunxian looked at several attribute light screens in succession and found that the attributes of the goddess warrior were exactly the same. But unlike the divine guards, every goddess warrior has her own name. Moreover, they are worthy of being called saint-level troops. Yunxian did a simple calculation and found that with their growth attributes, after the 5th turn, their total attributes would be more than others of the same level. Moreover, this is the case when everyone else's attributes grow 5-fold with each turn. One word, powerful. At this time, Yun and the other 2 daughters also recruited their own soldiers. Among them, Yun recruited 50 people, Song Qingqing recruited 230 people, and Su Daji recruited 220 people? Wrong. The one Su Daji recruited should be a half-transformed fox. After all, it can be clearly seen that many of them still have the characteristics of foxes, such as fox ears and fox tails. Yunxian took a quick look and found that Yun and the others recruited the mythical level Yunlan guards, the true god level Yin Sha guards, and the true god level fox fairy guards respectively. And for some reason, the attribute growth of all arms is 5, which makes Yunxian doubt his life. When they came out, they had already given Yunxian some hints. Now, the loyalty is all 90. Of course, Yunxian also discovered something different. That is, these soldiers are also loyal to their direct heroes. Seeing the number of Yun's troops, Yunxian had an idea and took out the mythical military talisman that he had not intended to use. A moment later, the number of Yunlan guards increased by 50. This was discovered when using the holy military talisman. When using the military talisman, you can choose the type of soldier. You can choose the existing arms in the god barracks, or you can choose random arms. If you choose the type of soldiers that the hero belongs to, there will be a limit on the number unless the hero's rank is upgraded. Of course, Yunxian also discovered a problem. That is, if you choose a branch of soldiers that belongs to the hero, then this branch of soldiers will also be loyal to the hero. But that's nothing. At this point, there are 1,050 soldiers. All arms were upgraded to level 40. Since the cost of upgrading arms was half of that of heroes, Yunxian only consumed 550 million star energy in total. In other words, Yunxian has only consumed 4% of his divine energy so far. This shows the incredible power of divine power. Yuner, I'll leave them to you 3. I need to be away for a while, so you will handle all matters in the territory. Seeing that things were almost done, Yunxian gave instructions to Yun and the other 2 girls. He planned to go back and invite Mu Qing and the others to join the territory, firstly to save their lives, and secondly since they would probably join in the end anyway. As for the risk of betrayal, Do you think his territory characteristic, Lord of the Moon, is a joke? Forced to lock the maximum favorability. Add to that his gifted divine body. If he still betrays us, we can only say that he is too bad. Okay, Lord, we will manage the territory well and wait for your return. The three of them nodded, their eyes firm. Yunxian nodded with satisfaction. By the way, don't worry about the monsters around the territory for now. Of course, if you are really bored, you can go and relieve your boredom. After saying that, Yunxian took AOU and traveled through space directly to Novice Village number 1. When I walked into the Novice Village, I saw Mu Qing and others still guarding the Novice Village square, but there were about a few hundred more people. Hundreds of people were wearing the same clothes they had before arriving here, showing off their natural best selves. For a moment, the entire Novice Village square was filled with beautiful women in gorgeous clothes. It was a rare scene of so many beauties gathering together. Seeing Yunxian walking in from outside, everyone couldn't help but be a little surprised. First of all, I was surprised that someone would dare to leave the Novice Village alone, and secondly, Mu Qing and others knew about Yunxian's existence, but others didn't and thought there were no men in this Novice Village. Now seeing Yunxian, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Mu Qing, why are you all gathered here? Seeing so many people, Yunxian was naturally a little surprised. Hearing this, Mu Qing couldn't help but roll her eyes. Yunxian, didn't you say you'd wait for a while? We've been waiting for almost an hour. At this time, Xiaomi and other people who were waiting here first looked at Yunxian with some resentment. Before coming here, all of them were goddess-level beauties. Others always waited for them, and they never waited for others. If they hadn't guessed that Yunxian might be the one who established the territory and hadn't had a little affection for him, how could they have waited here for an hour? Ahem, isn't this delayed by something? Yunxian smiled awkwardly and ignored the hundreds of other people's reminders of improving their favorability. Instead, he asked, okay, now can you tell me what's going on here? Hearing this, all the girls rolled their eyes. It's like this. Wait a minute. Mu Qing and others were about to speak, but were interrupted by Yunxian. It was because he saw a familiar person. Even in this place where so many beauties gathered, Yunxian noticed her at first sight. She was wearing a professional blazer, a tight skirt, black stockings, and black high heels. She looked to be in her 20s, with loose black hair and light makeup on her pretty face, but she was very stunning. She has a hot body and looks so beautiful that it is no exaggeration to say that she is the most beautiful woman in the world. Nangong Minga. When he saw this person, Yunxian was shocked to find that it was his teacher, Nangong Minga. When he saw Mu Qing and others before, he guessed that his teacher Nangong would definitely be able to enter Novice Village number 1. Unexpectedly, I actually saw it. However, although Yunxian recognized her, Nangong Minga did not recognize him because his face was always covered by a layer of mist. Yunxian took a look and then looked away, saying he would take better care of her in the future. He gathered his thoughts and said to Mu Qing, sorry, my attention was a little distracted just now. Please continue. Hearing this, Mu Qing nodded. Before, because there were more than a dozen of us waiting here, it was a bit conspicuous. So people who came later would ask about it, and we said we were waiting for someone who would help us, but we didn't expect that other people would also stay, and more people gathered, and it became like this now. At this point, Mu Qing's tone was a little worried. Yunxian, will this cause you trouble? Yunxian laughed heartily. Haha, what's the trouble with this? Seeing that Mu Qing was hesitant to speak, Yunxian had no choice but to say, don't worry, I know what to do. After saying that, Yunxian looked at the hundreds of people in the square and slowly walked towards the only platform in the field. At the same time, he quickly flipped through these people's favorability towards him. Almost everyone has a favorability of 10 points, but there are exceptions, and there are only 2 of them. One of them is his teacher Nangong Minga, whose favorability is a strange 10 plus 50. As for the other person, his favorability is negative. Without thinking too much, Yunxian had already arrived at the platform. Seeing that everyone was making a lot of noise, he had no choice but to say loudly, can everyone please be quiet for a moment? What I am going to say next may concern your life. Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent. But there are always exceptions. But, Chapter 18, The Only Troublemaker Song You, The Blow from Yunxian. Yellow level Starry Sky Blue Star Field, Novice Village number 1. When Yunxian said, what he says next may concern everyone's lives, everyone present fell silent. But there are exceptions. Why should we believe what you said? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at the person who spoke, wanting to see who he was. After all, everyone knows that this is a magical world, and once it concerns one's own life, whether one believes it or not, one has to listen. As for whether to believe it or not in the end, it is a personal matter. But this person is different. She started to find fault before the other person even said anything. Isn't this obviously asking for trouble? Is there a grudge? Everyone looked and saw that the person who was speaking was a woman wearing a long-sleeved white shirt, black casual pants, and black high heels. The woman wore light makeup, had a beautiful face, and had loose wavy hair. At this moment, she was facing the gazes of hundreds of people, but she was not afraid at all. She just looked at Yunxian, as if waiting for his answer. But few people could see that there was a hint of disgust in her eyes. Hearing this, Yunxian smiled slightly. Madam, may I have the honor of knowing your name? Haha. Do you want to know my name so you can retaliate? The woman chuckled, but said bluntly, I'm not afraid to tell you. My name is Songyu. Now you can answer my question just now, right? Yunxian raised his eyebrows. He might not be able to remember the others, but this name left a deep impression on him. After all, among hundreds of hints, the only negative favorability value was provided by her. Hint, Adventurer Song use favorability towards you +10, current favorability 0. Hint, Adventurer Song use favorability towards you is -3, current favorability is -3. When Yunxian saw these two hints, he couldn't help but feel very puzzled. He didn't even know Songyu at all, so why did she have such a big opinion of him? But thinking that she wouldn't be able to cause any trouble, I ignored her. Unexpectedly. I didn't expect her to jump out again. Yunxian chuckled. Madam, it seems that you and I don't have any hatred, right? After all, I don't even know you. Unexpectedly, Songyu responded sharply. Does it matter whether you recognize him or not? It doesn't seem to affect my previous question, right? Hearing this, Yunxian laughed, but the more he laughed, the colder his voice became. Haha, whether you believe what I'm going to say next or not, does it have anything to do with me? Do I need to explain it to you? Who do you think you are? Songyu was furious when he heard Yunxian scolding her. You. Unexpectedly, before she could say anything, Yunxian directly scolded her. Shut up, did I force you to listen? If you don't want to listen, just get out of here. Why are you bothering me here? At this point, Yunxian turned around and looked around, then continued, what I just said can also be applied to all of you. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. I didn't force you to listen to me. If you don't want to listen, you can leave at any time. No one will stop you. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned and couldn't help but sigh. This boy is so domineering. Seeing this, Songyu was so angry that he wanted to say something. But Yunxian looked at her, and suddenly a pistol appeared in his hand, pointing at her from a distance. Suddenly, Songyu didn't dare to say anything more. She suddenly remembered that Yunxian seemed to be a man, and his strength was quite strong. Although Tiandao said that attacks between adventurers are ineffective within the novice village, who can guarantee that Yunxian will not kill people outside? My own innate skill is only auxiliary and has almost no attack power. Under the threat of this gun, I have no ability to survive. Unless she never leaves the novice village. But is that possible? Seeing this scene, the faces of the others turned pale. They really didn't expect that the big boy in front of them actually had a gun. Everyone immediately looked at Yunxian with much more caution. Seeing this, Yunxian nodded with satisfaction. Hey, Songyu, I have something to say, aren't you leaving? After hearing Yunxian say this, Songyu didn't dare to say anything, but the disgust in his eyes had already turned into hatred. Yunxian didn't care about it. At worst, they could just destroy it. What's the point of missing you? Seeing that Songyu ignored him, Yunxian said, Actually, I didn't expect that I would trouble you all to wait for so long. Please forgive me. After that, Yunxian did not wait for everyone's response, and continued, I believe everyone has seen this huge wall next to our novice village. This is actually the wall of my territory. Everyone knows that each of us must join a territory or establish one. But it is better to join a powerful territory than to establish one. After all, if the territory is not strong, there will be greater dangers in the void battlefield once a month. And it just so happens that my territory should be strong enough, so I would like to invite you into my territory. As for the reason why I invited you, it's actually very simple. First of all, I like beautiful women. I'm happy even if I just look at them every day. Secondly, my territory has drawn a pretty good feature that can provide some help for your survival. After all, I can't bear to see a group of beautiful flowers wither. Finally, my territory actually has a very bad characteristic, which I can show you. Yunxian said this and turned on 2 territory features, hiding some information and then making it public. And this can be done. When each lord displays information, he can hide some of it, but he cannot change the information. Of course, if you are in a trading channel, you cannot hide the information of the trading items. Seeing Yunxian not speaking, everyone was a little surprised, but suddenly they saw a light screen with 2 messages displayed on it. Resurrection. Each territory unit can be resurrected once a day. Lord of the Moon. The territory can only recruit female units, and only female adventurers can join the territory. After displaying these two pieces of information, Yun Xian continued, "This is the characteristic of my territory. If you join my territory, you can obtain the blessing of the first territory characteristic. As for the second one, you can call it my misfortune or my luck. It doesn't matter. Haha, do you think we don't know? If the territory wants to upgrade, we must join. So, you can say something like this for our own good." At this time, Songyu, who had just calmed down, suddenly jumped out to look for trouble again. Hearing this, Yunxian laughed angrily. "Shut up. If you don't want to join, get out. Do you think I really have to have you join?" As he spoke, Yunxian announced two more pieces of information. Territory upgrade conditions, star coins, 10,000. First level territory units, 1118/10. Contribution points, 0/11170. Territory level number of people 10. Army, Yunlong Guard 100. Race, human. Rank, mythical grade 5. Level, 40. Then, he continued, "May I tell you something? When we reach a certain level, we must undergo a job transfer trial. Only after we succeed can we continue to upgrade. Heroes and soldiers are different. Because of their special nature, they do not need to change jobs. Their level cap is the level cap of the territory and their own level cap. For example, my mythical soldiers have a maximum level of mythical, which is level 550 at the 6th level." Yunxian then went on to explain to them the job transfer trial and the meaning of the 5 types of soldiers. Finally, he sneered and said, "To put it bluntly, before the 5th level, you may not be able to defeat my troops, so what is the point of you joining the territory? To make up the numbers? That's causing me more trouble. Do you think I'm short of these few people? Not to mention that I have nearly 1,000 other soldiers. Just look at the girl next to me. Did you notice her?" Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but fall silent. I muttered to myself, "Yes, what he said is true, so it seems that he really doesn't need us." At this moment, they finally re-examined the girl who had always been next to Yunxian. Is that who the boy was talking about? What's special? Chapter 19. The women first enter the heavenly palace. Songyu becomes a demon and harms people. Hearing that Yunxian seemed to attach great importance to the girl next to him, everyone couldn't help but turn their heads to look. Before, because Yunxian was too eye-catching, no one paid close attention to the girl next to him. The girl was wearing a silver-white long dress, with a slim figure and excellent temperament. She has long silver hair that reaches her waist, and her delicate face is flawless and exquisitely crafted, as if she was blessed by heaven and earth. The pair of small dragon horns slightly protruding from her forehead are cute and charming, which further highlights her heavenly figure. At this moment, the girl stood there, as if she was unmoved by everything, and the center of her world seemed to be Yunxian. At this time, Yunxian continued, "Her name is Aou. She is my contract partner, and we met by chance. And her race is the Dragon Clan. With her by my side, do I feel like I'm lacking people? Can I invite someone from her race to join me? You know, the dragon race is stronger than us humans. It's just my personal preference, and because we are all human, so I invited you. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better for me to take off with the territory by myself?" At this point, Yunxian changed the subject and said, "Since you don't want to, then I don't care. And even if you are willing now, I will add a condition, which is, everyone must submit 10 times the territory level of contribution points every week." At this point, Yunxian's mood obviously improved a lot. "Very good. With this condition, I provide you with a chance to save your life every day, and you provide the burden of bringing my territory. In the end, you still make a profit." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but nod their heads. It was indeed true. Yunxian continued, "Apply to join now. I will leave in half an hour. No one will be waiting after that." After saying that, Yunxian sent the video to the Novice Village communication channel and sent a message. "We are in the same Novice Village. Don't say I didn't take care of you. All applicants who come to the square within half an hour will be approved. But if the conditions for joining are not met, I will also kick you out. After all, there is no need for me to pamper you and let you hold me back, which will drag down everyone else." After sending this message, Yunxian took out a piece of tiger skin and pulled Aou to sit down. And just after Yunxian sent the message, the entire Novice Village communication channel exploded. "Oh my god, this big guy is really in our Novice Village. Sisters, hurry up, it will be too late. Haha, what kind of person is this?" He actually yelled at the little fairy. "If you don't want to join, then don't join. What's so great about that? Upstairs, are you an idiot? Why should I indulge you when you are targeting others like this?" What the above person said is right. In fact, this handsome guy has done his best, Let's go quickly, it will be too late. Hey, 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 what are you so happy about? Do you know how to gain contribution points? Don't let others kick you out again. Everyone ran towards the square, while also paying attention to the messages on the communication channel. Soon, all the people from the novice village gathered in the square. Only at this time can it be truly considered a scene of a gathering of beauties. At this time, 20 minutes had passed. After all, many people will come here only after watching the video. Thousands of people gathered, and the noise was so deafening that it hurt people's ears. Yunxian looked at the application information for the territory, more than 2,000 items. Then, he took another look at the communication channel and realized that many people were hesitating or waiting and watching. He had no choice but to stand up and shout, "Silence!" Seeing Yunxian stand up and speak, everyone fell silent. Seeing this, Yunxian nodded with satisfaction. "Since you are all here, I believe that you are either interested or just waiting to see what's going on. Here, I will explain a problem, which is about the issue of contribution points. After everyone joins the territory, they will receive contribution points by multiplying the level of the monster by its number of turns when they kill monsters above level 10. However, these contribution points go directly to the territory and are considered by Tiandao game to be the property of the territory. If adventurers want to obtain contribution points, they can only complete the tasks assigned by the territory in the task hall, and then the territory will issue them. Or, adventurers can trade with each other, or contribute star coins and treasures to the territory warehouse, and then they will be given contribution points according to their value. At this point, Yunxian explained, "Don't worry, the value of contribution points is not determined by me, but is reasonably customized by the heavenly Tao based on the actual situation of the territory." Hearing this, everyone's eyes brightened up. This way, they no longer had to worry. Just like Yunxian said, he gave them protection, and they only needed to deal with the burdens they brought. The boy in front of me has done his utmost to be kind and righteous. As for why I can't get contribution points for killing monsters, can I get contribution points without joining the territory? Since you can't get it whether you join or not, you must choose the side that is beneficial to you. Thinking of this, everyone responded, "Okay, handsome, I'll join you. I'm joining in too." Yunxian looked at the increasing number of application prompts and set up the automatic approval of the applications within a quarter of an hour. Just 10,000 people, no big problem. At worst, I can lead Yun and the others to kill more monsters, just a few thousand more. To be honest, his decision was a bit hasty, but he really didn't want these beauties to die here inexplicably. Be a little bit hard on yourself. Anyway, there are still many monsters in that temporary space, waiting for him to kill them. No, it forced him to kill. Another 10 minutes passed, and Yunxian discovered that the territory had increased by 9,999 people. He couldn't help but look at Songyu, but didn't say anything. Turning to look at the endless Great Wall, he found that the Yunlan guards had already appeared on it. Turning around, Yunxian said, "Okay, I've set up a resurrection point near the border of the novice village. You have one life today. If you lose it, you'd better return to the novice village. Whether you can hand in the contribution points after 7 days, your lives will be guaranteed for these 7 days." After saying that, Yunxian took AOU and used the power of space to directly come to the endless Great Wall. The permission was used to open a portal below, and a temporary resurrection point was set up in the city, restricting adventurers to resurrect only here. Afterwards, Yunxian said to Yunlanwei, "Keep an eye on this place. Don't worry about the people who are resurrected here. Just let them go back to the novice village." Before leaving, Yunxian turned around and gave everyone a wicked smile. "By the way, let me remind you of one thing. After adventurers join the territory, betrayal and withdrawal will be judged by the way of heaven, and everything they have gained from the territory, including their lives, will be deducted. So, if you have any ulterior motives, quit as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you are resurrected here once, and then want to quit or betray me again, you will have to pay the price with your life." After saying that, Yunxian no longer paid attention to everyone and took AOU directly back to the territory. After he left, everyone frowned. Seeing this, Songyu came out to make trouble again. "Sisters, he is trying to trick us. We can't indulge him. We must withdraw quickly, otherwise we will be controlled by her. Why don't we issue a territory construction order and build a territory ourselves? At least we won't be controlled by that stinky man." Hearing this, many people were moved, but there were also some wise people who were quietly watching her act. Seeing that many people were tempted, Songyu began to increase her efforts. She quickly withdrew from the Tiangong territory and posted a message. "Reminder, you have exited the Heavenly Palace territory. After being judged by the Heavenly Tao, all the benefits you have gained from this territory, including life, will be deducted. Tip: if it is detected that you have not obtained any income from the territory, no deduction will be made. This scene also shocked many people. It was so cruel. Seeing her do this, those who were tempted and did not want to be controlled by others and felt that they had the ability to survive also followed suit. For a time, followers were like clouds. After a long time, a weak voice finally came and woke everyone up. Chapter 20: Yunchuan's Punishment and Reward, finally entering the temporary space. Just when most of the people who wanted to leave the heavenly palace had left, a weak voice finally arrived. Is it possible that the resurrection of the characteristics of this big brother's territory is unique, and other territories will not have this characteristic when they are established? Hearing this, everyone suddenly woke up. Yes, if it is really the only one, then people will eventually encounter danger, and there is no second chance in life. Besides, who can be sure that they will live to establish a new territory? Songyu turned around and saw a beautiful girl of about 17 or 18 years old who said this. She couldn't help but say in a cold voice, "Humph, so what? Maybe this territory characteristic is shared by every territory." After hearing her say this, the expressions of many people who had withdrawn relaxed. At least they had something to look forward to. But someone will eventually break their fantasy. Little girl, you see it very clearly. This territory feature is indeed unique, representing that there is only one in the entire starry sky. I only heard a voice coming from afar. It turned out to be Yunxian coming back. As soon as he returned to the territory, he kept receiving notifications that someone had left the territory, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Driven by curiosity, Yunxian came to the endless Great Wall and happened to witness this scene, but he did not stop it. It was not until the girl spoke that Yunxian stood up and said this. Then, he said in a cold voice, "Like I said before, I am not short of people. On the contrary, too many people would be a burden to me. People, you always have to pay a price for doing something wrong, and your price is not a price at all. It's just that you can no longer join the Tiangong territory." Yunxian really did what he said. After all, he had set it up so that each adventurer only had one chance to join. Unless. Yunxian shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. Upon hearing this, those who had withdrawn were horrified, but found that they could not find the application to join the Tiangong territory. They panicked for a moment and begged, "Lord Yunxian, please give us another chance. We won't dare to do it again." But it was in vain. All he got was Yunchuan's disregard. Seeing this, they couldn't help but curse. "What a rubbish man you are. You don't have any manners as a man. Who do you think you are? Fuck, I just withdrew for a while. Why the hell do you have to do that? Are you trying to kill us? You executioner." For a moment, the crowd was outraged and kept cursing. Seeing this, Yunxian just said lightly, "Oh, I'm going to be the executioner now. In that case, I'll be the executioner. All adventurers, kill one of these people, and you will be exempted from submitting 10 contribution points." Hearing this, everyone's face changed drastically, and they couldn't help but feel a little frightened. Seeing this, Songyu couldn't help but be shocked. "Yunxian, how dare you? If you do this, you will definitely be punished by law." "Haha, do you want to make me laugh to death and inherit my estate? Law? Is there still law here? This world is a world where people eat each other. Can you tell me about the law? However, it is indeed difficult for me to kill someone, even indirectly. How about this? The mission time limit is 3 days. You'd better behave yourself, otherwise, the order just now will remain in effect." After that, Yunxian said to Mu Qing and the others, "The territory channel has been opened. You can team up to kill monsters in it. Since we are all newcomers, I won't force you. You can waive the contribution points for the first week." After saying that, Yunxian turned around and left, but behind him came cheers and wails. After returning to the territory, Yunxian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction when he saw that everyone had gathered. "My lord, everything is ready. Leave 3 deputy heroes to guard the Hall of Heroes, and the Yunlong guards and divine guards to patrol and guard the territory. Everyone else is here." Seeing Yunxian coming, Yunyun and the other 2 girls stepped forward and said, "Then let's act quickly. There are still 2 hours until nightfall. Let's try to kill more monsters in these 2 hours, and then come back to rest." After saying that, Yunxian led everyone into the temporary space. After all, the monsters in it would attack their territory in 23 hours. Walking into the temporary space, Yunxian couldn't help but frown when he saw the situation clearly. The space is about 1,000 square kilometers, but it is densely populated with magical beasts. Of course, Yunxian felt the aura of these monsters, and almost all of them were below level 5. Yunxian thought about it and sent out tasks to all the adventurers in the territory. Then, he waited quietly for the countdown to end and for the adventurers to arrive. The Tiangong adventurers who were still looking for a team in the novice village received a prompt. Hint: your lord has issued a mission. Mission content: go to the destination and kill low-level monsters below level 10. Mission rewards: all items dropped by low-level monsters belong to the adventurer. Each time you kill a monster, you will get 1 contribution point. Tip: after accepting the task, you can teleport in at any time. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. This seems to be a welfare task. After all, they have to kill monsters to level up. Now there are rewards for killing monsters, and there are also resurrections. Isn't this a welfare task given by Yinxian? Everyone quickly accepted the task, fearing that it would be gone if it was too late. In an instant, the number 1 novice village square was almost empty, leaving only hundreds of people looking at each other in bewilderment. However, when these adventurers arrived at the temporary space and saw the densely packed monsters in front of them, their scalps tingled. Everyone looked at Yunxian in horror. Lord, isn't this a bit too much? Hearing this, Yunxian smiled and said, what are you afraid of? This is the benefit I give you as a lord. If I didn't get any benefit from killing these monsters, I would have killed them long ago. Go ahead. Form teams of 10 to kill the monsters. I will have my soldiers protect you as much as possible. There will be no such good things after today. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Picking up wooden sticks they had found from somewhere, they quickly formed a team and bravely rushed out. There is resurrection anyway. Seeing this, Yinxian also kept his promise. All soldiers, listen up. Each person is responsible for a squad, and make sure they don't die as much as possible. As the order was given, all arms came out in full force and found a team to guard. Yinxian took out his only 2 skills and learned them. Holy Thousands of Incarnations, a saint-level skill. After use, the spirit can be divided into 10 incarnations. Each incarnation has 10% of the combat power of the original body, and possesses all the skills of the original body. Note: each incarnation consumes 1,000 star power per minute. Continuous star power is less than 1% or automatically recovered. God, Heavenly Falling True Fire, a true God-level skill. After use, it will rain true fire within a range of spirit 10 square meters at the designated location, causing spirit 10 damage to enemies within the range. Consumption: 100,000 star power, duration 10 seconds. Seeing these 2 skills, Yinxian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. As for his 2 professional skills, it was hard to describe them in a few words. Apotheosis of skills, passive skill. If the skill level you learn is lower than the myth level, the level will be randomly upgraded once, and the lowest level is the myth level. Powerful, but it's useless now. God's Blessing, Aura type skill. Once activated, within the Spirit 10M range centered on the self, all friendly units will receive a 200% overall boost, consuming the number of boosted units 1,000 star power points per minute. He took another look at his own star power value, as well as the recovery efficiency of the rare object of heaven and earth, the purple lotus of samsara. Yinxian smiled. Mu Qing, your team should wait a moment. Hearing this, Mu Qing and the others were startled and asked, Lord, what's wrong? Haha, let's do an experiment. Doing experiments? Chapter 21. Yinxian leads the team to upgrade and kill the hidden dangers of Warcraft. Yinxian learned 2 major skills, and then called Mu Qing and her team. When they heard that Yinxian wanted to do an experiment, everyone was a little confused for a moment. Yinxian smiled and said, well, you guys step aside, drag me into the team, and then give me the captain position, and I will do an experiment. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing and others hurriedly did as they were told. After becoming the team leader, Yinxian distributed star energy and star coins equally among the team members. Afterwards, he used his skill Divine Skyfall True Fire directly at the back of the Warcraft. I saw the sky in the distance suddenly turn dark red, and then sparks fell towards the group of monsters. The group of monsters seemed to be aware of the horror of this spark and fled in panic, but because they were too dense, they had nowhere to escape. The sparks seemed to be falling very slowly, but they seemed to cross space and landed among the group of monsters in less than 1 second. All monsters will die if they come into contact with it, and will be destroyed if they touch it. It was the result of Yunxuan's sudden inspiration, which brought a little spatial power into the skill. Hint: your team killed a level 5 common monster. Since you set the star energy to be evenly distributed among the team members, you did not gain any star energy. Hint. Seeing these tips, Yunxian smiled indifferently and asked, how is it? In fact, he no longer needs to ask. Mu Qing, Xiao Mi and 9 other people's levels quickly rose, and they all reached level 8 in an instant. Feeling the changes in their bodies, Mu Qing and others looked at Yun Xian in shock. All right, the experiment is feasible. You are all level 8. Go kill some monsters to get used to it, and then divide into 9 teams to guide the newcomers. After saying that, Yun Xian withdrew from the team and looked at the people who were looking at him eagerly. I couldn't help but smile and said, "Don't look at me, adapt yourself first and make some contributions. When you are not strong enough in the next wave, I will consider helping you." After hearing this, everyone could only give up. Looking at the people fighting head-on with the monsters in the distance, Yun Xuan's face couldn't help but darken. Even with the protection of the troops and the amplification of God's blessing that I activated earlier, there are still casualties. I can only say that they are all noobs who have never experienced combat. Afterwards, Yun Xian spoke in the territory channel. Don't just dodge or rush in. Look for opportunities and learn skills. Combat experience is gained through combat. Otherwise, even if you have a high level, you won't be able to use it. Those who died should hurry back. I don't need you to fight. Team up with me later, and I will level you up a bit. Afterwards, Yun Xian and the other heroes watched the battle in front of them, which was almost one-sided. Seeing this, Yun Xian couldn't help but want to find a way to train his fighting skills. But with my own strength and the level of the monsters I encounter now, I am afraid they can't break my defense, but I can kill them in seconds. It is really difficult to train them. Brother Xian, they are so incompetent. Why do you spare no effort to help them? Hearing Aou's words, Yun Xian smiled and said, I said it's because they are pretty. Do you believe it? Aou understands. Brother Xian is just coveting my body. Hearing this, Yun Xian almost vomited blood. Although I am indeed such a person, how can you say that? Cluck, cluck, cluck. Hearing what the two said, Yun and the others covered their mouths and chuckled. Half an hour later, all the adventurers had died once, but most of the monsters were still alive. Yun Xian looked at the more than 9,000 pale-faced adventurers behind him and said in a deep voice, Okay, each team has 9 people, and pull me into the team one by one. Others, don't sit idle either. Think carefully about how you died, how to avoid it, and what combat skills you have. Only by constantly thinking about combat can you make progress and save your lives in the future. Hearing this, everyone nodded and rushed to invite Yun Xian, and Yun Xian randomly chose one to join. It is still the same operation as before, but this time it becomes 10,000 avatars killing the monsters. This scene stunned many adventurers. Hint: Adventurer Mu Qing's favorability towards you increased by 20, and the current favorability is 30. Hint: Adventurer Xiao Mi's favorability towards you is plus 30, and the current favorability is 40. As Yun Xian continued to help everyone upgrade, everyone's favorability also increased more or less. 30 minutes later, with one of Yun Xuan's incarnations slashing down with a sword, the last monster in the third wave died with hatred. All adventurers have reached level 10, reaching the level cap. During this period, everyone's favorability continued to rise, reaching more than 60 points, which was equivalent to the effect of Yun Xuan's charm god body for 5 days. As expected, strength is the key to picking up girls. Yun Xian looked at the fourth wave of monsters that appeared soon after and had already guessed their approximate level range. Around level 15 to 20, Yun Xian grumbled and said, Okay, next, all adventurers, go back. The level of the monsters is too high, and we may not be able to take care of them. Have a good rest when you go back. Tomorrow, remember to go to the Novice village to find monsters to train your combat skills. Don't rush to do the job change trial. Your strength is not enough. Wait until you have accumulated combat experience and work hard to gain higher attribute growth. Hearing this, everyone nodded quickly, understanding Yun Xuan's good intentions. At this time, Yun Xian continued, By the way, I have put 10,000 portions of meat on the territory's internal trading channel, restricting the trading to territory adventurers. You can trade them and find someone who knows how to cook them. These meats were produced by Yun Xuan's farm space. Unlike what Yun Xian expected, a batch of meat matured every 7 days and was automatically harvested, and then the next batch began to grow. It can be said to be a huge plug-in. A plug-in to develop your power. As for monster meat, it is not unavailable, but without the skills to gather it, it can only be dropped by killing elite monsters. And when monsters above level 10 were killed, it was all Yun Xuan's credit. It was already a sign of Yun Xuan's kindness that he could distribute all the star energy and star coins to them. As for other drops, don't even think about it. After Yun Xian, Mu Qing and other adventurers said this, they ignored them and said to Yun and others, Kill them. Kill these monsters as soon as possible so that you can go back and rest. After saying that, he split into 10,000 avatars again and all joined the battle. This scene made the adventurers who had not yet had time to leave drop their jaws in shock. Good. So strong. Perhaps the Lord is right. We are simply a burden. If it weren't for our human identity, I'm afraid he wouldn't care about us at all. Yes, these heroic soldiers are so beautiful and heroic, unlike us, who are no better than vases. By the way, have you checked the territory trading channel? Not yet, what's wrong? Haha, then you have to go and see. This lord is really good. He helps us level up and doesn't even ask for the star coins that drop. In the end, he solves our food problem. The key is this a deal? Upon hearing this, everyone clicked on the territory trading channel. Ordinary meat. Meat of ordinary animals. Enough to feed 3 people after cooking. Quantity. 10,000 portions. Price. 1 star coin. 1 star coin. Perhaps you are right. This lord is too nice. I really doubt what his intentions are. Haha, isn't it good to have intentions? Don't say you don't want to. Go away, stop talking nonsense. Let's go. Go back quickly, I don't know who can cook. I can. Oh sister, please help. The adventurers left quickly, and Yunxian and the others started a crazy killing spree. On average, a wave of monsters can be wiped out every 8 minutes or so, and they are not easy to kill. An hour later, when Yunxian and the others had killed the last monster, Tiandao Game finally sent a prompt. Hint. Congratulations, you have cleared the monsters in the temporary space and killed the monster invasion in the bud 20 hours in advance. You will receive the following heavenly rewards. Building Dungeon Hall, including a first-level dungeon. Legendary Treasure Chest 1, Legendary Military Symbol 1. Tip. Your territory talent triggers a 1,000-fold quality increase, and your Heavenly Dao reward changes too. Building Dungeon Hall, including 3 first-level dungeons and 1 second-level dungeon. Mythical Treasure Chest 1, Mythical Military Talisman 1. Tip. The temporary space will be closed soon. Please leave as soon as possible. Seeing that the Lord's talent was triggered again, Yunxian seemed somewhat happy. Although it has been triggered countless times by killing monsters before, most of them were below legendary level, with only a few legendary epics, and the quality was not very good. Now that I can get 2 mythical rewards, I am naturally in a good mood. After returning to the territory and telling everyone to move freely, Yunxian went to the Lord's mansion alone. As soon as I entered the Lord's mansion, a light voice sounded in my ears. Chapter 22, Territorial Awareness Shaoling. Yunxian, Sword Division Incident. Yunxian returned to the territory and just entered the Lord's mansion when he heard an ethereal and pleasant voice. Welcome home, master. Yunxian was really startled when he heard the voice. He quickly looked forward, trying to find the source of the sound. But he saw an illusory little lowly figure standing right in front of him. Who are you? Master, I am the manifestation of the territorial consciousness. I can only be activated if you enter the Lord's mansion. Oh, can you tell me about your abilities? Yunxian admitted that he was indeed intrigued by the little lowly. Does the territory have consciousness? Master, every territory established by a saint-level territory construction order is conscious. My role is to regulate matters within the territory and help the master deal with some simple matters. For now, I can control the temperature and star energy concentration in each building. In addition, there are independent spaces inside the 6 major buildings except for the space-time storage. These spaces are for the station personnel to rest and eat. One of my roles is to control the intelligence systems in the 6 buildings and regulate the ingredients in the warehouses of different time and space to make food for the garrison personnel, and to prevent outsiders from disturbing the garrison personnel when they are practicing. In the different time and space warehouse, my role is much simpler, which is to classify and manage all the items in the warehouse. If the owner wants, he can even divide the storage space and only show the contents of part of the space to others in the territory. As for the new construction, it is still unclear. Hearing this, Yunxuan's eyes lit up. Okay, what's your name? Master, I am like a newborn. I don't have a name. Okay, then I'll call you Shaoling, okay? Hearing this, the little girl was obviously a little excited. Thank you, Master. Well, I'm glad you like it, Shaoling. Let me tell you a few things first. Master, please give me your orders. Well, first thing, please divide the area into 3 areas. One area is only open to me, AOU, and the people I designate. The second area is open to everyone except adventurers. The third area is open to everyone. In the third area, everyone can contribute items or redeem items with contribution points. In the other 2 areas, you can take things at any time, but you need to control it more. In addition, items that are extremely useful to the territory should not be placed in the third area, and items above the mythical level or precious blueprints should be placed in the first area. The second thing is, I have a farm space. Can you see if you can connect it and put the harvested things into the different time and space storage, and put some in the third area? The specific amount will be calculated based on the territory consumption. The third thing. Currently, 4 of the 7 buildings have people in them, namely the Lord's Mansion, the Hall of Heroes, the God Barracks, and the Endless Great Wall. I need you to open the space of the Endless Great Wall to all heroes and provide food to the people in the 3 buildings except the Lord's Mansion. You can mobilize the ingredients in the different time and space storage. The fourth thing. Although the Adventurer's Hall has not been officially opened, you are required to regulate the internal affairs and notify the right people to complete the tasks when there are any. Okay, just these 4. We'll deal with the others later. Can you do this? Hearing this, Xiaoling quickly patted his chest and said, Master, Xiaoling promises to complete the task. By the way, Master, if we don't provide food to the Lord's Mansion, what will you eat? Me? I'll go to the Hall of Heroes and eat with them. Oh, I see, Master. I have completed all the tasks and notified all heroes and arms of the relevant matters. The next step is long-term regulation. Well, very good. Xiaoling, I'll trouble you from now on. Yes, by the way, Master, Xiaoling is now activated. You can order Xiaoling to do things from anywhere in the territory. Yeah, okay. With Xiaoling's help, Yinxian didn't have to worry too much. He simply put everything in the backpack and temporary storage space into the different time and space warehouse and asked Xiaoling to help sort it out. Since the establishment of the territory, all drops from monsters killed by territory units, excluding adventurers, are automatically stored in the warehouse. This is also a function of the different time and space warehouse. So except for extremely valuable items, there is really no need to put them in a backpack. But at this moment, Yinxian saw a few things that he had forgotten to use before. After taking out the 3 things, Yinxian gave the Saint's Spirit Essence 1000 to Hunyuan Xinhuan, successfully upgrading the quality of Hunyuan Xinhuan to the Saint level. But apart from the attributes, everything else remains unchanged. Attributes: Spirit plus 81,000, Spell Resistance plus 400%. Then, Yunxian opened the 2 treasure chests. Hint: you have opened an epic treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the epic weapon, Mo Dao. Mo Dao, epic weapon. Level 40. Quality, epic. Attributes: Strength plus 500, Constitution plus 500. Special Effect 1. Armor Break. There is a 20% chance of ignoring the target's defense when attacking. Special Effect 2. Bleeding. When causing damage to the target, there is a 30% chance of triggering the bleeding effect, causing 50% of the damage per second, lasting for 10 seconds. Introduction. This is a top-grade, epic weapon. Hint: you have opened a mythical treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the mythical suit Rui. Tip: your lordship talent triggers a 5,000-fold increase in quantity. Your reward is changed to get 5,000 pieces of mythical level battle suits, Rui. Fuck. 5,000 times increase in quantity. 5,000 mythical level battle suits. 666. After hearing this hint, and seeing the 5,000 mythical battle suits placed in front of him, Yunxian was truly surprised. Although only one of the 2 treasure chests received an increase, but it feels so good to get it for free. Rui, mythical battle suit. Level: adaptive user level. Quality: mythical grade. Attributes: Constitution plus 5 level quality *3, Agility plus 1,000, Damage reduction plus 50%, Health recovery plus 10,000/S. Special Effect 1. Rui can automatically adapt to the wearer's body shape, and in non-combat state, can change appearance according to the wearer's wishes. Special Effect 2. Damage conversion generates a shield on the body surface, which can absorb 50% of the reduced damage and convert it into an equal amount of health. Skills: Flying, Fatal Recovery. Introduction. Special Equipment does not occupy the equipment slot. Well, good. These are 2 really good things. The Mo Dao can be reproduced a bit and equipped to soldiers with inferior weapons and equipment. As for the Rui battle suit, since there are few people in the territory at present, it is natural that all the heroic soldiers will be equipped with it. As he spoke, Yinxian put on a Rui battle suit, and as the sky darkened, he came to the Hall of Heroes. Greetings, Lord. Brother Xian. Well, everyone, don't be polite. I just discovered Xiaoling's presence. I believe she has already told you that she will provide us with logistics from now on. Yes, Xiaoling is still very powerful. At this time, Yunxian saw the Tianqing sword and the replica of the Tianqing sword placed on the ground, and couldn't help but say, I have opened the permission of the different time and space storage for all of you. You can store things in it in the future. As he spoke, Yunxian put away the Heavenly Star sword and the divine carved altar, then picked up a replica of the Heavenly Star sword and asked, Why didn't you take your own sword? I was confused during the previous battle. According to reason, half an hour had passed, but no one except Yuer had a sword. It turns out that no one had one. Don't you like it? Hearing this, the girls looked at each other, and Daji smiled and said, Lord, you said this is a gift for us, so none of the sisters want to take it without permission. Haha, you guys. Hearing this, Yinxian instantly understood their little thoughts and couldn't help but laugh. Okay, I'm really impressed by you guys. After saying that, Yinxian personally handed 16 of the swords to Yun and others. Okay, the sense of ceremony is quite strong. Just pick a name yourself, don't count on me. Hearing this, the girls looked at each other with smiles on their faces. Xianyun sword, Xianxing sword, Xiansu sword, Xianlan sword, Xianji sword, mysterious jade sword, Fanning sword, free sword. Haha, I finally figured it out. The first few of you guys just made up your names. Yinxian laughed. He was really happy to see that they cared about him. Afterwards, Yinxian gave the Rui battle suit to everyone, and naturally received surprised hugs from everyone. Thank you, Lord. At this moment, Nailin Yanran looked at Yinxian with a mischievous and curious look on her face. Oh, by the way, Lord. Chapter 23, The Fate of the Women, The Hero's Return. By the way, Lord, can Yanran ask you a question? Just when everyone was happy, Nailin Yanran asked with a mischievous and curious look on her face. Hearing this, Yinxian couldn't help but laugh and said, Of course, how can you even ask such a question? Hee, Lord, I heard from the teacher that you seem to know us very well. Hearing this question, Yunxian glanced at Yun, then pondered for a moment. I'm sorry, Lord, it was Yanran who made a scene. Don't blame the teacher. Seeing that Yunxian didn't say anything, Nailin Yanran quickly apologized. She thought her questions couldn't be asked. Seeing Nailin Yanran looking aggrieved, Yunxian rubbed her head and said, It's okay, I'm just thinking about how to tell you. In an instant, Nailin Yanran couldn't help but close her eyes, her face slightly red, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. At this time, Yunxian also organized his words. Let me put it this way, I was fortunate enough to have my consciousness wander into a magical space, where I learned about a thread of your destiny. The fate line. Brother Xian, are you saying that you have seen their fate? You asked in surprise. You could say that the reason why I think that's just a fate line is because their fate has changed now. Well, Lord, can you tell us about it? Well, maybe your original fate was not very good. Do you still want to listen? Yunxian said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the girls felt a little excited and a little nervous. Finally, Daji smiled and said, Since your fate has changed, it doesn't hurt to listen. It's not them, it's you. All the heroes I recruited, including you, Daji. Yunxian corrected. Hearing this, Daji was startled. My lord, am I included too? Have. Then I want to listen. After all, you said that my fate has changed. It doesn't matter if I listen. I'll just think of it as the Lord telling us a story, huh? My lord, so do we. Yunxian smiled helplessly. Okay, let's talk about it together. But I have to say in advance that I only remember some key points roughly. Don't expect me to be too detailed. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Well, tell me the last thing you experienced one by one, so that I can tell you the rest. Well, let's start with Daji. I already know about Yun'er and the others' master and apprentice. Me? Okay. This day, when Yunxian and others were chatting happily in the territory, they didn't know that the communication channels of Novice Village No. 1 and even the Blue Star domain had exploded. However, after Mu Qing and the others returned, someone boasted about what happened in the temporary space in the Novice Village, and it eventually spread throughout the Blue Star region. Everyone couldn't help but feel envious and jealous when they learned that there was such a big guy leading the team to upgrade and giving away food almost for free. Those who withdrew from the Tiangong territory were so angry that their faces turned blue. They were also responsible for this. It was all because of that stinky man and that bitch named Songyu. If it weren't for them. But regret is no use. They can only find a way to survive in this world. Many people don't believe that Yunxian has such high strength. After all, everyone has only been here for less than a day. How could it be so incredible? Countless people scoffed at this. Yunxian didn't know what these people were thinking, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care now. At this time, after listening to everyone's stories, Yunxian roughly understood their situation. I feel lucky and happy at the same time. Daji and the other two had just been summoned by their mother and were planning to sneak into Chaoga. Ji Rushua has just been sent to Yuzhou to obtain the 1,000-year-old fire Ganoderma lucidum. As for Nailin Yanran, she was planning to cancel the engagement. Knowing these 3 points, the timelines of the 3 worlds become clear. Yun Xian said in a deep voice. Since you want to listen, just chat for a few minutes. Hearing this, everyone calmed down and waited patiently. Yun Xian said, let's talk about Daji and the other two first. After all, they are just a few sentences, and I can't remember too much. Daji and the other two were ordered by the demon Saint Mother to go to Chaoga, the capital of the human race, to destroy the fortune of the emperor. However, they made a mistake and misinterpreted the order of the demon saint, killing loyal officials and causing chaos in the court. In the end, all three were accused of various crimes by the later superiors and beheaded in public. Their bodies and souls disappeared. Hearing this, Su Daji was silent. Didn't the demon saint come to save them? Yun Xian shook his head. The demon saint is weak by nature. He has repeatedly given in to the rules. He will not affect the great trend of the heavenly Tao. Besides, have you forgotten that he has another identity? Mother. Yes, the prosperity of the human race is what she wants to see, but Daji and the other two killed loyal people and corrupted the moral order. That did not ruin the fortune of the Emperor of Man, but ruined the fortune of the human race. Do you think the demon saint will have a grudge against Daji and the others? Although this was just Yun Xuan's guess, it did not stop him from saying it out loud. Hearing this, everyone was silent. Yun Xian couldn't help but laugh. Why? You want to hear it, but you feel sad after hearing it. Hee, Sister Daji, didn't you say that we were just listening to a story? Huh. I really didn't expect that if my three sisters hadn't come here, we would have done the same thing. I'm afraid the ending would definitely not be much better than this. Thank you, Lord. After the three understood, they immediately bowed and expressed their gratitude. Hint. Your hero Su Daji's favorability towards you increases by +10, and the current favorability is 81. Hint. Your secondary hero Hushime's favorability towards you increased by 10, and the current favorability is 81. Hint. Your secondary hero Yu Gairen's favorability towards you is +10, and the current favorability is 83. Seeing these three prompt messages, Yun Xian couldn't help but feel secretly happy. He didn't expect that just telling some stories could yield such rewards. I couldn't help but look at Yun Yun. Yunner, do you still want to listen? Me? I have it too. Yun Yun was surprised. Certainly. Yun Yun hesitated for a moment, then said, Thank you very much, Lord, for clearing up my confusion. I mentioned before that your apprentice is going to cancel the engagement with the third young master of the Shao family, a genius loser. But you may never imagine that it's not that he's useless, but that there are residual souls absorbing his fighting spirit, causing him to make no progress in 3 years. And just after Yanran broke off the engagement, the remaining soul awakened. In the end, Yu and Yanran both retired to the mountains and died in depression. It does not look like a good fate. Thank you, Lord. Nailin Yanran was also silent for a while, then looked at Yun Xian and smiled, her eyes full of stars. This is what Nailin Yanran is pursuing. Hint. Your hero Yun Yun's favorability towards you increases by +10, and the current favorability is 83. Hint. Your secondary hero Nailin Yinran's favorability towards you increases by +15, and the current favorability is 90. Seeing this, Yun Xian couldn't help but look at Nailin Yinran again, and then looked at Song Qingqing. Thank you, Lord. Let us listen to it too. Yun Xian smiled and said, Li Tang's bloodline is not extinct. When you sent Ji Rushue to get the fire Genoderma, she got to know him. Fan Yintian and Miao Qingtian died one by one. According to the nature of black and white impermanence, none of the 9 holy maidens should be able to escape. I didn't have time to finish reading the final fate line, so I only know these, but I think it won't be good. Hearing this, everyone looked at Yun Xian and couldn't help but remain silent. Brother Xian, why do I feel like those you recruited never have a good ending? Hearing this, Yun Xian laughed. Haha, maybe it's because I saw these fate lines that the heavens felt it and asked me to recruit them. That's right. Now it seems that the fate of you sisters has indeed changed. Aou nodded slightly. After hearing Aou's words, everyone's expressions relaxed and they all smiled. Yuer is right. Thank you, Lord. Hint. Your hero Song Qingqing's favorability towards you increases by +10, and the current favorability is 84. Hint. Your secondary hero Zishan's favorability towards you is +10, and the current favorability is 86. Yun Xian laughed and said, Let's not talk about this anymore. Xiaoling should have prepared the food. Let's go eat first. Yes, Lord. Chapter 24. Advanced Mortal Territory, Welfare Mission to Kill Miao. The next day, early morning. Yun Xian raised his hand and rubbed his sleepy eyes. He turned around and saw a young girl lying next to him. He couldn't help but be startled. Then he realized that it was that girl Aou who insisted on pestering him last night, and he had no choice but to let her lie on his bed. Absolutely nothing was done. Absolute. Yunxian woke the girl up and said, "Yuer, get up. We still have to find something to do today." Hearing this, Aou, who had just been awakened by Yunxian, turned around and looked at Yunxian with a smile. "Brother Xian, what are we going to do?" "Well, upgrade the territory, find some people to expand the territory, and make it more difficult for myself." "Ah, Brother Xian, it's so boring." Yunxian laughed. "Then I can't do anything about it. The territory hasn't even taken shape yet. We can't be too impatient. We can't upgrade it to the Xian level Starry Sky right now, right?" Hearing this, Aou thought about it and didn't say anything more. "Brother Xian, where are you going to find someone?" "Well, I don't know yet. Let's get up and have a good meal first." "Uh-huh." The two got up and went to the Hall of Heroes and found that everyone was already there. "Good morning, Lord." Seeing Yunxian coming, everyone stood up and saluted, but Yunxian found that there seemed to be some amusement in their eyes. "Forget it. I'm too lazy to think about it." "Good morning, everyone." After dinner, Yunxian asked Yun and others to take people out to hunt monsters, while he brought Aou to the Lord's mansion. Tian Dao, upgrade the territory. Hint: it is detected that the territory palace meets the upgrade conditions. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. Tip: Tiangong is being upgraded. Estimated completion time: 10 minutes. Seeing that there were still 10 minutes left to complete the upgrade, Yunxian took out the building's Saint Fairy clothing and the copy hall. "Xiaoling, find a place to place these two buildings." "Master, you cannot place or construct buildings during the territory upgrade." Hearing this, Yunxian couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. "Sorry, I really don't know." "Then I'll put it in the warehouse, and you can operate it directly after the territory is upgraded. Also, if there are suitable architectural drawings, you can build them yourself. The important task of improving the territory's facilities is now left to you." "Okay, Master." Xiaoling promises to complete the task. Afterwards, Yunxian took out the divine altar and placed it in an empty room. He planned to use this room temporarily to replicate things. Yunxian took out the Mo Dao and 2.5 million divine crystals and placed them directly on the altar. Unexpectedly, it can actually be reproduced in batches. The number of Mo Dao phantoms that appeared in the replica area was exactly 2,500. I don't even know if it's because the Mo Dao's level is too low, but it only takes 15 minutes. Yunxian watched for a few minutes, and then received a notification that the territory had been successfully upgraded. Hint: your territory palace has been upgraded successfully, and the current level is ordinary level intermediate. Xiaoling, have you placed the two buildings? Master, it's ready. Yeah, okay. Yunxian nodded and continued to upgrade the territory. Tian Dao, upgrade the territory. Hint: it is detected that the territory palace meets the upgrade conditions. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. Tip: Tiangong is being upgraded. Estimated completion time: 10 minutes. Yunxian looked at Aou, who looked bored and couldn't help but smile. He sat down next to her and said, "Yuer, if you're really bored, why don't you go play with Yun and the others?" "Brother Xian, this." "Go ahead, I'm busy." "Okay. By the way, Brother Xian, don't take the job change trial before you are ready to enter the Xian level Starry Sky." "Oh, why? Didn't Heavenly Dao say that we can enter the corresponding void battlefield?" "That's what I said, but as a lord, it's naturally different for you. If you enter the Xian level Starry Sky, then your territory must also enter the Xian level Starry Sky. So, okay, I get it. I won't think about it for now." "Yeah, then Brother Xian, I'm going to go play first." "Well, go ahead." After seeing Aou off, Yunxian opened the trading channel and took a look. He found that they were all low-level things and were really not pleasing to the eye. Yunxian was about to exit the trading channel when his eyes suddenly lit up. But he saw a blueprint. Arrow Tower building drawings. It just so happens that my territory lacks attack buildings, so this blueprint is not bad, but unfortunately there is only one. Yunxian took a look at the price and realized that he just needed some food. After talking with the other party for a while, Yunxian traded the drawings for 10 apples and 5 pieces of meat. Originally, the other party only wanted 5 apples, but Yunxian thought the other party was cute, so he gave her a few more. Yunxian couldn't help but smile when he received the other party's thanks. It's rare to see a bit of kindness. Thinking of something, Yunxian asked curiously, "Xiaoling, can you connect to the transaction channel and help me complete the transaction?" "Master, yes, as long as you give me your permission, Xiaoling can help you deal with such trivial matters." Hearing this, Yunxian couldn't help but feel happy. He was just asking out of curiosity, but he didn't expect that it would actually work. "Okay, I'll leave it to you. If you find a suitable one, you can trade with it. I'll leave the logistics of the territory to you. Thank you for your hard work. Okay, Master, it won't be hard for Xiaoling. Well, can the communication channel be linked? Master, that's fine too. Well, then connect it. You can also relieve your boredom, but don't expose the information of our territory. Also, help me collect information about the novice village number 2 to 100 and see if you can determine their coordinates. Okay, Master, everything has been linked. We are searching for relevant information for you. Master, there is not enough relevant information to determine the target coordinates. Sorry, Master, it's Xiaoling who is useless. Hearing this, Yunxian laughed. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiaoling is already great. After all, it's only been a day. Where did all that information come from? Okay, I'll collect more and analyze it gradually. Don't be in a hurry. Yes, Master. At this moment, all the Mo Daos on the Shinka altar have been replicated, and the Mo Daos are taken down and put away. Yunxian named all the replicas Mo Dao, put them into the second storage area, and then notified Yun Yun and others to take them out and distribute them to various arms for use. After doing all this, I just received a reminder from heaven. Hint: your territory palace has been upgraded successfully, and the current level is ordinary level advanced. Seeing that the territory upgrade was completed, Yunxian was stunned when he saw that the upgrade conditions were still met. Then, Yunxian thought of Aou and was no longer surprised. Yunxian was also curious before. According to Aou's strength, he must have joined other territories, but why could he join his own territory? Aou's explanation is, if you were born in your parents' territory, you are assumed to join the territory, but the Heavenly Tao does not recognize this kind of joining, so there is no Heavenly Tao punishment for quitting. Now, he actually met the conditions for territory upgrade, which really surprised him. To be honest, he wanted to just upgrade directly, but after thinking about it, he decided not to do it. Afterwards, Yunxian walked out of the Lord's mansion and was about to find something to do, but suddenly heard the voice of Tiandao Game. Yellow level Starry Sky announcement. Congratulations to all the new adventurers for having a passionate day. A new day has arrived. To encourage you to keep moving forward, Tiandao Game has launched a welfare task. Killing. Chapter 25 Cruel Killings, Rewards and Punishments. Yellow level Starry Sky in uproar. Yunxian was just looking for something to do, but he didn't expect that the Tiandao Game actually launched a welfare task. Killing. Tiandao Game opens a welfare task for the novice village. After 10 minutes, the killing space will be opened in each area. All novice adventurers in the same area can enter. By killing monsters, they can gain killing points and enter the ranking list. The top 10,000 will be selected on the list. The list is divided into a reward list and a punishment list, with 10,000 people on each list. Points acquisition. Killing a level 1 monster will earn you 1 kill point. Killing a level 2 monster will earn you 2 kill points. Killing a level 3 monster will earn you 3 kill points, and so on. The ranking will be locked after 5 hours, and rewards and punishments will begin. Rewards: 10,000-1,000 and 1 SD place, 1 ordinary treasure chest, 1 free attribute point. 1,000 to 101. Receive 1 excellent treasure box and 5 free attribute points. 100-11 TH place, 1 perfect treasure chest, 10 free attribute points. 10-4 TH place, 1 rare treasure chest, 20 free attribute points. The third place winner will receive 2 rare treasure chests and 30 free attribute points. Second place, 4 rare treasure chests and 40 free attribute points. The first place winner will receive 1 legendary treasure chest and 50 free attribute points. Punishment: those ranked in the bottom 10,000 will have their adventurer identities erased and exiled to various places in the starry sky, with a chance of being recruited as farmers. Note 1. The person ranked first can exempt 10,000 people from punishment, and the number for the second and third place will be reduced tenfold. However, those who are exempted from punishment will be teleported to the exempted person's novice village and must obey all orders of the exempted person. Those who disobey orders will suffer the punishment of death from heaven. Note 2. It is detected that the level gap between adventurers is too large, and the killing space has opened the magic beast level division area, namely the 1 to 5 level magic beast area, the 6 to 10 level magic beast area, the 11 to 20 level magic beast area, and the 21 to 40 level magic beast area. Adventurers are requested to choose the area to enter according to their ability. Note 3. After the ranking is locked, the killing shop will be opened and you can use killing points to redeem goods. Consuming points will not affect your ranking. Note 4. The killing zone has a protection mechanism. When you are attacked fatally, you will be forcibly teleported to the safe zone. but you cannot enter the killing zone again. Note 5. Those with 0 points will all be judged as the last place. Note 6. Teams can be formed within the same novice village, but points are earned by the one who kills the enemy. Note 7. Participant benefits. At the end of the mission, all participants' injuries will be restored to their original state, including disabilities. Note 8. If the punished person does not get the punishment exemption, he will not be able to obtain the participant benefits. As this announcement came out, the entire yellow level Starry Sky couldn't help but shake. Yellow level Starry Sky, old area. Same old, the killing zone is open the next day. Do you think that kind of guy will appear again this year? Which class do you mean? Oh my god, the girl you're talking about is at least in the Earth level Starry Sky now, right? She was really cruel back then. Haha, that's not true. I heard that no man survived in their novice village. Those who were exempted from punishment by her in the killing zone eventually died in her torture. Haha, everyone knows this about you. She is even more cruel. She kills all the men she meets and can kill. I heard that every class has all kinds of weirdos, including cold-blooded, indifferent, perverted, black-hearted. There are so many. Hehe, I wonder what weird things will happen this time. Who knows? We have to wait until the novice trial is over to find out, right? Haha, it won't be too late to talk about this if we can live till then. Yellow level Starry Sky, Yellow Springs domain. A young man heard the announcement and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Killing? I like it. I wonder if I can get the right to kill those people. Then, continue to look for living creatures to kill. Yellow level Starry Sky realm. A girl with snow-white wings on her back looked worried and murmured to herself. Oh, I hope I can get first place. The punishment in this heavenly Dao game is too severe. How many of those exiled to the Starry Sky are still alive? How many of those who survived will be treated well? Well, yellow level Starry Sky, Blue Star Field. At this time, the Novice Village Communication Channel and even the Regional Communication Channel were blown up. This is such a cruel punishment. Yes, if you meet a kind-hearted number one, it's fine. But if you meet a cold-blooded person or a murderer, you will die whether you save him or not. Haha, there's still a chance of survival. Isn't there a chance of being recruited as a farmer? Haha, the person above is too naive. In such a world, can farmers survive? Hehe, I have a guess. Those sisters who think they are beautiful don't have to worry. What do you mean upstairs? Yeah, is it possible that you can still become number one? Hehe, of course not. Our Lord may be able to save some, but my sister won't guarantee that. Hehe, Sister Young Xin is right. The Lord is a very good person, but he may. Possible. Don't spread rumors. The Lord has a kind heart, but he won't save everyone. Haha, I figured it out. These guys are all from Novice Village number one. I really don't know what's so good about that lucky guy that deserves so many people to speak up for him. I think it's all just their hype. How could they be so powerful that one person could drive the entire Novice Village? You can't say that. After all, if it didn't happen, it wouldn't have been spread. It's just an exaggeration at best. Humph, believe it or not, what does it matter? If less than half of the top 10,000 are from our Novice Village, we will all have to go to the Lord and apologize. The girl above is right. If the Lord has helped us like this, and we haven't made it to the top 10,000, then we really have to go and ask for forgiveness. Oh my, why are these girls so stubborn? It's not nice for girls to brag. Humph, this is the confidence. Attached picture. Attached photo. In an instant, the entire Blue Star domain communication channel fell silent, with only pictures flashing across the screen. But one girl was so angry that she directly posted her level and attributes. Seeing this, the other girls in Novice Village number one were not willing to be outdone. I'm holding it, are you serious? NM, this means everyone is at least level 10, right? Fuck, I'm so jealous. Oh my god, it turns out that person didn't lie before. Haha, those of us who are envious are fine. But what about those who heard that they had withdrawn from the boss's territory? Haha, of course they don't dare to leave the Novice Village yet. Humph, maybe our Lord has already forgotten about them. You're just being sentimental. So, these people are likely to make it to the final 10,000? Not necessarily. Only one day has passed, and many adventurers haven't even leveled up yet. If their talents are not suitable for fighting, then they will be at the bottom of the list. What you said does make sense. Oh, never mind. Just try not to be the last 10,000. Then you better be careful. Don't die early, or you will just have to wait for the death sentence. Yinxian was unaware of the explosion of the Blue Star domain communication channel, as he was selecting skills at the moment. Xiao Ling has just sorted out all the drops from the monsters killed by Yunxian and others in the temporary space. Among them are tens of thousands of skill books and millions of weapons and equipment in stock. This is the terrifying effect of having a 10,000-fold increase in territory talent. It is truly too incredible. If it weren't for the insufficient number of people, Yunxian even suspected that his territory was already invincible in the yellow-level starry sky. Xiaoling, pick out some rare skills and skills with percentage skill effects, and put the rest, along with legendary weapons and equipment or below, into the third area. Yes, Master. Master, the mission has been completed. After a few seconds, Yunxian nodded after hearing Xiaoling's confirmation. Entering the territory communication channel, Yunxian spoke directly. The territory storage is now open to everyone, and there are many skills and weapons and equipment in it. You can choose by yourself. By the way, in order to help everyone get a better ranking, all redemption items are 70% off this time. After saying that, Yunxian ignored the noisy crowd and started choosing skills to learn. Exploration, sword slashing, mind control. They're all good things, but it's a pity to bite off more than you can chew. Then, Chapter 26 5 God-level skills, Killing Zone opened. Because of Yunxuan's decision, the Blue Star domain communication channel exploded again. However, there were a few girls who were still not satisfied and showed off the skills, weapons and equipment they had exchanged for. Almost every one of them has hundreds or thousands of star coins or dozens of contributions, and they are very generous in exchanging items. Almost everyone has a few weapons and equipment, skills are scarce, but almost everyone has one. This naturally aroused the envy and jealousy of everyone, causing the Blue Star domain communication channel to explode again. Those who had withdrawn from the territory before naturally regretted it even more, and wished that Song Yu would be cut into pieces. However, these have nothing to do with Yunxian. He has already chosen his skills. His defense includes absolute defense. His attacks include body transformation into thousands, true fire from the sky, power of time and space, judgment of fate and 1,000 changes of true damage, and his bonus includes blessing of God. There is no shortage of attack, defense, and even buffs, so I just picked a few interesting skills. Picking up the selected skill book, Yunxian chose to study. Hint: you have learned the common skill of detection. Hint: you have learned the advanced level skill mind control. Tip: affected by your professional passive skill, the apotheosis of skill, your skill detection is undergoing a transformation. Tip: affected by your professional passive skill, the apotheosis of skill, your skill mind control is undergoing a transformation. Seeing that there was still time, Yunxian notified all the heroic troops to return to the territory. Soon, Yun and others returned with their men. Greetings, Lord. I told you not to be so polite. The main reason I asked you to come back this time is because I'm about to go on a mission, so I specifically wanted to tell you about it. In addition, I have open storage permissions for all arms, so they can take things by themselves and replace their own weapons and equipment. If there is a better one in the future, I will replace it. Well, let's temporarily supply the mythical level battle suit, Rui, and the Heavenly Star sword to the heroes. After all, they can't be mass-produced right now. Okay, that's all. You can arrange the rest on your own. After saying that, Yunxian turned and left. In fact, his main purpose is to increase his favorability. Now the loyalty of all arms has reached the maximum value, and their loyalty has been locked by the Lord of Tyne. The favorability of all heroes has risen to over 90, so they will basically not betray us. Even the girl Nailin Yenran has reached the maximum favorability, and her favorability has been locked. Now, even if Yunxian asked her to do anything, she probably wouldn't hesitate. The maximum favorability value is so overbearing. As for the first one to reach the maximum value, it will probably be the little girl Aou. Aou's initial favorability was very high, and she also spent the longest time with Yunxian. It would be strange if she was dissatisfied with Yunxuan's favorability. Farewell, Lord. 5 minutes later. Tip: your skill transformation is complete. Please check it yourself. When Yunxian heard this prompt, he quickly clicked on his personal information to check his skills after the transformation. Detection Eye of Insight, a true God-level skill that can view information about creatures no higher than 3 levels of one's own, can see through the target's weaknesses, know the target's behavior in the next second, can see through illusions, and ignore illusions. Healing Holy Light, a true God-level aura skill. Once activated, it can remove all negative states of friendly units within a range of 10 meters centered on itself, provide life recovery of 2 spirits/second for friendly units, and consume 1,000 star power points per minute for the number of friendly units. Mark God's Mark, a mythical skill that can mark a target with a spirit no more than twice its own with God's Mark. Through God's Mark, you can view the situation within 1,000 miles of the target, communicate with the owner of God's Mark remotely, consume God's mark to launch an attack, or consume God's mark to teleport to the target within 100 meters. Note, each use consumes 10,000 star power and can have 5 God's marks in the spirit at the same time. Hide Hidden, a true God-level skill. Once activated, the player can hide in the void continuously. Neither walking nor attacking will reveal the player's identity. Players with skills other than Saint level or higher cannot see through the skill, and players with lower spirits than the player cannot see through the skill. Hidden effect. When not enabled, creatures with lower spirits than you will ignore your existence. The owner of the Mark of God can offset this state. Note, after activating the skill, 10,000 star power will be consumed every minute. Mind Control. Mind Control, a Saint-level skill that can forcibly and permanently control a living being whose mind is 1/10 of one's own, and can temporarily control a target whose mind is no more than 10 times one's own. The control time is related to the strength of the other party's mind and will. Note, each use consumes target spirit 10 star power. The number of creatures that can be permanently controlled at the same time is spirit/10, and the number of targets that can be temporarily controlled at the same time is 1 plus spirit/1000. Haha 6. Speaking of which, this skill's apotheosis is too cool, right? Even Saint-level skills can appear. 5 God-level skills. Insight, Heal, Track, Hidden, and Control. Sure, maybe it will be useful soon. Before, he was still considering whether he could get in touch with the people in Novice Village number 2 to 100 and consider recruiting them to join his territory. But now, if you can encounter it in the killing space, wouldn't the Mark of God be useful? Yellow level Starry Sky announcement. Killing zones in each area have been opened, and novice adventurers will be transferred soon. Transmission completed. The welfare mission killing officially begins. I wish you all good luck. Just as Yunxian was wondering whether he could meet people from other novice villages in the killing space, the voice of Tiandao game suddenly rang out. By the time he reacted, he had already arrived in a vast starry sky. Countless platforms are suspended in the starry sky, with densely packed human figures standing on them. Above each platform are 4 illusory portals, labeled 1 to 5, 6 to 10, 11 to 20, and 21 to 40, which are presumably the portals to the World of Warcraft area. At this time, he and other people from Novice Village number 1 were standing on a platform. Yunxian guessed that each platform was a safe zone for a novice village. Thinking of this, he quickly turned on the invisibility technique and used space travel to head towards the 99 most special platforms. The platform where the Novice Village number 2 to 100 is located is the most special one, because it is full of beautiful women and there is not a single man. After a while, Yunxian returned. At this time, in each of the 99 novice villages, hundreds of people were marked with the Mark of God. After returning to the platform, Yunxian couldn't tell whether he was in a good or bad mood. Although there was a way to contact the adventurers in Novice Village number 2 to 100, he also noticed a cruel fact. After yesterday, each novice village lost hundreds to thousands of people, not including the disabled. And this is not just true for these 99 novice villages, but for all novice villages except Novice Village number 1. What about after 30 days? How many people will survive? Fortunately, all participants will receive participant benefits afterwards, which alleviates the situation a little. Without thinking too much, Yunxian said to Mu Qing and the others, "Don't force yourself, do what you can." After that, directly choose the level 21 to 40 World of Warcraft area. After Yunxian made his choice, a beam of light swept Yunxian away and flew straight into the portal of 21 to 40. The space turned again, and Yunxian had arrived at a strange space. In the space, a low and dilapidated city wall stands, spanning the entire space. Outside the city wall, there are endless figures of magical beasts. Hint, you have entered the level 21 to 40 Warcraft area. It is detected that you are the only one there. The city wall will only allow one Warcraft to pass through it. Only when the monster that passed through the wall dies, the next monster can appear. Warning, do not walk out of the city wall. The protection mechanism outside the city wall will not work. Seeing these 2 hints, Yunxuan's mouth twitched. Are you serious? It seems this is also a protection mechanism, but it doesn't work on me. Yunxian muttered, and instantly split into 32,451 avatars, letting the avatars rush into the group of monsters outside the city. The Warcraft at level 40 was almost a one-sided massacre against the incarnation that inherited 10% of its combat power. Each incarnation can kill a monster almost every second, and the income from killing points is terrifying. The drops from killing are naturally amplified from time to time by the Lord's talents, and enter the storage space in different time and space in terrifying numbers. And Yunxian, with an income of about 800,000 to 900,000 points per second, quickly climbed to the top of the points list. Blue Star Territory Killing Scoreboard. Chapter 27. The Magical Use of God's Mark. The killing mission ends. As Yunxian began to kill monsters, his killing points instantly reached the top spot with a terrifying number. Blue Star Territory Killing Scoreboard. Number 1. Number 1 Novice Village Yunxian, 912801. Number 2. Number 1 Novice Village Nangong Minga 9. Number 3. Number 1 Novice Village Xiaomi, 8. Number 9999. Number 6 Novice Village Wu Yun, 7. Number 10,000. Number 1 Novice Village Yongyan, 6. As the list was updated in real time, everyone, whether they had entered the killing zone or not, exploded instantly. Yunxuan's killing points were really too terrifying, and they were even increasing at a terrifying rate. Oh my god, how did this guy do that? Over 900,000 in an instant. This is definitely cheating. You are wrong. It is now 3 million. No, it is more than 4 million. Oh my god, how many did he kill? God, he is definitely cheating. Haha, if he was cheating, heaven would have banned him long ago. Is it so difficult to admit that someone is stronger than you? Woo woo. Big brother, please take me. Boss, I want to have a baby with you. Put away your filth upstairs. You are a man. Who says men can't do that? Has no one noticed that more than 80% of the people on the scoreboard are from Novice Village number 1? Haha, I had expected this before. Almost all of their members are level 10. Alas, he can carry the whole village with his own strength. No way, no way. Oh, I really hope to join the boss's territory. He is so spoiled. Upstairs, it's useless to think about it. I still haven't found the application entrance for the boss's territory. Me too. +1. Plus 10,086. I want to know, when will the boss invite us to join his territory? Upstairs, forget it. Wouldn't it be nice if they invited a soft girl? Why would they invite a big guy like you? Haha, that's absolutely right. Humph, discrimination. This is blatant discrimination. Haha, I want to know, does anyone have connections? I want to join the boss's territory from the inside, and I'm willing to give him a generous gift. Go upstairs, ask quickly. If there is such a good thing, remember to add me as one. That makes sense. Remember to add me when the time comes. +1. Plus 10,086. Haha, you are a bunch of idiots. Even at this time, you still don't want to kill the monsters. Just wait to be punished. Oh, I forgot. I'm leaving now. Let's go, let's go. The update of the standings caused the Blue Star Domain's communication channels to explode instantly, and countless people almost collapsed. Yunxian didn't know and didn't want to know about this, and he almost never checked the communication channel. No need. At this moment, seeing that the incarnation was constantly killing monsters at a steady speed, Yunxuan's original body couldn't help but become idle. But from time to time, a monster would really break into the city wall. Yunxian couldn't help but feel a little annoyed, so he simply summoned an avatar to deal with it and sat aside. Thinking of other people, Yunxian couldn't help but look at the people marked with the mark of God. The first people to look at are naturally Nangong Minga and other people from the Tiangong territory. Yunxian directly connected to the divine marks of Nangong, Minga, and others, and a curtain of light appeared in Yunxuan's mind. The light curtain is composed of 400 small light curtains as big as computer screens, which looks extremely huge. At this moment, all the small screens on the light curtain were almost identical. However, in the number 1 Novice Village, the 400 people who had Yunxuan's mark of God gathered together and entered the level 6 to 10 Warcraft area. Of course, from Yunxuan's perspective, he also saw other people in Novice Village number 1. At this time, they were slaughtering crazily in the level 6 to 10 monster area, and there were very few monsters that could hurt them. Seeing this scene, Yunxian felt relieved. At this moment, Yunxian suddenly had an idea and activated the mark of God in Nangong Mingyue's body, releasing a space blade outside the city wall. Yunxian was very curious who was responsible for this attack. But soon, Yunxian found out. I saw an invisible spatial blade cutting through the sky, creating a gap in the group of monsters outside the city. The gap was tens of meters wide, but it ran across the group of monsters, causing the deaths of thousands of monsters. Hint: you killed. Warning: an error occurred, and the killer cannot be determined. Hint: it is detected that you are the leader of this attack. Can you choose to seize the right to kill? Tip: if you give up the right to kill, the kill drops will belong to the other party, but the kill points will be invalid. Give up. The moment he saw the prompt, Yunxian couldn't help but smile. It was originally just a test, but he didn't expect there would be a surprise. As Yunxian chose to give up, Nangong Minga was suddenly stunned, with a confused expression. Seeing this, Yunxian couldn't help but smile and severed the connection with the divine mark of these people. Afterwards, he randomly linked to the divine marks of some adventurers in other novice villages and began to watch other people's battles. However, Yunxian did not use the mark of God to help them. After all, these people did not have a full favorability towards him. I'm not under his control, so I'd better be careful. Compared with Nangong, Minga, and others, the battle between these people seems much more cruel. Adventurers are constantly being bitten by monsters or accidentally injured by other adventurers. Broken limbs and arms. The wailing continued. On the battlefield, people kept turning into white light and disappearing, and what was waiting for them was the final judgment. As time passed, there was no sign of any complication in the killing. In other words, Yunxuan's performance was too outstanding, so much so that the Tiandao game seemed to have a bug. After half an hour of killing, there was not a single magical beast below level 40 in the area where Yunxian was, only level 40 magical beasts. What's more, these monsters are not level 40 elite monsters, but level 40 lord level monsters. In the boundless starry sky, if an adventurer does not have enough star energy after changing his job, he cannot upgrade immediately. The same is true for Warcraft. This is also a bug in the Tiandao game card. It only says levels 21 to 40, but doesn't mention the level of level 40. Or, Yunxian guessed, this was the result of the collision between two heavenly ways. Soon, 5 hours passed by. Yellow level starry sky announcement. The killing of this welfare mission has ended. The score list has been locked, and all adventurers will be teleported to the safe zone to wait for the distribution of rewards and the sentencing of those who were punished. Reminder, the Killing Points store has been opened. All adventurers can redeem their points by themselves. The store will be open for half an hour. Friendly reminder, killing points are only valid for this time and can be transferred to others. As the sound of Tiandao game resounded throughout the yellow level starry sky, it announced that this killing mission had come to an end. Only after Yunxian was teleported to the safe zone did he have the leisure to check the scoreboard. Blue Star Territory Killing Scoreboard. Chapter 28. First in Terrifying Points, Yunxian's Domineering Counterattack. Yunxian clicked on the Blue Star Region Killing Scoreboard and saw Blue Star Territory Killing Scoreboard. Number 1 Novice Village, Yunxian, 22.356 billion. Number 2, Number 1 Novice Village Nangong Minga, 4582. Number 3, Number 1 Novice Village Huixiaoyu, 4581. Number 9999, Number 89 Novice Village Wujia, 69. Number 10,000, Number 6 Novice Village Su Xiaoxiao, 54. Seeing the final ranking on the killing points list, Yunxian nodded with satisfaction. I don't know what good things there are in the killing points store. As he spoke, Yunxian opened a limited time icon on the virtual panel. Then a brand new golden light screen appeared, and along with it, there was a prompt. Tip: it is detected that you have the status of a lord, and there is a high probability that territory-related products will appear in the store when it is refreshed. Reminder: it is detected that you have 22.356 billion points, and the store's mythical goods redemption rights have been opened for you. Yunxian nodded and looked at the golden light curtain. Random mythical level arms suit blueprint. After use, you can get a mythical level arms suit blueprint. In the blacksmith shop, you can forge a mythical level arms suit by forging a peasant or a professional. Required killing points, 10 billion. Soul Devouring Sword, a mythical weapon that can attack the target's soul. Required killing points, 5 billion. Mythical Treasure Chest. There is a high probability of getting a mythical item, and a low probability of getting a true god-level item. Killing points required, 1 billion. Lucky Treasure Box. You can get items of any quality, with a 99% chance of getting items below perfect level. The higher the quality, the lower the chance. Required killing points, 100 million. Yunxian took a quick look and was about to make a careful choice, but was interrupted by Tiandao's voice. The killing points list has been finalized. Please ask the adventurer ranked first to choose whether to exempt the punished person from punishment. Please note, there are 95,612 people with 0 points in this killing mission. If you choose to be exempted from punishment, please choose the person who is exempted from punishment. The sound of Tiandao game resounded throughout the entire killing space, making everyone's heart tremble. In fact, the first thing everyone does when coming out is to pay attention to their own points. Naturally, he also saw Yunxuan's points and was frightened by his terrifying points. And those who were on the Punisher list naturally looked as pale as death. There are more than 100,000 people on the punishment list, but only more than 10,000 can be exempted from punishment. It would be strange if we are not desperate. But they also have expectations. What if they are chosen? Hearing Tiandao's voice at this time, everyone was looking hard, wanting to see the true face of the big boss Yunxian. Pity. Even if two adjacent platforms are thousands of meters apart, how can they be seen? Even if you can see Yunxian, do you think Hunyuan Shenhuan is just a decoration? At this moment, Yunxian couldn't help but frown as he looked at the information of more than 100,000 people in front of him. Too many. Yunxian couldn't help but frown as he looked at the screen full of portraits and messages. Phew. All I can do. Tiandao, exclude the male adventurers and arrange the others for me to choose. As Yunxian finished speaking, all the male profile pictures on the screen disappeared, but there were still nearly 40,000 people. Yunxian frowned, but he still picked out a few of them, who were the people from Novice Village number 2 to 100. Heavenly Dao, exclude those from Novice Village number 1, and select the others according to their charm rankings to be exempted. But, Yunxian said, adding the cheat system's deduction for charm, and then continued, for those with rare talents or above, add 1 to 3 points as appropriate. Suddenly, the portrait information on the light screen kept flashing, alternating between light and dark, changing unpredictably. A moment later, 10,000 people disappeared from the punishment list. Oh my god, the boss really spared the punishment of 10,000 people. He is so kind. Yeah, he did his best to save people too. Haha, the people above are all idiots. Didn't you see that all the people who disappeared from the list were women? I think this scumbag has bad intentions. Yes, I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't told me. It's really like that. Stupid, if the boss doesn't save the good-looking one, will he save the big guy who picks his toes? How many of those who can make this list are not trash? If they are all trash, why not save the good-looking ones? At least they can be used as vases. Haha, the above person is right. If I had known that the boss would choose like this, I would have stopped working hard and went straight to the boss's novice village. I'd be closer to him and get the moon first. Haha, you don't even need to tell me. Many people want to do this, but who dares to gamble their lives? I'm so jealous. The people upstairs are all crazy. Maybe they will just be used as laborers if they go there. Alas, this guy is definitely a sex-hungry ghost. These people can only wait to be abused. That's easy to say, then go and save him. Humph, what the sister above said is right. Why did our Lord save those stinky men? Saving beautiful women is pleasing to the eyes, but saving those useless men is a waste of food. Yes, and our Lord has his own reasons. Saving these women can help with chores in the territory, but saving the men is useless. Hey, here comes the scumbag's lackey. How can men be useless? Men are strong and can do work. Those useless women are the ones who are useless, right? That's not the case. I don't know why these women defend that man so much. Isn't that simple? It's the truth that women don't love bad men. Ha! How bad must this man be to be protected by so many women? Shut up. Our Lord. Your Lord? What happened to him? Tell me. Humph. There are some things we can't tell you, and even if we tell you, you won't believe it. For a while, the Blue Star Domain's communication channel was filled with constant curses, including those defending Yunxian. At this time, footsteps sounded behind Yunxian. Lord, can I have a picture of your territory's characteristics? But then Nangong Minghua and a young girl came up, and they were the second and third on the list. Oh, what's wrong? Yunxian was a little curious. Why did he want pictures of the characteristics of his territory? My lord, on the communication channel. Hearing Nangong Minghua's explanation, Yunxian couldn't help but smile. It's okay, just a clown. I'll go check it out later. Okay, thank you for your kindness. Go and decide on your candidates for exemption. After saying that, Yunxian went to the side, opened the communication channel, and took a look. Then he edited a message and attached a picture. The picture is actually some information about the Lord of Taiyin, a characteristic of the Yunxian Tiangong territory. Some girl above is right. Those men are really useless to me. At least disabled women are more useful than them. Attach picture. In addition, I would like to thank the sisters who protected me just now. I will send you a red envelope and see if you have any luck. After posting it, Yunxian also used 1,000 star coins to keep it at the top for 10 minutes. Appearing along with it is a red envelope that is also pinned to the top. The amount of the red envelope is 10 million star coins, and the quantity is 1 million, but the restriction on receiving it is female adventurers who are kind to Yunxian. As this message flashed with golden light, and a purple-red envelope appeared at the top, the communication channel fell silent. Oh my god, the boss showed up. Boss, I like you. Oh my god. Thank you, big guy. I got 16 star coins, which is equivalent to my daily drop. Thank you. Fuck, you're a rich guy. For a moment, the communication channel exploded instantly. I was really shocked by Yunchuan's amount. That was more than 10 million star coins. At the same time, Nangong Minghua, who was always paying attention to the communication channel, smiled at each other, and Nangong Minghua took a step forward. Heavenly Tao, my exemption from punishment is. Chapter 29. The killing reward and punishment ended, and I met Nangong Minghua. Blue Star Territory Killing Space. Nangong Minghua took a step forward and looked up at the sky. Tian Dao, my number of people exempted from punishment will be determined based on Yunxian's screening criteria. Just as Nangong Minghua finished speaking, another 1,000 avatar information suddenly lit up and disappeared. Seeing this scene, no one else said anything. After all, Yunchuan's territory characteristics are real. It really makes me feel annoyed. There is nothing wrong with saying, in Novice Village number 1, men are really useless. As for Nangong Minghua's choice, it was naturally within everyone's expectations. At this moment, countless men who were about to be punished cursed, but it was useless. Soon, Hua Xiaoyu's choice came out, and it had the same screening criteria as Yunxian. But the only difference is that she chose someone on her own, a middle-aged woman, and no one knew what their relationship was. And when Hua Xiaoyu chose to end it, the sound of the Tiandao game arrived as expected. Those exempted from punishment have been determined, and the exile of the punished will begin now. Along with it came tens of thousands of black lights descending into the killing space. Immediately afterwards, frightened voices rang out from all over the starry sky, and then disappeared. Only those who witnessed it were left with lingering fear. But Tiandao game did not understand these people's palpitations and went straight to the next step. The punishment phase is over, and now all participants will receive benefits. Then, countless rays of light fell and landed on every adventurer. In just a moment, countless adventurers who were still injured were seen glowing green, and all their injuries were healed, even those with broken limbs. Tip: it is detected that you have no injuries. The participant's welfare has changed, and 10 points of free attributes are awarded. Seeing this prompt, Yunxian couldn't help but be stunned. He thought he would not be able to enjoy this benefit. Not bad, although it's little, but it's better than nothing. As he said that, Yunxian turned to look at the other people in Novice Village number 1, and seeing that they all looked happy, he knew that they were probably the same. At this time, the voice of heaven continued to come. The welfare session is over, and rewards are now being distributed to the top 10,000 adventurers on the killing points list. What followed was 10,000 golden lights falling. More than 90% of them fell in Novice Village number 1, and Novice Villages number 2 to 100 occupied the remaining half, with only a few scattered ones falling into other Novice Villages. Although this scene was expected, it still shocked countless people. After all, people in the Blue Star domain had already learned this result from the list. But I'm still shocked. Hint: congratulations on winning the first place in the killing points list with a terrifying number of points. You will receive the heavenly reward, 1 legendary treasure chest, 50 free attribute points. In view of your heroic performance, your heavenly Tao reward will be doubled. Tip: your territory talent triggers a 100-fold increase in quantity, and your heavenly Tao reward is changed to legendary treasure box, 200, free attribute points, 10,000. When Yunxian saw this prompt, he almost laughed out loud, but fortunately he managed to hold it back in the end. There are 200 legendary treasure chests. How many of them will be amplified when you open them? Yunxian didn't know, but he was also looking forward to it. The rewards have been distributed. The killing zone will be closed in 30 minutes. At that time, everyone will be forced to leave. Note: those exempted from punishment this time all belong to Novice Village number 1, so when those exempted from punishment choose to leave or are forced to leave, they will be teleported to Novice Village number 1. This welfare mission has ended. Adventurers, please continue to work hard to improve your strength. Good luck to everyone. As the sound of the Tiandao game disappeared, many people who did not have enough points or had already redeemed their items left one after another. Yunxian glanced at everyone in Novice Village number 1 and said, "Everyone, please exchange your items as soon as possible, and then go back to gather the new members. I will go back and make arrangements later." "Yes, my lord." Change the name. Don't you think it's awkward?" "Hee. How about calling me Cloud God from now on?" Whatever." Yunxian was speechless and too lazy to correct him. Afterwards, Yunxian simply concentrated on finding suitable exchange items. Random mythical troop set blueprints? I also have a set of blueprints of a mythical god of war suit, but what's the use of it? Without the blacksmith shop and the blacksmith professionals, everything is in vain. And since there is already a blueprint for a mythical suit, there is no need to ask for another one. Mythical soul-devouring sword. Isn't change good? One weapon is enough? As for preparing one for a hero? What are you thinking? The Heavenly Star Sword seems to be stronger than this. Mythical treasure chest? This is something you can consider, but it's just too expensive. Mythical hero recruitment order and military talisman? It's a bit disappointing. What's more, one of them costs at least 1 billion points, which is really useless. Well, after looking around, I think the lucky treasure box worth 100 million is more to my liking. Yinxian previewed the Killing Points store, and after muttering for a while, he finally finalized the redemption list. They are 5 mythical treasure chests, 170 lucky treasure chests, 35 epic material treasure chests, hundreds of architectural drawings, and some daily necessities. At this point, the killing points are almost used up. Afterwards, Yinxian planned to leave directly, but he didn't expect. Yinxian turned around, but saw that Nangong Minghua still hadn't left, as if she was waiting for him. Teacher Nangong, you haven't left yet? Hearing this, Nangong Minghua's body trembled. Yinxian, is it really you? Incredible. She wasn't sure before, but after finding out that the person topping the list was Yinxian, she took notice. After making her guess, she chose to go last, wanting to give it a try. Unexpectedly, the magical lord in front of her was actually her student. Yinxian, that person who is usually taciturn, is almost a transparent person. Seeing that Nangong Minghua had recognized him, Yinxian simply dispelled the mist from his face. Seeing this, Nangong Minghua suddenly burst into tears. Yinxian was suddenly at a loss, even though he had feelings for these goddess-like beauties. But he has been a single man in both of his lives and has no experience in coaxing girls. Teacher Nangong, why are you crying? Don't cry. Yinxian was at a loss for a moment, and somehow he hugged Nangong Minghua and gently wiped away the tears from her face. Teacher Nangong, please don't cry, Uffed. It's okay, little bastard, the teacher is happy. Nangong Minghua couldn't help but burst into laughter when she saw Yunxuan's embarrassing look. That's good. That's good. I was really scared. I thought. What do you think? Nangong Minghua asked mischievously. Yinxian was stunned. He had only seen Nangong Minghua once after he crossed over into this body, and the rest were just incomplete memories of his original body. Therefore, she had never seen Nangong Minghua with such an expression. It was so beautiful. Nothing. Yinxian shook his head, but couldn't help but kiss Nangong Minghua's red lips. Oh, little bastard, I'm your teacher. How could you? How could you? Nangong Minghua was startled and jumped away quickly. Only then did she realize that Yinxian had been holding her for so long. But after jumping away, she actually felt a little lost. Hearing this, Yinxian couldn't help but smile awkwardly. After a brief pause, he boldly said, Teacher, I think that since we have come to such a world, there is no need to care so much. I like you. Will you be my woman? Nangong Minghua was stunned when she suddenly heard Yunxuan's shocking words. Is this still her same dull-witted student? No way. Nangong Minghua couldn't help but blush and turned around quickly. Teacher, stop talking. How can this be possible? After Nangong Minghua finished speaking, she left the killing space directly, but a voice came from afar. Chapter 30 Heavenly Compensation Reward, Saint-Level Skill Fantasy World. Nangong Minghua left the killing space, but a voice came from afar. Yinxian, give the teacher some time, and the teacher will give you the answer. Hearing this, Yinxian couldn't help but smile. It should be stable. However, what made him so sure was not just this, but the 2 hints just now. Hint, Adventurer Nangong Minghua recognizes you, and your favorability is superimposed. The current favorability is full value 100. Tip, Adventurer Nangong Minghua's favorability towards you has reached the maximum value. The territory characteristic Tying Lord has been triggered, and Nangong Minghua's favorability has been locked to the maximum value. It is precisely because of these 2 hints that Yinxian said those words. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be a sure thing. Afterwards, Yinxian chose to leave directly. After all, there was nothing to do if he stayed. Blue Star Domain Number 1 Novice Village. In theory, each novice village can only accommodate 10,000 people. But at this time, there were more than 20,000 people gathered here. The people gathered in the center of the square were the ones who were exempted from punishment by Yinxian and others by using their quota. At this time, they were a little nervous. Although they had just escaped the fate of being exiled to the starry sky, they were still full of worries about their future fate. After all, although the people in Novice Village Number 1 seem to be very protective of that man, no one knows how that man will treat them. When Yinxian arrived, he saw the people occupying the entire novice square and couldn't help but frown slightly. Too many. Each novice village can accommodate up to 10,000 people, but there are more than 20,000 people here at this time. Yinxian has a countermeasure for this, but he also wants to know whether Tiandao game has considered this issue. Yunxian couldn't help but get curious. Heavenly Dao, each novice village can only house 10,000 people, but you exempted us from the penalty quota and stuffed people into our novice village. It's hard for us to handle this. After Yunxian finished speaking, there was no response for a long time, and he couldn't help but curl his lips. He originally thought that Tiandao game would not respond, but the appearance of Tiandao prompt made him stunned. Tip: it is detected that the number of people in Novice Village number 1 is seriously oversubscribed. The following two options are now provided. Option 1. Tiangong territory will provide some residential areas, and Tiandao game will provide compensation rewards to Tiangong territory. Option 2. Expand Novice Village number 1 and add novice wooden houses to meet current needs. Tip: the above two choices are decided by all the original adventurers in Novice Village number 1. All adventurers are requested to give their answers within 1 minute, and the majority obeys the minority principle. Exceeding the time limit will be considered as a waiver. Fuck, God really gives me face. Yunxian couldn't help but exclaim when he saw these two hints from heaven. After seeing it clearly, he immediately spoke in the territory communication channel. My dear sisters, to be honest, I want to choose one. After all, you have already joined the territory and will eventually live in the territory. It seems to be the same whether it is early or late. If you come early, you can get compensation rewards for the territory. If I get compensation, no matter what the reward is, I will open the storage permission and everyone can choose one piece of excellent equipment. What do you think? Haha, I'll listen to you, Lord. Hehe, I'll listen to my brother the Lord too. There's a reward. Agree. After sending the message, Yunxian immediately chose option 1. If nothing unexpected happens, he might get a good compensation reward. After all, there are more than 9,000 people in the entire novice village standing on his side, and perhaps only a few hundred people like Songyu are against it, right? Although he was not sure, he thought that the compensation reward from heaven would not be too low. 1 minute passed quickly, and Tiandao's prompts continued to appear. More than 90% of the adventurers in Novice Village number 1 chose option 1, so the Tiangong territory provided some living space. Tip: due to special reasons, you will provide some living space for the extra people in Novice Village number 1. The compensation you will receive is as follows. Random Quality Hero Recruitment Order 1, Random Quality Military Token 2, Random Quality Civilian Recruitment Order 2. Tip: your lordship talent triggers a 100-fold increase in quantity, and your heavenly compensation reward is changed to Random Quality Hero Recruitment Order 100, Random Quality Military Token 200, Random Quality Civilian Recruitment Order 200. Seeing these two reward prompts, Yunxian was so happy that he went crazy. Although he doesn't know what quality he will get randomly, his luck shouldn't be bad. More than 100 hero recruitment orders. Crazy. Yunxian suppressed his laughter and said to the people below, adventurers from the former Tiangong territory, pack up your things and move to the territory later. In addition, the storage permissions have been opened. Go and choose the equipment yourself, but each person is limited to one piece. Then, Yunxian glanced down and continued, I'll give you 10 minutes, and then give me a reason to trust you. After saying that, Yunxian sat down on the spot and secretly took out a skill book. Hint: you have learned the rare special skill Illusion Array. Tip: affected by the apotheosis of your professional skills, your skill array is transforming. Yunxian was very happy when he saw the speed at which his skills were transforming. The most powerful skill is level 6. Master a skill in 1 minute. Yunxian sat there carelessly, but the people below were at a loss. How can I justify this? What reason do you give? Could it be that the heavenly Tao's words of absolute obedience to him were not enough to make him trust it? Why is this man so strange? Time passed quickly, and Yunxian finally waited for the skill transformation to be completed. Illusion Array Illusion World. A saint-level skill that locks onto a target with its mind, dragging the target's mind into the illusion world. It can cast various illusions on those who enter the illusion world. Note 1. Offensive illusions can damage the target's soul and body at the same time. Note 2. A mesmer who passes the test can gain a small amount of spiritual growth. Note 3. If a person is trapped in an illusion for too long, and there is no caster to remove the illusion, he will be trapped forever and unable to wake up. Note 4. It can be used on those whose spirit is not more than twice your own. If you forcibly use it on those whose spirit is more than twice your own, there is a high probability of backlash. Note 5. The caster can erase all memories of the recipient about the illusion world. Note 6. Can be used on 10 spirit units at the same time, consuming the number of creatures in the fantasy world 1,000 star power per minute. Haha, nice skills. You are blessed. Yunxian muttered and smiled strangely. The spirit instantly locked onto everyone below and pulled them into the fantasy world, including the adventurers who had already joined the territory. 10 minutes later, most people woke up one after another, but in order to avoid trouble, Yunxian erased everyone's memory of the fantasy world. By this time, all the adventurers in Tiangong territory had woken up, which was considered quite good. However, among the adventurers who had just arrived at Novice Village number 1, less than half woke up. Yunxian looked at the people who had woken up and couldn't help but smile. You can apply to join the Tiangong territory. Hearing this, everyone below was stunned, but still quickly and happily agreed. Yunchuan's illusion test is actually very simple, and it only tests one's character. The most important thing is loyalty. Anyone who can wake up at this time has naturally passed his test and can be trusted. As for the others, wait a little longer. Yunxian guessed that if other people's favorability towards Yunxian also reached above 70, he might be able to pass the test. After all those who passed through joined the territory, Yunxian lifted the illusion. Looking at the people who were still confused, he couldn't help but smile. Your reasons don't seem to matter anymore, because I've already made my choice. He said to the people below, those who I choose to join the territory can all live in the territory, and the others can live in the novice village. After that, he ignored these people and said to Nangong Mingwa, Mingwa, you guys pack up and take the newcomers to the residential area of the territory. I will send a hero to lead the way for you. Afterwards, Yunxian left directly, leaving everyone confused. As the number of people in the territory increases, inviting adventurers to join is no longer limited to whether they are good-looking, but also requires good character. People like Songyu, even though they were not punished by the killing space in the welfare mission, were still watching from a distance, but Yunxian still had no idea. Yunxian will never trust someone who betrayed him once a second time. As for bringing Nangong, Mingyue, and others into the territory, he doesn't have the time for now. He still has a lot of things to do, such as Chapter 31, First Hearing of Territory Carrying, Prop Spacetime Anchor. After using the fantasy world to select a group of people to join the territory and letting them live in the territory, Yunxian left. Because he still has a lot of things to deal with, and he doesn't have time to pick up girls now. Of course, a guide was still arranged for them, and Song Qingqing was specifically asked to ask Ji Rushua to lead the way. Return to the Lord's Mansion. Yunxian opened the territory information. Territory, Heavenly Palace. Affiliation, Yunxian. Level, Advanced Ordinary. Territory, 50,000 square kilometers. Hero, 16 of 50. Army type, 1050/500,000. Farmer/Adventurer, 0/14577. Citizens, 14577/5 million. Territory characteristics, Unlimited Resurrection, Lord of the Moon, Super Time and Space Summoning, Deification. Main buildings, Lord's Mansion, Hall of Heroes, God Barracks, Residential Area, Endless Great Wall, Different Time and Space Warehouse, Adventurers Hall, Job Transfer Hall, Mission Hall, Dungeon Hall. Secondary buildings, Saint Immortal Clothing Textile, God Craftsman Pavilion, God Chiero Tower 16, Saints Fountain of Life 1, God Spiritual Spring 4, God Spiritual Field 60, God Woodhouse 5, God Stonehouse 5, God Smelting Pavilion 5, God A Research Institute, God Commercial District, God Beast Taming Park. Resources, 2.41 billion Divine Crystals, Saint Immortal Clothes, Saint Level Skill Book, Transform into Thousands, True God Level Skill Book, Heavenly Meteorite Fire, Divine Carved Altar, True God, Mother-Child Star Formation, Myth, Heavenly Star Sword, Myth, Heavenly Star Sword Replica, Myth, 8, Battle Suit Re, Myth, 4982, Myth Level Weapon Talisman, Level 680 God, White Tiger Suit, God of War Suit Blueprint, God Chinchio Fashion Blueprint 2, Saint Blood Essence 200, Holy Bone 2, God White, Tiger Blood Essence 200. Territory Upgrade Conditions, Star Coins, 100,000, Second Level Territory Unit, 1/1, First Level Territory Unit, 1067/100, Contribution Points, 43.215 billion, Territory Level Number of People 10. Well, not bad. Sure enough, a place like the Killing Zone is the best. There are endless monsters to kill. The contribution value is rising. Yunxian smiled widely. He had gained so much. There are countless supplies in the warehouse, and they can never be used up. It's just that the level is a bit low. Most of them are things below the epic level, which is a bit useless. Haha, is the construction of my power going too smoothly? Well, It's all thanks to the system. Yunxian grumbled, then asked in confusion. By the way, Xiaoling, I see there are still a lot of building drawings. Why don't you continue to build? Master, it's not that Xiaoling doesn't want to, but that she can't. Oh, what happened? Master, there is a limit to the number or quality of buildings that a territory can support. If it is overloaded, it is very likely to cause the core of the territory to collapse, and the territory can no longer be upgraded. The Tiangong territory was built with a unique territory construction order, so it can support the operation of an additional 100 god-level buildings. If it were ordinary level, I'm afraid that one god-level building would cause the territory to be unbalanced. So, the current number of buildings is already the maximum that the Tiangong territory can accommodate. Hearing this, Yunxian couldn't help but be stunned. It turns out there are so many ways. How do we solve this problem? Master, don't worry. This problem can be solved well after the territory is upgraded. Every time a territory is upgraded, the carrying capacity of the territory core will be greatly enhanced, and it can accommodate more territory buildings. Hearing this, Yunxian nodded. Xiaoling, can you control real objects? Yes, Master. Xiaoling can use the power of the territory to control physical objects, but it is currently limited to the Lord's mansion. How should I put it? It's equivalent to the manifestation of the adventurer's spiritual power. Oh, telekinesis? Yunxian seemed to have some guesses. Xiaoling, I have another task for you. Master, please speak. Well, if you have time, please copy some daily necessities according to the needs of the territory, put them in the warehouse, and set a reasonable exchange price. Taking into consideration the living needs of his subjects, Yunxian had previously exchanged some daily necessities at the Killing Point store just for the purpose of making copies. Yes, Master. Master, in fact, these things can be taken to the Research Institute to analyze the production method, and then made by the people in the territory without wasting star energy. Hearing this, Yunxian nodded. It is indeed possible, but there are too few people in the territory at the moment, so there is no need to waste manpower for the time being. Master, Xiaoling understands. Well, okay, then you go ahead and do your work. You don't have to accompany me. Okay, Master, take some rest. Thanks. Yunxian nodded and gave up the idea of checking out these buildings. After all, at present, farmers have not been recruited, and even if these buildings are operated by spirits, I am afraid they will be unsatisfactory. Well, it looks like we need to recruit some farmers and get the territory up and running as soon as possible. Yunxian muttered and took out all the treasure chests. There are a total of 5 mythical treasure chests, 170 lucky treasure chests, 35 epic material treasure chests, and 200 legendary treasure chests. Except for the legendary treasure chest, which is a reward from heaven, all others are exchanged for killing points. Well, I'll open a mythical treasure chest first, and hopefully open a recruitment order or something like that. Yunxian muttered to himself. In fact, his territory was not short of weapons and equipment. As for materials, there was also a treasure chest of materials that was about to be opened, so Yunxian can only wait and see. Hint: you have opened a mythical treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the true God-level item Spacetime Anchor Point. Tip: your lordship talent triggers a 10,000-fold mass increase, and your reward is changed to obtain the Saint-level item Spacetime Anchor. Anchor of Spacetime, a Saint-level item that can intercept the breath of living beings or objects and lock onto the spacetime where they existed. The Anchor of Spacetime can be used to steal living beings or objects in that spacetime. Note 1. You can steal up to 10 times in each time and space, and you need to know the general information of the stolen items. Note 2. Using the spacetime anchor with recruitment buildings or props can have unexpected effects. Originally, Yunxian was a little disappointed about not getting the recruitment order, but after seeing the anchor of time and space, he couldn't help but be stunned. I'll go. Isn't this the function of the designated recruiter combined with the time-space stealing plugin? 666. Can this thing be produced casually? Yunxian exclaimed, and was almost knocked unconscious by the surprise. Ho-hoo, come again, come again. Yunxian put away the anchor of time and space and opened another mythical treasure chest. Hint: you have opened a mythical treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining a mythical item Talent Stone. Talent Stone, a mythical item. After use, it can increase the adventurer's talent level by 1, limited to talents below mythical. What did I forget? Isn't this what I got during my previous job transfer trial? But those 10 look bigger and better. As he spoke, Yunxian simply took out a talent stone he had obtained before. Talent Stone, a special item that can increase the adventurer's talent level by 1 level after use. Oh my god, I was wondering why there wasn't a grade limit before. Turns out there really isn't one. The 10 pieces I got before are obviously much more advanced. After getting the answer, Yinxian felt a little depressed. It was a bit of a loss to open this treasure chest. I can't use it, and I haven't gotten any enhancement yet. What a loss. I just don't believe it. All the mythical treasure chests are open. Hint: you have opened a mythical treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining a true God-level military talisman. Tip: your lordship talent triggers a 200-fold increase in quantity, and your reward is changed to true God-level weapon talisman 200. Hint: you have opened a mythical treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the mythical equipment void boots. Hint: you have opened a mythical treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the true God-level hero recruitment order. Hint: your lord's talent is triggered. Chapter 32, Horrible Unboxing Harvest. First encounter with a hero saving a beauty. Yinxian found a useless talent stone in the mythical treasure chest, so he simply opened the remaining 3. The first treasure chest unexpectedly contained a true God-level military talisman, and also a 200-fold increase in the Lord's talent. The second treasure chest was unlucky again, as I only got 1 mythical item, the Void Boots, and its attributes were not good. The third treasure chest actually contained what Yinxian needed, which was a recruitment order for a true God-level hero. What's even better is that it triggers the Lord's talent again. Tip: your lordship talent triggers a 10,000-fold quality increase, and your reward is changed to Saint Hero Recruitment Order. Did I trigger something weird? Why do I get good stuff only when I open boxes with odd numbers today? Yinxian stroked his chin and couldn't help but mutter to himself. In that case, then, keep going. But we need to change the order of unpacking. Hint: you open the legendary treasure chest and obtain the legendary weapon Starfall Hammer. Hint: you open the lucky treasure box and obtain the holy weapon talisman. Tip: your territory talent triggers a 26-fold increase in quantity, and your reward is changed to Holy Military Talisman 26. Hint: you open the legendary treasure chest and obtained. Hint: you open the lucky treasure box and obtain the recruitment order for the true God-level hero. Tip: your territory talent triggers a 500-fold increase in quantity, and your reward is changed to True God-level hero recruitment order 500. Oh my god, today's unboxing pattern is really amazing. In just 10 minutes, Yinxian opened 170 legendary treasure chests, interspersed with 170 lucky treasure chests. Although this rule is not accurate in some cases, it smells so good. Almost all lucky treasure boxes have opened treasures of mythical level or above. 60% of them will more or less trigger the Lord's talent to increase 10,000 times. As for the legendary treasure chest, it's just the opposite. Not only is the Lord's talent rarely triggered, more than 90% of the time, the Lord's talent is not triggered. Oh my god, my luck today is so bad. There is a pattern to opening a treasure chest to get good stuff. Thinking of this, Yinxian randomly mixed all the remaining treasure chests and opened them all. There were 65 treasure chests in total, and 84 prompts were received, which obviously meant that a lot of talent enhancements were obtained. And there must be a lot of good stuff here, right? Yinxian looked at the various things in the warehouse that had been sorted and classified by Shaoling, and couldn't help but smile. 1 Zhu Hero Recruitment Order. Saint Level, 24 Hero Recruitment Orders, 46 Military Tokens, and 11 Civilian Recruitment Orders. True God Level, 596 Hero Recruitment Orders, 643 Military Tokens, and 860 Civilian Recruitment Orders. Mythical Level, 1,412 Hero Recruitment Orders, 1023 Military Tokens, and 1530 Civilian Recruitment Orders. Several Epic and Lower Hero Recruitment Orders, Military Tokens, and Recruitment Orders. In addition, there are hundreds of weapons and equipment, blueprints or props materials above the True God level. There are countless ones below the True God level. Finally, it's what Yinxian likes but doesn't need for the time being. Divine Crystal. 1.384 billion Divine Crystals. All I can say is that luck plays too big a role, and the innate ability is too terrifying. The favor of the goddess of luck has increased my luck horribly, and the ability to increase my talent 10,000 times is too terrifying. Call. Sure enough, if you want to get good stuff when you kill monsters or enemies of low level, you still have to open treasure chests. It would be better if it was a lucky treasure chest or a high-level treasure chest. Yinxian let out a long sigh and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Next, should we recruit territory units? Or should we go to the novice village next door to improve our favorability? As he spoke, Yinxian remembered the 212 territory construction orders he got out of the lucky treasure chest, and he couldn't help but laugh and cry. However, he suddenly thought of what AOU had said before and couldn't help but smile. 101 true God-level territory construction orders and 111 myth-level territory construction orders can all be kept. Consider letting the territory adventurers establish a sub-territory. Let Nangong Minga build this first sub-territory. Yinxian finally planned to let Nangong Minga establish a sub-territory first. After all, who would complain about having too many territories? He also thought about having people establish some sub-territories to hide identity information and secretly develop some forces. Who would have thought? Would anyone be so extravagant as to waste a true God-level territory construction order just to establish a sub-territory to develop power? And this requires us to talk about a rule of the territory. The territory established by territory adventurers will be regarded as a sub-territory of the main territory by default, rather than a subsidiary territory. A sub-territory can inherit the characteristics of a main territory, but it requires the consent of the lord of the main territory. Of course, when a territory adventurer establishes a territory, he may immediately propose not to inherit the territory characteristics of the main territory. It is also possible to choose to establish a subsidiary territory. However, although the subsidiary territories are relatively freer than the sub-territories, they cannot get much support from the main territories. However, the position of lord of a subsidiary territory can be passed on to close relatives, which is not welcomed by the main territory. After all, no one wants to give things away for free. At the same time, adventurers in the main, secondary, and affiliated territories can transfer territories with the consent of the lord of the main territory, which is great. The most important thing is that even an ancestor-level strongman cannot tell whether a territory is a sub-territory of other territories. Therefore, the establishment of sub-territory has become a means for many big territories to reap profits. Of course, there is a drawback when establishing a sub-territory. That is, it can only inherit the characteristics of the main territory or the characteristics that come with the construction order, but cannot obtain the characteristics of the heavenly reward. But what does that matter? Very good. In this way, those in used things will have a good home. Thinking of this, Yinxian planned to go talk to Nangong Minga after some time. As for now, go pick up girls. Blue Star Domain Novice Village Number 2, Level 6 World of Warcraft Area. Yinxian consumed a divine mark and came here. Be careful. As soon as he arrived here, Yinxian heard a terrified cry. I couldn't help but turn my head to look, only to see a level 10 tiger-type monster that had somehow descended into the low-level monster area. At this moment, a disheveled figure was right in front of the monster, unaware of what was happening. The monster obviously saw the other party and couldn't help but let out a hideous and weird smile. This team had obviously just encountered a battle, and the other 9 people had no time to rescue them. Even whether others can escape is a question. When Xinyu heard her teammates exclaim, she turned around and saw the monster with a terrifying aura, and her face turned pale. She has no star power anymore. What's more, feeling the breath of the monster in front of her, she knew that even if she still had star power, or even at full condition, she would not be its opponent. Thinking of this, Xinyu couldn't help but become even more desperate. Is I going to die? I've never had a boyfriend. Oh, then how about I be your boyfriend? Just then, a lazy and low voice sounded in her ears. What followed was a gentle and powerful big hand that pulled her into a warm embrace. Then, as she looked on in horror, a white, slender hand reached out to the monster in front of her. Don't want. Xinyu exclaimed. She knew very well that they could not fight against this monster, let alone fight it in hand-to-hand combat like this. How is this different from committing suicide? But what happened next shocked her even more. I saw. Chapter 33 Inviting 10 Beauties to the Heavenly Palace, Mysterious and Enchanting Voice. Blue Star Domain Novice Village Number 2, Level 6 World of Warcraft Area. In Qinyu's horrified eyes, he only saw the white and slender hand clenched in the air. In just a moment, the monster was torn into pieces. Vomit. The strong smell of blood made her gag as she got too close. Are you okay? The lazy and low voice sounded in Qinyu's ears again, causing her to quickly stop retching. When she turned her head, she saw a man whose face was vaguely obscured by the fog, looking at her with a smile. Xinyu couldn't help but blush. Although she couldn't see the man's face clearly, she still felt her heart beating faster. Even though he was in the other person's arms, he was unaware of anything. Seeing this, Yinxian smiled and gently put the woman in his arms down. But when I let go of it, my fingers rubbed it unconsciously, and I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. It feels so good. Feeling Yinchuan's actions, Qinyu's face turned even redder. Hint. Adventurer Qin Yu's favorability towards you increased by 10, and the current favorability is 80. Hint. Adventurer Long Jing's favorability towards you plus 10, current favorability is 30. But at this moment, the other 9 people also reacted and looked at the two of them with surprise. Yunxian gained a lot of favorability and couldn't help but smile. Hello, I'm Yunxian from Novice Village number 1. Yunxian? I think I've heard it somewhere. Is it the Yunxian I was thinking of? Impossible. How could Yunxian be here? The moment Yunxian stated his identity, the women in front of him couldn't help but exclaim. The name Yunxian was so vivid that when they heard this name, they couldn't help but think of that man. But what he said was, Novice Village number 1. There can't be 2 Youngshuans in Novice Village number 1, so? Impersonation? But there are no male adventurers in their Novice Village. Where did this man come from? Don't be surprised. Just as you thought, I got here with special props. Yunxian smiled and gave the excuse directly. Hearing this, Qin Yu and others chose to believe the man in front of them. After all, it was possible that such a prop existed. So what are you doing here? Qin Yu asked in a low voice with his head down. Well, it's hard to say. Yunxian was being mysterious. Could he say that he came for the beautiful woman? What would happen if that were true? Thinking of this, Yunxian couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. He would see if he could try it later. It's hard to say, but you don't have to say it. Qin Yu said quickly. She thought Yunxian had some hidden mission, so she didn't dare to ask any more questions. Seeing that the women looked a little serious, Yunxian couldn't help but laugh. It's just that it's hard to say, but it's not that you can't say it. I said I saw a lot of beauties in Novice Village number 2, so I came here to see the beauties. Do you believe me? Hearing this, the girls couldn't help but blush, thinking that Yunxian was teasing them. Forget it. The girls rolled their eyes and continued. Master Yunxian, we are not in good condition and need to go back to the Novice Village. Do you want to come with us? Oh, this is my mistake. I was so absorbed in looking at the beauties that I forgot to restore your lives. After Yunxian finished speaking, he snapped his fingers lightly, and a golden light flashed from his body, instantly covering the area where the women were. As for their health points, they were restored to full capacity by the holy light almost instantly. Feeling that all their injuries had healed, the women could not help but stare in amazement. It's not like they haven't seen other adventurers' healing talents and skills before, but compared to Yunxian's, no, there is no comparison at all. Master Yunxian, thank you, but we may still need to go back. We are out of star power. The women felt a little embarrassed, but for the sake of their lives, they still had to speak out. Otherwise, when the battle comes, you will have to feed your body to the monster. Hearing this, Yunxian nodded. That's fine. After all, I really don't have the ability to recover star power right now. When the girls heard that Yunxian was willing to go back with them, they were excited. Along the way, the girls chatted with each other, constantly talking about the situation in Novice Village number 2. After a while, everyone saw Novice Village number 2. But then, a situation that made Yunxian embarrassed occurred. Tip: you are not an adventurer in this Novice Village, so you cannot enter this Novice Village. Sorry, everyone, I can't seem to get in. It looks like my plan to see more beauties has failed. Yunxian smiled helplessly. There was nothing he could do about it. Adventurers can't enter other Novice Villages? The girls looked at each other, not knowing what to do, but they ignored the sarcasm in Yunxian's words. It seems that it is impossible, but since it is impossible, forget it. Is there no other way? Qin Yu looked a little depressed. I really can't help you. By the way, are you willing to join my territory? Let me tell you something. As he spoke, Yunxian explained to the girls the pros and cons of joining the territory. For example, the territory's resurrection ability and welfare exchange. The downside is that you cannot betray or leave the territory, and you need to provide contribution points to the territory. Well, although I know that your territory has a lot of benefits, doesn't this seem too much? Just this resurrection alone will attract countless people, right? After hearing Yunxian's explanation, the girls couldn't help but feel unbelievable. The benefits were not proportional to the effort at all. There's no such thing as a free lunch. This sentence has never changed. For example, if you use the ability of resurrection, it means that you can never betray me or even leave my territory. Otherwise, the law of nature will deprive you of anything you have obtained from me, including your life. And anything I say, even the things you buy or redeem from me. That is, heaven has protective measures for the Lord. Of course, if the Lord or the Lord instructs others to persecute you, such as bullying you or killing your relatives, the heavenly Tao will judge that the Lord caused your betrayal and withdrawal. Not only will it not deprive you of what you have gained, it will even force the Lord to compensate you. That is, heaven also has protection measures for adventurers. Now, if you have thought it over, you can apply to join my territory. Hearing this, Qin Yu and the others couldn't help but look at each other and said, Great God, you are right. There is no free lunch in the world, but we believe that there will never be a day when the heaven judges between us and the great God. Haha, I also hope that day will never come. Yinxian laughed and was very satisfied with the performance of the girls. I quickly found their application and agreed to their application to join the Tiangong territory. Yinxian was afraid of trouble before, so he had set it up so that others could only find the application to join the Tiangong territory within a 1,000-kilometer range of himself or his territory. Therefore, even if people from other novice villages knew the name of Yinchuan's territory, they could not find how to join. At this time, the stopping of several people also attracted other people entering and leaving novice village number 2. I wouldn't have thought so at first, but a man suddenly appeared in the novice village. It would be strange if I wasn't curious. Qinyu, who is next to you? Is there anyone like this in our novice village? Finally, someone who knew Qinyu asked, what if it was a character in a game? If it's true, wouldn't there be a mission? Hearing this, Qinyu couldn't help but look at Yunxian. She didn't know if she could expose Yunxian's identity. Seeing this, Yunxian smiled and said, it's okay. After getting Yunxuan's consent, Qinyu said, this is the great god Yunxian. He used precious props to come to our novice village. We just joined his territory. Yunxian? Are you talking about the master Yunxian from novice village number 1? The woman asking the question exclaimed, attracting more people's attention, and they all looked over here. The woman obviously realized that her behavior might bring trouble to Yunxian, so she quickly covered her mouth. Then, he said apologetically, I'm sorry. Qinyu, are you telling the truth? Of course, Qinyu affirmed. But at this moment, a charming voice came from a distance, shocking everyone and making them step back. Chapter 34. The enchantress Su Mei falls in love, and the whole village enters the heavenly palace. Yinxian and his companions stopped at the gate of novice village number 2, attracting the attention of others. After someone asked about Yunxuan's identity and got the answer, he couldn't help but exclaimed, attracting more people's attention. At this moment, a charming voice came from a distance, shocking everyone present so much that they stepped back one after another. Oh, who dares to impersonate Master Yunxian? When Yunxian heard the voice, he was slightly stunned. This person seemed to be protecting him. However, this person is quite interesting. It seems that everyone present is afraid of her. Yunxian couldn't help but look up and saw a woman in a burgundy cheongsam and high heels walking slowly towards him. As she walked, her hair fluttered slightly, her eyebrows and eyes were picturesque, and she was naturally charming. The mature aura on her body made people's hearts sway, and they wanted to trample on her. If this woman lived in ancient times, she would have inevitably brought disaster to the world. Yunxian thought to himself, but he was a little confused. The charm of the woman in front of him would definitely be ranked among the best in the number 1 novice village, right? Insight. Yunxian directly used the Eye of Insight and saw a message appear in front of Yunxian. Name: Su Mei. No. L10001. Race: human. Level: 9, 243/10,000 star energy. Life: 4500/4500. Star power: 9000/9000. Spirit level 10. Attributes: Strength 50, Agility 50, Constitution 50, Spirit 90. Equipment bonus: Strength +5, Agility +4, Spirit +10. Talent: Born with a charming body, seeking good fortune and avoiding danger. Talented skills: Confused God, Fortune-telling. Skill: Mental shock. Combat power: 145. Free attribute points: 0. Equipment: Silver Wolf Necklace, Level 5, Excellent Grade. Wolf Tooth Dagger, Level 5, Ordinary Grade. Small Leather Boots, Level 5, Ordinary Grade. Item: Star Coins 1382. Favorability: 1090. Note: she is naturally charming but keeps herself clean. She wants to give her complete body to the person she loves, but until now. Dual talented person? Yinxian was secretly surprised, but what made him more curious was why Su Mei appeared in novice village number 2. System, please explain what's wrong? Host, you were right. The system was also surprised just now, but I still found the reason. Before this, Su Mei had lived her life as an ugly girl since she was a child. 2 days ago, Su Mei suffered an accidental facial injury, which caused the Heavenly Tao to score a lot less in her charm assessment. And today, after receiving the benefits of being a participant in the Heavenly Tao, Su Mei's face recovered, and this scene appeared. After hearing the system's explanation, Yinxian couldn't help but sigh. This woman has really bad luck. At this time, Sume had already walked in front of Yunxian. Seeing Yunxian standing there blankly, she couldn't help but feel a little contempt. Aren't you just mesmerized by me? But he really looks like me. It would be great if he really showed up. Unfortunately not. Sume walked around Yunxian, whispering softly, and every move she made was full of charm. Oh, who do you think I am? But at this moment, a lazy and low voice sounded, and Sume fell into a warm embrace. You weren't charmed? Sume looked up and saw the face that was vaguely hidden in the mist, and was surprised. Then he realized his situation and couldn't help but look angry. Let me go. Yunxian also knew when to stop, and quickly raised his hand to help her stand up. Who are you? Sume asked coldly. This question, don't you already know it? I'm curious as to why you are hostile to me. It seems like we have never met before. Yunxian couldn't help but feel curious. Why should I explain to you? Sume snorted coldly, still dissatisfied with Yunxian's behavior just now. Yunxian smiled slightly, not taking it seriously. If you tell me what you want to find, I will help you find the person you want to find. How about that? Hearing this, Sume was a little moved. In fact, she already knew that person. Her natural talent for seeking good fortune and avoiding danger showed signs of change very early on, and the image of the person before her often appeared in her mind. That's right. She had the ability to avoid danger and seek good fortune before she came to the vast starry sky, but it was not obvious before. But recently, the person in front of me has often appeared in my dreams. The derivation of her innate skills also told her that there were benefits to following Yunxian. I came here just now because I felt that my talent was changing. After thinking about it carefully, she actually believed that the person in front of her was that man. Yunxian. I'll tell you if you prove your identity. After Sume figured it out, she snorted coldly and said, if this man is really Yunxian, then follow him. Her talent can't be wrong. Her vision is not wrong. What's more, she admitted in her heart that she had a crush on the person in front of her, and she would not deny it. Haha, this is easy to prove. Yunxian laughed and invited Sume to join the territory. The Tiangong territory and the Blue Star region all know about it, and my name has also been recognized by the Heavenly Tao. Is this proof okay? Sume listened to Yunxian's words and couldn't help but look at the prompt that just appeared. Int. Yunxian, the novice village in Blue Star Domain Number 1, invites you to join the Tiangong territory. Do you agree? After seeing the prompt message clearly, Sume couldn't help but take a deep breath and looked up at Yunxian. I hope you won't make me regret my decision today. After saying that, he directly agreed to Yunxian's invitation. Yunxian also received a prompt at the same time. Hint. The Sume you invited has joined the Tiangong territory. Tip. Adventurer Sume's favorability towards you has reached the maximum value. The territory characteristic Tying Lord has been triggered, and Sume's favorability has been locked to the maximum value. I won't let you down. Yunxian smiled slightly and said in a serious tone. The two looked at each other and smiled. Oh, it's really Master Yunxian. Great God, I want to join your territory. Great God, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Seeing that even the enchantress Sume acknowledged Yunxian's identity, everyone stopped hesitating. Hesitation leads to defeat. Seeing this, Yunxian hurriedly said, everyone, be quiet. You can join my territory, but I want to ask, has anyone posted the news of my coming here to the Blue Star Domain communication channel? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in silence. At this time, Qinyu stepped forward and said, Master, there is one, but no one believes that anyone can go to other novice villages now. Is that so? Forget it then. Yunxian shook his head and smiled, then continued, Mayor, please inform the others. Those who want to join the Tiangong territory should apply here as soon as possible. Only within a kilometer radius of us can you find the application information for the Tiangong territory. Okay, Xian. Sume agreed and sent a message on the communication channel. Half an hour later, all 9,783 people in Novice Village Number 2 joined the Tiangong territory. Alright, everyone, listen to me. I've already told you the pros and cons of joining the territory. Now that you've agreed, you're a member of my big family. Now, I'm giving you your first territory benefit. Today, you can exchange your storage at half price. Choose what you need as soon as possible, and then I will take you to upgrade first. Upon hearing this, everyone cheered. There was a lot of noise at the entrance of Novice Village Number 2, with all the beautiful girls there. It was a paradise for men. Sume looked at this scene and felt secretly happy. This is the man she has her eyes on, but he is so charming that she is afraid she can't control him. But what does it matter? This is a world where the strong are respected. If your thoughts do not advance, you will only suffer in the end. However, Sume felt a little depressed when she thought that Yunxian could not stay here for long. Mayor, what's wrong? Who made my mayor unhappy? Yunxian's gentle voice sounded in her ears, and Sume looked up quickly. It's okay. I just thought that Xian couldn't stay here, so… Hearing this, Yunxian was silent. Indeed, I just tried it. Heaven's reminder, before the novice trial is over, no one can leave the 10,000-mile radius of the novice village. And I, for special reasons, avoided this rule, but I also got a reminder. I cannot enter other novice villages, I cannot kill other newcomers without reason, and I cannot leave the novice village for more than 5 hours a day. Hearing this, Sume smiled and said, It's okay, Xian, I just sighed. You also need to take care of the territory affairs, so you don't have to come every day. I will help you take care of them. Yunxian looked at Sume, whose every frown and smile was full of charm, and couldn't help but kiss her red lips lightly. Xian, stop, someone is watching us. Hey, so it can be done when there's no one around. Hearing this, Sume rolled her eyes at Yunxian coquettishly, but did not say anything to object. Yunxian chuckled. I really want to stay with my mayor forever, but unfortunately, it would be great if I had a clone. Clone? Yunxian suddenly had an idea in his mind. Chapter 35. The body is transformed into a myriad of magical uses. Yunxian takes his sister to upgrade. Due to the restrictions of the Tiandao game, Yunxuan's novice period cannot stay outside for more than 5 hours. This made Yunxian quite distressed. He originally wanted to take over novice village number 2 to 100 before the novice trial ended, but it seemed like he was running out of time. In addition, he also needs to take some time to improve the favorability of these beauties, but time is too scarce. Yunxian couldn't help but sigh. It would be nice if I had a clone. It was this exclamation that reminded him of a skill that he had seriously underestimated. Thinking of the saint who had transformed into thousands of incarnations, Yunxian immediately split into an incarnation and sent it to novice village number 3. After a moment, a hint made him realize that this method really worked. Hint: Adventurer Han Jingjing's favorability towards you plus 10, current favorability is 10. But it was the person the incarnation met in novice village number 3, and the talent of the charm god body was at work. The holy body is a myriad of incarnations that have 10% of the combat power of the original body. However, before, we only knew that the incarnation could inherit the original body's skills and weapon projection, but we didn't know that it could also inherit a talent effect. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have come here in person. But it's also good this way. After all, it was worth the trip for him to meet and win the heart of a stunning beauty. After verifying the feasibility of the avatar's actions, Yunxian directly split out 9,800 avatars and sent them to other novice villages. Improve their favorability and protect them in leveling up. I believe that with his help, there will be no casualties in these novice villages. Sume and others were stunned to see one Yunxian after another coming out of Yunxian. Brother Yun, is this how you lead those people in novice village number 1 to level up? Qingyu asked curiously. She was angry at Sume's behavior. It was obvious that she was the one who knew Yunxian first. So, when calling Yunxian again, it seemed much more intimate. Yes and no, I am the team leader with them to level up, but this is the method used to kill the monsters. Everyone was shocked when they heard Yunxuan's explanation. Wouldn't that require thousands of repetitions? That wouldn't be a good time, right? Yunxian smiled and said, That's right, but the situation was special at that time. Yunxian explained to them the situation when the territory was constructed, and then said, So, at that time, almost all the monsters gathered together, and it was not difficult to kill them. It took less than 5 seconds to bring some people to level 10. But now, it's not difficult to kill the monsters, but the difficult part is to hurry and find the monsters. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Then, if Brother Yin takes us to level up, wouldn't that be a waste of your time? How about just forget it? Everyone was talking at once, and it seemed that no one wanted to waste Yunxuan's time. Yunxian smiled. None of those who were selected to these novice villages had bad character. Song Yu's approach seems to be extreme. Those who follow Song Yu have bad character and are a little bit fairy-like. Otherwise, they would not have entered novice village number 1. It's okay, I'll help you in other ways this time. Yunxian said with a smile. Xian, do you have any other ideas? Haha, haven't I opened up the exchange rights for you? Once you upgrade your weapons and equipment, your combat power will be improved. Then my avatar will protect you and give you some benefits. Are you still worried that you can't upgrade quickly? Hearing this, the girls were very happy. At least Yunxian was right. Their combat power had at least doubled, and they had another chance to revive. Killing Warcraft has really become easier. I just don't know how much gain Yunxian mentioned can achieve. Soon, everyone was divided into teams of 9 people, which was exactly 1,087 teams. Following Yunxuan's order, it quickly spread to all directions of the novice village. Yunxian also divided into 1,086 incarnations, each protecting a team. At the same time, each incarnation activated the protection of God and the sacred light from time to time. Yunxian himself took Su Mei, Qin Yu, and 8 other people to use the power of space, and came to the level 10 Warcraft area. The operation to kill the monsters begins. However, the incarnations of other novice villages did not make a big fanfare. They are just distributed around the novice village, treating the injured, protecting them from death as much as possible, and constantly improving their favorability. The only difference was that the 16 novice villages, Yunxian didn't even show up, so naturally no one knew about his arrival. Of course, among these 16 novice villages, Yunxian first took special care of the adventurers in the first 3 novice villages, number 4, number 6, and number 9. Just because the people in these 16 novice villages were not Chinese, Yunxian didn't say much. He directly controlled the gods and let them join the territory. Controlling gods only forces absolute loyalty, but with the effect of having a charming god body, I believe that their favorability will be full soon. By then, they will no longer have any ill will towards Yunxian and will consider Yunxuan's best interests. Then they can release the group and move on to the next batch. If it weren't for his lack of energy, Yunxian would have wanted to control all the adventurers in these 16 novice villages once and for all. Yunxian did this because he wanted to bring them out and then establish a sub-territory, so naturally he didn't want the news to leak out. Yunxian was surprised before. Why are all the people in the number 1 and number 2 novice villages Chinese? Now I finally understand that even though Yunxian tampered with the Tiandao game data, the Tiandao game still separated people from different countries. Among them, there are 3 novice villages, which actually gather people from many different countries and are also the most special. But Yunxian said that this is not a big problem, as long as the person is there. What Yunxian didn't know was that except for those foreign novice villages, all other novice villages had sent out news that there were mysterious people helping them. Although not many people believe in it, there are still some. At this time, Yunxian noticed a situation, that is, many adventurers consumed their star power too quickly, making it difficult for them to quickly kill monsters and upgrade. So, Yunxian found a group recovery skill from the storage in the different time and space, and learned it directly. Starlight Chain God Starlight Chain, true God-level skill. Once activated, it can link any living being within a 10-meter range of the spirit centered on itself, providing, or causing, spirit 2/2 star power recovery, or loss, for friendly units, or enemy units, and consuming the number of link units 1,000 star power points per minute. Oh, poisonous milk. Seeing this skill, Yunxian couldn't help but smile and conveyed instructions to all the avatars. Afterwards, all adventurers protected by the incarnation regained full health and star power. Yunxian also discovered that the star power consumed by the incarnation's skills was deducted from him. This means that when all 3 skills are fully activated, he will consume nearly 1 billion star power per minute, while the recovery capacity of his heavenly and earthly treasure is 500 million star power per minute. So he couldn't afford such consumption. Fortunately, he doesn't need to consume like this. In Novice Village number 2 and number 4, 6, and 9, he uses God's blessing when adventurers are fighting, and uses holy light when they are injured. And when their star power is exhausted, Yunxian will use the divine starlight chain to restore the star power of those who have exhausted it. As for other novice villages, they only use holy light from time to time to help adventurers. In this way, Yunxian is in the best condition almost every moment. But Yunxian still smiled bitterly and shook his head. The power of one person was still too small. Or, you can collect some high-quality enhancement skills for the heroes to learn. Maybe they can play a big role in the war. Yunxian muttered to himself as he led Su Mei and his team to quickly level up to level 10. Fight more monsters yourself to develop your fighting instincts and skills. They will be useful when you fight against enemies in the future. Yunxian gave a warning and left the team, saying, also, don't rush into the job transfer trial. The higher your combat power, the more chances you have of passing the difficult trial. Combat power is what you can exert. Okay, you guys continue training. You will be resurrected once a day, so don't be afraid of death. I'll go help the others. After saying that, Yunxian clicked on a team invitation and continued his time with the girl. Time passed quickly and Yunxian finally used up all the 5 hours. Looking at the reminder from the heavenly Tao, Yunxian looked at everyone helplessly. I was planning to try your cooking, but today I can't. Time doesn't allow it. However, now that all of you are level 10, there is no need to worry. Remember to train more and then take the job change trial. After saying that, Yinxian set up a temporary resurrection point in these 4 novice villages for their convenience. Afterwards, he consumed the divine mark in Aou's body and returned to the territory. Hey, Brother Xian, you're back? When Aou saw Yinxian coming, she couldn't help but smile, but her expression was still a little depressed. Seeing this, Yinxian couldn't help but hug her and sit down. Whoever makes my Yuer unhappy, tell Brother Xian, and Brother Xian will help you beat him up. Hearing this, Aou let out a loud cry and burst into tears. Yuer, don't cry. Is it Brother Xian who did something wrong? After a long time, Aou gradually stopped crying with Yunchuan's comfort. But then, Aou's words made Yunxian's expression a little stiff. But, Chapter 36 Aou leaves the territory and appoints heroes to be recruited. After Aou stopped crying, she slowly said something that made Yunxian's expression stiffen. Brother Xian, you also know that after an adventurer changes his job, if the territory fails to be promoted to a higher level starry sky, he can stay in a lower level starry sky. Yinxian nodded. Aou had mentioned this before, but he didn't know what she meant by saying it again. Aou continued. Actually, it's not accurate to say that. It has limitations. The real rule is, after an adventurer changes his job, if his territory fails to be promoted to a higher level starry sky, he can stay in a lower level starry sky for 1 year. If after 1 year, the territory still fails to be promoted to the upper starry sky, the adventurer can choose to compensate the lord with 50% of the income from the territory, and then leave the territory and be promoted to the upper starry sky, and this must be done. Another possibility is that if an adventurer passes 2 job transfers in a row within this year, he can leave the territory for free and directly advance to the corresponding level starry sky. Yinxian didn't care when he heard this. After all, there were probably adventurers faster than him, right? But Aou's next words made his expression stiffen, and even turned ugly. Aou continued, because of the divine contract space, I was able to come to the yellow level starry sky, and then joined your territory. So I was able to stay in the yellow level starry sky for a short time, but my level was suppressed. Actually, at that time, the heavenly Tao reminded me, because my level is too high and it seriously affects the balance of the yellow level starry sky, I only have 2 days to stay here, and I must return to the universe level starry sky. But, Brother Xian, Yuer doesn't want to leave you. Woo. Hearing this, Yunxian couldn't help but look grim. Is there no other way? No. Yes, Brother Xian. I can enter the divine contract space, as long as I don't come out. Aou wanted to say no, but suddenly thought of the magic of Yunchuan's divine contract space. His eyes lit up, and he quickly said. Hearing this, Yunxian couldn't help but rub Aou's head. Blame me. I haven't been with you properly these past 2 days. Brother Xian, Yuer doesn't blame you. Only when you become stronger can you quickly reach the universe-level starry sky, or even a higher-level starry sky. Yunxian forced a smile. Yuer, the divine contract space can be used in this way, but it is restricting your freedom. Brother Xian doesn't want to and can't do this. That would be a selfish act on my part. But, don't worry, Brother Xian will find you as soon as possible. And if Brother Xian misses you, he can contact you through the virtual panel, right? Okay, then Brother Xian, you have to come to me soon. But not too soon. I can't affect the development of Brother Xian's territory because of me. That is Brother Xian's foundation. Okay, Brother Xian promises you. Neither of them spoke, just leaned against each other for a moment. At this time, Aou suddenly said, Brother Xian, goodbye. After saying that, he quickly kissed Yinxian and then turned into starlight and disappeared. At the same time, a heavenly reminder appeared. Tip: your territory adventurer Aou has been forcibly promoted to the corresponding level starry sky because his level is too high. Since it is promoted across the starry sky, there is no compensation. Aou is gone. Yinxian feels a little sad. Although they had only known each other for 2 days, their relationship progressed rapidly, perhaps because of the contract. Yinxian still found it hard to accept Aou's sudden departure. However, life always moves forward. As night fell, Yinxian came to the Hall of Heroes, but saw that all the heroes looked unhappy. My lord, Sister Yuer is gone. Well, let's eat. I will recruit some more partners tomorrow to improve the territory as soon as possible, and strive to be promoted to the lower starry sky as soon as possible after the novice trial is over. Hearing this, the women nodded. Lord, we will help you see Sister Yuer as soon as possible. Yinxian smiled and said, Don't worry, we can't see each other for a while, not forever. By the way, I've always wanted you to change your address. The address of Lord seems a bit distant. Just think of what sounds easy to pronounce, and call it that. Hearing this, the women couldn't help but smile. After looking at each other, Daji said, "Since the Lord said so, shall we call the Lord our master from now on?" "Can. We think so too." Seeing that everyone agreed with this name, Yinxian was too lazy to correct them. In fact, he couldn't think of any good name, so he just let them be. No words all night. It's the third day in the boundless starry sky, early morning. After Yinxian opened his eyes, he did not see the familiar figure. Then he realized that Aou had left. After quickly calming himself down, Yinxian stood up and went to the Hall of Heroes. At this time, everyone is already waiting here. Hint. As Yinxian walked into the Hall of Heroes, a series of prompts were refreshed one after another, which were prompts that the favorability of the girls had reached the maximum and that the favorability of the Lord of Tyene, the territory characteristic, had been locked. "Good morning, my lord." "Good morning, everyone." After saying hello, Yinxian brought the girls to the recruitment altar. Yinxian took out 100 random quality hero recruitment orders. He planned to try this first. After thinking about it, Yinxian took out the anchor of time and space and intercepted a wisp of Song Qingqing's breath. Afterwards, he used the anchor of space and time to connect to the recruitment altar, and after thinking for a while, he activated a random quality hero recruitment order. What was different from before was that Yinxian actually saw a number of figures on the anchor of time and space, most of whom were ordinary people. But there were also many people Yinxian looked familiar with. As the figures above flashed, Yinxian suddenly used the anchor of time and space to lock onto a figure. Then, the figure froze and a portal appeared on the altar. Then, a girl dressed as a knight appeared on the altar. After receiving the information from the heavenly Tao, the girl couldn't help but be amazed. Then, she looked at Yinxian, walked down from the altar, and said, "Lu Linxian greets the Lord." "Well, no need to be polite." Yinxian nodded, and then recruited Qi Ming, Qian Wu, and Shi Yao in the same way. All four of them are heroes of true god level. This also verified Yunxuan's guess that the random quality hero recruitment order combined with the space-time anchor can recruit high-quality heroes 100%. Afterwards, Yinxian intercepted Yunyun's breath and recruited 10 people: Yafei, Xiaoyu, Roland, Xiao Yixian, Medusa, Xiumei, Feilin, Hanyu, Yaoya, and Fengqing. Among them, Medusa, Xiao Yixiang, and Fengqing are saint-level heroes, and the other 7 are true god level. But when Yunxian wanted to recruit again, he was reminded, in each time and space, the time and space anchor can only be locked up to 10 times. And when recruiting characters from the function time and space, they were prompted that they were affected by unknown interference and could not be locked. Yinxian had no choice but to give up. He also realized that the space-time anchor seemed to be rejected by other space-time laws. That's right. It would be strange if you didn't reject an existence that could steal items from your own space and time. Medusa, can you guys see if there are any secondary heroes that can be recruited? If there are, then recruit them, okay? Hearing this, the women nodded, and Medusa even said excitedly, "Thank you, Lord." Eventually, deputy heroes Xiao Mei, Han Shui, Hu Jia, Yao Yu, Yu Mei, Hua Shir, and Kai Dai were added. When Yunxian saw the colorful butterflies, he was shocked. What was going on? Isn't the colorful butterfly dead? Etc. Chapter 37. The hero quota is running out. The six-winged angel. When Yunxian saw the colorful butterflies recruited by Medusa, he was shocked for a moment. He clearly remembered that Kai Dai was already dead at this point in time, but what was going on in the scene before his eyes? Could it be that trans-time and space summons? System, I don't quite understand either. Please explain it to me. Can this trans-dimensional summoning summon characters from different time points in the same space and time? Yinxian perfectly embodies the principle of, when in doubt, the system solves the problem. Yes, host. When using the recruitment order, you can recruit heroes from different time and space in the same world, but the recruitment of secondary heroes must be in the same time and space. By the way, host, speaking of this, I have to remind you that if you want to reveal the hero's original future direction, it is best to tell the truth or be vague. Otherwise, it is likely that something embarrassing will happen to you. After hearing the system's explanation, Yinxian nodded. I still know this. Having said that, Yinxian looked at the Medusa sisters who were hugging each other tightly and made a certain judgment. It seems that Medusa should have just ascended the throne, which is the time when the colorful butterfly disappeared. I just don't know the time where other people are. Yinxian whispered, then took out a true god-level hero recruitment order and activated it. He could still recruit 13 heroes, and he wanted to try out an idea he had in mind later. As the recruitment order sank into the altar, the portal reappeared, and then a girl in white clothes as white as snow, graceful and elegant as a fairy, walked out of it. The girl's delicate and beautiful face was slightly pale, as if she was a fairy who had fallen into the human world but was not affected by worldly affairs. Little dragon girl greets the Lord. No need to be polite, Xiaolong. Take a look at which secondary heroes you can recruit, but don't recruit them for now. Hearing this, Xiaolong knew was confused, but she didn't ask any more questions. She just said coldly, My lord, I can only recruit my senior sister Li Macho. Yunxian nodded. Okay, I understand. He didn't want to recruit any more mythical heroes for the time being, unless there was a hero who wanted Yunxian to recruit her close relatives, and he had no way to lock in the recruitment. As he spoke, Yunxian once again activated a true god-level hero recruitment order and started recruiting again. Dongfang Bai greets the Lord. After a moment, a graceful figure in red appeared, seeming to be hesitant to speak. No need to be so polite. I guess what you wanted to say. Let's wait a moment. Yunxian smiled. Through Medusa's story, he guessed that Dongfang Bai knew that Lin could be recruited, but he had other ideas. But, are these two recruits from the same world? Yunxian thought to himself that if they were people from the same world, it would be difficult to recruit all the ones he liked. Just like Yunyun's world. Host, they are from different time and space. At most they can be considered parallel time and space. Just when Yunxian was thinking secretly, the plug-in system appeared again and answered Yunxuan's doubts. Hearing this, Yunzhou felt a little better. He was really afraid that they were from the same time and space. That's the case. Yunxian used the anchor of time and space again, intercepted a breath of Xilong Nu, and activated a recruitment order for a true god-level hero. He wanted to try and see what kind of people would appear if he used a true god-level recruitment order. He now has some guesses. Human figures kept flashing on the anchor of time and space, but there were not many of them this time. Only 9 people. Yunxian could roughly guess who they were, but he didn't know them. Although there were TV dramas in the previous life, they were acted by people after all, not real. Now, senior sister. At this moment, Xilong Nu behind Yunxian was a little surprised. She looked at the purple-clothed girl on the anchor of time and space, and seemed to be puzzled as to why her senior sister was there. Yunxian looked at the 9 figures, and quickly guessed the identities of most of them. Huang Rong, her mother and her 2 daughters looked somewhat alike. The purple-clad girl Li Macho. The girl in white, Lu Wushuang. The girl in blue shirt, Qingying. The girl in green, Gongsun Lui. The girl in red, Mu Nianci. The last person had a robe with a slightly golden color. Yunxian could only think of 3 people, Wan Yinping, Yalu Yin, and Hong Lingbo. Among them, Wan Yinping has the highest probability. Since he had roughly guessed the situation, Yunxian did not hesitate and locked onto Li Macho to recruit him. Afterwards, Yunxian continued to use the true god-level hero recruitment order to recruit Lu Wushuang, Qingying, Gongsun Lui, Mu Nianci, and Wan Yinping. When it was Huang Rong and the other 2's turn, they were a little hesitant, but they still recruited Huang Rong. However, what surprised Yunxian was that Huang Rong was the same age as Mu Nianci. System, why do I feel that the heroes recruited are all young people? Or, what the host said is correct. This should be the hidden effect of the interaction between the Lord of the Moon and the trans-time and space summoning. Hearing this, Yunxian didn't ask any more questions. This was fine. Seeing that there were still 4 hero spots available, Yunxian intercepted Dongfang Bai's aura again and used the true god-level recruitment order to recruit Ren Yingying and Lin. So far, 48 of the 50 hero slots available in the advanced mortal level territory have been used by Yunxian. Although there are still 2 vacancies, Yunxian does not plan to recruit anymore. Let's leave it at that for now. Yun'er, bring your new companions with you to the barracks. We can talk about territory matters on the way. Yunxian gave an order and took everyone to the divine barracks. When they arrived at the god barracks, Yunxian asked the heroes who could recruit soldiers to do so first, and then he filled in the gaps in the soldiers that they had not fully recruited. In this way, Yunxian replenished 1,000 sound-killing guards, 1,000 fox fairy guards, 1,000 snake girls, 1,000 sky demon phoenixes, and 100 fallen flower girls, consuming a total of 33 true god-level and 1 myth-level military talismans. Afterwards, Yunxian used a holy military talisman to recruit randomly, but the type of soldiers he recruited surprised Yunxian. Their proud figures in silver-white armor are flawless, as if they were created by nature. Her long silver hair was bounded by a crown and then let down. Her face was so exquisite and beautiful that it was rare in the world. Even the fairies in heaven could not be more beautiful than her. The 3 pairs of snow-white wings behind them reveal their identities. 6-winged angel. Holy level troop, Seraph. Yunxian looked at the flawless troops in front of him and couldn't help but sigh that his luck was really good. He quickly used 15 holy military talismans to recruit 1,000 goddess warriors and 1,000 six-winged angels respectively. As for more, but not needed for now. With the current level of the territory, there is no need for high-grade heroic troops, which is why he is not in a hurry to use the recruitment orders for ancestral and saint-level heroes. It might be better to wait until the level is higher and then directly recruit and upgrade to the level cap. He didn't know if this was the right thing to do, but Aoyu once said that having a hero of too high a grade might not necessarily be good for him. Remember, if a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will destroy it. Afterwards, when Yunxian took out the true god-level military talisman again, there were only 3 types of soldiers to choose from, namely the goddess warrior, the four-winged angel, and the divine guard. So, once the hero's army is full, no more can be recruited, but Yunxuan's own army can continue to recruit high-grade or low-grade soldiers. But, since we have 6-winged angels, there is no need to recruit low-level 4-winged angels. As for the divine guards, they are very active now, so they are useful for the time being, and there is no need to replace them with saint-level divine guards. Yunxian set the tone and used 459 true god-level military talismans at one time to recruit 45,900 divine guards. Looking at the countless beautiful soldiers standing in front of him, Yunxian ignored the prompts that were flashing like crazy and waved his hand to scatter countless starlight. I saw that all the heroes who had just been recruited were rapidly upgraded and reached level 40 in an instant. Facing the shocked looks of the heroic soldiers, Yunxian smiled. In the previous temporary space and killing space, Yunxian had accumulated countless star energies, and there were also kills by Yun and others in the past 2 days. After consuming this wave, he still has 138.6 billion star energies in his hands, which is actually nearly 14 portions of divine energy. But don't forget, he killed 2 top warriors, and his divine power was 24.2 billion. He ordered Yun and others to bring 1,000 soldiers each, and to take the Mo Dao equipment that Yunxian had reproduced last night from the warehouse. As for the other equipment, they could only use them casually for the time being. Afterwards, let them split up and go to the high-level Warcraft area to kill the Warcraft. 2,000 Saint-level soldiers and the remaining 6,000 divine guards were stationed in the barracks, while 100 Yunlan guards and 100 Luohua girls patrolled the territory. After instructing the heroes, Yunxuan's next itinerary is, of course. Chapter 38. Commercial textiles are emerging, but planting talents are hard to find. Arrange Yun and other heroes to lead troops to hunt monsters. Yunxian looks into the distance. Let's go and gain some favorability first. Yunxian muttered something and instantly split into 17,700 avatars, heading to various novice villages. Now, after yesterday's special care, 4 adventurers in the novice village have reached level 10, so they no longer need him to protect and upgrade. He just needs to let the incarnation move around for a bit and unleash the power of the charm god body. As for other novice villages, most of them are only level 4 to 7, so Yunxian still needs to continue to protect them. Yunxian even selected 10 novice villages and directly helped them with all his strength, just like novice village number 2. After solving this problem, Yunxian walked towards the residential area. There are 3 major recruitment altars in a territory, and the altar for recruiting farmers is located at the recruitment office in the residential area. The residential area is divided into farmers' residential area and adventurers' residential area, and the recruitment center is located in the farmers' residential area. The recruitment center does not allow anyone except the Lord to approach. This is the territory's protection of the recruitment altar. Similarly, the recruitment altars in the barracks and the Hall of Heroes will also be protected by the territory. Unless the Lord leads people there, no one can get close. At this time, the farmer's residential area was empty. This is also the only shortcoming of the territory at present. Now, Yunxian territory can no longer build buildings. The only thing missing is people. All kinds of people. Arms. Farmer. Adventurer. So far, the troops are sufficient for the time being, and the adventurers seem a bit too many. But there is not a single farmer. You know, most of the newly built territory buildings require farmers to be truly useful. For example, farmland. Even though Yunxuan's farmland has become a god-level spiritual field, it still needs farmers to bring out its effect. God, spiritual field, true god-level spiritual field, with an area of 1 square kilometer, can grow true god-level and below spiritual objects, with a yield of 1 million gene. Feature 1. Autonomous production, independently completing the entire set of production including tilling, sowing, fertilizing, watering, weeding, and harvesting. Feature 2. Increased production. For every true God-level farmer who settles in the spiritual field, the production of the spiritual field will increase by 10%. A maximum of 10 farmers can be settled in the field. Note 1. The above features can only be enabled after farmers with planting skills have settled in. Note 2. A batch of mythical creatures and above can mature in 1 year, a batch of creatures below mythical level can mature in 1 month, and a batch of ordinary creatures can mature in 1 day. In other words, without farmers, even Xiao Ling would be temporarily helpless. Would he be able to use soldiers to farm the land? Don't joke. In addition, buildings such as the Holy Fairy Clothing Textile, the Divine Craftsman Pavilion, the Divine Wood Institute, the Divine Stone Institute, the Divine Smelting Pavilion, the Divine Research Institute, the Divine Commercial District, the Divine Animal Taming Park, etc., all require farmers with corresponding skills to move in before they can operate. So, what Yunxian lacks most now is farmers. As for the rest, there is no rush for now. But the food that is most needed in the territory is something that even Yunxuan's farm space can't cope with. The farm space can currently supply food for about 20,000 people every day, but Yunxian now has more than 100,000 people in his territory. Even if the territory is upgraded and the farm space increases 10 times, it can only support 200,000 people, but there will still be people joining the territory. Fortunately, at least for now, Yunxian still has a lot of meat dropped from the monsters he killed before, as well as the meat dropped from the soldiers he killed, which can temporarily supply the territory's consumption. But we can't always eat meat, right? Therefore, the operation of the spiritual field will become the next important task. Of course, the spiritual fields in the Yunxian territory are different. As long as farmers with planting skills move in, they can produce independently. As it stands now, if all the spiritual creatures were ordinary grade, they would be enough to supply the daily consumption of 30 million people. No matter how advanced the spiritual object is, it won't work. After all, only a batch of ordinary spiritual creatures matures every month, which means that they are only enough for 1 million people in a day. But Yunxian wants to recruit all the adventurers from Novice Village 1 to 100 into his territory. In addition to the consumption of troops, high-level spiritual objects will definitely not be enough for the time being. However, you can set aside half of the spiritual fields to plant high-level spiritual creatures, preferably epic-level spiritual creatures. You can even divide the spiritual fields into several plots to specifically grow mythical spiritual creatures or above. And don't forget, Yunxian also has an incredible talent as a lord. There will also be an increase in production and manufacturing. Therefore, as long as all the spiritual fields are put into operation and the lord's talents are enhanced from time to time, the problem of food in the territory can be solved. Thinking of this, Yunxian first started the first free recruitment. I saw a portal appear, and figures walked out of it. When Yunxian saw these figures, he couldn't help but be surprised. In his imagination, farmers should be rough skin, strong and healthy, act without restraint. Even if he could only recruit women, it wouldn't be much better. But the reality is, fair skin and beautiful face, such a graceful figure, good manners. She is like a fairy from heaven, not tainted by the mundane world at all. Is this really a farmer? Yunxian was stunned for a moment, and felt that the heaven was playing a joke on him. However, with god-level buildings, it seems that farmers don't need to actually work. In this case, this is a good thing. Yunxian muttered something and quickly accepted this fact. He couldn't help but accept it. It smelled so good. My little girl greets the Lord. At this time, 10 girls came out and bowed gracefully. Their gentle voices were like a breeze on your face, which calmed your mind. No need to be so polite. Just call me master from now on. Now that you have come to this big family, just be casual. Yunxian smiled, and then began to check the information of these people. Farmer, Qingyu. Affiliation, Tiangong. Race, human. Rank, Saint level 5. Level, 1, 0 out of 100 star energy. Life, 100/100. Star power, 100 out of 100, spirit level 10. Attributes, strength 10, agility 10, constitution 10, spirit 10, equipment bonus, none. Talent, profitable. Skills, proficient in business, eloquent, overall control. Combat power, 16. Equipment, none. Favorability, 70. Introduction, a natural business genius. If she is used properly, she may be able to support the business empire of your territory. Yunxian silently read everyone's messages and was so excited. Except Qingyu. The others are saint-level business talents, and each has a talent of his own. The only difference is that they both have 2 identical skills, but Qingyu has an extra skill that takes charge of the overall situation. At the same time, it also explained Yunxuan's previous misunderstanding. He is a commercial farmer, and does not need to be exposed to the wind and sun. However, after recruiting planting farmers, he no longer thought so. Qingyu, from now on you will lead them to manage the commercial area of the territory, as well as external trade. You can start preparing for the work later. Yes, my lord. Qingyu nodded in response. Afterwards, Yinxian hesitated for a moment, took out a saint-level recruitment order, activated it, and threw it into the altar. Also get the prompt. Choose random recruitment, or classify as commercial farmers. Yinxian chose random, and 10 saint-level business talents are enough for the time being. The portal appeared again, and then 10 figures appeared one after another. One word. Immortal. Yinxian could see that, for now, none of his peasant soldiers were ugly. Farmer, splendid. Affiliation, Tiangong. Race, immortals. Rank, Saint level 5. Level, 1, 0 out of 100 star energy. Life, 100/1 million. Star power, 100 out of 100, spirit level 10. Attributes, strength 10, agility 10, constitution 10, spirit 10, equipment bonus, none. Talent, ingenious weaving. Skills, tailoring proficiency, dexterity, fairy eyes. Combat power, 17. Equipment, none. Favorability, 70. Introduction, a weaver from the immortal clan, who can make saint-level fashions or clothing. All 10 are the same. Can the textile talents of this fairy tribe be wholesaled? Yinxian couldn't help but mutter in his heart. These people are really amazing. My daughter greets the Lord. No need to be so polite. Jinxiu, from now on you will take them to Xianyufang and be responsible for the production of clothes in the territory. Yes, my lord. Yinxian felt that he was very lucky today, but it couldn't be said to be very good. After all, no planting farmers appeared twice. He glanced at Qingyu and others, then took out 40 true god-level recruitment orders, recruiting 200 commercial and 200 textile, true god-level farmers respectively. Yinxian specially recruited this person to help Qingyu and others because he took into account the many trivial matters in business and textiles. Yinxian looked at the 400 beauties who had just appeared and said with a smile, Qingyu, Jinxiu, take your people and go get busy. After everyone left, Yinxian took out a saint-level recruitment order. He was a little skeptical. It was impossible that he would never be able to recruit planting farmers, right? As figures reappeared in the portal one after another, Yinxian was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Just because. Chapter 39. Farmers finally appear, unknown plans are coming. Tiangong Territory, Farmer Recruitment Center. Yinxian looked at the 10 graceful figures walking down from the recruitment altar and couldn't help but laugh or cry. Your servant greets the Lord. No need to be so polite. Yinxian smiled but complained in his heart. There aren't even any production-oriented farmers anymore, right? Farmer, she sure. Affiliation, Tiangong. Race, human. Rank, Saint level 5. Level, 1, 0 out of 100 star energy. Life, 100/100. Star power, 100 out of 100, spirit level 10. Attributes, strength 10, agility 10, constitution 10, spirit 10, equipment bonus, none. Talent, good at singing and dancing. Skills, mastery of singing and dancing, delicate and lithe body, charming smile. Combat power, 14. Equipment, none. Favorability, 70. Introduction, a legendary figure from another time and space, but unfortunately he is in troubled times and has no choice. After seeing the information of these women, Yinxian felt that he seemed to have recruited some strange combination. Shi Shi, Wang Xiaojun, Zhao Fian, Diao Chan, Zhen Mi, and Yang Yuhuan. There are only 10 people in total, and he has heard of 6 of them. Is that time and space so awesome? You should settle in the residential area first. We can't find a suitable building that requires your abilities for now. Yinxian said to Shi Shi and others that it was a pity that these people were not loyal enough. Otherwise they could move into the Lord's mansion and add some popularity to him. Of course he could also give direct orders, but he was afraid that these people would think he had bad intentions and hold a grudge against him for a while. Forehead. It seems that he is not a gentleman at all. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Anyway, the ability of the charm god body has never let him down, so why not wait? Yes, my lord. Hearing this, Yinxian smiled helplessly. Every recruit liked to call him lord, but he was not used to it. The women walked away lightly. Yunzhou hesitated for a moment and took out another saint-level recruitment order. After a long time, Yinxian sat on the ground weakly, and he began to doubt his life. After instructing Shi Shi and the others to leave, Yinxian recruited 4 more times, but medical type, musician type, animal taming type, forged shape. We have them all, and no 2 are alike. but there are no planting farmers. Yinxian recruited 200 true god-level forging farmers who knew how to forge and told them to perform their respective duties. Yinxian sat in the peasant recruitment center, looking at the only 5 remaining saint-level recruitment orders, and felt like crying. Doesn't he just want to recruit a few saint-level planting farmers? Why is it so difficult? After a long time, Yinxian stood up and activated the saint-level recruitment order again. This time he plans to go all in. If he can't recruit anyone of this level, then he will recruit someone at the true god level. Looking at the beautiful figures appearing one after another, Yinxian still had a smile on his face, but his heart was a little sad. There are already 40 people, and there are still no planting types? Yinxian looked at the 40 people who had already walked out, and his heart was beating fast. A moment later, call. It finally came out after much anticipation. When he saw the beautiful figure recruited by the last recruitment order, Yinxian finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally out. Farmer, Miao Xin. Talent, good weather and good harvest. Skills, planting mastery, power of nature, nature affinity. Introduction, a planting genius from another time and space. The efficacy, taste, and even quality of the spiritual creatures she takes care of will be improved to a certain extent. Yinxian took another look at the other 9 people, all of whom were saint-level farmers who specialized in planting. Phew, it works this time. Once recruited, this type of farmers will be retained at the recruitment altar. The next time you activate the recruitment order, you can choose the recruitment type. Yinxian really likes this. Yinxian looked at the people recruited by the other 4 recruitment orders and couldn't help but smile. Chef type, research type, management type, smelting type. In this way, all of Yunchuan's territory buildings, except for the wooden and stone buildings, can function normally. Yinxian recruited 200 true god-level people of each of these 4 types, and finally recruited 600 true god-level farmers for planting. A total of 200 true god-level recruitment orders were consumed, but there were no more saint-level recruitment orders. Fortunately, there were no duplicates, otherwise Yinxian would have cried to death. He ordered Miao Xin and others to take their people to perform their respective duties and look for the required materials in the warehouse. With Xiaoling in control of the whole process, Yinxian had some free time. He looked towards the recruitment altar, unable to contain the thoughts in his mind. Afterwards, Yinxian took out the space-time anchor and connected it to the recruitment altar, and then took out a true god-level recruitment order and activated it. I saw beautiful figures appearing on the anchor of time and space. It was Yinxian who had intercepted a breath of Shishir before. He wanted to try whether the recruitment order could lock in recruitment. However, just by looking at their attire and faces, Yinxian couldn't be sure of the identities of these people, so he was a little hesitant. Suddenly, Yunchuan's eyes lit up and his eye of insight opened. Unexpectedly, I actually saw a name. Yinxian quickly used the space-time anchor to lock onto 10 of them and recruited them. Your servant greets the Lord. No need to be so polite. Yinxian waved his hand and was about to stop recruiting because he could only lock in 10 times before. But this time, there was no warning from the space-time anchor, so did he understand it wrongly? Locking 10 times does not mean locking 10 people. Thinking of this, Yinxian decisively took out 9 true god-level recruitment orders and activated them. It really works. Yinxian smiled and locked onto 90 people again, recruiting them all. Your servant greets the Lord. No need to be so polite. Yunxian looked at the 100 women in front of him and couldn't help but smile. Yuji, go find Shishir and the others. They will lead you from now on. I obey your command. Good. Yinxian recruited all the top beauties he could remember in Chinese history. The remaining vacancies were filled with beauties who were no less attractive than those of famous celebrities. However, what made him sigh was that these ancient women were almost all dancers or musicians. There are very few who possess textile skills, but most are proficient in singing and dancing skills. Yinxian did not see the emergence of skills such as planting, forging, cooking, etc. However, Yinxian never asked for too much. He was happy to just support a few more people. Who says he is a pervert? Yinxian was very happy after recruiting the planting farmers he needed, and naturally didn't mind having a few more people. What's more, they are all beauties. Thinking about this, Yinxian continued to take out the true god-level recruitment order. He needed to see if he could recruit the people that Mu Suo and Shur needed. Carpenter and miner type. Although smelting farmers can also act as miners, their efficiency is ultimately not as good as that of professionals. After a moment, Yinxian looked at the 50 people in front of him and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Today is really different. There is no repeat in recruitment. Maid type, pharmacist type, miner type, laundry type, lumberjack type, Yinxian simply did it all in one go, except for the 100 true God-level dancer type and the 600 true God-level planning type. For each of the other types, recruit at least 200 true God-level people and let them go to Xie Shui for unified arrangements. Xie Shui is one of the 10 management-type saint-level farmers. Yunxian assigned her to lead people in managing all the trivial matters in the territory. Afterwards, Yunxian saw that the territory began to become active, and for a moment he felt that there was nothing to do. After fruitless thinking, Yunxian simply laid down in the Lord's mansion and watched the battle between others and monsters through the mark of God. Fight. There will always be erotic scenes. Everyone understands. What Yunxian didn't know was that a plot against him was about to sweep him away. Chapter 40. Unknown plan comes. Yunxian dies for the first time. Unknown place. Many shadows were hidden in the darkness. They stood in the air with terrifying aura. Everyone, I believe everyone knows the purpose of this gathering, right? An old and hoarse voice sounded, attracting the attention of many dark shadows. I saw a slightly hunched black shadow hidden in the darkness, with a terrifying gaze scanning the surroundings. Number 1, you might as well just say it. After a moment, someone spoke in a deep voice, as if unable to bear the gaze of the hunched black shadow. But no one answered, and the space fell into an eerie silence for a moment. After a long time, the old and hoarse voice of the hunched black shadow slowly came out. I didn't want to pay attention to it, but that reckless latecomer has attracted the attention of my lord, and my lord has conveyed the order. Kill him. Upon hearing this, many dark shadows fell silent. They all knew the mysterious and terrifying person who came later. If they didn't know the other party's background, no one would dare to offend him. Before, the death of number 9 had already sounded the alarm for them. That latecomer is definitely not to be trifled with. No one wants to get involved in this muddy water. After a long time, a slightly morbid cough sounded slowly. The sound came from an unknown direction, but seemed to be everywhere. Ahem. Number 1, you should understand clearly, ahem. That latecomer definitely has the ability to kill us, ahem. Before we figure it out, no one dares to die? Ahem. I understand, but I cannot disobey my lord's orders. My lord has passed down something that can help us lock onto that latecomer for 3 seconds. However, due to the constraints of the Tianhuang universe, it can only be used once. In addition, there is a saint-level item passed down that can create a space and force 2 parties to fight a life-and-death duel. No items can be used in the duel, and it can block the influence of the heavenly Tao for 10 minutes. After hearing this, the dark shadows remained silent. Ahem. This way, we can definitely kill the opponent, but, ahem, who should go? Ahem. I'm afraid no one dares to take this risk. It was still that sick cough, but the shadows seemed to have gotten used to his presence. Number 7, I also know this, but someone must go, and the others must work together to temporarily block the heavenly Tao of the Tianhuang universe while the props are creating space. So, let's draw lots to decide. As if thinking of something, the hunched black shadow suddenly said, oh, right, the space created by this item has a special feature. The winner gets everything, and the loser gets nothing. So, if you are interested in what that latecomer has, you can say so now, and you don't have to draw lots. Hearing this, the dark shadows were all eager to make a move, but none of them said a word. Until, forget it. In order to complete my lord's instructions as quickly as possible and obtain my lord's reward, I will personally give 100 million divine crystals to those who go. After hearing the words of the hunchbacked black shadow, the other black shadows remained unmoved. After a long time, a neutral voice sounded. Give me 100 million divine crystals each, and I can go. Hearing this, the black shadows were speechless, but they all agreed. Haha, if that's the case, I'd like to go too. So do I. Ahem, since so many people are willing, then those who are willing can draw lots. Ahem, the others will each receive 100 million divine crystals. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Now that we've decided, let's start in 5 minutes. Yellow level Starry Sky Blue Star Field, Novice Village number 1. Yunxian was lying in the Lord's mansion, watching the scenes in his mind with great interest. I didn't expect that I would have such a treat. Sume is such a slut. She's really rich. Yunxian muttered softly and wanted to continue watching, but suddenly he became uneasy. What's going on? Is something going to happen? Just when Yunxian was in doubt, the space in front of him suddenly fluctuated, and a mysterious force swept over, dragging him into an unknown space. Yunxian was shocked when he saw this. He quickly used the power of space to try to return to the territory, but to no avail. The power of rules. Yunxian was shocked. He could control time and space, But because of his lack of strength, he could only borrow the power of time and space. And this place actually possesses the power of space rules, which makes his space power ineffective. Yinxian hurriedly tried to sense the mark of God, but to no avail. The power of space rules. So terrifying. Tip: you have entered the life and death duel space. You can only leave by killing your opponent. Space Feature 1. No items can be used in this space, including weapons and equipment and recovery potions. Space Characteristics 2. This space has characteristics. The winner takes everything, the loser gets nothing. Tip: it is detected that you are in a special space. Your Heavenly Dao Compensation Protection Shield has expired. You can replenish it after leaving the space. Tip: the duel will start in 10 seconds. Please be prepared. When Yinxian saw the refresh prompt, his face turned very ugly. This is a shocking plan against him. Even the way of heaven can be blocked. How big a deal is this? Thinking of this, Yinxian turned his head to look at the man in black robe opposite him, and a hoarse voice came out. Can you tell me who you are? Hearing this, the man in black robe snorted coldly. There's no need for the dead to know too much. Oh, I'm already a dead man in your eyes anyway, so why not satisfy my curiosity? In fact, Yinxian could already guess that it was most likely the organization of the saint from last time. Because he couldn't see through the man in black, and even though he knew he could kill the saint, he still came. Even in such a space, it means. They think they are the ones who rely on props to kill. But when faced with Yunxuan's questions, the man in black robe had no desire to answer at all. Yinxian didn't have any expectations. After all, there was no way the other party would really tell him. 10 seconds passed in a flash. The man in black robe moved without any delay and killed in an instant. Yinxian didn't even have time to react before he was knocked away, and nearly half of his absolute defense shield was knocked down. If it happens twice more, he will definitely die. I just don't know if the feature of territory resurrection can work. Or the 10 lives that can be bestowed by the wonders of heaven and earth. Shield? What a weird kid. If you really let it grow up, then its potential will definitely be limitless. Unfortunately, how many times can your shield stop me? The man in black robe was obviously surprised when he saw the shield on Yinxian. It's rare that I said a few more words. Yinxian didn't say much and used all his skills. God's blessing is activated. The holy light is on. The hidden God begins. Transform into thousands and open up. The true fire of heaven is released. Space Blade is released instantly. It was not until this time that Yunxian realized that he lacked some skills. I dare not use any other ones. But enough for now. It's no use, kid, you can't hurt me. While the man in black robe was speaking, he had already arrived in front of Yunxian. He actually withstood countless attacks and knocked Yunxian away again. -0. Miss. Miss. -0. Haha. It's useless to say it. Why bother struggling? Countless red zeros and white misses flashed above the black-robed man's head, causing him to laugh sinisterly. Come to think of it, this shield of yours should be your talent, right? What an amazing talent. What a shame. If you do this again, you will die, and I won't give you the chance to say your last words. After saying that, the man in black robe appeared again and slapped Yinxian with his palm. Yinxian had expected this and had already prepared a palm strike for him. Speaking of which, this man in black robe is also an arrogant person. He didn't even dodge Yinxuan's attack. However, Yinxuan's attack has now spread throughout the space, and even a saint cannot dodge it, right? At most, you're lucky enough to dodge successfully. The two men exchanged palm strikes, and Yunxian was instantly knocked away. The fatal guard of the purple lotus of reincarnation takes effect, making the opponent immune to this attack and forcibly locking their health for 10 seconds. But it also means that 10 seconds later, when the opponent's next attack comes, he will die, but the next time will be very soon. Because the man in black robe didn't give Yinxian any chance at all and slapped him away with another palm. But the man in black robe was surprised to notice that Yunxuan's health points did not drop at all, but instead recovered rapidly. Young man, you have so many abilities. Forced blood lock ability. I want to see how long this ability can protect you. After saying that, the man in black robe didn't give Yinxian any chance at all and attacked him every moment. However, Yinxian's attack could not cause him any harm, unless 10 seconds passed quickly, and this time, Yinxian was not spared. Facing another attack from the man in black robe, Yinxuan's health points were instantly emptied. It's really clear. Because Aou was already lying in the divine contract space, but his consciousness was still there, just very weak. The man in black robe was excited when he saw Yunxuan's health value was reduced to 0, but he saw Chapter 41, Dual Space Collapse, Suzaku Loli Chi Wang. A life and death duel space. When Yunxuan's life was emptied, the resurrection feature of the territory was triggered. Tip: you have died. The territory feature of unlimited resurrection is activated. You have successfully resurrected. In an instant, Yunxuan's status was fully reached. Even the absolute defense shield appeared. But the shield value is very low, because his life value is only 100 million, but the original shared life value is 3.7 billion. But at this time, Aoyu's health was only a little bit, and he could only recover slowly. Of course, Yunxian can also control the purple lotus of reincarnation to restore her health. But I'm afraid not now. I never thought that you actually have a resurrection item and can ignore the rules created by saint-level items. You've wasted such a precious item. You deserve to die. As he spoke, the man in black robe attacked again. Yunxuan's attacks continued to fall, causing ineffective damage to the man in black robe one after another. He is waiting. Wait for a lucky one. Finally, the two sides collided again, and Yunxian died again. But he smiled. Hint: you attack the 850-level saint-level creature knight scene, causing 0 damage. Tip: you are attacked, you are dead. The resurrection of the purple lotus of reincarnation is activated, and any attack during the resurrection period will be invalidated. Estimated resurrection time: 5 seconds. Hint: your talent and destiny are being judged. Hint: your innate destiny judgment has taken effect, and you have killed the target. Haha, luck finally favors me. Yunxian chuckled, but he couldn't see Yi Jing's expression, because he fell into darkness. On the other side, feeling his own life slipping away, Yi Jing panicked. How is this possible? This is impossible. What on earth did this ant do? No, I won't die, no. You ant, you're dying and won't let me live. You really deserve to die. Yi Jing wished he could tear Yunxian into pieces, but at this moment, a voice resounded throughout the duel space. The red team is detected dead, and Night View is deemed the winner. All items of the red team belong to Night View. After 3 seconds, both parties will be teleported away. It turned out that the duel space detected Yunxuan's death, but did not detect the resurrection effect of the purple lotus of reincarnation, so it determined that Yi Jing was the winner. Yi Jing was overjoyed when he suddenly heard this voice. There's help, as long as I go back. Number 1 will definitely save me. The night scene waits anxiously, but life passes faster and faster. Finally, a ray of dawn broke through the space, and the night scene was swept away. In a twinkle, Yi Jing had arrived in a dark place, but he was ecstatic. Save me. He has a secret skill. He can die with me. No, save me. Roars came out from Yi Jing's mouth, scaring many black shadows into frowning. At the same time, my heart was pounding. Luckily, I didn't go. Before they could react, Yi Jing's body collapsed piece by piece and turned into starlight and disappeared. All the dark shadows fell silent. They believe that the night view does not lie, because if that latecomer didn't die, night scene would never come out. Even if Yi Jing is about to die, the dual space will determine that he is not dead yet, so he cannot get out. So, their mission is accomplished. But what they didn't know was that something they could never have imagined was happening in the dual space. Just as Yunxian was about to be teleported out, his life force quickly recovered and his health points returned to 10%. This sudden change caused the space to stagnate for a moment. Drip, drop, drop. An error occurred. Detection restart. Detection successful. Detected that the red team is not dead and the night scene is dead. The red team is determined to be the winner. All the items of the night scene belong to the red team, and the red team will be teleported away in 3 seconds. Ding. Due to an error in the dual space, compensation is made to the red team. The compensation is ding. Due to an error in the dual space, the space is disordered, the space is about to collapse, and the objects that carry the space are about to collapse. There was a series of chaotic sounds, and Yunxuan's body was teleported and disappeared. Where is this? When Yunxian opened his eyes, he found that he was no longer in the dual space. But the place where he is definitely not the Tiangong territory, because under him was a big red bird. It exudes burning flames all over its body, like a dancing fire elf, burning with the passion and vitality of life. The wings are as fiery, light, and flowing, like the colorful clothes of fairies, dancing with dreamy colors in the wind. Yunxian was staring in a trance when a sweet voice suddenly came. Are you awake? Yunxian was startled and looked around quickly, but he didn't see any figure. No need to look. It's me. I'm under you. This time Yunxian heard it clearly. It was the voice coming from the red bird under his seat. Thank you for saving me. Where am I? Hearing this, the red bird whistled, "Hold on tight." After saying that, he dived downwards. Yunchuan's body suddenly became unstable, and he quickly hugged Chinio's neck. Oh, all I heard was the red bird's cry of surprise, and it instantly lost its balance, and both the man and the bird fell rapidly. Seeing that it was about to fall to the ground, Yunxian hugged the red bird tightly and quickly activated the power of space. In an instant, the two of them appeared on the open space below. After landing, Yunxian was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground by the red bird. And for some reason, Qin Yao's body instantly changed into a petite little loli. Then, the two of them hugged each other in an ambiguous posture, with their faces almost touching. Feeling Yunchuan's breath, the little loli couldn't help but suddenly kiss Yunxian. Afterwards, she quickly buried her head in Yunchuan's chest. So cute. Yunxian was stunned and quickly let go of his arms that were hugging her. Taking a deep breath, Yunxian said, "Little sister, what's your name? Can you tell me where this is?" Hearing this, the little loli looked up. "Husband, I am from the Suzaka clan. My name is Chi Huang. As for this place, it is the yellow-level star sky demon territory, number 9 Novice Village." Hearing this name, Yunxian was stunned and his expression froze. "Chi Huang, what a great name. But, little sister Chi Huang, you called me the wrong name. How could I be your husband?" Unexpectedly, after hearing Yunchuan's words, Chi Huang stopped hiding. She looked up and said seriously, "No, Huang Er has been determined to be my husband since the moment she saw him. Not to mention, what's more, Huang Er has given herself to my husband. Does my husband want to deny the debt?" After saying that, Chi Huang blushed and snuggled back into Yunxian's arms. Hearing this, Yunxian was stunned. "When did she give herself to me?" "No, little sister, don't talk nonsense. When did you give yourself to me?" "Humph, my husband is a bad guy. Auntie Huang and Huang Er said that they would be husband and wife after kissing each other, but my husband actually refused to acknowledge it." "Wow, my husband is a bad guy." Chi Huang cried while lying in Yunchuan's arms and gently patting Yunxian. Hearing this, Yunchuan's mouth twitched. "Chi Huang, your Auntie Huang lied to you. This is not how marriages work." Hearing this, Chi Huang quickly looked up and asked, "How did that happen?" Yunchuan's mouth twitched again. Is this something he could ask? Also, don't you have any doubts? That conflicts with what your Aunt Huang said. Well, you'll understand this later. Come on, husband, just tell me." Yunxian was planning to evade the question, but Chi Huang refused and pulled Yunxian, acting pitifully and coquettishly. "Call. I can't stand it. Can that cadre withstand such stimulation?" Yunxian looked at the little loli in front of him, simply closed his eyes, and checked AOU in the divine contract space. At this time, AOU's expression was still very bad, and his health points were only a few hundred points. Yunxian hurriedly controlled the purple lotus of reincarnation to restore her life. This time she was really implicated. On the side, Chi Huang was still pestering Yunxian, using his coquettish tactics. Yunxian said that he really couldn't stand this kind of stimulation. When he suddenly saw AOU in the divine contract space, his eyes lit up. Chapter 42, Reward for Killing Against the Gods, Guess the Mastermind. Yellow-level Starry Sky Demon Realm, Novice Village, number 9. Yunxian was disturbed by Chi Huang's method of acting like a spoiled child, but suddenly he saw AOU in the divine contract space, and his eyes lit up. Yunxian said with a serious face, "Little sister Chi Huang, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I can't explain it clearly at the moment, and I'm already married to someone else, which means I already have a wife." Hearing this, Chi Huang froze in his tracks, his eyes instantly filled with tears. "Woo-woo, husband doesn't want Huang Er anymore. Woo-woo." Seeing this, Yunxian couldn't help but feel overwhelmed and wanted to cry but had no tears. "What is going on? Hee, little sister, do you want to be Brother Xian's little wife?" At this moment, an illusory figure appeared right in front of Chi Huang. If not AOU, who else could it be? Seeing this, Yunxian was somewhat surprised and worried. "Yuero. Brother Xian, don't worry. This is an ability of the divine contract space. Although the time it can come out is very short, it will not affect me." After saying that, AOU looked at Chi Huang, who raised his little face, tears still hanging on his pretty face. "Little sister, you." AOU was about to continue speaking when he was suddenly interrupted by Chi Huang. "Sister, are you your husband's wife?" Hearing this, AOU instantly felt flustered. Although she was just a shadow now, it did not affect her anxiety. She turned her head to look at Yunxian, then quickly looked away. "Ahem, of course, if you want. I can let you be my concubine." Really?" Seeing the conversation between the two, Yunxian couldn't bear to listen anymore and quickly walked aside. To stop listening is to be quiet. How could he be that kind of person? 3 years starting. You said this is not Blue Star? Oh, that's okay. Call. Yinxian shook off the messy thoughts in his mind and wanted to open the battle information to take a look. He had thought that the 5-second resurrection mentioned by the system was an instant resurrection, but he didn't expect. It actually came back to life after 5 seconds. But during this period, the resurrected person will fall into darkness and can only truly wake up when his health is restored to 50%. Although Yinxian recovered his health quickly, 8 seconds had already passed. When I woke up, I was already on Qi Huang's back. Therefore, Yinxian was unaware of any clues during this period. Yinxian opened the battle information. Int. You killed the 850-level Saint-level creature knight seen by leaps and bounds, and you obtained 140 billion divine energy and 14 billion divine crystals. Int. You killed the 850-level Saint-level creature knight seen above your level, and you got the following drops: Saint Quality Promotion Scroll 1, Saint Hero Soul 1, Saint Hero Recruitment Order 1, Saint Military Talisman 2, Saint Recruitment Order 4, God Servant Contract Scroll 1, Dungeon Key, 6th turn, 1, Fashion Colorful Feathered Clothes 1, Skill Book God Alchemy. Int. You killed the 850-level Saint-level creature knight scene, and you obtained Saint Blood 1000, Saint Spirit Marrow 500, and Saint Bone 1. Tip. Since you have the Heavenly Tao amplification, the kill reward will be doubled. Tip. Your Lordship talent triggers a 100-fold increase in quantity, and your Heavenly Path reward changes too. Tip. Your territory warehouse has been detected and has been automatically stored for you. Hint. It has been determined that you have won this duel, and you will get all the items in Night Scene. Reminder. All items of Night View have been sent out. Please check them carefully. Tip. Due to an error in the duel space, we are making compensation for you. The compensation is... Ding. An error has occurred. The duel space has collapsed, and the compensation has been changed to Holy Material Essence 1000, Divine Crystal 5 billion. Tip. Due to unknown reasons, you have crossed regions and appeared in the Heavenly Demon Realm. As the first novice adventurer to cross regions, you have received a heavenly reward. Special title. Pioneer, 10,000 reputation, 100 legend points. As the first cross-region novice adventurer, can you choose whether to make a Starry Sky announcement? Tip. The adventurer is detected to be in a coma, and the Starry Sky announcement will not be made by default. 6. After killing a saint, the loot dropped increased by 100 times, which can only be said to be 6 times. Now, I will never be short of the star energy needed to upgrade my heroic troops. There is no shortage of divine crystals for the time being. I just don't know what good things are there in that night scene. I think it should be pretty good. After all, it's this saint-level strong man. Yinxian muttered to himself and found a gift bag-like box in the warehouse. Hint. You have opened the duel winner's treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 10.289 billion divine crystals, the talent E-Night Walker, the talent skill Shadow-like, and the skill. Yinxian took a few casual glances, and apart from the decent divine crystals, he could only say that this saint-level guy was just a poor bastard. But before he could sigh, an unexpected reminder sound rang out. Hint. Your Lord's talent triggers a 3,000-fold increase in quantity. Ding. Warning, an error has occurred. Correcting. Tip. Your rewards are changed to Talent Night Walker 3000, Talent Skill Shadow-like 3000, Skill E-Night Stab 3000, Skill Death Strike 3000, Special Equipment Night Cloak 3000. What's going on? Yunxian was a little confused. He was extremely happy when he saw the 3,000-fold increase. But suddenly, all the good things are gone. Also, do you want me to form a Dark Knight army? Yinxian muttered, thinking but getting nothing. But soon, he found out the reason. Host, generally speaking, there is nothing wrong with your Lord's talent detection, but your treasure chest is a little special, so the detection went wrong. Strictly speaking, this treasure chest of yours does not belong to the treasure chest of the heavenly reward, but considering that it was a talent error, I still gave you part of the reward. After hearing the explanation that suddenly popped up from the system, Yinxian finally understood. There was an error in the talent check, but a compensatory reward was still given. True god-level talents and skills can be equipped to the peasants to increase their self-defense capabilities. Yinxian muttered to himself, not understanding how much of a shock his words would cause if the outside world knew about it. Those are truly god-level talents and skills. You're telling me that you want to improve the farmer's ability to protect themselves? It's totally crazy. However, Yinxian didn't bother to care about these. He was now thinking about what to do next. At the moment, It must be that I was too high profile and attracted the attention of the evil god cult. Twice. This time, the influence of the heavenly Tao was blocked, making the heavenly Tao's protective shield ineffective. According to AOU, there might be some otherworldly means involved in all this. If there is anything that can make the other world notice me, it must be that I killed a large number of monsters in a short period of time. Killing space. Then, who can forcibly pull me away under the protection of Hunyuan Shinhuan? It can only be the way of heaven in another world. Fuck. I, a little Karami, actually attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao? When Yunxian thought of this, he suddenly felt cold all over. If he didn't have a cheat and good luck, any saint-level person would have killed him, not to mention. Yunxuan's face looked a little ugly. Call. Then, he thought of something and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. For the time being, the laws of the other world and the laws of the universe are holding me back. What I need to worry about is the next attack from a saint or even an ancestor. I wonder how many of these items that can lock me are there. I'm just a little Karami. Who did I offend? Yunxian wanted to cry but had no tears. He just wants to become bigger and stronger and live a good life every day. Why is it so difficult? Yunxian felt a little depressed and felt that the road ahead was difficult. But at this moment, a charming voice came from behind. Chapter 43. Another member of the Divine Covenant is added. Qi Huang establishes a sub-territory. Just when Yunxian was secretly distressed, a charming voice came from behind him. Husband. The sweet voice was refreshing, but it gave Yunxian goosebumps all over his body. Without looking back, he knew who it was. Yunxian suppressed the sad expression on his face, turned around, and smiled. Qi Huang, you better think about it. I already have you heir, we can't. Unexpectedly, Yunxian was interrupted by Qi Huang before he could finish his words. Huanger knows. Sister, you told me, but Huanger still feels that my husband should be responsible for me. Hearing this, Yunxuan's mouth twitched, and he looked at AOU. AOU looked at him with a smile, and then said with a smile, Brother Xian, you are like Sister Huang, very much, don't mind. Besides, it must be quite boring for Yuer to stay in the divine contract space alone, right? Hearing this, Yunxian could no longer twitch his lips. I smoke too much. Although he likes it, but is AOU looking for an opponent for himself? Are all girls in this world so generous? Well, he and AOU don't seem to have a real relationship yet, so he can't say that, right? That should be it, right? Forget it, waste of brain cells. Yunxian turned to look at Qi Huang, who was looking expectant, and sighed. Okay, the divine gift is activated. Hint. Congratulations on signing the master-servant contract with Qi Huang of the Suzuka tribe. You will share her life. If you live, she lives. If you die, she dies. A mysterious connection connects Yunxian and Qi Huang, deepening their bond. It was not until this time that Yunxian knew about Qi Huang's talent. Saint-level Nirvana rebirth. The same talent as the Phoenix. Every time you die, you will be reborn in Nirvana. Every time Nirvana is successful, the strength will double. After 9 times, the strongest moment will come. But it also means that there is no ability to resurrect anymore. What an incredible talent. As expected, they are the Suzaku clan. Speaking of which, the Suzaku clan and the Phoenix actually have the same origin. Husband, you are so kind. Seeing that the contract was indeed successful, Qi Huang excitedly jumped into Yunxuan's arms. Yunxian felt the softness on his body and couldn't help but feel a little distracted, but he still held back. I really can't do it. What's more, AOU is watching here. At this time, Yunxian couldn't help but look at Qi Huang and asked, don't you regret handing your life over to someone else like this? Unexpectedly, Qi Huang just laughed and said, who told me to choose my husband? Hearing this, Yunxian was speechless. He had never seen such a love-minded person. Brother Xian, is this still the evil god cult? At this time, AOU's shadow stepped forward and asked. Hearing this, Yunxian's face turned a little ugly. It's probably, I didn't ask it. But, I have the shielding ability of Hunyuan Shinhuan. They can still lock me and block the influence of the heavenly Tao. It is possible that the heavenly Tao from another world is involved. But don't worry. The two worlds' heavenly Taos are restraining each other. We don't have to worry about the heavenly Tao of the other world taking action. We just need to be careful and keep a low profile. I believe nothing will happen in the future. That's true. Brother Xian has the potential to kill a saint. There's no need to worry too much. AOU breathed a sigh of relief. When her life was reduced to 0, she was scared half to death. Fortunately, the divine contract space is really amazing. Even though Yunxian still had a way to resurrect her, their slaves didn't have to die, and they actually forced her back to the divine contract space. She finally understood what it meant that Yunxian gave birth to her. It really is a forced bloodlock. In this way, as long as Yunxian is not dead, they can rest assured. This is also one of the reasons why she accepted Qi Huang. After all, the stronger Yunxian's ability to protect his life is, the more at ease she feels. It turns out that it was my husband who killed the saint-level warrior. My husband is so amazing. When Qi Huang heard the conversation between the two, his eyes sparkled. Her vision was right indeed, Well, it's okay for Sister Huanger to know about it. Don't tell anyone. Brother Xian hasn't made any progress yet, so he needs to keep a low profile. Seeing her infatuated look, Aou smiled slightly and quickly gave instructions. Yes, Huanger understands. Huanger won't say anything nonsense. Qi Huang nodded her little head quickly, looking extremely cute. Yunxian and the other person looked at each other and smiled. Brother Xian, what are you going to do next? Hearing Aou's question, Yunxian pondered for a moment and said, everything in the territory is on the right track. It is already difficult to increase the strength, but the novice trial is not over yet. You also said before that there are still many good things during the novice trial, and asked me not to rush, but for now, there is really nothing worth wasting my time on. So, I was wondering if I could end the novice trial early. Yunxian was stimulated and no longer cared about his previous plans for other novice villages. He just wanted to upgrade quickly. Hearing this, Aou was silent, but Qi Huang quickly said, my husband, you can't do that. There are many benefits to being ranked first in territory strength at the end of the novice trial. For example, the first place in the region can get a true god-level hero recruitment order. As Qi Huang was speaking, he suddenly saw a dozen saint hero recruitment orders in Yunxian's hand, and his tone paused. She couldn't help but smile, and continued tentatively. So, the first yellow-level Starry Sky novice can get a random feature extraction of the territory? Hearing this, Yunxuan's eyes lit up. This is indeed possible. Seeing this, Qi Huang smiled and said, husband, from the things in your hand, Huanger can see that you must have a lot of good things. The first place in the Starry Sky is almost likely to belong to you. So, Qi Huang paused, but said nothing more. The meaning was self-evident. Then, she continued, secondly, when 10 million adventurers in the region reach level 10, the regional battle power ranking list will be opened, and the 100 people on the list will receive a heavenly reward every day. When the number of first-level novice adventurers in the Starry Sky exceeds 1 billion, the Starry Sky newcomer battle power ranking list will be opened, and the 1,000 people on the list will also receive heavenly rewards every day. And the higher the ranking, the richer the rewards. It is said that the first in the Starry Sky can even get a mythical reward. Having said that, Qi Huang looked at the two extra mythical items in Yunxian's hand, and his tone couldn't help but stagnate again. Well, it seems that my husband has everything he needs, but he still needs the territory characteristics, right? Besides, if my husband is promoted to the Xian-level Starry Sky after only 3 days of the novice trial, wouldn't that be too high profile? Well, if you are really bored, Huanger can help you find a contractor with good potential. Speaking of this, Qi Huang blinked his big eyes and looked at Yunxian with a mischievous look. She knew from Sister Yu that her husband really liked beautiful women. Hearing this, Yunxian couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Who doesn't like this little loli? However, Yunxian suddenly thought of something. Huanger, since you have so much free time, why not create a territory for fun? Hearing Yunxuan's words, Qi Huang couldn't help but be stunned. Husband, although I have already achieved the first transformation, I don't seem to have any territory to build. Before Qi Huang could finish his words, he saw Yunxian had a true god-level territory construction order in his hand, and he couldn't help but pause. Husband, you actually have such a good thing. But why do we build so many territories? Yunxian smiled and said, didn't you say that there would be rewards for ranking high? I was wondering, what would happen if the top few places were all ours? Husband, you are so mean. But Huanger likes it so much. Watching the two guys plotting, Aou couldn't help but smile. Brother Xian, since you have extra construction orders, it's not impossible to build a new territory, but will the newly built territory be a sub-territory or a subsidiary territory? Hearing this, Yunxian shook his head and said, I think you understand this better than me. You too can analyze it. After hearing Yunxian's answer, Aou immediately had an idea, and she said directly, then it's the deputy territory. Afterwards, Aou analyzed. The deputy territory can inherit the territory characteristics from Brother Xian, and it is also recognized by the Heavenly Tao. In this way, I can not only occupy a novice territory ranking and get free rewards, but also use the characteristics of Brother Xian's territory, and even select outstanding people to enter Brother Xian's territory. Hearing this, Chi Huang nodded quickly. Okay, it's decided then. After that, Yinxian invited Chi Huang to join the territory, and then gave her the true, god-level territory construction order. After a moment, the three of them chose a suitable location. Chi Huang glanced at the two of them, and immediately used the territory construction order. Chapter 44. The Moon Emperor's territory is just being built, and the situation of the Sky Demon is complicated. After a long time, the three named the territory established by Chi Huang as the Moon Emperor territory, and inherited the characteristics of infinite resurrection and the Lord of the Moon from Yinxian. Coupled with the characteristics and attribute enhancement that come with the true god-level territory construction order, the territory is considered to be quite good. But AOU explained that the feature of infinite resurrection is only available to people with full loyalty and favorability. Actually, this is not a big deal, as long as Yinxian comes around from time to time. After all, Yinxian is also the lord of a sub-territory. Once the favorability or loyalty of the territory units towards Yinxian reaches the maximum value, they will also be locked by the characteristics of the Lord of Tying. As long as the Lord of Tying is locked on, they will obey Chi Huang's orders. Afterwards, they recruited a true god-level hero, 1,000 true god-level soldiers, and 200 true god-level farmers for the sub-territory. Fortunately, Chi Huang recruited heroes, soldiers, and even peasants for free, all of whom were true god-level. Afterwards, he used the recruitment order to directly recruit farmers who played a great role in the construction of the territory. For example, management farmers, planting farmers, and mining farmers, etc. But unlike the Yinxian territory, even the territory built by the ancestral territory construction order only has one hero quota, 10,000 military quotas, and 100,000 civilian quotas at the beginning. In other words, if Yinxian recruits enough people, it will be 10 times that of other territories. Yinxian gave Chi Huang some star energy, which allowed the heroic troops in her territory to be upgraded to level 15, which was Chi Huang's level. Unfortunately, the stars issued by the Lord cannot be used to upgrade adventurers, even by the Deputy Lord. Otherwise, you can upgrade Chi Huang quickly. Seeing that the territory was basically built, Chi Huang sent an invitation in the Tianyao territory communication channel. However, the number of people who can join is limited to women with a charm higher than 80. This naturally caused dissatisfaction among many people. But obviously Chi Huang will not pay attention to it. Husband, in fact, there are privileges to establish a territory before the end of the novice trial. At this time, Chi Huang smiled. Oh, hearing this, Yinxian was stunned. Is there such a saying? How come he doesn't know? My husband should know that if a novice village passes the novice trial, a territory construction order will definitely be released. At that time, all the people in the novice village must join the established territory, and the lordship will be obtained by the strongest person. But if the territory is established before this, the lord will have been determined, and the lord has the right to decide who can join and will not force others to join. Afterwards, another territory construction order will be released in the novice village where the lord is located. If all the people in the novice village have joined the territory, then the territory will belong to the lord. If there are still people who have not joined the territory, a new territory will be established for the remaining people. But it's not easy to get a territory construction order, so it only comes out at the end, and many people are forced to join the territory. This has prompted many people to improve their abilities and not want to be controlled by others. This is the privilege of establishing a territory first. Hearing this, Yinxian nodded. Avoiding rotten fish and shrimp from appearing in your own territory is actually a privilege. While everyone was talking, many people had already chosen to join the Moon Emperor territory. Most of them felt that they were not strong enough to become the lord of their village, but they did not want to be controlled by other male lords. And the appearance of Chi Huang just happened to meet their wishes. Others who met Chi Huang's requirements, but did not choose to join either felt that they were qualified to compete for the position of lord, or the village has its own candidate to support, and they have confidence in the person they support, or he was just hoping for luck. After all, only 2 days had passed since the novice trial. Who knew if he could get the territory construction order? Or just wait and see. Unlike the people in the Blue Star domain who know nothing, most of the people in the Sky Demon domain came from the advanced Starry Sky. Some of them even have fathers who were lords, adventurers, or even subjects. They have been born and raised in the advanced Starry Sky and are able to appear in the novice trials, which means they all hope to gain good things from the novice trials, or even become the new overlord. Naturally, I am unwilling to be inferior to others. Therefore, even though there are countless adventurers in the heavenly demon realm and countless people who meet the requirements of Chi Huang, there are still only a few hundred people. To be exact, 498 people. Even among these 498 people, no one knows how many of them are truly willing to join the territory. After all, it's not like we can't withdraw from the territory, right? It is even possible that they are followers of other people, sent to monitor Chi Huang. No one can say for sure. Seeing this, Chi Huang felt a little tired. She also came down from the high-level starry sky, so she naturally understood what these people were thinking. It's okay, you've done great. Yun Xian smiled and ruffled her hair, then continued. We still have something to do next, to clean up the monsters in the temporary space. So let's issue the conscription order. The conscription order is an order issued by the Lord to adventurers for the safety of the territory, and all adventurers are required to participate. Unless you don't want to stay. Of course, there is a price to pay, which is that every time an adventurer is recruited, 10 star coins are consumed. And when adventurers are in crisis or injured, they have the right to refuse conscription. Or if you are seriously injured after conscription and unable to participate in the mission, you can withdraw from conscription. Hearing this, Chi Huang nodded. After a while, the group stood in the temporary space, looking at the monsters in the distance. The ones who came here were Yunxian and Chi Huang, with 500 soldiers. All other heroic troops were left in the territory. Aou's shadow was also dispersed by her. In addition to Chi Huang and others, all other adventurers also came. It doesn't matter whether I complete the mission or not, but I want to test the Lord's strength and background. Of course, there were also those who withdrew from the territory on the spot after knowing Chi Huang's identity. Those who are still here are either those who joined with some sincerity, or those whose masters have more powerful backgrounds than Chi Huang. Just 2 words. Don't be afraid. As for why there are no members of the Chi Huang tribe, don't be funny. Even if we are from the same clan as Chi Huang, who wouldn't want to fight for it? In the end, there were only 346 people left. Yunxian couldn't help but shook his head after seeing this. It was really difficult to build a territory in the Tianyao realm. But his sub-territory does not need adventurers very much, and can be upgraded to a very high level relying only on heroic troops. So it doesn't really matter whether there are adventurers joining or not. So, Yunxian walked out and said, Hello everyone, let me introduce myself. I am Lord Chi Huang's friend, codenamed Fu Jun. There are some things that Chi Huang can't say, so let me say them. Since everyone has come here and has not left, no matter whether you are sincere or not, I hope that you in the territory can get through this difficult time together. Next, it should be no problem for adventurers below level 10 to kill the first and even the second wave of low-level monsters, right? Hearing this, everyone looked at the countless magical beasts and couldn't help but feel a little frightened. Fu Jun, you think too highly of us. How can we possibly kill so many monsters? Yes, in my opinion, it is not unreasonable for the Heavenly Dao game to not allow novice players to establish a territory before the end of the trial. Everyone was talking about it, and no one wanted to listen to Yunchuan's words. Yun Xian smiled and said, Just 100,000 low-level monsters. Do you think you are scared? After saying that, Yun Xian looked at Chi Huang. Chi Huang nodded. Everyone, either withdraw from the territory or go kill the enemy until you can no longer fight. I don't support idlers in my territory. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned grim. I quit. I joined the territory to improve my strength, not to die. Soon someone spoke loudly, as if trying to lure everyone away and let Chi Huang face it alone. But Yunxian and the others just watched her act quietly and ignored her. After a while, seeing that Yunxian and the other man were silent, some people began to join in the fun. It was only at this moment that Yunxian shouted coldly, If you want to quit, then get out of here quickly. If you keep talking nonsense, I will kill you. As Yunxian finished speaking, the 500 Fengwu guards took a step forward together with a terrifying momentum. With a strength of over 510 turns, they may not win even if all of them go. As a result, those people suddenly didn't dare to speak anymore. They all withdrew from the Moon Emperor's territory and left the temporary space directly. Although the Heavenly Dao provides certain protection for the territory and the adventurers who join the territory, who knows whether Chi Huang and others will abide by this rule. If you attack them directly, you won't even know how you died. Seeing those people leave, Yunxian turned and looked at others. Chapter 45. Leading the team to kill the monster. The terrifying method shocked the monster. After scaring away the person who was making a fuss, Yunxian continued to look at other people. It doesn't matter whether you leave or not. Chi Huang can ask for help from her people. It doesn't matter whether you are there or not. But since you have joined the Moon Emperor territory, I will give you a chance to fight and tell Chi Huang that you are valuable and worthy of Chi Huang's training. At this time, Chi Huang also said, Don't worry, if you are seriously injured, You will be given priority in recovering from the good medicines in the future. If you perform well, you will be given priority in exchanging items for territory contributions. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Do these two really think they are fools? Count me in. I just hope that if I need the Lord's help in the future, the Lord will lend a helping hand. At this time, a masked girl in black walked out and said coldly. Hearing this, Chi Huang smiled and said, I will do my best, not what I can't do. Afterwards, a few more people came out, ready to give it a try, but most people see that nothing can be done and are still waiting and watching. Even the look in his eyes when he looked at the people who came out was not right. Are these people fools? At this time, Yun Xian continued with a smile. So, other people are unwilling to share the hardships with the territory? Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads and said nothing. Seeing this, Yun Xian glanced at Chi Huang. Chi Huang nodded. They had already planned this. They just wanted to tease these people. Well, since you don't want to share the hardships with the territory, then go back. From now on, you will still be adventurers of the territory, and nothing will change. Hearing this, the others looked surprised and puzzled. Chi Huang continued. However, I will set a gradient for territory exchange rights, giving priority to those I like. If others are unwilling, they should leave the territory as soon as possible. After saying that, Chi Huang no longer paid attention to everyone and came to Yun Xian. After hearing her words, the faces of those who stood out looked much better, but when they saw the countless monsters, their faces fell again. Afterwards, several more people came out and stood with the girl in black and others. The others looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, and then turned into starlight and left. Yun Xian looked at the remaining 8 people and couldn't help but shake his head and was speechless. His territory is still the best. This is also his territory? That's okay. Well, congratulations. Regardless of whether you are sincere or sent by others, based on your behavior today, I will not let you regret it. After that, Yun Xian continued. I have already sent out a team invitation. Let's form a team of 10 people. As he spoke, Yun Xian used the Hunyuan magic to disguise his name, number, and race. Husband, our lowest level is already level 8. These monsters can no longer provide us with star energy. Hearing this, Yun Xian shook his head and smiled. No, but the territory units can still gain star energy by killing low-level monsters. This star energy can be given to soldiers and even peasants. Let the Fengwu guards go. Well, fine, I'll gather the rest. A moment later, the hero Fengwu appeared with 500 Fengwu guards. Greetings, Lord. Until the deputy lord makes it known, all units in the deputy territory will not know that they have a lord. Therefore, the favorability or loyalty of the sub-territory units towards the lord are implicit. This point can well ensure the mystery of the lord. Chi Huang's face was serious, and he said in a deep voice, Fengwu, take Fengwu away to kill these monsters. Yes, sir. Yun Xian immediately created 100 avatars and used Shinin to follow them, but only provided them with benefits, treatment, and star power recovery. Killing level 5 at level 15, and even turning on the buff crazily, it's simply too easy. In just 3 minutes, 100,000 monsters died. Then came the second wave, and they also died quickly. In the third wave, Yun Xian and others moved. With Yun Xuan's amplification, treatment, and star power recovery, everyone went crazy. After all, these are the star energies that helped them advance. Even the 4 people who didn't have a turn were still killing nonstop, hoping to accumulate more star energy. In this way, you can upgrade quickly after 1 turn. When the 5th wave arrived, everyone who had not yet completed a turn dropped out. Even with Yun Xuan's help, their fighting power was not enough. But everyone agreed to continue the team up and agreed to let them share the star energy. As for Yun Xian, he is the captain. His setting is still that team members share star energy and star coins according to their contributions, and the captain's kill drops are equally divided among team members. Only in this way can Yun Xian avoid wasting these things. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to gain any star energy from his kills. Afterwards, after each wave was killed, Chi Huang would upgrade the hero units until they were at the same level as hers. When the 7th wave arrived, everyone except Yun Xian, including the heroic soldiers, were exhausted. Although Yun Xian has been healing and recovering his star power, he is mentally exhausted. Each person killed at least 4 or 500. Now, except for the 4 who haven't changed their job, everyone else is at least level 31. At the same time, except for Chi Huang, the way everyone else looked at Yun Xian changed. How could they not know that Yun Xian had been providing them with benefits and treatments, and even restoring their star power? Even Yun Xian himself was killing monsters, much more than them. But why didn't Yun Xian feel tired at all? Also, their star energy and star coins are divided according to their contributions. Isn't that a bit too much? Is this man a god? The girls were curious and wanted to study Yunxian carefully, but they quickly suppressed this idea. Can't beat. Okay, you guys take a break. Yunxian smiled, sat next to Qi Huang, and turned to look into the void. When everyone saw him like this, they all looked over, but there was still nothing there. At this time, Yunxian smiled and said, Sister, it's your turn. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Is there anyone else here? Only Qi Huang smiled without saying anything. Only she knew that it was Yunxuan's smoke bomb. As soon as Yunxian finished speaking, countless invisible space blades swept across the entire place. All the monsters were killed instantly, and blood mist flew everywhere. This scene left the 8 women who stayed behind stunned. Looking at Yunxian and the other man, they were full of fear. They did not lie and really asked for help. And it's such a horrific method. In other words, they are a burden, and everything before is just to give them some benefits. Afterwards, they went on to witness the last 3 waves of monsters die in the same tragic manner. I couldn't help but feel a chill in my heart. This person's background is so terrifying. How come I have never heard of the existence of such a force? The power of space. It is definitely the power of space. Only the power of space can kill people invisibly. Now, they were more humble towards Yunxian and the other man. You have to be humble. You can't afford to offend me. Now, even more unacceptable. At the same time, Qi Huang also received rewards from heaven. She showed the message to Yunxian, and it was the same as his previous one. It's just that one legendary military talisman is missing. Everyone returned to the territory, and Qi Huang said, Okay, thank you all for your help. I have already set up the territory exchange permissions for you. Once the territory exchange items appear, you can exchange them 10 minutes earlier than others. Well, the first batch of items will be available in half an hour, so please pay attention. After saying that, Qi Huang pulled Yunxian away. Returning to the Moon Emperor Lord's mansion, Qi Huang smiled and said, Thank you, my husband. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to deal with the monsters in the temporary space. That's not necessary, but I'm curious. How did those people who built the territory before get through this stage? Hee, it's normal for my husband to be curious. In fact, when the void battlefield opens, the monsters near the territory will also enter and become cannon fodder for the first wave of invasion. Therefore, as long as you pass the novice trial, the temporary territory you establish at that time will only have a few cats and cats, so it will be easier. Hearing this, Yunxian suddenly understood. He was puzzled before. Even if he survived the void battlefield, after building the territory, there would be few people who could clear out the monsters in the temporary space, and it would be impossible to complete. But after listening to Qi Huang's explanation, Yunxian immediately understood. The road has been paved. After Yunxian and Qi Huang chatted for a while, they suddenly received a prompt. Chapter 46. The hero's message comes back quickly, and Tianxian Saint plans. After clearing out the monsters in the temporary space of the Moon Emperor's territory, Yunxian and Qi Huang chatted for a while, but suddenly received a prompt. Tip: Your hero Xiaolong Nu sent you a message, please check it. Seeing this prompt, Yunxian couldn't help but be stunned. Territory units can send messages to the Lord, but how could Xiaolong Nu send him a message? Thinking of that girl's coldness, I'm afraid something must have happened to her, right? Yunxian quickly opened the message and saw a line of simple words slowly appearing. My lord, come back quickly. Simple and clear, but I can't see any useful information. Yunxian shook his head, looked at Qi Huang, and said, Huanger, you should focus on yourself as the Moon Emperor. If you can leave the affairs of the territory to others, please leave them to others. I will try to come here once a day. If that doesn't work, I will ask my avatar to come and help you. Something seems to have happened over there, and I need to go back and take a look. Hearing this, Qi Huang was reluctant, but still nodded. Well, husband, go and do your thing. Don't worry about me. Yunxian looked at her serious and cute expression and couldn't help but kiss her. Afterwards, Yunxian returned to the territory, but he found that the heroes were already waiting at the door. My lord, Sister Xiaolong Nu found a strange portal, but we couldn't get in after trying, so we disturbed you. Please forgive me, my lord. All the heroes bowed together, lowering their heads and not daring to look at Yunxian. Seeing this, Yunxian couldn't help but laugh. Okay, get up. You still want to forgive me for such a small thing? Do you think I'm a demon king? Hearing this, all the girls smiled sweetly. Okay, take me to see it. Yunxian spoke, and the girls quickly led the way. After a moment, Yunxian looked at the portal in front of him that was shining with colorful light, and couldn't help but be extremely surprised. Gate to the Secret Realm. A special portal that can teleport to the Tianxian Secret Realm. Note: those who have reached the first level of Lord Occupation can enter. Seeing the information returned by the Eye of Insight, Yunxian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Somewhat interesting. At this moment, Aoyu's voice with a hint of vigilance sounded in his ears. Brother Xian, you have to be careful. Generally speaking, secret realms are places where powerful people leave their legacy after death. But there are also some places where powerful people prepare to take over other people's bodies and be reborn. Of course, there is another situation. That is, the place where the portal to the wonders of heaven and earth is located will form a secret realm. But no matter which one it is, there will be a lot of people entering, and the danger is still very high. Hearing this, Yunxian nodded. Don't worry, as long as there are no saint-level experts, it will be no problem to protect yourself. Yunxian and Aoyue replied, and said to the heroes, this is a secret place. Only lords are allowed to enter, so you don't need to worry about it. Just do your own thing. Yes, my lord. Yunxian did not hesitate and went straight into the portal to the secret realm. Hint: you have entered the special secret realm Tianxian. The rules of the secret realm are as follows. Rule 1. Entrants cannot use items, including scrolls, recovery potions, etc. Rule 2. The special benefits brought by external objects on the entrant are invalid. Rule 3. Those who enter will receive a jade talisman. After collecting all the beast souls, they can enter the core of the secret realm and fight for the secret realm treasures. After seeing the prompt, Yunxian always had an inexplicable feeling that there was something fishy about this secret realm. Looking at the jade talisman in his hand, Yunxian used the Eye of Insight to take a look. When he saw the hidden message of the jade talisman, his expression became even more strange. The information that the Eye of Insight saw was clearly: soul-gathering jade talisman can collect the souls of monsters and enter the core of Tianxian's secret realm. Note: this jade talisman contains a secret which can refine the soul of the monster and transfer soul power to the residual soul. Residual soul? Is it inheritance or possession? If it is a legacy, it seems unnecessary to maintain the residual soul, right? Then, it is most likely that someone has taken over someone else's body. Thinking of this, Yunxian couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't expect that the secret realm that only appeared once in 100 years was the place where the strong could seize the body. But now we are in a dilemma. After all, the retreat is blocked. Can't get out. But who allowed him to cheat? When in doubt. System, is there any way to prevent others from taking over my body? Host, what are you worried about? Your heavenly wonder, the purple lotus of samsara, is the nemesis of the souls of living beings. It is more than enough to suppress the holy soul, let alone the remnant soul. As long as it dares to come, its fate is doomed. The system's tone was full of disdain for the remnant soul, and it didn't even take it seriously. Even itself has not been taken into account. Who can take over Yunchuan's body? Hearing this, Yunxian breathed a sigh of relief, and confidence instantly filled his face. Picking up the jade talisman, Yunxian took a closer look and found that there were numbers on both sides of the jade talisman. On the front, there is a blood-red 0/1000. On the back, there is a string of numbers, and it keeps changing. After a moment, the numbers on the back froze, reaching billions. Yunxian pondered for a moment and finally understood the meaning of these two numbers. The number on the front should be the Warcraft soul that needs to be obtained. The number on the back is probably the number of lords who have entered the secret realm. But Yunxian was only stunned for a moment, and the number on the back instantly decreased by hundreds. You should know that those who can enter here are all first-level lord professionals, and they are the strongest existence in a village or even a territory. But now the number of people has been reduced by hundreds in an instant, which is enough to show how dangerous this secret realm is. Yunxian held the jade talisman in his palm and sat down cross-legged. It's not that he doesn't want to kill the monster and get to the core of the secret realm as soon as possible, but there is an incarnation. More than 30,000 avatars have all dispersed, so is there still a need for him to take action? After a moment, almost every incarnation locked onto one or two magical beasts, ready to kill them instantly and complete the soul-gathering mission. However, he was not in a hurry. After all, the reason why they were looking for so many people was just to recover more soul power and then to take over another body more easily, right? What if he completes the soul-gathering mission in the first place? Will he be able to enter the core of the secret realm? No one is ready yet. However, he was obviously overthinking it. A minute later, Yunxian felt a little bored, but finally couldn't help himself. Kill all the monsters targeted by the incarnation. They are all level 30 to 40 monsters. There are no lower-level monsters in this secret realm, so it seems that the preparations are sufficient. In an instant, the magic beast souls required by the jade talisman were full, and there was no difficulty at all. Reminder: you have collected all the Warcraft souls, and will be teleported to the core of the secret realm in 10 minutes. When receiving this reminder, Yunxian couldn't help but smile, and he said, "Well, no one is ready." So, Yunxian ordered his incarnation to use the invisibility technique and go to all directions of the secret realm to see if he could find anything good. The secret realm is huge. Even though Yunxuan's incarnations were extremely fast and numerous, they were unable to search quickly. 10 minutes passed quickly and Yunxuan's incarnation gained nothing. It's nothing more than killing the beast you meet. Meet the adventurer. Don't kill this person, it's no good. Just after 10 minutes, Yunxian was taken away by a force of space. He didn't resist, after all, there was no need. When he regained his sight, he found that he had come to an enclosed space. Then, an illusory old man in black appeared and floated strangely in front of him. "Congratulations, latecomer. You have passed the first level of the secret realm and come here. I am the Holy Lord Tianxian. I died 10,000 years ago. Before I died, I put all my life's gains into the Tianxian secret realm, leaving a legacy for those who came after me, and spreading my last rays of light to continue fighting against the invasion of monsters. Since you can come here, it means that you are destined to be with me. You can take any epic equipment you want. Next, you can choose to leave or continue to challenge. If you choose to continue, I will open 3 tests for you. If you pass all of them, you will obtain all of my relics. It contains thousands of mythical items, hundreds of true god-level items, and even dozens of saint-level items." After saying this, Saint Tianxian looked at Yunxian indifferently, but there was a hint of joy in his eyes. He was so satisfied with this body. He could clearly feel the terrifying attributes contained in this body, which were attributes that exceeded the limit of its level. "I'm afraid the dragon bodies of the dragon clan are no more than this." But his words concealed the temptation. He didn't believe that a low-level adventurer could resist the temptation of a holy-level item. As long as Yunxian continues, he will seize the opportunity to take over this body when the test comes. If the little ghost in front of him retreats, then he can only take over its body first, but that would not be perfect. Seeing the expectant look in Saint Tianxuan's eyes, Yunxian hesitated a little and finally gritted his teeth. He said in a deep voice, "I choose." Chapter 47. The body possession array is activated, and the target of possession is Yunxian. Under the expectant gaze of Tianxian Saint, Yunxian gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "I choose to continue. Senior, please start the test." Okay. As expected, you are the young man I selected. You are indeed courageous. Don't worry, even if you cannot pass my test, I will give you a few treasures." Upon hearing Yunxuan's choice, Saint Tianxian seemed very happy. He quickly continued, "I will start the test for you now." Then, he waved his hand, and the space in front of Yunxian changed, and he had arrived at a different space. But at this moment, there were actually 4 people in the space. When the 4 people saw Yunxian coming, they all looked fierce and were very hostile to each other. The reason why I say almost is because one of the girls with a veil on her face is different from the others. When she saw Yunxian, she actually nodded. And this is naturally the effect of the charming divine body. After all, the favorability of strangers is generally 0. Negative numbers represent the degree of disgust, and positive numbers represent the degree of friendliness. Among them, favorability levels of 1 to 29 represent friendly relationships. A favorability level of 30 to 59 means that the relationship is very pleasant. Favorability level 60 to 89 means sharing weal and woe, and the beginning of love. A favorability of 90 to 99 means sharing life and death, lifelong love. A favorability of 100 means following till death and being loyal forever. Therefore, it can be seen that the charm god's body is so powerful that it gives people a friendly feeling when they first see it. Of course, this refers to the opposite sex. If it is the same sex, that's disgust. Don't believe it? Yunxian felt it the most deeply. Didn't you see that the other 3 people wanted to kill Yunxian on the spot? At the same time, the voice of Saint Tianxian came from the space. The first test, invincible at the same level or even higher levels. Here, you will fight against a level 40 elite monster. After you kill it, 2 level 40 elite monsters will appear, followed by 4 and 10 level 40 elite monsters, and finally a level 70 lord monster. For this level, as long as you kill an elite monster, you will pass it. But the better you perform, the higher your chance of obtaining the inheritance. As he finished speaking, the space was instantly divided into 5 platforms. 5 people each occupied a platform, and a magical beast appeared on each platform. Yunxian is too lazy to watch Warcraft anymore. It's too weak. Yunxian just kept dodging and occasionally glancing at other people's situations. It can be said that anyone who can come here is not a good person. I saw the other 4 people fighting with the monster, and they killed a monster in just a few moments. Yunxian also followed suit and killed a monster with difficulty. Half an hour later, everyone was covered in wounds and lying on the ground exhausted. The same is true for Yunxian. However, the difference from them was that Yunxuan's embarrassment was all disguised by the Hunyuan Shenhuan. How could he tell it with that saint-level remnant soul? At this time, Saint Tianxian appeared again, looked at the 5 people, and nodded with satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, the 5 people came to the same space again. A mysterious and profound magic circle is carved in the space. At this time, Yunxian stood in the center of the magic circle, and the other 4 occupied the 4 sides respectively. Very good, you have all passed the test. The second test is to test your willpower. I will activate an illusion array. Those who pass the test can proceed to the next one. Saint Tianxian smiled with satisfaction and threw hundreds of divine crystals in all directions of the magic circle. Yunxian didn't feel there was anything wrong with this scene. But not everyone is ignorant. The masked girl on Yunxuan's right looked at the magic circle with a puzzled look on her face. At the moment the magic circle was activated, her face suddenly changed. Oh no, this is a body possession array. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces changed drastically, and Yunxian immediately became panic-stricken. But it was obviously too late. Haha, the little girl does have some knowledge, but it's a pity that she will eventually turn into a pink skeleton. Once this formation of mine is activated, even if a saint comes, he won't be able to do anything, let alone you youngsters. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale. The masked girl also had an unpleasant expression on her face. He's right. Everyone, just try your best. All 4 of us are sacrifices, but the one in the middle is his target. Miss, is there any solution? Yunxian also turned his head at the right time and looked at the girl expectantly. There is no other way. We can only protect the soul and prevent him from succeeding. But I think he has collected so many beast souls, probably for sacrifice. We are just a supplement. It's just a pity. The girl said this but didn't say anything else. She just glanced at Yunxian. Yunxian smiled back. What a pity. I am a person who is given special care. I am afraid that I can't escape this fate. Hearing this, the girl was surprised. Aren't you afraid? Yunxian couldn't help but laugh. Girl, if I'm scared, will this old thing let me go? No, the girl shook her head. That's it. There's no point in me being afraid. Humph, you are a mysterious person who is trying to be mysterious. At this time, the 3 people nearby couldn't bear it anymore and snorted coldly. Hearing this, Yunxian turned around and saw that it was a strong man. He couldn't help but laugh instead of getting angry. Don't worry if I'm being mysterious, big ape. I don't think you'll survive. You are. The sturdy man couldn't help but get furious after hearing what Yunxian said, but before he could say anything else, a shrill howl came out of his mouth. Yunxuan's words were instantly verified. Yunxian turned his head and saw that the other 3 people except the girl had all fallen to the ground. Their bodies twitched, and their faces quickly turned pale. Yunxian couldn't help but look at the girl, only to see a jade talisman floating above her head. The jade talisman emits a mysterious colorful light, protecting the girl. They don't have any treasures to protect their souls, so their souls were taken away and sacrificed by this body-stealing magic circle. There's no hope for them. Seeing Yunxuan's look, the girl said in a deep voice, her eyes full of regret as she looked at Yunxian. It's a pity, but it can't be saved. At this time, the soul of Saint Tianxian floated above the magic circle. When he saw the jade talisman on the girl's head, his face couldn't help but look a little unhappy. I didn't expect it to be a divine amulet made by an ancestor-level strongman. It seems that your origin should not be simple, but I can't let you go today. As he spoke, Saint Tianxian continued to activate the magic circle, trying to break the girl's jade talisman. After a moment, the girl's jade talisman turned gray and her face became uglier. But what Yunxian saw was that the soul of Saint Tianxian was actually somewhat unstable. Sure enough, Saint Tianxian stopped activating the magic circle. I'll see how long you can hold out. Once I recover a little, I'll take over this kid's body and then kill you. After saying this, Saint Tianxian quietly floated above the magic circle, as if absorbing the mysterious energy from all over the secret realm. But Yunxian and the others could only watch helplessly. Of course, if Yunxian summoned Aou out, everything would be solved. But there is no need. He believes in the system. Besides, what if Aou comes out and scares this old guy away? A long time passed, and just when Yunxian was getting impatient, he saw Saint Tianxuan's eyes suddenly opened. At this time, his soul had become much more refined, which should be the result of the soul power provided to him by various places in the secret realm. At this time, the girl had already fainted due to the serious injuries she had suffered before and the fact that she had been using all her strength to activate the Jade Talisman. But even though she was unconscious, the Jade Talisman was still running, protecting her. Saint Tianxian glanced at her and ignored her, turning to look at Yunxian. He can't wait to be reborn. He's just a junior. We'll deal with him later. If she delays my ability to seize another body, that would be a huge loss. Young man, you are calm. But what's the use? As he spoke, he took out a black bead and gently rubbed it with his fingers. He continued, You are so lucky to be possessed by me. This bead was obtained by me by chance. I found that it has the effect of collecting souls and determining the souls of others. I didn't intend to use it, but out of respect for you, I have done my best. Hearing this, Yun Xian's mouth twitched. Old man, you are afraid of failure in taking over the body. So you say you are afraid, and you still respect me? You want to make me laugh to death, right? Tianxian Saint Venerable was slightly angry at Yunxuan's ridicule. Humph, you outspoken youngster, say a few more words. I'm afraid you won't have a chance in the future. After saying that, he transmitted a trace of star power into the black bead, causing it to float above Yunxuan's head. Suddenly, Yunxian felt as if his soul was imprisoned, and it became difficult for him to think. But then, Chapter 48, the remaining soul failed to take over the body. Yunxian got another rare item. The black bead of Saint Tianxian was suspended above Yunxuan's head, and it had a mysterious power that fixed his soul. But just as he was curious, a wave came from the purple lotus of samsara, instantly offsetting this force. Yunxian remained calm and pretended to be dazed. At this moment, Saint Tianxian smiled sinisterly. Youngster, just accept my possession of your body. I saw Saint Tianxian activating the body-snatching magic circle, and then he turned into a black mist and quickly penetrated into Yunxuan's eyebrows. But then, no. Aunt, how could you have such a treasure? A wonder of heaven and earth. This is definitely a wonder of heaven and earth. Young man, let me go. I will give you the treasure after I take over the bodies of others. Young man, I can help you become the supreme overlord of the starry sky. Youngster. As Saint Tianxian entered Yunxuan's brow, a picture appeared in front of Yunxuan's eyes. The purple lotus of samsara emitted a terrifying light, suppressing Saint Tianxian beneath it. Yunxian also had an idea in his mind. As long as he wanted, the purple lotus of samsara could kill this old thing at any time. Yunxian laughed. Old man, you, a mere saint-level remnant soul, are helping me become the supreme overlord of the starry sky. Who the hell are you kidding? Return the treasure? With that treasure, would you still be reduced to this state? Just shut up. As he spoke, Yunxian urged the purple lotus of samsara to suppress him first, because he always felt that this old thing could still be useful to him. This is his intuition. After dealing with Saint Tianxian, Yunxian looked towards the space where he was. At this time, because there is no maintenance by Saint Tianxian, the body-snatching formation has lost its effect, and the black bead also rolled to the side. Yunxian picked up the black bead, but was unable to see its information, even with the eye of insight. Suddenly, Yunxuan's curiosity emerged. System, please help. The system answered every question Yunxian asked, so that whenever Yunxian had a question, the first thing he thought of was the system. Host, this is a rare item in the world, but it seems to be sealed and has suffered some damage. Once your blood mixes with a trace of soul energy to recognize the master, the seal can be lifted. This is the first time I've heard of this way of recognizing a master, but I don't know how to do it. Hearing this, Yunxuan's mouth twitched. He had never heard that a drop of blood could be mixed with the breath of the soul. Host, don't worry. The system will naturally guide you. Okay, thank you for your help. Yunxian grinned. It really doesn't feel like there's a cheat. Afterwards, under the guidance of the system, Yunxian successfully made the black bead recognize its master. When Yunxian learned the information about the black beads, he couldn't help but smile. Heavenly Soul Pearl, a wonder created by the heaven and earth. Level 40. Quality, U. Special Effect 1. All attributes plus 204,800. Restore 10% star power per second. Note, all attribute bonuses will be affected by the strength of the Lord of the Sky Soul Pearl. Special Effect 2. Get the good fortune of heaven and earth, and seize the souls of all spirits. You can collect the residual soul power between heaven and earth and transform it into pure soul power, which can be used for self-upgrade, upgrading, and healing the soul damage of the owner of the Sky Soul Pearl. You can also control the Sky Soul Pearl to forcibly seize the souls of others and transform them into pure soul power. Note, you can also control the Heavenly Soul Pearl to use pure soul power to heal other people's soul damage. Special Effect 3. Soul Control. Can forcibly control the souls of others and manipulate them for your own use. Current number of controlled souls, 0/1 billion. Note, soul control does not affect the target's thoughts and behaviors, but it will control the target to absolutely obey and even protect the owner of the Sky Soul Pearl. Special Effect 4. Soul Protection. Immune to all skills below Saint level and mental attacks of Saint level and below. Mental attacks above Saint level are reduced by 50%, and the invading soul is attacked autonomously. Special Effect 5. Soul Master. All souls below Saint level will submit and obey the orders of the Lord of the Sky Soul Pearl. Special Effect 6. Soul Law. The Sky Soul Pearl contains complete soul laws, which can increase the soul skill effects of the Sky Soul Pearl's owner by 100%. In addition, the owner of the Sky Soul Pearl will obtain a seed of law. The law seed will grow rapidly over time, and its growth can also be accelerated by comprehending the laws within the Sky Soul Pearl. Note, the Sky Soul Pearl is currently sealed and damaged, and all special effects are reduced by 99%. Introduction: a rare creature created by heaven and earth, loved by heaven and earth, with supernatural powers. Fuck, this is a universe-level wonder. When Yunxian saw the information on the bead, he was stunned. The grade is higher than his purple lotus of samsara. Isn't this the greatest treasure? Wait, the seal? It's damaged. System, you said before that you can lift the seal? Yes. Host, you can consume 10 billion divine crystals, 10,000 saintly blood essences, and a saint-level divine soul or residual soul to unlock the seal and repair the damage to the Heavenly Soul Pearl. Hearing this, Yunxuan's mouth twitched. It was him. How can others be so generous? Divine crystals are easy to get, but 10,000 portions of saint's blood essence? That would require killing 10 saints to get it. Who has such ability? As for the saint-level remnant soul that he doesn't have, didn't this just happen to be delivered? Well, system, then help me unlock the seal. Okay, the corresponding materials have been consumed and are being unsealed. Estimated time, 12 hours. After hearing what the system said, Yunxian said that he could definitely wait. After solving these problems, Yunxian looked into the space and began searching using the Eye of Insight. He believed that Saint Tianxian definitely had more treasures, but where were they? Found it. Soon, Yunxian saw something special, a ring. Storage ring, special equipment, with 100 cubic meters of built-in space. Can store items. Yunxian equipped it and indeed found the collection of Saint Tianxian. But, so poor. There are still many night scenes. However, this guy was probably a lord before, or he wanted to become a lord after taking over someone else's body. Otherwise, why are most of his things that only lords can use? Yunxian shook his head helplessly. The biggest gain of this trip is the Heavenly Soul Pearl. Then, Yunxian looked at the only survivor at the scene, Mingmingxin. This is the information obtained by Yunxuan's Eye of Insight. Mingmingxin from the #1 novice village in Zuan Domain. At the same time, he is also the second novice adventurer to establish a territory in this yellow-level starry sky. Yunxian guessed that the four of them should have arrived at the secret realm long before Yunxian. After all, when Yunxian came in, the door to the secret realm was about to close. Therefore, he can complete the task of collecting Warcraft souls in the secret realm after or before Yunxian. Pity. Except Mingmingxin, everyone else is short-lived. At this moment, he was thinking about what to do with this girl. After all, she was the only one who saw Yunxian. Never mind. I am kind-hearted today. Yunxian casually left a divine mark on Mingmingxin, used divine light to heal her injuries, and then left the space. After all, they are kind to you. You can't always try to control them, right? Yunxian finally found a piece of jade in a space. Soul-gathering jade. A special item that can separate the soul-gathering jade talisman and collect the souls in the soul-gathering jade talisman. At the same time, Yunxian discovered that it was connected to a magic circle. It must be this magic circle that transformed and transmitted the soul power of Saint Tianxian. Yunxian took away the soul-gathering jade stone, and when he saw that more and more people had completed the soul-gathering task, Yunxian decisively took back the soul-gathering jade talisman. These are all good things. Afterwards, Yunxian teleported away. As for whether such behavior will cause dissatisfaction among other lords in the secret realm, go find Saint Tianxian. What does it have to do with Yunxian? After he left, Mingmingxin woke up. When she saw that Yunxian or Saint Tianxian was gone, she couldn't help feeling sad. What a shame, what a good young man. Mingmingxin shook her head and sighed. When she realized that her injuries had healed, She couldn't help but be surprised. Logically speaking, after that old guy succeeds in taking over my body, he will definitely kill me. But what is going on now? Could it be? Mingxin's eyes lit up, but when she thought that this was impossible, she couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. But Mingxin thought of Yunxuan's indifferent look and couldn't help but feel excited again. With the death of Saint Tianxian, the secret realm has become ownerless and can be left at any time. As for when and how to get in, nobody knows. Mingxin naturally also got the hint that she could leave, which meant that Saint Tianxian was no longer in the secret realm. She shook her head and left the secret realm directly. Chapter 49. Horrible Attribute Panel, 3000 Dark Knight Maids. It was already evening when Yunxian returned to the territory. After informing all the heroes, Yunxian fell into a deep sleep. So many things happened today, and he was really tired. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Yunxian sent his avatar to improve his favorability as usual. He was lying in the Lord's mansion, planning to improve his strength. Currently, he is unable to complete the second-level trial, so the only way to improve his strength is to upgrade his equipment. And he just happened to have something for that. Saint-level quality improvement scroll. Saint-level item that can improve the quality of items below the Saint level, including weapons, equipment, fashion, skill books, territory buildings, props, materials, etc. And he has 200 of these magical things. It's simply arrogant. Yunxian immediately took off the Rui battle suit and used 2 quality-enhancing scrolls on it. Level adaptive equipment is rare, and he has only seen it twice so far. Tianqing's sword and Rui battle suit. Even someone like Aou who came from a high-level Starry Sky had only been seen once before Yunxian. This shows the special nature of this equipment. Rui, Saint-level battle suit. Level, 40, adaptive. Quality, Saint level. Attributes. All attributes plus 145,800. Health recovery plus 1%/S. Note, all attribute bonuses of Saint-level equipment will be affected by the strength of the user. Special Effect 1. Rui can automatically adapt to the wearer's body shape, and in non-combat state, can change appearance according to the wearer's wishes. Special Effect 2. Damage reduction. Reduces 70% of all damage below Saint level, and reduces 30% of all damage above Saint level. Special Effect 2. Damage conversion. Generates a shield on the body surface, which can absorb 70% of the reduced damage and convert it into an equal amount of health. Skills. Flying, fatal recovery, fatal immunity. Introduction. Special equipment. Does not occupy the equipment slot. 6. This is totally inhumane. After the mythical armor is upgraded to the holy level, not only the single attribute is transformed into a full attribute bonus. In addition, damage reduction has become a special effect and has been improved just like damage conversion. Doesn't this almost mean that no one below the level of a saint can harm you? This is too scary. At this point, Yunxian already possessed 2 rare treasures of heaven and earth and 3 holy level equipment. If people knew how rich he was, even the powerful ancestors would probably take action against him. Name, Yunxian. No. L0001. Race, human. Occupation, God's favored one, Lord. Rank, first transfer. Level, 40, 280242400 million divine energy / 4010000 star energy. Life, 261 million / 261 million. Symbiosis, plus 3.6 billion. Star power, 294 million / 294 million. Spirit level 10. Attributes, Strength 13920, Agility 13920, Constitution 13920, Spirit 13920, Equipment, and Item bonus. All attributes plus 640,890, Spirit plus 81,000. Talents, Almighty Lord, Charming Divine Body, Judgment of Fate, Divine Contract, Absolute Defense, Favor of the Goddess of Luck, Time and Space Control. Lord's Talent, 10,000 times Amplification. Talent Skill, All-Around Amplification. Professional Skills, Divine Skills, God's Blessing. Skills, Holy Transform into Thousands, Holy Control God, Holy Heavenly Fire, Holy Holy Light, Holy God Hide, Holy Mark of God, Holy Eye of Insight, Holy Chain of Starlight, Holy Fantasy World. Combat Power, 3.62 million. Free Attribute Points, 0. Title, God Slayer, Unique, Pioneer, Special. Equipment, Qianbian, Level 42, True God Level, Hunyuan Xinhuan, Holy Level. Battle Suit Rui, level 40, holy level. Rare items in the world. Purple Lotus of Samsara, level 40 Zhou. Heavenly Soul Pearl, level 40 U. Servants. AOU, level 7. Qi Huang, level 1. Item. 15.289 billion divine crystals. Just one word. 6. Who would have believed that a level 40 little Karami would have such terrifying attributes? How could there be as many as 5 incredible treasures, the kind that even ancestors of powerful people rarely possess? Coupled with many external plugins, even the god-level strong men could not withstand his attacks. If you are lucky enough, like Qinlong and Yi Jing, you can kill a saint-level person. Of course, this is also because there is no rule of level suppression in the boundless starry sky. At most, the weak are intimidated by the power of the strong, and their strength is limited. After reading the personal information, Yunchuan's mouth curled up, and then he took out a quality improvement scroll. At present, the role of the divinely carved altar in the development of the territory is self-evident, so Yunxian upgraded it to the saint level. The holy level divine altar not only has the ability to replicate holy level items, but also reduces the replication cost by 20%, which is simply amazing. Then, Yunxian stood up and left the Lord's mansion. Perhaps because the plug-in was used too aggressively, he was now almost invincible in the yellow-level starry sky. However, those powerful beings in the high-level starry sky were restricted by the laws of nature and could not come down at all, resulting in Yunxian being in a state of having nothing to do. However, it is still possible to do things to increase the characteristics of the territory. For example, recruit 3,000 saint-level maid-type peasants and arm them with the talents and skills gained from killing Yi Jing. They have the potential to become saints, and they have a set of talents, skills, and equipment. Then, Jing is a stunning fairy. If you move, you are the killer of the Dark Knight. It's also a beautiful thing. For example, if you train all the adventurers in the Novice Village number 1 to 100, even if they cannot become his greatest helper in the future, they can still become one of the flowers in the territory. Isn't this a beautiful thing? Of course, Yunxian also discovered it. No matter whether he recruits heroic soldiers or peasants, every one of them is stunningly beautiful. Maybe it's the system that's causing trouble. Or maybe his talents and the characteristics of his territory had some strange hidden properties. But it's very nice, isn't it? In addition, because the number of permanent control of the God of Control was insufficient, he had not contacted the adventurers in the 13 novice villages. Now, not only has the strength been greatly improved, but the number of permanent controls has also nearly doubled. Moreover, the soul control of the Sky Soul Pearl is even more incredible. Not only is its permanent control effect comparable to Yunchuan's God Control, but the number of controls that can be reached is as high as 1 billion. Then, after controlling them all, keep increasing their favorability, and finally establish a sub-territory hidden in the dark. That's not perfect. Thinking of this, Yunxian no longer hesitated and first replicated all of Yi Jing's talents and skills. Then he recruited 3,000 maid-type farmers and gave them all 3,000 sets of talents and skills. As for the equipment, with the level limit of 800, they might not be able to use it. Tell them not to make a sound and just be the guardians of the territory in secret. Then he recruited 200 saint-level pharmacist farmers and taught them the 200 skills of alchemy. Thinking that all the farmers had not been upgraded yet, Yunxian spent another 10 minutes gathering them all together. After using star energy to raise all of their levels to level 40, Yunxian left the territory. We have to say that he is arrogant. Even if the cost of upgrading peasants is the same as that of a type of soldier, there are still more than 6,000 people, and the cost is enough to arm a type of soldier. But Yunxian didn't. He just wanted to upgrade all the units in his territory. In this way, even if relying on attribute suppression, not every little Karami can bully it. What's more, all his territory units have 5% attribute growth. Even if others want to disrespect them, they should think twice. Of course, this does not include adventurers. After all, in the early stages, their attribute growth is simply not as good as that of their own territory units. What if it's later? If you don't do well in the early stage, how can you expect a good later stage? Any one of my territory units can kill you instantly, okay? Thinking of this, Yunxian shook his head. Without giving it any more thought, he used the Mark of God and disappeared at the location of Novice Village number 1. Chapter 50 Friendly Interviews with Allies, assisting everyone in changing jobs. After leaving the territory, Yunxian paid friendly visits to 16 friendly novice villages. Using the soul-controlling function of the Sky Soul Orb, we conducted friendly interviews with all adventurers. A total of 146,742 people and finally determined the following matters. 1. All adventurers must absolutely obey Yunxuan's orders and arrangements and must not disclose anything related to Yunxian. 2. All adventurers join the Tiangong territory. Yunxian helps them upgrade and establish a sub-territory of Tiangong. 3. Do not expose your resurrection ability to outsiders. Once exposed, you must handle all matters properly. If you cannot handle it properly, you must hide behind the scenes and not show up in front of others. 4. Announce to the public that no male adventurers are allowed to join the sub-territory, and the requirement for female adventurers to join is that their charm score is above 80 points. The establishment of the above matters marks the successful conclusion of the first friendly interview between the two parties. Afterwards, Yunxian also abided by the matters agreed upon by both parties and left 1,600 avatars to garrison in various villages. Help adventurers who haven't reached level 10 yet, and serve as a medium for communication between the two parties. This friendly interview almost shortened Yunxuan's stay abroad. After Yunxian received the notice to return, he couldn't help but sigh helplessly. It's really not easy to interview with friendly countries. Back in the territory, Yunxian spoke on the territory communication channel Mingbu. If you feel that you are strong enough and want to change your job, come and borrow equipment from me to increase your chances of winning. In addition, I will send an avatar to the Novice Village number 2, and you can go to him to borrow equipment. The 2 Novice villages each have 60 sets of equipment, so latecomers need to wait, so don't spread this matter for now. On the other side, the territory communication channel Ombu. Yunxian said the same thing, but each of the 3 Novice villages that met the requirements only had 40 sets of equipment. Because of Yunxuan's reminder, all the adventurers in Novice Village 1 to 100 did not rashly change their jobs. Of course, except for Song Yu and others who rebelled against the Heavenly Palace. At this time, Yunxian had already planned to lend them Rui battle suits and Tianqing swords in batches to help them complete their job changes. If they can achieve higher attribute growth, it will be beneficial to them in the future. Of course, except for those that Yunxian is helping with all his strength, most of the people in the other 82 novice villages are still at level 5 to 9, and they should all be able to reach level 10 today. As for the 13 novice village adventurers that Yunxian had just started to help, most of them were still at levels 3 to 7. Therefore, what we should consider now are naturally the adventurers in Novice Village number 1, number 2, number 4, number 6, and number 9. Yunxian was not worried that someone would cause trouble when borrowing equipment, because the lowest favorability level among those who joined the territory before was over 60. Even the first batch of people who joined all had favorability levels of over 90, and more than a dozen people had reached the maximum favorability level without knowing when. And those who are controlled by Yunxian will naturally not cause any trouble. Even after a while, even if Yunxian releases him from control, it will not be disadvantageous to Yunxian, because, after being controlled, their favorability will not be affected. As soon as Yunxuan's speech came out, everyone started talking. Woo-woo, Cloud God helped us level up before, and now he's lending us equipment to help us pass the job change trial. Cloud God is so kind. I'm crying. Yes, Yunxian is really so nice. I really want to be his girlfriend. Upstairs, it's easy. Just lie down on the bed and you can dream about anything. That's right. I was thinking about it, but unfortunately Cloud God didn't give me a chance at all. Don't be silly. Learn from me. Upstairs, what do you mean? Ungrateful? Ungrateful? How is that possible? What I'm saying is that you should just learn from me and love Cloud God silently. Why are you dreaming of such beautiful things? Forehead. All right. Stop being so funny. Anyone want to see the Cloud God and get a job change at the same time? Hurry and form a team. Add me 1. Plus 1. At the same time, the Umbu were naturally talking about it. Sisters, the master has spoken. Speed up with confidence. Alas, when will the master come to me? Identification completed. Idiot upstairs. You are the idiot. Your whole family is idiot. Can't I even think about it? Don't you guys want to think about it? Everyone upstairs, please be careful with your words. The master is watching us. What are you saying? That's right. If you want the master to visit you, just present yourself to him. All right. You dare to ignore the master's words. Don't you want to live? I can help you. Okay. I want to give it a try. We need to form a team quickly. Plus 1. The adventurers in the territory are divided into the visible and dark departments, and the same is true for the communication channels. As Yunxian spoke, the communication channel became very lively, but Yunxian didn't pay much attention. Naturally, he had no idea that these nymphomaniacs actually wanted to sleep with him. If he knew, he would agree wholeheartedly. Before Yunxian went out, he asked Xiaoling to help him replicate the Tianqing sword. More than 5 hours have passed, and with the upgrade of the divine carving altar, the efficiency has been greatly improved. At this time, there are 165 replicas of the Tianqing sword, plus the remaining 76. There are 241 swords. Yinxian suddenly realized that there were only 240 swords, and couldn't help but remember that he had already given Qi Huang a Tianqing sword and a Rui battle suit. She was also named Xianwang sword. Haha, another forced name. But the name sounds nice. 240 replicas of the Heavenly Star sword. Are they enough for now? It's not like we won't return them anyway. But if we want to help everyone pass the job transfer trial in a short period of time, we need more. Yinxian secretly calculated and ordered Xiaoling to continue replicating the Tianqing sword. He planned to replicate the Tianqing sword and Rui battle suit into 10,000 sets to temporarily help adventurers pass the job transfer trial. After that, it will be used to equip holy-level troops. As for the hero's equipment, Yinxian plans to see after a while whether he can directly replicate the saint-level Tianqing sword and Rui battle suit to equip the hero. So arrogant. After Yinxian sent the message, he split into 5 incarnations and left with their respective Tianqing swords and Rui battle suits. He himself sat outside the Lord's mansion, waiting for everyone in the territory to arrive. A moment later, Nangong Minghua and his group of 36 people arrived first. Little Cloud God, let us borrow some equipment. Nangong Minghua looked resentful. She had wanted to develop a relationship with Yinxian, but Yinxian didn't come to see her for 2 days. I was a little resentful just now and almost shouted the wrong thing, but luckily I reacted in time. Yinxian smiled and waved his hand to hand the Tianqing sword and Rui battle suit to everyone. The difficulty of my first job transfer trial abyss is this. Yinxian talked to everyone about his job change trial, and then said, with these 2 pieces of equipment, you can try the abyss difficulty first. If it doesn't work, then lower the difficulty. Good luck to you. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but show joy on their faces. With Yunchuan's help, they were more confident. Not to mention, they took one look at the 2 pieces of equipment in their hands and couldn't help but look shocked. As expected, he is the Cloud God. There are actually 100 sets of such incredible equipment. They looked at each other and held the equipment tightly in their hands, as if they were afraid of breaking it. Thank you, Cloud God. These girls all bowed to express their gratitude. Seeing this, Yinxian took a long time to turn his eyes away with difficulty. It was really eye-catching. In the battle for survival, clothes will always be damaged. Those who understand will understand. I don't know why, but these girls don't seem to care about this, or endure the discomfort. Yinxian said with a smile. Go quickly. Come back as soon as you are done. There are people waiting behind. Hearing this, the women nodded quickly and turned to leave. But at this moment, Yinxian suddenly thought of something. Etc. Chapter 51. Everyone starts changing jobs. Heroes gather to plot. Nangong Minghua and others borrowed equipment and were about to leave when they were suddenly stopped by Yinxian. Everyone turned around and looked at Yinxian with some confusion. But Yinxian smiled and said, I thought about it and decided to send an avatar to handle this matter. After saying that, Yinxian split into an incarnation and gave him the remaining 14 sets of equipment. Then he continued, the avatar will be in charge of the job transfer hall. You can just go to him to borrow or return it. After saying that, Yinxian also explained it on the territory communication channel. Watching the incarnation leave with the speechless women, Yinxian couldn't help but smile. It's been a busy day today. Wouldn't it be nice to lie down in the Lord's mansion and enjoy the dancing of Diao Chan and others? Why do you have to find something to do? Just as Yinxian was comfortably enjoying the massage from the maid and admiring the grand sight of the fairies dancing together. On the other side, the job transfer hall. Nangong Minghua and the others had just entered the job transfer trial when hundreds of people had already gathered outside. But they have not yet rashly gone to borrow equipment. They want to see the situation of Nangong Minghua and others before making any plans. But in less than 5 minutes, the space of the job transfer hall began to fluctuate, and then Nangong Minghua appeared in the job transfer hall. Then, in less than a minute, everyone else walked out one after another, all with dazed looks on their faces. Seeing this, the people waiting outside became anxious. Sister Minghua, have you passed the job transfer? How difficult is it? Hearing this, Nangong Minghua and the others looked up, their expressions still in a trance, but becoming very complicated. 3 parts shock, 3 parts surprise, and 3 parts gratitude, plus a variety of other emotions, confused everyone else. Hearing this man's question, Nangong Minghua looked at everyone with a complicated expression. You should thank Cloud God. With his help, we can indeed go further. I can tell you clearly that I passed the Abyss difficulty trial. Nangong Minga explained the situation of the trial to everyone and told them Yunxuan's words. Cloud God is right. With this set of equipment, each of us can complete the Abyss trial. Normally, it takes more than 10 minutes to kill a level 10 monster, but with the enhancements of these two pieces of equipment, even a level 30 elite monster can be killed with one sword. Speaking of this, Nangong Minga obviously swallowed her saliva, and the scene at that time was still vivid in her mind. Okay, I'll go return the equipment first so you can complete your job transfer as soon as possible. After saying this, he ignored everyone's shocked expressions, turned around, and placed the two pieces of equipment in front of Yunxuan's incarnation. She looked reluctant to leave and obviously liked this outfit very much. Seeing this, Yunxuan's incarnation, who had a bit of Yunxuan's thoughts, couldn't help but smile. Teacher, don't be sad. I will give you a surprise in a few days. Hearing this, Nangong Minga blushed, glared at the incarnation, and turned away. But my heart was in a mess. Obviously, she also understood what Yunxuan's incarnation said. That means Yunxian really intends to give her something, at least a set of Tianqing's sword and Rui battle suit. But she felt so ashamed whenever she thought of that little bastard. After getting unanimous approval from the other 35 people, the job transfer hall went crazy, and everyone wanted to change jobs as soon as possible. But when he saw Yunxuan's incarnation sitting there, he hurriedly lined up and started borrowing equipment to change his job. And this scene happened in 5 places at the same time. There was a huge uproar in the 5 novice villages, but because of Yunxuan's words, the news did not spread beyond the respective novice villages. When some people in other novice villages were still feeling complacent after their job changes, they had no idea that Yunxian's move would be so huge. And Yunxian didn't know all this. He only knew that everyone who returned their equipment looked reluctant. He also knew that Nangong Minga and Su Mei were reluctant to leave, but he just smiled. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Time passed quickly, and it was already night. After a day of recuperation, Aoyu had recovered long ago, but still remained in the divine contract space. And just now, she didn't want her parents to worry, so she returned to the universe. After all, her life suddenly dropped to 0 in front of everyone, which must have scared everyone to death. Now of course I have to go back and report that I'm safe. Although I have already informed you, it still needs to be formal. After seeing Aoyu off, Yunxian and the heroes had dinner and then returned to the Lord's mansion to rest. What she didn't know was that more than a dozen people gathered in a room in the Hall of Heroes. Tell me, we have known each other for a few days, and everyone has long seen through the master's thoughts. Let's discuss how to solve it. Ha ha ha. Ching, what you said is wrong. How do you mean how to solve it? We are all the master's people. How do we need to solve it? Although what Sister Daji said is a little, it is also true. Yin also feels that we should not embarrass the master. Sister Yuner is sensible. We are all the master's people, so let's not hurt each other's feelings. At most, we can just share some of the master's time. Hearing this, Song Qingqing glared at the two of them, but her expression softened. Really, now that she has determined her feelings for Yunxian, she naturally has to find a way to exclude others. But we are all Yunxuan's people, so we shouldn't go too far. Otherwise, Yunxian would be unhappy. Okay, the master is too charming, and the new sister seems to have some signs. Sister thinks it's better to strike first. Hearing this, everyone looked at Su Daji with wide eyes, and couldn't help but have strange expressions on their faces. I really don't understand how this vixen could say such things. Aren't you ashamed? Why are you looking at me? Who wants to go first? Everyone was hesitant to speak. Only Hushime and Yu Guerin were eager to try. You're all so shy. Then let me take care of you, my lord, tonight. After saying that, he ignored everyone and ran away. The other people at the scene could only glare hatefully in the direction she left, but said nothing. The 2 big guys didn't say anything, so the 11 little sisters naturally didn't dare to speak. The next morning, Yunxian got up a little late and asked Xiaoling to prepare some food. Yunxian couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was actually, forget it, it's hard to put it into words. Yunxian sighed. Who was it that made him unable to resist the temptation? System, is there anything that can enhance my abilities? I can't stand it. Yunxian asked the system, but received no response. He usually asks, but he gets a response almost every minute. Could it be? Not in love anymore. But since the system didn't respond, he had no choice but to pay attention to some related potions or equipment in the future. By the way, there are also pharmacists and chefs in the territory. Should we let them make full use of the ingredients that Bite Song exploded? Feasible. Yunxian was daydreaming while waiting for Xiaoling's breakfast. Soon, Xiaoling prepared a sumptuous breakfast for him, which made Yunxuan's appetite increase greatly. Yunxian was too lazy to worry about it, and gobbled up the food on the table. He is a little hungry. Little did he know that in the unknown space in his mind, a little fairy in purple was watching a blockbuster movie with such gusto that she didn't even hear his question. Well, the host's ability needs to be strengthened, but unfortunately there is nothing I can do. Oh, by the way, I remember there was a cheat related to abilities. How about? Sure. Only if the host works harder, I can have more surprises. I am just thinking about the host. After all, I can share it with him later, After saying that, he continued to look at the projection in front of him and commented from time to time. If Yunxian were here, he would definitely be furious. Because this is clearly Chapter 52, Territory with 1 million people, Regional Combat Power Ranking. The unknown space in Yunxuan's mind. A little fairy in purple was lying on the clouds, watching the projection in front of her with great interest. If Yunxian were here, he would definitely be furious. Because this was clearly the recording of his battle with the fox demon, and it was also a recording of him being suppressed. But Yunxian obviously didn't know about this. At this time, Yunxian had finished his meal and was quietly thinking about today's itinerary. After a moment, Yunxian finally made a decision. First of all, send 1,000 avatars to increase favorability. This cannot be abolished. Secondly, the territory joining application information will be open to all the people in the novice village number 1 to 100. Finally, choose a person with full favorability in each novice village and establish a sub-territory. And all of the above does not seem to require Yunxian to take action personally, so keep on playing badly. Yunxian smiled helplessly, handed the decided matters over to the incarnation, and continued to enjoy his rotten life. The passage of time cannot be controlled by human power. Half a day later, Yunxian finally received 942,865 adventurers from 100 novice villages. In other words, more than 60,000 people died in the novice villages 1 to 100 alone in the past few days. Even though everyone had legendary level or above talent, so many of them died. It is conceivable how many casualties there were in other novice villages in the Blue Star domain. However, this is not something Yunxian can control. Yunxian took a quick look and saw that the secret department of the territory consisted of people from 16 friendly novice villages, a total of 144,881 people. The rest are naturally from the Ming department. At this point, almost all of the first 100 novice village adventurers have joined Yunxuan's territory. Yunxian did not let them come to the Tiangong territory, but wanted to let them establish a sub-territory after the trial was over and they obtained the territory construction order. However, Yunxian still temporarily helped some people establish several sub-territories. Naturally, they were Su Mei and Nangong Mingwa. Both of them have full favorability ratings, so they are naturally the most trustworthy. However, Yunxuan's plan is that once the favorability level increases, 16 friendly sub-territories will also need to be established. Every novice village also needs to establish a sub-territory. Because, ever since 3 territories appeared in the Blue Star region, Yunxian and the other 2 had received a hint from the Heavenly Dao game. Tip: 3 territories have appeared in the Blue Star region ahead of schedule, so the comprehensive strength ranking list of territories has been opened. After the novice trial is over, the lord of the region that tops the comprehensive strength ranking list will have the following rights. Right 1. You can designate support personnel, which shall not exceed twice the sum of the territory's units and the surviving adventurers. You can also designate support personnel for a sub-territory. Right 2. Can screen the dependents, that is, set conditions and select the dependents from the Blue Star domain. Right 3. After the leader of the list has finished designating the support personnel for each territory will be randomly assigned. Note 1. In order to reflect the humanitarianism of the Blue Star domain, the Tiandao game allows those who have relatives in the infinite starry sky to be randomly assigned to the territory where their relatives are with a high probability. Note 2. The priority of personnel designated by the leader is higher than random assignment, but please master the scale. Tip: it is detected that the characteristic of your territory is the Lord of Tyene, so the support personnel must be female and the designated personnel cannot be male. Note: if the sub-territory does not inherit the characteristics of the Lord of the Moon, it will not be subject to this restriction. After receiving these hints, Yunxian made a temporary decision. Each novice village needs to establish a sub-territory to accommodate the families of these adventurers. Or, a subsidiary territory will do. As for the territory construction order, we'll see how the situation develops when the time comes. If it doesn't work, just use the territory construction order that will surely drop after the trial. As for what happens then, we'll talk about it when the time comes. The Xianyue territory and Yunsu territory that have been established now have inherited the infinite resurrection and Tying Lord characteristics of the Tiangong territory, so there is no need to accept the adventurer's relatives. What's more, with 10 true God-level hero recruitment orders, military tokens, and recruitment orders provided by Yunxian, the two territories have sufficient combat power, and there is no need to worry about territory upgrades. Therefore, for now, there is no need for adventurers to join. You can develop on your own. Yunxian was still enjoying his life leisurely, while those who had not changed their jobs were working hard to train their combat instincts and skills. As for those who have already completed the upgrade, they will naturally start their upgrade journey again. Time passed, and 4 days went by in a blink of an eye. The adventurers in Yunchuan's territory have a minimum favorability level towards him of over 80. And more than 900,000 adventurers have all been transformed thanks to Yunchuan's gradual borrowing of the Tianxing sword and Rui battle suit. They started their journey of killing monsters and leveling up again, but now they no longer needed Yunxian to protect them. After all, the resurrection ability is not just for show, so why bother with it? In addition, there is good news. I don't know what's wrong with those friendly girls. Their favorability levels keep increasing every day, and they have reached the maximum value in a short period of time. Yunxian was naturally generous and helped them establish 16 sub-territories. He also gave them 5 true God-level hero recruitment orders, 10 mythical-level military tokens, and 10 mythical-level recruitment orders. He also opened a different time and space storage area for the Umbu adventurers and placed those items needed for the territory that he didn't value and some items that could be used by adventurers in that area. But do you want unconditional access? How is that possible? Even Nangong, Minga, and others need to use star coins or contribution points to redeem them. After all, Yunxian couldn't possibly support them like this, right? At this point, Yunxian was truly in a state of having nothing to do. Every day, he either spends time with Su Mei, Nangong, Minga, and others, or enjoys life in the Lord's mansion. It made him waste some time. However, he still likes this kind of life. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Someone won't let him really have some free time. It was the early morning of the 10th day after arriving at the boundless starry sky. When Yunxian opened his eyes, he saw nothing but white. This is the mansion of Sun Xiuzhu, the deputy lord of the Umbu. After helping Sun Xiuzhu establish a sub-territory, she specially arranged a special thank you banquet for Yunxian in order to thank him. At the banquet, both the guests and the hosts had a great time. After the banquet, Sun Xiuzhu kept Yunxian and said she had prepared a surprise for him. The surprise was too great. Yunxian couldn't help himself. Now at a glance, a bed was bearing a weight it shouldn't have to bear. That's more than a dozen. I can only say that South Korea really knows how to have fun. Yunxian gave a bitter smile, covered his waist, and fled in panic. A sigh came from afar. It's all your own fault. After returning to the territory, the maid Qianhong served Yunxian a bowl of health-preserving soup, and he felt much better. However, this health-preserving soup was made by the territory's saint-level pharmacist using god-level ingredients. Great tonic. After drinking the soup, Yunxian leaned in Qianhong's arms, enjoying her massage. Just as he was thinking about where to go today, a magnificent voice resounded through the sky. Congratulations to the Blue Star region for having 10 million adventurers above level 10. We are opening the regional battle power rankings. Regional combat power ranking rules are as follows. Chapter 53. Yunchuan's fighting power is terrifying, and the limited time recruitment is launched. On the 10th day of the novice trial, the voice of the heavenly Dao game once again resounded throughout the yellow-level starry sky. Congratulations to the Blue Star region for having 10 million adventurers above level 10. We are opening the regional battle power rankings. Regional combat power ranking rules are as follows. Rule 1. Determine individual combat power based on personal attribute combat power, equipment bonus combat power, and actual combat power. Rule 2. You can challenge those who are ranked no higher than 10 places above you. If the challenge is successful, you will replace the person whose ranking is higher than you, and the ranking of the person replaced will be moved down. Rule 3. If an adventurer dies midway, his ranking will be eliminated and the subsequent ranking will be moved up. Rule 4. The list only opens to those ranked before 100, and those on the list will receive a heavenly reward at noon every day. Rule 5. The list will be open until the novice trial ends, at which time all adventurers on the list will have their day rewards doubled. Rewards for those on the regional battle power rankings are as follows. Number 1. Reward. 1 legendary treasure chest, 10 free attribute points. Number 2. Reward rare treasure chest 1, free attribute points 5. Number 3. Reward. Perfect treasure chest 1, Free attribute points 3. And 0.4-10. Reward. 1 excellent treasure box. 2 free attribute points. And 0.11-100. Rewards. 1 ordinary treasure box. 1 free attribute point. Good luck to everyone. As the regional combat power rankings were opened, the Blue Star region was abuzz with discussions. Wow. God, what a generous reward. Want to? What's the point of wanting to do that? Do you have the ability to do that? Alas, there is no hope for me. I am only level 9. Who isn't? I'm level 10, but there are 10 million level 10s. There's no hope. Humph. Our village leader Li Xingba has already made a breakthrough, so he will definitely be on the list. Haha. Grandpa changed his job 2 days ago and is now level 16. He will definitely be on the list. Haha, this is so funny. Is one turn so cool? Everyone in our village will do 1 turn. The guy upstairs is bragging without thinking. How is that possible? Haha. The identification is complete. Someone is bragging. Haha. Believe it or not, everyone in our village has really turned around. Haha. Stop talking. Now you can check the list. There was a lot of discussion on the Blue Star Domain Communication channel, and everyone hoped that they could be on the list. The rewards are so generous. But when the rankings came out, the Blue Star Domain Communication channel fell into an eerie silence. For a long time. Me, what's wrong? Wow. How come 99 out of 100 people are from Novice Village number 1? Haha, everyone really did it. Woo. I'm so envious. I just want to know, how could they be promoted so quickly? Tiandao, I suspect they are cheating. Woo. I understand. They are using cheats. They are using the magical cheat called Master Yunxian. Alas, I didn't expect the difference between the help from Cloud God and the help from Cloud God is so big. It seems that I didn't work hard enough. Wow. Even though all the sisters in our territory are on the list, why do I feel like crying so much? Hehe, because you're not the one on the list. Haha, someone from our novice village is on the list. It's Sister Mei. Then you don't even look at Sister Su Mei's strength. She is already terrifying, and with the help of God Yun, it would be unfair for her not to be on the list. It doesn't matter whether I'm on the list or not. I want to see the Cloud God. Su Mei? Isn't she from novice village number 2? Why do these people say that she got help from Yunxian? Humph, you don't know this. Cloud God has the ability to go to other novice villages. I don't believe it. He must be cheating. Is that the combat power a human can have? Yeah, that's 3.74 million combat power. The second place only has 52,156 combat power. How is that possible? That's right, Tiandao. I report that Yunxian, that old man, is cheating. Humph, is it so difficult to admit that Yunxian is strong? That's right. Cloud God's killing points in the killing zone were 22.3 billion. Isn't that terrifying? Yeah. The combat power at that time was probably ridiculously high, not to mention that so much time has passed. Haha. Don't worry about them. They are just jealous of the Cloud God. Haha. Yeah, I don't want to bother with them. Anyone want to team up to play the dungeon? The dungeons in the dungeon hall are really easy to play. Add me 1. +1. Instance hall. What is this? The person above is stupid. This is only available in the territory. It's normal if you don't know it. You are wrong. This needs to be built. Of the 3 known territories, only our Tiangong has 1. Oh, it doesn't matter. Hehe. Let's go to the dungeon. Envious. I want to join. Who knows how to join the channel? +1. Yunxian didn't know about the explosion of the Blue Star Domain Communication channel. When he heard the voice of Tiandao game, he opened the list. Blue Star Domain Combat Power Rankings. Number 1 Novice Village, Yunxian, 3.56 million. Number 2, Number 1 Novice Village Nangong Minga, 52156. Number 3, Number 2 Novice Village Su Mei, 52143. Number 100, Number 1 Novice Village Xiaomi, 2157. Yunxian was not surprised at all when he saw that the second and third place were Nangong Minga and Su Mei respectively. After all, they both have the replica of the Tianqing sword and the Rui battle suit given by Yunxian. As for the name of the Tianqing sword? Haha, Yunxian is too lazy to say anything. Of course, if it were him, he would probably name it like this, right? After all, it was given to me by someone I love. However, the 2 people named their territories like this, but the name of the Tianqing sword was directly applied. Is that okay? Yunxian smiled. It seemed that the challenge rules of the list could not do anything to him for the time being. After all, no one would challenge him unless they were looking for trouble. He found that he reached his peak right from the start and had no direction to work towards. In the territory, with Xiao Ling assisting Xie Shui and others in management, the territory is thriving. Outside the territory, There are many heroes leading troops to kill monsters and bring peace to all directions. In addition, with the support of Yunxuan's Lord talent which increased 10,000 times, everything in the territory was thriving. In his daily life, Yunxian has many maids serving him and peerless dancers dancing for him. That life is quite comfortable. Don't worry about anything, just enjoy life. But it seems that the laws of nature do not allow him to be so decadent. Just now, the regional combat power rankings have been opened, and Tiandao Game has come out to show off its presence again. Before everyone in the Blue Star domain could recover from the regional combat power rankings, the majestic voice of Tiandao Game rang out again. Yellow level Starry Sky announcement. Due to special reasons, a large number of monsters will invade the yellow level Starry Sky in 10 minutes, and Tiandao will open a temporary defense space. Limited time recruitment mission now released. All adventurers who have reached the first level will be teleported immediately into a temporary defense space to resist the invasion of monsters. The defense space will be divided into regions, and the number of monsters will be reasonably divided according to the combat units in the region. The mission will be completed when the invasion of monsters in this area is repelled. If the monsters break through the defense line, the space in that area will be temporarily closed. Task completion reward. Each person in the area will receive 10 free attribute points, and the point store will be opened. Note: killing an ordinary monster will earn you 1 point, and killing an elite monster will earn you 10 to 30 points. The Lord can lead units above level 10 in the territory to fight, and the points earned from killing territory units belong to the Lord. The kill points are valid permanently, which means they can be used next time the point store opens. In addition, the kill drops are not affected, and the kill contribution is not affected. Tip: transmission will begin in 1 minute. All adventurers, please be prepared. At the same time, a prompt appeared in front of Yunxian. Hint: Chapter 54, Starry Sky is shocked and frightened. Qi Ming is in trouble. The yellow level Starry Sky suddenly issued an announcement. It turned out to be a Warcraft invasion, and the Heavenly Dao started a recruitment mission. At the same time, a prompt appeared in front of Yunxian. Tip: it is detected that you are a lord. Please select the territory unit you need to lead. However, Yunxian is the lord, and the Tiandao Game allows him to choose the territory units he needs to lead. Yunxian pondered for a moment, then said, Tiandao, I choose to lead all the heroes, 50,000 divine guards, and 1,000 heavenly demon phoenixes. Tip: Lord Yunxian has selected the territory units he will lead, and they will be teleported together. Seeing this, Yunxian quickly gave orders. Everyone in the territory listen up. In a minute, I will lead a group of people out to fight. Anyone who stays in the territory must defend the territory. If there is an invasion by foreign enemies, they will be killed without mercy. If there are rioters in the territory, they will be killed without mercy. We will obey the Lord's orders. We will guard the territory and kill all invaders. As long as people live in the city will not perish even if people die. As long as people live in the city will not perish even if people die. In an instant, people all over the territory knelt down and cheers shook the sky. This scene also shocked the people in the territory and even those who remained in Novice Village number 1. My God, the Cloud God's troops are so domineering. Cloud God is actually worried that the monsters will take advantage of the chaos to invade his territory. So he left some people behind, right? Haha, which monster dares to invade the Cloud God's territory? However, this invasion of Warcraft was really a bit sudden. Everyone in Novice Village number 1 was talking about it. All of them were shocked by the terrifying momentum of the Yunxian territory's troops. I also lament that this Warcraft invasion came so suddenly. At the same time, in all parts of the yellow level Starry Sky, people were also talking about the sudden invasion of monsters. Yellow level Starry Sky communication channel. This is the communication channel for all adventurers who have passed the novice trial. Fuck, what the hell is going on? It's over. We have encountered a once-in-a-century invasion of magical beasts. Isn't this just another void battlefield? Fuck, I haven't lived long enough. It's over, this guy is gone. Prepare for your funeral, there is no hope. It's too late, only 1 minute. Yeah, I just want to arrange the territory affairs, but there is nothing I can do. Haha, I'm the only one in my family, and now everything is going well. Extinct. Alas, there is no punishment for failure. Haha, punishment? Temporarily closing the space is a punishment. That means waiting for your own death. Well, as veterans who have participated in the invasion once, or even multiple times, they are well aware of the horror of the invasion of Warcraft. I'm afraid I'll never come back once I leave. Compared to the adventurers in the old area, and those who came down from the upper starry sky. The newcomers have heard about the invasion of Warcraft since childhood. The newcomers in the Blue Star domain, who had never known what a Warcraft invasion meant, were more worried, and many even wanted to try. Blue Star domain communication channel. Hahaha, Warcraft invasion? It sounds like a highly dangerous mission, but the rewards must be high too. That's right. I gained a lot of benefits from the last mission I started. This time should be the same. Ugh, last time I was injured and was forced to teleport out without participating in the fight. This time I have to kill to my heart's content. Aren't you guys happy too soon? Last time it was a welfare mission, you wouldn't die. Haha, so what? Tiandao game will definitely compensate you. What are you afraid of? Haha, identification completed. The idiot upstairs. Hey fuck, why are you cursing? Haha, I think what they said is right. If there is compensation, you have to contribute, right? If there is compensation, you have to be alive to enjoy it, right? Yeah, this is not a welfare mission. This is a death mission. What are you afraid of? Isn't there no penalty for failure? The worst that can happen is that I can just hide behind you. The man upstairs, I advise you not to do this, or you will die miserably. The one upstairs, you cursed me. Haha, I'm telling you the truth. The game has already said that the punishment for failure is that the space is temporarily closed, which means that the monsters can't get out, and the losers can't get out either. What does that mean? Haha, finally someone smart is here. Failure means the death of the entire district. What other punishment do you want? It's over. After listening to your analysis, the person is gone in an instant. Don't be afraid. Isn't there a big guy in front of us? That's right. Isn't that guy named Yunxian very powerful? Let him take over. That's right. Isn't it true that everyone in the novice village gets one turn? Let them go. Haha. Brothers, I found a brilliant point. That is, we don't need to go at all. The Tiandao game said that it would recruit adventurers above level 1, and it didn't recruit those of us who are not level 1. Oh my god, this is great news. Wow, I don't have to go and die. Haha. Before I envied those who got a turn, but now, what am I envious of? Haha. Maybe they're all dead, and we'll be the strongest in the novice trial. Oh my god, why are you guys gloating over other people's misfortunes? Why you don't accept it? Come and hit me. Haha. Aren't you worried that we can't hold on? The Tiandao game only said that the temporary defense space will be closed temporarily, but it didn't say it will be closed permanently. When the Warcraft comes out, won't you guys play with us? Oh my god, stop being such a pessimist. No time, goodbye. Yellow level Starry Sky announcement. Transmission starts now. Transmission completed. Good luck to everyone. The sound of the Tiandao game slowly dissipated in the air, and Yunxian and others had arrived at an empty space. Just like the killing floor, a wall runs across the space. However, unlike before, the city wall this time is very tall and magnificent. Yunxian and others were standing on the city wall at this time, with an endless plain in front of them. At the same time, a prompt came from Yunshuan's virtual panel. Tip: you have entered the temporary defense space. Tip: your territory units have been teleported. Reminder: the number of people entering the Blue Star domain defense space this time is 2,925,438, and the number of monsters is to be determined. Tip: the Warcraft invasion will begin in 8 minutes. Please be prepared in time. After reading the prompt, Yunxian couldn't help but be stunned. In addition to his people, there were nearly 2 million people who had passed the first turn. Yunxian glanced around and found that the adventurers and soldiers who joined his territory were now distributed together. Of course, the sub-territory is also considered a territory, so it is adjacent to them, and they occupied 1/3 of the length of the city wall on the right. The left 2/3 are other adventurers from the Blue Star region. Seeing that there is still time, Yunxian plans to go over and take a look. Maybe he will encounter a surprise. For example, Su Mei's situation. However, when he reached the middle section, he did not encounter any surprises, but instead ran into trouble. When Yunxian came closer, he saw Qi Ming and his troops confronting others. What's going on? Yunxian walked forward and kicked over several people on the opposite side before asking in a deep voice. Seeing Yunxian coming, Qi Ming and others knelt down hurriedly. Greetings, my lord. Get up and tell me what happened. Yunxian continued to ask. Hearing this, everyone stood up and said, My lord, we. Then, Qi Ming explained the reason for the incident. So it was. Chapter 55, counting Qi Ming's mistakes and shocking everyone with his killing power. Yunxian originally planned to go and see the other people in the temporary defense space to try his luck. Wouldn't it be a good thing if we could find another person who had the same experience as Su Mei? Doesn't that mean there's another stunning beauty entering the territory? But when he reached the middle of the city wall, he saw Qi Ming and others confronting others. After asking in detail, he found out the reason. It turned out that the people on the opposite side saw how beautiful Qi Ming and the others were, and actually wanted to rely on their own strength. Or maybe they thought that they were all here to resist the invasion of monsters. So Qi Ming and the others didn't dare to act presumptuously. So they started to tease Qi Ming and the others. Qi Ming and others did not receive Yun Xian's orders, so they did not dare to cause trouble for Yun Xian, so they gave in again and again. But the other party really thought that Qi Ming and others did not dare to take action, so they became even more aggressive. In the end, Qi Ming, who had a bad temper, couldn't stand it anymore and started beating people up. Finally, a confrontation between the two sides occurred until Yun Xian arrived. After Qi Ming finished speaking, he knelt down again. Qi Ming knows she was wrong. I did this all by myself. Please don't blame these young ladies. At the same time, all the soldiers knelt on the ground. This matter is not the fault of Commander Qi. Please do not blame Commander Qi. Please punish us. Hearing this, Yun Xuan's face darkened. At this time, Yun Xuan's arrival also attracted the attention of the people on the opposite side. Seeing that these people were Yun Xuan's subordinates, they became even more arrogant. I saw a bearded man coming out with an arrogant tone. Boy, this should be your type of soldier, right? I didn't expect you to be so lucky that you could get a territory construction order. It should be you who kicked us just now. I'm telling you, you're done. However, we can consider forgiving you, as long as you send us a few soldiers, and let this matter rest. Hearing this, the other people looked at Qi Ming and others with greed in their eyes. Yes, everyone must receive one. No, two. Yes, yes, yes. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. That's right. Do you think it's a big deal to establish a territory? You know, if other people knew that you established a territory, they would naturally help us. Haha, Brother Long is right. After all, who made you luckier than others? If not you, who else should I hate? Hearing this, Yun Xian did not get angry, but laughed instead. Haha, good, good. Hearing Yun Xuan's yes, the people on the opposite side all showed joy on their faces, but Qi Ming and others remained calm. They didn't believe that Yun Xian would do this, but even if Yun Xian really did this, they would not complain. Most just commit suicide. They would never let these dirty men touch them. Never. At this time, Yun Xian looked at the increasing number of people gathering and the men with lustful eyes. He turned to look at Qi Ming and the others and asked in a cold voice, Qi Ming, do you know your mistakes? Hearing this, Qi Ming's body trembled and tears instantly filled her eyes. Qi Ming knows his mistake. We know we are wrong. Oh, what's wrong? Yun Xuan's voice became even colder, chilling to the heart. Qi Ming shouldn't have caused trouble for the master. Qi Ming is willing to accept the punishment. We are willing to accept the punishment. Hearing this, Yun Xian laughed, but his laughter became colder. The people around looked at Yun Xian scolding Qi Ming and others, with varying expressions on their faces. Some people are excited about the beauty that is about to be obtained. Some people feel regretful that they were unable to participate in it, and cannot get compensation. Some people sighed, sighing that Yun Xian was ultimately trapped by the secular world and succumbed to these people. Some people can't bear it, can't bear the impending fate of these girls. Some people were angry. They were angry at Yun Xuan's cowardice and inaction. He actually wanted to keep things quiet, and even wanted to sacrifice his own people. But Yun Xuan's next behavior scared them. Yun Xian slowly turned around and looked forward with his back to Qi Ming and the others. What I saw was a crowd of people with different expressions, but no one spoke. Yun Xian asked in a deep voice, who was involved just now? I will be responsible for this matter. Hearing this, everyone stepped forward without knowing the impending danger. There are even people who didn't participate before, but still came out and tried to get a piece of the pie. Looking at the person who stood up, Yun Xian smiled, but a chill penetrated his bones. He just shouted coldly, Qi Ming. My lord, Qi Ming is here. Qi Ming's body trembled slightly, but her tone remained respectful. Tell me again, what did you do wrong? Yun Xian asked the question again, and everyone was puzzled as to why Yun Xian asked it again. But some people obviously noticed that something was wrong and began to retreat. Qi Ming was puzzled, but still gritted his teeth and said, Qi Ming shouldn't have caused trouble for the master. Qi Ming is willing to accept the punishment. We are willing to accept the punishment. Hearing this, Yun Xian laughed even more happily, and his laugh became even colder. He stepped forward step by step, and his voice came out slowly, like frost and snow in October, chilling to the bone. You are wrong, but you don't even know where you are wrong. Then let me tell you where you are wrong. You are wrong. You shouldn't keep silent about it. You are wrong. You shouldn't be so timid. You are wrong. You shouldn't be confused about right and wrong. You are wrong. You shouldn't let things go. You are wrong because you didn't kill decisively. You were wrong in not killing Megatron. You are wrong in not causing any trouble. You are wrong in that you actually admitted your mistake to outsiders. Today, I am here to tell you that, apart from your lord, you will not make any mistakes when facing anyone else, and you are not allowed to make any mistakes. After Yinxian finished speaking, he looked at the people in front of him with murderous intent and issued a terrifying order. Qimeng, listen to my orders. Anyone who insults you, humiliates you, or disrespects you is an offender. Kill without mercy. Qimeng and others suddenly raised their heads. The Lord, can't you hear the order? Do you want me to repeat it again? Hearing this, Qimeng and the others quickly stood up and said, We will obey the Lord's orders. After saying that, they all drew their knives. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the opposite side. Seeing this, everyone was shocked and couldn't believe how Yinxian dared to do that. How dare you, you bastard? Stop. Don't kill me, I was wrong. No, why are they so strong? Oh no, he is Yinxian. No, I was wrong, don't kill me. Master Yinxian, please spare my life, I was not involved. For a while, wailing and screaming were heard on the city wall. The onlookers were all shocked, not understanding where the weak man had gone. How did he suddenly become a killing god? But Yinxian just watched this scene indifferently. If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. No one is an exception. After a moment, Qimeng and others stood with knives in their hands, their eyes full of stars. We have killed all the invaders. Please give us instructions, my lord. Yinxian turned around and looked around, and wherever he looked, everyone was running away. Yinxian nodded. Guard your post, fulfill your duties, and kill all offenders without mercy. I will obey the Lord's orders. I will obey the Lord's orders. As Qimeng and others knelt down and shouted, all 50,000 soldiers knelt down, and the shouts resounded throughout the space. Everyone was startled by this scene and looked at it intently. Soon, the news spread throughout the entire temporary defense space, shocking everyone. There are those who admire Yinxian. There are people who are jealous of Yinxian. There are those who are angry about Yinxian. There are those who resent Yinxian. There are people who hate Yinxian. As a human being, what you do and what you think are different. This is a matter for the future, so I won't discuss it here. At this time, Yinxian no longer had the idea of looking at other people. He turned and walked back, but suddenly stopped and turned to look at the other onlookers. Chapter 56. The Warcraft invasion begins, and the deserters find their defenses collapsed. When Yinxian finished dealing with Qimeng's matter and was about to leave, he suddenly turned around and looked at everyone. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but step back in fear, wondering who had offended this killer again. Yinxian smiled and said, Don't be afraid, I don't kill anyone. Hearing this, everyone complained in their hearts. You didn't kill anyone. But your behavior is more terrible than killing someone. Yinxian also knew what everyone was thinking, so he just smiled and continued. Today's incident. We won't tell anyone else about this. We will never tell anyone else about this. Yes, we will never tell anyone. Before Yinxian finished speaking, everyone hurriedly spoke up, just wanting to get rid of this killer as soon as possible. Hearing this, Yinxian's face became serious. It's not that we can't spread it, but don't spread rumors. Just tell the truth. But if I find out who spread rumors and slandered me maliciously, I will go to the ends of the earth and into the underworld and will not stop until I kill him. Yinchuan's voice became colder and colder, causing everyone to shiver. No, never. Yes, we would never dare to spread rumors. Seeing everyone's faces full of fear, Yinxian smiled and said, Don't be afraid. I only do this to those who have bad intentions towards me. If you don't believe me, ask the adventurers in my territory. No one has said anything bad about me. Yinxian didn't lie. Those who said bad things about him have now been controlled. When his favorability increases, won't anyone say anything bad about him anymore? Hearing this, everyone smiled grimly, hoping to get rid of this killer quickly. Unless Yinxian leaves, they dare not leave. Yinxian smiled and said to Qimeng, Qimeng, remember what I said today. You will not make any mistakes except to me, and you are not allowed to make any mistakes. After saying that, Yinxian turned and left. Hearing this, Qimeng and the others looked at Yinxian's departing back. They couldn't help but tremble slightly, and were deeply moved. We will remember the Lord's words, and will not forget them at all. Not until Yinxian went far away did Qimeng and the others stand up, looking outside the city wall with determined eyes. Seeing this scene, the other adventurers hurried away, but did not dare to look at Qimeng and others again. And this matter quickly spread throughout the temporary defense space. Some people even went so far as to record the entire event on site using a virtual panel. After she posted it, it shocked countless people. Countless women couldn't help but sigh that there could be such a domineering man in the world. But he is so gentle. Yunxian didn't know about this, but on the way back, the adventurers in the territory looked at him with even more creepy eyes. As if, how do you say that word? Right. As if wanting to eat people. The one you want to eat is undoubtedly him. Although he also wanted to, and even ate humans. But there are too many adventurers. I can't bear it anymore. Yunxian smiled bitterly and came to the position where Song Qingqing was defending. Considering her special characteristics, this kind of war naturally needs to be commanded by her. At this time, there is less than a minute left before the Warcraft invasion. Seeing Yunxian coming, Song Qingqing quickly saluted. Qingqing greets the master. Yunxian shook his head and smiled, then stepped forward and put his arm around her waist, whispering, "What is our relationship? Why are you so distant?" In an instant, Song Qingqing blushed. "Husband, stop making trouble. The battle is about to begin." "Haha. Okay, I won't bother you, okay?" Yunxian laughed, but did not let her go, which made many people around him envious. A moment later, a black line appeared on the horizon and quickly swept towards this side. But what is that black line? It was clearly an illusion of endless monsters sweeping in from afar. It's just a faraway view, so you can't see the real result. At the same time, every adventurer in the temporary defense space received a prompt. Tip: according to the personnel control in each area, the number of monsters invading the Blue Star domain's defense space is 120 million. The specific number is 60 million ordinary monsters, 30 million 10 to 20 elite monsters, 20 million 21 to 30 elite monsters, and 10 million 31 to 40 elite monsters. Tip: please defend the city. If the defense line is breached, the temporary defense space will be closed. After seeing these two hints, the Blue Star domain adventurer turned pale instantly. 120 million Warcraft. How many of them are there? Less than 3 million. Even if a lord comes with his territory units, how many can they be? 40 times the quantity gap. What can we use to defend? What's more, their highest level is less than level 30. They actually told them that each person would face at least 3 monsters above level 30. It would be better to kill them. It's over. We can't hold on any longer. There's no hope. Before, if any of you feel that you haven't killed enough in the killing zone, go ahead. No, I haven't had a girlfriend yet. I don't want to die. Who wants to die? I don't want to die either. Haha, there's no hope. Just wait to be torn to pieces. Wow, I don't want to be eaten by a monster. Let's run away. Yunxian is here to guard us anyway. Yes. If he can't hold on, we can still delay him for a while longer, at least let him live a little longer. You are a bunch of idiots. You should understand the principle that the lips and teeth are cold. If he dies, you will die too. Then we can live a little longer. Isn't he pretty powerful? Maybe he can hold on. What the above said is right, brothers. I'm retreating. Wait for me. I'm going to. You deserve to die. We don't know who will die first. Just wait for death. In an instant, only less than half of the nearly 2 million adventurers remained. All the others actually went down the city wall and headed to the rear. But there is nothing else in the entire space except this city. So their appearance is so conspicuous. Yunxian also saw this scene, but there was nothing he could do. Considering that there were more than 1 million people on his side, Yunxian ordered all adventurers to form teams, preferably 2 teams at a time. Yunxian divided himself into 50,000 incarnations, each of which was responsible for a group of people. This way, the avatar can kill enemies while also providing buffs and healing to others. And because of the hiding effect of Yunxuan's invisibility, when it is not activated, beings with lower spirits than him will ignore his existence. Therefore, Yunxian was not worried at all that the adventurers would notice the existence of his incarnation. Unless something an incarnation does is too eye-catching. As for the 23,000 incarnations that could be differentiated, Yunxian also divided them out. Adding more combat power means more people can survive. Of course, those who survived here refer to other adventurers in the Blue Star region. The characteristic of Yunxian territory is unlimited resurrection. Currently, each person can be resurrected once a day, so he is not worried. I just don't know if those who died and were resurrected will be recruited again. In a moment, the tide of monsters has arrived. Facing the dark mass of monsters, the adventurers on Yunxuan's side were terrified, but they did not retreat at all. Skills were continuously used to kill monsters one after another. Even if there are monsters that have the ability to fly over the city wall, they will be shot down quickly. When facing the ordinary level Warcraft cannon fodder in the front, everyone has the ability to kill them instantly. In addition, The space was designed by heaven just right, so each person only had to face one monster at the same time. Therefore, everything was developing in an orderly manner on Yunchuan's side, and it was somewhat easy to deal with. On the other hand, because half of the people deserted, the defense was weak. The adventurers had no time to kill the monsters, causing them to gather under the city walls. This situation is getting worse. They have even begun to appear, with many monsters trampling on other monsters and coming to the top of the city wall. In an instant, the defense line collapsed. Chapter 57. No deserter survives. Territory characteristics take effect. Temporary defense space, Blue Star domain. As the defense line collapsed and some monsters crossed the city wall and entered the rear, Tiandao's voice instantly resounded throughout the space. Warning! Warning! The temporary defense space in the Blue Star region has been detected to have collapsed. The temporary defense space has now been closed, and no one is allowed to leave. Adventurers, please quickly withdraw your defenses, or wait until adventurers from other areas come to rescue you. Warning! Warning! When Yunxian and others heard this voice, they were speechless. This is an ordinary level monster. It collapsed instantly? Thinking of this, Yunxian still dispatched 10,000 avatars over and sent a message in the communication channel. Attention, adventurers in the Blue Star region. Those who are still defending on the city wall, please quickly gather to the right and shrink the defense line. Only by giving up a section of the defense line can you save your life as much as possible. I will send some special troops to clear the monsters on the road for you. Please respond quickly when you hear me. Warning, don't get too close to my defense line, or I will regard you as having ulterior motives and kill you all without mercy. Afterwards, Yunxian continued to kill monsters and assisted others from time to time. With his current star power recovery speed, even if he activated the god's blessing amplification for everyone and treated the wounded and restored others' star power from time to time, it would be enough for the time being. His speech on the communication channel naturally attracted a lot of people's attention. Watching the monsters crossing the city walls and the people around him dying tragically, everyone involuntarily moved towards the right side of the city wall. After all, there might be hope there. Those who had escaped from the city wall before couldn't help but panic when they saw the monsters crossing the wall. But when they wanted to climb the city wall again, they found, can't get up. No matter what method I use, I can't get up. Seeing more and more monsters appearing behind the city wall, they couldn't help but regret it. I really shouldn't have come down. Because in just a few moments, no less than 1 million magical beasts have appeared on the plane where they are, and the number is still increasing. When they saw Yunchuan's speech, all the deserters became angry. Fuck, this bastard, he wants to kill us. Asshole, if you give up your defense, more monsters will cross the city wall, and we will all die. Damn it, this bastard, he wants us to die. No, I don't want to die, let me go up. No, save me. Damn it. Yunxian, you are an executioner. Yunxian, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Haha, Yunxian is not wrong. Shrinking the defense line can indeed reduce casualties. That's right. If it weren't for you bastards, the monsters would never have broken through the defense line so quickly. You are the ones who deserve to die. It's you who deserve to die. +1. Yunxian had just spoken for a moment when countless people who had escaped from the city wall started cursing. Faced with more and more monsters, they were desperate. Faced with anger that had nowhere to vent, Yunchuan's appearance gave them the perfect opportunity to vent their anger. But how could those who have been badly harmed by them indulge them? In an instant, many people cursed and responded, without any courtesy at all. After a long time, all the adventurers on the city wall had gathered together. Currently, the monsters attacking the city are all ordinary-level monsters. As a first-time adventurer, as long as you are not besieged, you will hardly suffer much damage. As long as those monsters attack the city wall, they will most likely cross it. For some reason, they rarely attack people on the city walls. This also gave many people hope. As long as the monsters on the city wall did not attack them, they would not cause trouble. Anyway, it's not me who is facing these monsters. Let the deserters face it. Soon, all the adventurers on the city wall gathered together and stopped about 10 meters away from Yunchuan's troops. Obviously, they all understood Yunchuan's warning. Yunchuan's incarnation smiled and said, "Everyone who doesn't want to die, muster up your courage, spread out on both sides of the city wall, and kill the monsters attacking the city. Remember, every time a monster dies, your chances of survival will increase." After saying that, Yunchuan's incarnation left quickly, leaving only 10 people with Qi Meng. After Yunchuan's incarnation left, the adventurers obviously understood the meaning of Yunchuan's words. Distributed on both sides of the city wall, they killed the monsters attacking the city. Now the situation has changed. Not only do they have to defend against the monsters attacking the city in front, but they also have to be wary of the monsters behind that may make a surprise attack. There is a reason for this. Seeing the behavior of the monsters, some people have long speculated that the monsters did not want to attack them. Instead, they seem to have received special instructions and only wanted to cross the city walls and invade the vast starry sky. And once they find that they cannot get out of this space, they will definitely turn back and attack them. Yinxian naturally understood this principle, so he had already divided some of his men to guard against the magical beasts that might enter the rear. As time passed, the people on the city wall also discovered a problem. After gathering together, it became much easier to deal with these ordinary monsters. As half of the defense line was lost, the monsters over there quickly crossed the city wall and went to the rear. This means that the deserters have to face half of the attacking monsters, or those magical beasts that were furious after discovering that they could not invade the vast starry sky. You can imagine what their ending will be. Even if it's just an ordinary monster, you must know, a swarm of ants can kill an elephant. Besides, they are not elephants. Really, in a moment, there was no one left under the city wall. Seeing this scene, the adventurers on the city wall were all frightened and were glad that they did not escape. Time passes slowly. The adventurers on Yinchuan's side also suffered casualties for the first time. Yinxian couldn't help but smile after seeing the prompt. Tip: Adventurer Qin Hong has been resurrected at your territory's resurrection point. Yinxian is relieved now and can be resurrected. I just don't know. Just as he was thinking about another question, a reminder sounded again. His question was answered instantly. Tip: Your territory adventurer Qin Hong has sent you a message. Please check it out. Cloud God, I want to go back and help you. But the Heavenly Dao game reminds me that I have already participated in the conscription and cannot enter the temporary defense space, where the defense line has been breached again. Seeing this news, Yinxian smiled. Just stay calm. Don't worry, at worst we can all die. Yinxian sent a message in reply and announced the news in the territory communication channel. After seeing this news, everyone felt reassured. When fighting again, he no longer looked back and forth and was more free-spirited. The situation for other adventurers is not optimistic. As more people died, fear continued to spread among the people. Finally, when elite monsters appeared, their defenses collapsed again. In an instant, countless people looked at Yinxian, wanting to rush over to seek shelter. However, an invisible barrier appeared in front of them, preventing all this from happening. Yinxian never believes in human nature. When in desperation, humans can do anything. So in this situation, how could Yinxian let them come to his side? That would definitely be asking for trouble. Being able to help them temporarily doesn't mean Yinxian will help them forever. He helped them before because he had a bit of kindness in his heart, but now, he would never let his people face the ugliness of human nature. Even just a little bit. Faced with this barrier, the living people looked grim. They also knew Yunchuan's decision, and everyone's reaction was different. Sigh, despair, curse, cry loudly. But all this is of no use. But at this moment, Qi Ming looked at Yunchuan's incarnation, wanting to say something, but stopping himself. Chapter 58, Showing Strength and Repelling the Invasion of Monsters. Faced with those desperate and helpless people, Yunchuan's incarnation remained unmoved. He didn't want to let his people face the ugliness of human nature under despair, because he never believes in human nature. But at this moment, the kind-hearted Qi Ming looked at those people and couldn't help but stop talking. Seeing this, Yunchuan's incarnation stationed here smiled. Qi Ming can't bear it. My lord, these people are so pitiful. Is there no way to help them? Qi Ming looked reluctant. Yunchuan's incarnation smiled, and his voice came out slowly. You are still young and don't know the horror of human nature. Humans are creatures that can do anything when they are desperate. Human nature is the most terrifying. Hearing this, Qi Ming fell silent. She understood Yunchuan's concerns and was grateful that he was thinking about them. Faced with these endless monsters, these people are filled with despair and are willing to do anything. If they are attacked suddenly, it will be more difficult for them. It's better to maintain the status quo. At this moment, Yinxian thought of something and couldn't help but smile. But it's not impossible to save them. Hearing this, Qi Ming suddenly raised his head. Master, do you have a solution? Yinxian smiled, and his voice spread far away. Everyone listen. I, Yinxian, never believe in human nature, but I don't want to watch you die like this. From now on, those who have sworn an oath to the heavens, I will allow you to enter my defense line. I will protect you in this defensive space until all my troops are dead. The content of the Heavenly Dao Oath is, from now on, I will not disclose anything about Yunxian and the Heavenly Palace territory, and I will not do anything to harm the people of the Heavenly Palace territory, Otherwise I will be punished by the heavenly Tao, and suffer the pain of being cut into pieces and the pain of being burned by fire. After saying that, Yunxian pulled out 8,000 incarnations and instantly took over their defense line, protecting them temporarily. Seeing this, countless people burst into tears of joy. They knew very well what Yunxian was doing. He was just trying to save them. As for the content of the oath, I don't ask for anything in return, I just hope that my people won't be harmed. At this time, even with the side effects of Yunxuan's charming god body, those male adventurers still recognized Yunxian, not to mention other female adventurers. Soon, seeing that everyone had sworn an oath to heaven, Yunxian removed the barrier. In an instant, everyone quickly entered the rear of the troops and waited quietly to recover on their own. But they also discovered one thing. In this world, swearing in the name of heaven will really get a response from heaven. At this moment, a prompt suddenly appeared on their panel. Hint: you have made a vow to the heavenly Tao, which is recognized by the heavenly Tao game. If you violate it, you will be punished by the heavenly Tao. Seeing this, everyone was shocked and confused. Yunxian ignored them? How is that possible? In order to completely prevent future troubles, he used the Sky Soul Pearl to control the soul. The only instruction for controlling the soul is the content of the heavenly oath. Double protection. This is where his confidence comes from. After all, he also said that human nature is the most terrifying. If we are all going to die, who cares about the punishment from heaven? Therefore, he doesn't care about losing hundreds of thousands of soul control quotas. Nearly 1 million people, but 40% of them were killed or injured by the attack of elite monsters alone. This shows how low these people's combat effectiveness is. You know, even up to now, on Yunxuan's side, only a few hundred people have died. It's still a profession that is not suitable for combat. Of course, with the help of Yunxuan's equipment, there are no low-level occupations among these people in the territory. Although the profession does not have any combat power enhancement, a good profession has good professional skills. After dealing with all this, Yunxian and others finally entered a full-scale killing state. Without any worries, Yunxian killed at an incredibly fast speed. With a falling fire from the sky, all the monsters within 5 square kilometers were killed instantly. In this situation where there are so many monsters, one skill can clear out hundreds of thousands of monsters. There are many World of Warcraft. But Yunxian couldn't resist the hundreds of clones releasing the Sky Meteorite True Fire skill at the same time. In just a moment, Yunxuan's star power was completely consumed. Countless people stared in amazement at the space filled with blazing flames. They looked at the troops, shrouded in fog, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Fear. In just a moment, they saw it. All the monsters behind the city wall are dead. There is a raging fire in front of the city wall, and no monster dares to move forward. At the same time, the voice of heaven came again. It has been detected that the temporary defense space Blue Star domain has withdrawn its defense line. Please repel the invasion of Warcraft as soon as possible. After hearing this voice and seeing the abilities of Yunxuan's mysterious troops, the survivors finally understood why Yunxian did not take action before. This matter has a huge impact. No one will reveal this secret. After all, this is the trump card of a territory. But at the same time, they were instantly excited. Because there's help. They don't have to die. In an instant, everyone cried with joy. The people in Yunxuan's territory naturally understood that those were Yunxuan's incarnations, and they all had fanatical eyes. This is their master. This is their cloud god. After 10 seconds, the validity period of the Sky Meteorite True Fire expired. But isn't Yunxuan's condition fully recovered? Yunxian is no longer hiding. His strength is so terrifying. Yunxian couldn't help but smile as he looked at the monster rushing towards him again. Hurry up, if you want star energy and drops, use your skills now. Upon hearing this, the adventurers in the territory smiled knowingly, and the skills in their hands instantly became extraordinary. Killed countless monsters. In this way, Yunxian led everyone and completely defended the area. Half an hour later, the entire defensive space was empty. This scene made all the survivors feel dazed. We survived. We survived. Haha. I knew I wasn't destined to die. Haha. Thank you, Boss Yunxian. Thank you, Boss Yunxian. Thank you, Boss Yunxian. In an instant, everyone cheered. At this moment, the sound of Tiandao game resounded throughout the space. Congratulations to the temporary defense space Blue Star domain for repelling the invasion of Warcraft and obtaining the qualification to withdraw from the call-up. All participating adventurers will receive 10 free attributes, and the point store will be open for 30 minutes. All participating territory units receive a random 10-point attribute bonus. Tip: Blue Star domain adventurers can choose to exit the temporary defense space, or choose to continue to fight against monsters in other areas. As the sound of the Tiandao game faded away, countless golden lights fell from the sky. But it is the attribute points rewarded by heaven that have been distributed. Yinxian opened the point store and found that there was everything in it, even ancestral-level items. Pity. Can't afford it. Different from the welfare redemption in the killing point store, the mythical items in the point store require hundreds of billions of points. It's 10 times more expensive. There is also a lucky treasure box, which also offers 10 times the exchange rate. That means it takes 1 billion points to redeem one. I have to say, it's terrifying. And he currently only has 683 million points. Kill all the monsters, and you will get about 1 billion points in total. And he, who was the leader, was still pitifully small. Not to mention the points required for ancestral items. That's more than 10 Jing points. There is only 1 trillion in 1 trillion. There is only 1 Beijing in 10,000 trillion. It is conceivable how difficult it is to exchange for ancestral treasures. Yinxian simply closed the point store as he was short of money. Then, faced with the choice given by Tiandao game, he hesitated for a moment. Then he chose. Chapter 59. Continue to conquer other regions and wreak havoc on the rear of the Warcraft. Faced with the choice of continuing to fight or withdrawing from the call-up, Yinxian hesitated for a moment. Then, he looked at all the adventurers in the territory. I have to say, this kind of battle is really suitable for leveling up. Although only the killer can obtain the kill drop, for the sake of fairness, heaven will reasonably distribute the star energy according to the damage suffered by the monster. Therefore, although Yunxian accounted for the majority of points, a lot of star energy was still distributed. This also means that the average adventurer in the territory is already above level 30. Yunxian smiled and looked at everyone. After leveling up so many levels at once, I think you should consolidate your strength. Let's all go back. Hearing this, everyone nodded. They seemed to see that Yunxian didn't want to go back for the time being. Could it be that? Thinking of something, everyone stopped talking and chose to leave. If it weren't for Yunxian, they would have died long ago. How could they still want to conquer other areas? You're dreaming. Now that Yunxian wanted them to go back, they naturally agreed. Seeing everyone leave, Yunxian raised his head and looked towards the sky. Tian Dao, if my territory's units enter other areas to fight, can they hide their identity information and appearance? Yunxian just asked out of curiosity. If possible, he would choose to let his territory units continue to fight against Warcraft, not to mention the items that could be dropped. Just talking about points, Yunxian wants them too. What's more, after the dropped items are enhanced by Lord Yunxuan's talents, you can also get some good things. Even if you don't use it yourself, you can give it to your deputy territory. Or, if the ones are too low level, you can choose to sell them at the end of the novice trial. I believe many people need it. And if not, then heaven will not answer. In order to avoid causing trouble, Yinxian would choose to go to the Tianyao realm alone to take a look. At this moment, the voice of Tiandao game appeared again. It is detected that the adventurer number L0001 has a reasonable request. During the Warcraft invasion recruitment period, choose to conquer territories in other areas. If necessary, Tiandao will provide a temporary special talent to hide the identity information and body shape of the territory unit. Hearing this, Yunxian was delighted. This actually worked. In that case, then, Tiandao, choose to continue the war, but I need to hide the identity information and figures of my territorial units. All the territory units I brought in, as well as 10,000 avatars, chose to conquer the Zuinv domain. If the monsters invading the Zuinv domain are repelled, an area where the defense line is broken will be randomly selected. Personally, I choose the Heavenly Demon Realm. Also, I hope my avatar has the right to withdraw from the call-up on his own initiative. Can. The adventurer chooses to continue the battle, and the teleportation will begin in 10 seconds. Upon hearing this, Yunxian immediately dispersed the rest of the incarnations, leaving only 10,000 incarnations. Afterwards, he said to Yun and the others, "Thank you for your hard work. After this battle, everyone will take a 3-day break." "Thank you, my lord." The girls were overjoyed. If they were not afraid of losing their fighting instinct, they would actually prefer to stay with Yunxian forever. But since Yunxian asked to rest, that's another matter. 10 seconds pass in a flash. As the space changed, Yunxian had arrived at a city wall. At this time, he was in a hidden state, so naturally he didn't need to worry about being discovered. He looked around and found that the number of people who had reached the first level in the Heavenly Demon Realm had reached as many as 7 million. Compared to the Blue Star region, there are far too many. You know, among the more than 8 billion people in the Blue Star domain, There are only nearly 3 million people who have reached the first level, and that's with some help from Yunxian. As for the heavenly demon realm, according to Qi Huang, the population would definitely not exceed 3 billion. But there are still more than 7 million people who have turned, which is enough to prove the talent of these people who came down from the upper starry sky. Besides, their 7 million is not comparable to the 2 million in the blue star region. Ordinary monsters were almost wiped out, and most of the elite monsters of levels 10 to 20 were killed or injured, but there was no death in the heavenly demon realm. Its combat capability cannot be underestimated. At least, it can't compare to the people Yunxian rescued before, let alone those deserters. Yunxian shook his head and smiled, sensed where Qi Huang was, and used space travel to come to her side. At this time, Qi Huang was transforming into the original form of Suzuku, leading her Fengwu guards to have fun in the sky. The Fengwei race is the Phoenix clan, but it seems that their bloodline is a little low. It might be a mixed blood phoenix from some small world, no one can tell. But that's why. Feng Wuwei's loyalty to Qi Huang is really high, with an initial loyalty of 90. Currently, Qi Huang has reached level 40. So for these monsters, just one skill can cause massive casualties. Well, not so good at all. The consumption is too great, and the star power cannot support it. Look, Qi Huang has transformed into a human form and returned to the city wall. Seeing this, Yunxian immediately ended his invisibility and appeared in front of her. When Qi Huang suddenly saw Yunxian, he couldn't help but rub his eyes, thinking he had seen it wrong. Yunxian couldn't help but laugh and said, "I'm not mistaken. Can't you feel the connection of the contract?" Upon hearing this, Qi Huang was indeed extremely surprised and immediately pounced on Yunxian. "Husband, why are you here?" "Haha, why can't I come? Isn't it over there? So why don't I come over here and take a look?" "Hee, Huang knows that my husband loves me." Yunxian smiled and ruffled her hair. "You seem to be having a lot of fun just now. Do you want to continue?" Hearing this, Qi Huang frowned slightly. "My husband is wrong. If it is not necessary, Huang heir does not want to fight and kill." "Haha, that's my fault. Can I help you clean them up?" Yunxian laughed and realized that this little girl didn't seem to like fighting. Yes. Okay, husband, then you help us recover our star power. Huang wants to kill to his heart's content." Seeing her excited face, Yunxian couldn't help but laugh. "You said you didn't want to fight, but now you're showing it." "Humph, no, isn't this a summons from heaven? Besides, if I don't kill them, they will kill me." Afterwards, Qi Huang called over the 8 people who had fought together before and said, "My husband is here. I will take you with me." Hearing this, the girls looked at Yunxian and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. "Fu Jun, it's really you. Why didn't I see you before?" Yunxian just smiled and said, "Okay, once you've formed a team, let's go. I'll provide you with buffs." A moment later, the group, whose lives and star powers were restored, set out again, attracting the attention of many people. But because of the hiding effect of Yunxuan's magic, no one noticed Yunxuan's existence. But soon, they found something wrong. Qi Huang actually led her 1,000 Fengwu guards and 8 territory adventurers and went deep into the enemy territory alone. She doesn't want to live anymore? How dare she do that? If the star power is used up, the consequences will be humph, grandstanding for the sake of attention. Forget it. If she wants to die, let her go, and everyone else should try to fill her vacancy. Alas, such a talented person, but he is so ignorant of the seriousness of the matter. Don't say any more. Recover as soon as possible and come up to replace the players. There are still many monsters. Never mind her. Let's kill the monsters first. At the same time, Qi Huang's original location. Hundreds of people looked at each other, wondering what was wrong with Qi Huang. Is the territory going to be disbanded? No, I just saw Lord Qi Huang look very happy. I'm afraid. That man is coming. Are you talking about the man who helped them kill the monsters in the temporary space and then appeared every day? It's very likely that we were too narrow-minded at the time. Yes, that man is very likely a hidden descendant of a celestial demon. Have you noticed? I always feel that he is very charming. You just discovered it. Haha. I've noticed a long time ago that he has a unique charm that makes people unconsciously like him. I thought I was the only one. It seems that everyone has discovered that this man is truly extraordinary. It's a pity that we seem to have made a bad first impression on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have not called us this time. Alas, it's too late to regret. Yunxian and the others were unaware of what other people in the Tianyao territory were talking about. At this time, he had already brought everyone to the rear of the warcraft. This is the result of comprehensive consideration. They are all above level 20, and the benefits of killing level 10 to 20 elite monsters are too low. If you don't worry about consumption, it is naturally better to kill the high-level monsters behind the monsters. Yunxian activated God's Blessing, Holy Light, and Starlight Chain to enhance overall strength for everyone. At the same time, more than 60,000 avatars wreaked havoc on the entire Warcraft rear area, killing all the Warcraft they encountered. Time passes. Soon, other people in Tianyao territory discovered a problem. That is, Chapter 60, Shocking Millions of Heavenly Demons, Special Killing Mode. As time passed, the adventurers from the Heavenly Demon realm soon discovered a problem. That is, all the monsters above level 20 disappeared. They discovered this problem when they saw that there were fewer and fewer monsters below level 20, but no higher level monsters. But they have no idea why. Because Yunxian and others had already returned and were still paddling there. With Yunxuan's assistance, all 8 of them were upgraded to level 40. At the same time, Qi Huang's 1,000 Fengwu guards were also upgraded to level 40. After killing all the monsters above level 20, Yunxian brought everyone back to relax. The low-level monsters don't drop any rewards, and the points given are too few, so I can only do it without doing anything. Soon, all the monsters in the temporary defense space, Tianyao Domain, were killed by everyone in Tianyao Domain. Just when Yunxian was about to leave, a young man in white came to Qi Huang with a few people. Qi Huang, do you know where the monster that was supposed to appear has gone? The boy spoke in an arrogant tone, looking superior. Seeing this, Qi Huang responded without any hesitation. Bai Qing, what's with your tone? Are you qualified to talk to me like this? You. Bai Qing was furious when he heard this. But thinking of Qi Huang's identity, he couldn't help but look at Qi Huang deeply, and his anger gradually subsided. We are here to ask. Why? You are the only ones who have gone there. Now that this situation has occurred, we are not allowed to ask questions. Humph, how would I know? We came back a long time ago. Qi Huang was not at all flustered, and there was no politeness in his words. Snort. Seeing that no news was coming, Bai Qing led his men away, hating himself in his heart. You dare to embarrass me. I will make you pay sooner or later. Who knew that when he wanted to leave, someone wouldn't let him go? Oh, are you worthy enough to talk to my Huanger like that? A voice came from behind, with a cold tone. Hearing this, Bai Qing and the others turned around, wondering who spoke in such a loud voice. But then a man dressed in black, his face obscured by fog, walked out. Who are you? Why do you have the aura of my White Tiger clan? Have you killed anyone from my White Tiger clan? Bai Qing felt the threat coming from Yunxian, as well as the aura of his fellow tribesmen, and couldn't help but ask in a serious tone. But Yunxian did not smile. Hey, it turns out to be a little tiger from the White Tiger clan. You are qualified to question me? It would be better to ask your saint to come. Yunxian spoke in a cold tone and raised his hand to slap it away. Bai Qing was suddenly attacked and didn't even have time to react before his health was almost gone. This scene made him shocked. Being in the same starry sky, how can one have such strength? Fu Jun, is there any high-level star powerhouse with the last name Fu? Who is he? At this time, seeing that there seemed to be too many people watching, Yunxian laughed coldly and said, just because my Huanger is kind doesn't mean I am kind too. I will teach you a lesson today. If you dare to disrespect my Huanger, I will kill you. After saying that, Yunxuan's figure flashed, and the people following Bai Qing flew backwards instantly. Not more, not less, just enough health left. This scene completely shocked everyone. You know, the physique of their celestial demons is much stronger than that of other races. Even so, he was instantly beaten to a pulp by the mysterious man in front of him, which shows how terrifying he is. But only those who were knocked away knew that they had been treated. And the purpose of treatment seems to be to prevent them from dying. When they saw the battle prompt, they were even more shocked. In an instant, healing and damage appeared at the same time, and it was because of the healing that they did not die. Otherwise, they would have died long ago. And this was just his normal attack, without using any skills at all. Yunxian turned around and smiled at Qi Huang. Huanger, I'm leaving first. You can call me anytime if you need anything. If anyone dares to bully you, tell me, and I'll help you kill him. He, husband, Huanger knows. Qi Huang smiled sweetly, and was very touched by Yunxian's behavior. Yunxian smiled, looked around, and said to Tianxiong, Tiandao, the next area. As Yunxian finished speaking, his figure disappeared instantly. Those who understood this action changed color instantly. He actually volunteered to join the conscription. Isn't he afraid of death? I am a ruthless person. What on earth is he after? Maybe we all know. Integral. Yes, it is points, but how can one obtain a large number of points by himself? Who said he was alone? Didn't you see that he had such a good relationship with Qi Huang? I'm afraid that Qi Huang's tokens might have been given by him. That's possible. Yin didn't know that his actions had caused speculation among the people in the Tianyao realm, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At this time, he had arrived at an area whose name he didn't know. Looking at the two groups still fighting, Yin couldn't help but frown. Heavenly Dao, isn't there a place similar to Killing Zone? It's very troublesome to run around like this. Besides, the last time I was in the Killing Zone, it seemed like someone was following me. Will that happen this time? Yin just complained and didn't expect Tian Dao to answer. But it seems that the way of heaven is very idle. It has been detected that the adventurer numbered L0001's request is not excessive. The adventurer will be teleported to a special space, and some monsters will be diverted for the adventurer. During this period, adventurers can quit at any time. Tip: it is detected that the adventurer numbered L0001 has a reasonable request, and there is an error in the Tiandao game data. A compensation reward is provided to the adventurer, an epic special skill self-selected treasure box 1. As the sound of Tiandao game fell, the space where Yin was located fluctuated slightly, and when he opened his eyes again, he had arrived in another space. Similar to the previous defensive space, but without the existence of city walls. In other words, he can only face all attacks from the monsters. But at this moment, an unexpected reminder sounded. Tip: your Lord talent triggers a 3,333-fold increase in quantity, and your heavenly compensation reward is changed to get an epic special skill self-selected treasure box 3333. Seeing this prompt, Yin was a little amused. Why should I use so many skills? However, his eyes suddenly lit up. Epic special skill of your choice? Wouldn't it be great to help his group of small farmers choose a set of combat skills? Thinking of this, Yin immediately felt that this reward, so delicious. You know, the skill book he obtained before could not be used by territory units at all. Only with the skills plundered from Yi Jing, combined with his talents, could he form a Dark Knight army. Or perhaps special skills like alchemy can only be used by territory units. And now, you can choose your own special skills. Is it a surprise? Just when Yin wanted to open a treasure chest to take a look, the voice of Tiandao sounded in his ears. Tip: adventurers, please determine the number and level of monsters that need to be drained according to your own strength. Hearing this, Yin pondered for a moment and calculated the endurance of his incarnation. After a moment, I couldn't help but smile. Tiandao, the level of the monsters is 30 to 40, and the number is 150,000 per second. When Yin gave this answer, the sky was silent. After a while, a voice was heard from the sky. Can. Then, a vibration sound was heard in the distance, and a black wavy line rolled over. Yin was not panicked at all. His 63,000 incarnations were like ghosts, colliding with the tide of monsters in an instant. Blood and flesh were flying everywhere, and corpses were everywhere. How can those little monsters stop the killing power of Yunchuan's incarnation? Previously in the killing space, Yunchuan's incarnation could instantly kill a level 40 Lord-level monster. Now, even though your strength has doubled, you still can't kill a few monsters in an instant? Joke. Yin couldn't help but smile when he saw this. He sat down on the spot and opened an epic special skill self-selected treasure chest. It still has the special effects of unboxing a self-selected treasure chest. Same old thing. There was a flash of orange light, and the treasure chest turned into an orange light curtain. There are thousands of special skill options on the light screen, as well as general information about each skill. Teleport? Not bad. It's a good skill for escaping, but the distance is not far enough, only a few meters. Alchemy. Forging. I don't need this, right? Holy Light. Group recovery skill. That's fine. We can make some copies and let the heroes learn a little bit. What is this? At this moment, Yin saw the information about a skill, and his eyes lit up. Chapter 61. Obtaining divine skills again, Yin is sold out again. After opening the epic special skill selection treasure chest, Yin kept flipping through the information on the light screen. Suddenly I saw a very interesting skill, and my eyes lit up. Counter injury, a special passive skill. When attacked by epic skills or above, 10% of the damage will be automatically rebounded. When attacked by skills below epic level, 90% of the damage will be automatically reflected. Hey, this skill is interesting. I wanted to find such a skill before, but I never found it. I didn't expect it to be classified as a special skill. When Yin saw this skill, he immediately chose it. Although the grade of this skill is a bit low, it's Yunchuan's fault for being such a cheater. Professional passive skills, the apotheosis of skills. You deserve it. As Yin made his choice, the light curtain instantly shrank and turned into a skill book. It is the anti-injury skill book. Yinxian immediately used the anti-injury skill book. He was looking forward to the effect of this skill after it was deified. Hint: you have learned the epic special skill of counterattack. Tip: affected by your professional passive skill, the apotheosis of skill, your skill counterattack is undergoing a transformation. Seeing this, Yinxian continued to open the next treasure chest and checked it again. After a while, Yinxian selected 3 sets of combination skills. Similar to the shooter's long-range attack skills. Similar to the mage's long-range attack skills. Similar to a warrior's melee attack skills. Each set of skills has a complete combination, including escape, defense, control, treatment, recovery, single attack, group attack, and other skills. In order to ensure that learners can exert more than 90% of their combat power, Yinxian even asked the system for help. Of course, if you want to truly unleash your fighting power, learners need to practice more. Of course, once Yinxian has time to replicate enough skills and let the territory units learn these skills, anyone he pulls out from his territory will be able to beat most adventurers. As for the remaining treasure chests, Yinxian did not touch them for the time being and would deal with them when needed in the future. Or, he planned to open a book for all the special skills after returning. If the territory unit takes a fancy to a book, just copy it. After selecting skills for the small farmers in the territory, Yinxian looked at the carnage in the distance. So boring. What a mistake. I should have brought Shishir and the others with me. They can help me pass the time when I'm bored. Tip: your skill transformation is complete. Please check it yourself. After hearing this reminder, Yinxian finally perked up a little. Counter Injury Divine Counter, a true God-level passive skill. When attacked by a true God-level skill or above, 10% of the damage will be automatically rebounded. When attacked by a true God-level skill, 50% of the damage will be automatically reflected. When attacked by skills below the true God level, 100% of the damage will be automatically reflected. When you receive a normal attack from a creature with a lower physical attribute than you will automatically deflect 100% of the damage. Immune to the anti-injury effects of true God level and below. Fuck, I didn't think of this before. This skill directly involves the rules, right? Reflect skill damage. That means even if a saint-level expert uses a myth-level skill, won't it be reflected as well? In this way, if the enemy wants to hurt me, they must first use true God-level skills or above. Or maybe basic attack. But the last one also states that if a creature has a lower physique than you, your normal attacks will be 100% deflected. So, it's really outrageous. Open the door to outrageousness. This is outrageous. When Yinxian saw this skill, he realized how terrifying it was. I should have used the quality upgrade scroll to strengthen it to saint level before using it. Yinxian muttered something, but didn't think much about it. This level was enough. How many people can have multiple skills above the true God level? But we can strengthen one. If it's really that powerful, we can give one to each of our heroes. Yinxian muttered to himself and planned to try it later. Yinxian was bored just sitting there, so naturally he needed to find something more boring to do. For example, unboxing. Yinxian did it as soon as he thought of it, and didn't even wait to go back. He simply sat cross-legged on the ground and opened the skill selection treasure chests one by one. Each time you open it, you choose a different skill. Time passes. 6 hours later, Yinxian rubbed his sore eyes and stretched. It's finally over. 3,000 skills. If I had known it would be so tiring, I should have asked those small farmers to help. Yinxian smiled bitterly, secretly laughing at himself for being so stupid. Afterwards, Yinxian took out a book of anti-injury skills and used the quality upgrade scroll to strengthen it to the true God level. But when Yinxian saw the effect of the skill, he was not very satisfied. Just because, compared with the original skill, the skill effect only changed 2 words. That is, all epic fonts have turned into true God fonts. In other words, the effect is far inferior to Yunxuan's divine enhancement of skills. Yinxian pondered for a moment and gave up the idea of continuing to strengthen. For now, the true God level should be enough. Anyway, the heroes won't encounter any decent enemies, so there is almost no danger. When you encounter more powerful enemies in the future, just continue to strengthen it. Thinking of this, Yinxian put all the skill books into the first area of the different time and space storage. The remaining 200 or so special skill optional treasure chests were also put in. Look up and into the distance. Yinxian discovered that the monsters were still coming in an endless stream, and the killing of the incarnations was still smooth. It seems like it has just begun. But even though the corpse of the Warcraft was dealt with by Tiandao game, the blood mist in the space still lingered for a long time. If a timid person saw this scene, he would be scared to death. More than 6 hours have passed, with 150,000 monsters per second. You can imagine. How many monsters did Yunxuan's incarnation kill? Yunxian opened the points store and saw his points, and he understood. 104 billion. Fear. More than 32 billion Warcraft. Yunxian couldn't help but look towards the sky and said with a little worry, will Tiandao really not be targeted? But there was no response from heaven for a long time. Seeing this, Yunxian couldn't help but feel a little upset. No way. After a long time, a voice came from the sky. There is a loophole in the Tiandao game, and it is being repaired urgently. If it causes unknown dangers to adventurers, certain compensation will be given. Hearing this, Yunxuan's face turned even darker. Really? You are really good. Unknown danger yet? Is compensation necessary? Yunxian couldn't help but smile bitterly and took a deep breath. Tiandao, just tell me how much danger I will encounter in resisting the invasion of monsters this time. After Yunxian finished speaking, the sky fell silent again. After a long time, a voice slowly fell. According to Tiandao's speculation, because the adventurer numbered L0001 killed too many monsters, he attracted the attention of the monster overlord. The Warcraft overlord has already intercepted a trace of the adventurer's breath, but can only lock the adventurer once at most. Yunxian was speechless for a moment. It was like this last time. Why is it like this again this time? This world feels so low. Can you make such a mistake? Twice in a row. Yunxian looked up at the sky. His face didn't look very good. Tiandao, last time this kind of game data error occurred, I almost died. This time, am I going to die immediately? The sky was already silent, and when Yunxian said this, it instantly fell into an eerie silence. Yunxian curled his lips. He had realized that the heavenly Dao definitely had intelligence, and it was definitely not low. For a long time. Just when Yunxian thought that Tiandao would not respond to his question, a voice came again. It is detected that the appeal of adventurer numbered L0001 is reasonable. Due to an error in the Tiandao game data, the adventurer's life is in danger. Compensation reward is provided to the adventurer. Compensation reward self-selected treasure box 1. It could really be dangerous. Can't you just eliminate the danger for me? I just want to be a small lord quietly and enjoy my life. Yunxian was speechless. But having said that, Yunxian still opened the treasure chest in front of him. He finally understood. Opening a treasure chest of your choice will definitely not trigger the Lord's talent. However, if the reward is a self-selected treasure chest, it is possible to trigger the Lord's talent. But this compensation reward obviously did not trigger the Lord's talent. Yunxian could only open the self-selected treasure chest in front of him with a sad face. No way. If it is a blessing, there will be no disaster. If it is a disaster, there is no escape. Then, Yunxian looked at the black light curtain in front of him. This is Chapter 62. Compensation rewards are a trap, and the heavenly Dao responds abnormally. Yunxian felt like he had been betrayed by God again. But considering that there is compensation, it is not unacceptable. Afterwards, Yunxian opened the treasure chest of his choice, which contained the compensation reward from Tiandao. There were 3 things clearly displayed on it. Death immunity card, a one-time special item. When you are attacked by a fatal attack, you can be exempted from the attack and be randomly teleported to a place 100,000 miles away. Skill book, Immortal Body. The only special skill, absorbing the power of death and life at the same time. When the absorption is saturated, the body will die automatically. With each death, the body's functions will increase significantly. After 9 times, you will obtain the Immortal Reincarnation Body, where your body functions will never dry up and your body will never die. Skill book, Immortality Soul. Seeing the information about the 3 rewards, Yunxian couldn't help but swallow hard. Although in the short term, the skill book is definitely not as beneficial as the death immunity card. But in the long run, these 2 skill books are simply really amazing skill. What's more, Yunxian territory has the feature of unlimited resurrection, and the purple lotus of samsara has the ability to resurrect. So, I don't need the death immunity card. But the last 2 are really perverted. A body is immortal. A soul that is immortal. If the 2 were combined. Tiandao, can you choose 2? No. Yunxian just asked carefully and immediately got a response from Tiandao game, which made him curl his lips. Why didn't I see you answer so readily just now? Helplessly, Yunxian could only continue looking at the light curtain. But it's really hard to choose. It seems like they all want it. System, is there any way to get both skill books? Helplessly, Yunxian could only ask for help from the system. He really wanted to have them all. But the answer the system gave him afterwards dispelled his naive idea. Host, If you used the Tiandao game data tampering ability before the Tiandao reward was issued, it would be possible, but now, the system can't help you. Hearing this, Yunxian smiled bitterly. Who knew that the reward from heaven this time would be so tempting? Who would have thought that the Lord's talent could not be triggered this time? He is also helpless. Call. Then can you help me choose which one? Yunxian originally wanted the system to help him with advice and choose which reward was appropriate. But I didn't expect. Neither is suitable. Forehead. Yunxian was stunned when he heard the system's answer. Neither is suitable? What's the meaning? Host, let me put it this way. With your current physical functions and soul strength, if you learn the skill Immortal Body alone, you can only practice it 3 times at most. Then your soul will be unable to withstand the pressure of your body and will become difficult to control or even squeezed and shattered. Similarly, if one only learns the skill soul of the 9 immortals, after 3 times, the body will explode and die because it cannot withstand the power of the soul. The most important thing is, once you learn these 2 skills, even if you don't actively absorb the power of death and the power of life, they will absorb it automatically. Even more, when you kill monsters, you absorb the power of death faster. Of course, if you learn both together, you will be able to cultivate into a true immortal reincarnation body in a few years or even less time, as you possess the rare item of the world, the purple lotus of reincarnation. The real immortal reincarnation body. Yunxian was confused. Didn't the skill information say that one could cultivate an immortal reincarnation body? However, the system quickly gave him an answer. Yes, the real immortal reincarnation body. I believe you have guessed it. Since this skill is divided into body and soul, only when both are cultivated into the immortal reincarnation body at the same time, it can be considered a complete immortal reincarnation body. Single ones are all incomplete. Hearing this, Yunxian fell silent. He also understood what the system meant. The simple thing is that these 2 skills are actually incomplete. Only when the 2 skills are combined into one can they be truly effective. Even if you only practice 1 book, your life may be in danger. Danger of death. Yunxian looked up at the sky. Heaven had really dug a big hole for him. Does God know about this? Call. Yunxian couldn't help but take a deep breath again, with a complicated expression. System, after learning these 2 skill books, besides the final immortality, are there any other benefits? He still didn't give up. If the benefits were huge, he would consider tricking Tiandao into giving him both books. As for, in fact, if it is difficult to fool the heavens, he would rather take down a copy and let it gather dust than let it be lost in the world. Host, this is a huge benefit. Let me tell you this, 3 of the 4-dimensional attributes of a living being belong to the physical body, namely strength, agility, and constitution. If you practice the immortal body, every time you succeed, your physical strength will double, and no matter how much physical strength you add later, it will be doubled. Similarly, spirit belongs to the soul and has the same effect. And their most powerful effect is naturally the final immortality. After hearing this, Yunxian finally understood the horror of these 2 skill books and became more enthusiastic about them. Yunxian couldn't help but look up at the sky and asked in a deep voice, Heavenly Tao, please give me some face and let me choose 2 rewards. As soon as Yunxian finished speaking, the sky suddenly became strangely silent. But what Yunxian didn't know was that in the mysterious space in his mind, the little fairy in purple had already fallen to the ground laughing. Hee, the host is so fun. How did he say that? How come I never knew that the host had such a big face? Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. At this moment, the little fairy covered her stomach and couldn't laugh anymore. No, I need to watch the host's blockbuster to calm down. Hee. After saying that, he was about to open the screen to watch the movie, but his movements suddenly stopped. His expression gradually froze. Just because. There was actually a response coming from the sky. But adventurers need to pay a price. Hearing this, Yunxian was also a little surprised and couldn't help but ask quickly, what's the price? 3 prices. Price 1. Pay 20 trillion divine energy and 1 trillion divine crystals. Price 2. Deduct all points earned in the next 10 days. At the same time, these 63,000 avatars will stay here and continue to kill monsters for 10 days at the current speed, without dropping any rewards. Price 3. Heaven has proposed a requirement that does not violate the adventurer's principles and does not harm the adventurer's interests. Adventurers must complete it. This requirement is pending. Yunxian couldn't help but smile when he heard these 3 requests. There is absolutely no problem with the first price, since it comes from the way of heaven anyway. The second price is no problem. Isn't it just a few dozen less treasure chests? Can he still accept it? The third price is a bit confusing. Why does the way of heaven feel weird? However, since it does not violate Yunchuan's principles and does not harm Yunchuan's interests, Yunxian naturally has nothing to worry about. After thinking for about a second, Yunxian nodded immediately. This deal can be done. Okay, I promise. Can. The number of rewards you can choose has been changed. Adventurer Yunxian can choose 2 compensation rewards. Upon hearing this, Yunxian immediately chose the 2 skill books of 9 deaths and immortality. What he didn't know was, in his mind, in a mysterious space, the little fairy was angry. This bitch, she actually. Damn it, I was careless. Wow, it's over. How could the host agree to this? Didn't you see that Tiandao, that BZ, set a trap? It's over. Damn it, why didn't I think of that? The little fairy murmured in a low voice, her face looking a little grim, and it was obvious that she was very angry about this matter. Forget it, don't be angry. Even in the worst-case scenario, it's still my host's. Don't be angry, just watch a movie to calm down, the fairy said, and opened the light curtain. Afterwards, a mysterious sound from nature came from the mysterious space, which made people imagine something else. Unfortunately, no one will know about this scene. Chapter 63, 9 Deaths, Undying Mutation, Build the God of War Suit. Yunxian didn't know that there was a mysterious space in his mind. At this time, after paying the price set by Tiandao, Yunxian got the 2 skill books as he wished. The first thing Yunxian did after getting it was to start studying. After all, it is the only skill, and it cannot be replicated using the Divine Altar. Hint: you have learned the unique level skill 9 Deaths, Immortal Body. Hint: you have learned the unique level skill, Soul of the 9 Immortals. Tip: due to unknown reasons, your skills, Indestructible Body and Indestructible Soul, are undergoing unknown changes. After hearing the prompt, Yunxian felt relieved, but also a little confused. What's going on? Unknown changes? What's going on? System. There was no response for a long time. Although Yunxian was still confused, there was nothing he could do. I can only wait helplessly for this so-called unknown change. What kind of position change is it? Thinking of this, Yunxian looked up at the sky. Tiandao, my avatar stays here, can I leave? Since there were no points to be gained, Yunxian naturally did not want to stay here any longer. Isn't it nice to appreciate the dancing of fairies? Wouldn't it be nice to enjoy a massage from a beautiful maid? Or, isn't it more exciting to fight against the fox demon? Why should he stay here and only smell the unpleasant smell of blood all the time? Look at this brutal fight. Yes, but remember, adventurers need to maintain their avatars forever. As a voice came from the sky, the scene in front of Yunchuan's eyes changed and he had returned to the territory. Looking at the beautiful girls and the thriving scene in the territory, Yunxian couldn't help but smile. It's still comfortable in the territory. However, Yunxian couldn't help but bother Tiandao again when he didn't see the heroic units returning. Tiandao, please withdraw my territory units and those 10,000 avatars from the call-up. They are tired. Yunchuan's words fell, but there was no response from Tiandao. But in just a moment, the space in front of Yunxian began to fluctuate violently. Then, tens of thousands of beautiful figures appeared before him. Seeing this, Yunxian smiled. Everyone is tired. Let's take a good rest. Hearing this, the girls couldn't help but smile warmly. Thank you, my lord. All right, this is what you deserve. Go now. After hearing Yunchuan's words, the 50,000 divine guards left quickly. Yunxian looked at the heroes and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work. Let's eat and drink well tonight. Everything is for the purpose of having fun. It's not hard. Hee, master. Then you have to drink with us." Yunxian knew it was Qi Ming's voice as soon as he heard it, and couldn't help but smile and said, "Okay." Everyone came to the Hall of Heroes chatting and laughing. Instructed Xiaoling some things. Afterwards, Yunxian specially invited Miaoyin and asked her to bring her team of chefs to prepare several tables of delicious food for everyone. He took out the colorful feathered robe that he had forgotten to give to everyone and gave it to the girls as gifts. After receiving the excited kisses from the girls, Yunxian took out more than a dozen jars of fine wine that he had obtained from the lucky treasure chest and celebrated with the heroes. What we are celebrating, of course, is the prosperity of the territory. What we are celebrating, of course, is everyone's bright future. Celebrating. Okay, no more words. One day later, early morning, Yunxian pulled away the jade hand that was resting on him, stood up with difficulty, and walked out. He looked a little tired, but revealed a happy expression. His steps were a little unsteady, probably because he drank too much. He took one step forward and almost fell to the ground. Yunxian shook his head and smiled bitterly. then simply used the power of space to return to the Lord's mansion. After he left, pairs of bright eyes opened one after another, revealing mischief in their eyes and an inexplicable joy. In an instant, peach blossoms are in full bloom in the Hall of Heroes, and the spring breeze warms people's hearts. Back at the Lord's mansion, Yunxian leaned back in the recliner. Xiaoling, how is the reproduction of the Tianxing sword and Rui battle suit going? Upon hearing this, Xiaoling's shadow appeared instantly. Master, apart from those that have already been taken, there are currently 5,100 pieces of each of the two types of equipment, consuming more than 800 million divine crystals. In addition, Tang Lin and others have traced the blueprints of these two types of equipment using the characteristics of the God of Craftsmanship Pavilion, and have already started to build them. Well, okay, then I'll do my best to build it. Yunxian couldn't help but smile when he heard the news, and continued to ask, where's the fashion rainbow feathered clothes? This is a very beautiful piece of clothing. I must prepare one for my future heroes and my family. We will need more in the future. How will the remaining 152 pieces be enough? Master, the divine carving altar had been replicating the heavenly star sword, and the colorful feathered robe had just started replicating it. Okay, then make 100 copies as soon as possible. Come to me later, and I'll give you a set of Saint-level Rui battle suit and Saint-level Tianxing sword. I'll do my best to make 100 sets. After Yunxian gave the order, he thought of something and the corner of his mouth twitched. It's floating. Forget it, Xiaoling. I won't be reproducing the Saint-level Heavenly Star Sword and Rui battle suit for now. Let's just reproduce 1,000 pieces of colorful feathered robes first. Because he thought of one thing. Even now, in the low-level Starry Sky, the mythical level weapons and equipment have seriously exceeded their combat power. If the Saint level, that has to be settled first. Then, Yunxian continued to ask, by the way, how are the other buildings in the territory progressing? Okay, Master, Xiaoling will continue to reproduce. Well, the other buildings are all functioning normally and basically meet the needs of the territory units. Oh, by the way, Xianyafang has already produced the first set of fashion chinchio. In addition, the God of Craftsmanship Pavilion has also created 3 sets of mythical war god suits. Would you like to take a look, Master? Hearing this, Yunxian nodded. I'll take a look later. If it's suitable, we'll build it in batches. There's nothing else to do, just go and get busy. Yes, Master. Yunxian sent Xiaoling away, and finally had time to look at his skills that could produce unknown changes. I was so drunk today that I didn't care about anything. But after Yunxian opened his personal information, he was surprised to find that there was only one more skill. Yunxian was a little confused. He had clearly learned 2 skills. However, after he found the prompt message, he quickly realized something was wrong. Tip: due to unknown reasons, your skills, 9 Deaths Immortal Body and 9 Deaths Immortal Soul, have undergone unknown changes and have been merged. Please check for details. Seeing this hint, Yunxian naturally understood. It's not that a skill is missing, but that they are merged. Yunxian quickly opened the information about the new skills. 9 Deaths of Immortality, the only special skill, absorbing the power of death and the power of life at the same time. When the absorption is saturated, it will die on its own. Each time you die, your physical attributes will increase significantly. After 9 deaths, you will obtain an immortal reincarnation body, control the power of life and death, and be immortal. Wow, it's really different now. There was no such thing as controlling the power of life and death before. In addition, Yunxian also saw that there was a word 1% behind the skill, which probably meant the progress of absorbing the force of life and the force of death. After seeing the changes in skills, Yunxian took out a set of God of War suit. Speaking of which, this was also the first person Yunxian killed when he came to the infinite starry sky. No, it's the first tiger. The blueprints that were revealed after killing the white tiger have been gathering dust until now. God of War set, myth level set, including helmet, breastplate, wrist guards, belt, leggings, combat boots, top, bottom, and God of War sword. Level 40. Quality, myth. Usage restrictions. Available to melee professions and territory melee units. Set attribute 1. Strength, agility, and constitution attributes plus 4,000. Life recovery plus 1%/S. Set attribute 2. Upgradable. Can consume level value crystals to increase level. Set attribute 3. Berserk. When the wearer's health is less than 30%, the berserk state is triggered and all attributes are increased by 50%. Time limit, 10 seconds. Set attribute 4. Bloodthirstiness. Every time the wearer kills a being that is at least 10 levels lower than himself, He will recover 1% of his own health and star power. Set Attribute 5, God of War's Wrath. When the wearer's health is less than 10%, the God of War's Wrath state is triggered, and all attributes are increased by 100%. When attacking, there is a high probability that the set effect will be triggered, causing 200% attack damage. Time limit, 10 seconds. Additional skills: War God's Guard, War God's 3-stage slash, War God's Leap Attack. Introduction: a mythical suit made by the Nangong territory, with excellent attributes. Not bad. It has good properties and can be upgraded. If it's suitable, I can give it to the Divine Guard. Yunxian nodded and smiled. Currently, among his troops, the Saint-level troops all come with their own weapons and equipment. The Sound Killer Guard is an assassin type, the Fox Fairy Guard and the Falling Flower Girl are mages type, and the God of War suit is not suitable for them. The Snake Girl and the Sky Demon Phoenix cannot transform, nor can they wear equipment. Only the Divine Guard is the most suitable for this set of equipment. Of course, Yunlanwei can also be equipped, but because it is neither melee nor ranged, its effect is obviously not as good as Shenwei. Xiaoling, how much does it cost to create the God of War suit? Master, the cost of creating a War God suit is about 100,000 God crystals per set. According to the materials and storage, we can probably build about 100,000 sets. Hearing this, Yunxian couldn't help but smile. This is acceptable. Okay, Xiaoling, give the order. The God of Craftsmanship Pavilion will focus on creating the God of War suit first. We will start with 100,000 sets. By the way, I haven't asked you yet about the cost of making the Tianqing sword and Rui battle suit. Okay, Master, the cost of the Heavenly Star sword and the Rui battle suit is about 50,000 divine crystals each, which is lower than the cost of replicas, but there aren't a lot of materials, so we can only make about 5,000 sets. Hearing this, Yunxian smiled and said, okay, then we will first create 100,000 sets of God of War suits, and then create 5,000 sets of Tianqing swords and Rui battle suit. Yes, Master. After seeing the God of War suit, Yunxian had some expectations for Fashion Qianqiu. Chiaki. Chapter 64 Saint-level Fashion Qianqiu, Newcomer Combat Power Ranking. In the Lord's Mansion of Tiangong Territory, Yunxian took out a set of fashion clothes, Qianqiu, and checked the attribute information. Qianqiu Mythical Costume. Level None. Quality Myth. Fashion Attribute 1. Elegant and beautiful, Charm plus 10. Fashion Attribute 2. All attributes plus 5,000. Fashion Attribute 3. Star Power Recovery plus 1%/S. Fashion Attribute 4. As desired, automatically adapt to the wearer's body shape and change appearance according to gender. Introduction. Made by the Fairy Clothing Textile of Tiangong Territory, the properties are acceptable. Note: fashion does not occupy the equipment slot. It has the same properties as the colorful feather robe, except that the properties are not as good as the colorful feather robe. Unfortunately, the colorful feather robe has usage restrictions and men cannot wear it. Since we can replicate the colorful feathered robe, let's just replicate that. This one's attributes are really not as good as the colorful feathered robe. Xiaoling, see if Xian Yifang can trace back the blueprints of the colorful feathered robe. We can compare them later. For now, we will suspend the production of Qianqiu. After seeing it, Yunxian was not satisfied with Qianqiu. Yes, Master. After instructing Xiaoling, Yunxian took out a quality upgrade scroll and enhanced the Qianqiu costume to the true god level. I found that it is true. The properties are exactly the same as those of the colorful feathered robe. The only difference is whether there is a restriction on gender. As for the attribute bonus, it is doubled on the original basis. Seeing this, Yunxian simply used another quality upgrade scroll to promote Qianqiu to the Saint level. The attribute bonuses of the Saint level Qianqiu costume are Charm plus 30, all attributes plus 100,000, Star Power Recovery plus 4%. Nothing else has changed. Yunxian immediately equipped Qianqiu but hid its appearance. Although it looks good, it's too conspicuous. The Rui battle suit is still simple. Although its appearance can change according to the user's wishes, it does not have any shiny fashion effects. Of course, Rui's casual clothes also have special effects. For example, maid outfits, lingerie outfits, and various uniforms. The special effect can be summed up in 3 words. Awesome. After dealing with these small matters, Yunxian took into account the particularity of the Craftsman God Pavilion. That is, the more forging true God-level farmers settled in, the higher the efficiency. Thinking of the War God suit, Sky Star sword, and Rui battle suit that he would have to forge next, Yunxian simply recruited another 800 true God-level forging farmers. Afterwards, he returned to the Lord's mansion and lay down to rest for a while. At present, there is really nothing for him to do. Territory favorability issue? All heroes and adventurers have full favorability. All soldiers and peasants are full of loyalty. Only in the Moon Emperor's territory, there is an incarnation wandering around there every day. Territory matters? Shaoling assists. Xie Shui leads people to handle it. Yunxian has nothing to do with it. However, Yunxian could not sit still in the end and decided to recruit some soldiers to increase the overall strength of the territory. Even if these arms are not exposed, they cannot be absent. Anyway, there are so many military tokens that I can't use them all up. After all, he also wanted to obtain the territory characteristic extraction, which was the reward for the yellow-level Starry Sky newcomer territory with the best comprehensive strength. Yunxian did what he thought and immediately used the power of space to come to the Divine Soldiers camp. Yunxian decided to go all out and directly recruited 10,000 goddess warriors, 10,000 six-winged angels, and 5,000 holy level guards. Afterwards, he consumed star energy to raise their levels to level 40. After instructing the divine guards to equip themselves with the heavenly star sword and Rui battle suit, Yunxian ordered them to guard the divine barracks and not to go anywhere without his permission. In this case, he didn't believe that there was any territory whose overall strength could surpass his. If it really exists, he admitted defeat. Afterwards, Yunxian recruited 1,000 true god-level management farmers and asked them to report to Xie Shui. Then, he really had nothing to do. I can only go back to the Lord's mansion and continue to mess up. Listen to the little tune. Enjoy the beauty dancing. Enjoy massage services from maids like Qianhong. What a free and easy life. Even the Immortal Nine has the purple lotus of reincarnation to assist him in absorbing the power of life and death. The purple lotus of samsara continuously absorbed energy from the heaven and earth and fed a portion of it back to Yunxian. Sometimes Yunxuan's power of life and death is unbalanced, and the purple lotus of samsara will help him balance it. Of course, Yunxian seriously suspected that the life force and death force that the purple lotus of samsara absorbed from Yunxuan's incarnation was more than that absorbed from other places. Because half of the life force and death force that Yunxian absorbed came from the incarnation. So he doesn't need to work hard at all, he just has to give up. Time passed slowly, but Yunxian had nothing to do. The next day was the 13th day since arriving in the boundless starry sky. Yunxian was messing around in the Lord's mansion when an announcement resounded throughout the yellow-level starry sky. Yellow-level starry sky announcement. Congratulations to this year's novice trial for reaching 1 billion adventurers who have passed the first level. We are opening the yellow-level starry sky newcomer combat power ranking. The rules for the new player's combat power ranking are as follows. Rule 1. Determine individual combat power based on personal attribute combat power, equipment bonus combat power, and actual combat power. Rule 2. You can challenge those who are ranked no higher than 10 places above you. If the challenge is successful, you will replace the person whose ranking is higher than you, and the ranking of the person replaced will be moved down. Rule 3. If an adventurer dies midway, his ranking will be eliminated and the subsequent ranking will be moved up. Rule 4. The list only opens to those ranked before 1,000, and those on the list will receive a heavenly reward at noon every day. Rule 5. The list will be open until the end of the novice trial, at which time all adventurers on the list will have their daily rewards doubled. Rule 6. If you do not want to reveal your real information, you can choose to use a pseudonym. Rewards for those on the regional battle power rankings are as follows. Number 1. Reward Myth Treasure Chest 1, free attribute points 200. Number 2. Reward Epic Treasure Chest 1, free attribute points 100. Number 3. Reward 1 Legendary Treasure Chest, 50 free attribute points. And 0.4-10. Reward Rare Treasure Chest 1, free attribute points 20. And 0.11-100. Reward Perfect Treasure Box 1, free attribute points 10. And 0.101-1000. Reward Excellent Treasure Box 1, free attribute points 5. Good luck to everyone. Yunxian was playing badly in the Lord's mansion. When the sound of the Tiandao game disappeared, a voice sounded in his ears. It is detected that you have entered the new player rankings. Do you want to hide your information and use a pseudonym? Upon hearing this, Yunxian immediately said, Hide. Use the alias Fu Jun. Why not hide if you can? Then, Yunxian opened the list. Yellow Level Starry Sky Rookie Battle Power Rankings. Number 1. Fu Jun, 396-5605. Number 2. Heavenly Demon Territory Qi Huang, 215497. Number 3. Huangquan Domain Mo Luoxing, 126348. And 0.16 Nanyue, 61372. Number 17, Susu, 61365. Number 1000, Shinjiyu saxophone, 13157. Obviously, even with Yunxuan's help in obtaining a 5-fold attribute growth, plus 2 pieces of mythical equipment, Nangong Mingwe and the others still did not make it into the top 10. Yunxian had informed the two of them before that if the ranking in the entire starry sky could be hidden, it would be best to hide it. So, when seeing that apart from Yunxian, there are only 2 people in the entire ranking who have hidden information and their combat power is similar, Nanyue and Susu are Nangong Mingwe and Su Mei. There's nothing to guess about this. Afterwards, Yunxian no longer paid attention to anything else and continued to play badly. What he didn't know was that as the rookie combat power rankings were opened, the communication channels in all the novice areas of the yellow-level starry sky suddenly exploded. Tianyao Domain Communication Channel. Fuck. This is the strength of that guy, so strong. Yes. Humph. He's hiding his head and showing his tail. You can tell at a glance that he's not a good person. Alas, there is nothing we can do. They are truly overwhelming the heavenly demon realm. That Fujun is indeed very strong, but if we wait until we grow up. The one above, stop bragging. Even if you grow up a few dozen levels, I'm afraid you still can't beat the guy now. I support you, don't expose me. Humph, one day, we will catch up. Then you wait for that day. I'm going to level up. Huangquan Domain Communication Channel. That shouldn't be the case. The demon Mo Luoxing's combat power can only rank 3rd. How strong must the 1st and 2nd place be? Yes, nearly 4 million combat power. This is more than 30 times that of Mo Luoxing, right? I don't care how much he cares. It has nothing to do with us anyway. Haha, that devil Mo Luoxing must be so angry that he must have died, right? Shut up. Oh no, Mo Luoxing is here, but so what? Don't think we are afraid of you. Haha, the guy above, don't be scared, confront him. You deserve to die. Haha, wait until you can find us. Blue Star Domain Communication Channel. Me, what's going on? Why isn't Boss Yunxian on the list? The above poster is stupid. It's obvious that Yunxian is using a pseudonym. You can tell by comparing the 2 lists. It's obvious at a glance. Haha, who said it wasn't true? Nangong Mingyue and Su Mei also used aliases. Yes, they are the only 3 on the list in our Blue Star region. People with a combat power of several hundred don't want to talk. I just want to know, how come Yunxuan's fighting power is so high? Tian Dao, I suspect Yunxian is cheating. Hee, the one upstairs, you said it before, but did God teach you the lesson? No, I'm going to shout, Tian Dao. I'm reporting that Yunxian is cheating. Humph, it's sour, someone is jealous. Haha, don't worry about them. They are just jealous of the cloud god. Haha, yes, I don't want to bother with them. I'm going to upgrade. +1. +1. In the novice areas all over the yellow-level starry sky, countless people looked at the list in shock. They really didn't believe that someone could have such high combat power in just one turn. But they have no choice. Heaven is fair. This is the consensus of all high-level people coming down from the starry sky. In other words, no one would question Yunxuan's fighting ability. Of course, some people also said that he had to give it a try to know Yunxuan's level. But Yunxian didn't know that his comfortable life was about to be briefly interrupted. Chapter 65. Yunxuan's first challenge, his opponent is vulnerable. The launch of the newcomer combat power ranking list did not have any impact on Yunxian. Yunxian still does his own thing, listening to music, watching dance, and enjoying life, commonly known as give up. But he didn't know that the first challenge of the rookie combat power ranking was about to fall on him. Yellow-level starry sky, Yellow Springs domain. A young man looked at the virtual panel in front of him with an extremely gloomy expression. Damn it, a bunch of cowardly rats. How dare you laugh at me? If the distance wasn't so far, you would have died long ago. Humph, let me see what the so-called million-man combat power is capable of. After saying this, the young man looked towards the sky. Tian Dao, I want to challenge Fujun, who is ranked 1st in the newcomer combat power ranking. Can. The challenge rules are, adventurers can challenge and be challenged once a day, and the challenged must accept the challenge. If the challenger fails, the reward for the day will be compensated to the challenged. Are you sure you want to start the challenge? Open. At the same time, in the Lord's mansion of Tiangong territory, Yunxian was enjoying his life when he was suddenly awakened by a voice. Reminder to adventurer number L0001. You have been challenged by Demon Luo Xing of Huangquan Realm. It is detected that you have not been challenged on that day. You cannot refuse this challenge. If you defeat the challenger, you can get his ranking reward for the day, but if you fail, your ranking will move down 1 place. Adventurers are being transported to the challenge space. Transmission completed. As the voice fell, Yunxian had arrived in an unfamiliar space. At this time, he was standing on a stage. There is nothing else in the space except a ring. Wrong. Opposite him, there was a young man in bloody clothes with a bloody knife in his hand and a ferocious face. At the same time, a voice sounded in the space. Tip. The challenge of the newcomer battle ranking list is open to the public, so this challenge will open the live viewing rights to all new adventurers. Tip. The live broadcast will not reveal the adventurer's disguise, and if the adventurer is unwilling, Tiandao can provide a disguise for the adventurer. Tip. When challenging for a ranking, if you are fatally attacked, you will be forced to teleport away and be judged as a failure, so you will not die in the challenge. Tip. Please be prepared. The challenge will start in 10 seconds. The prompting voice finally ended, and Yunxian looked at the young man opposite. I don't like to talk much, but you are disturbing me. Hearing this, the young man in bloodstained clothes was stunned, and then he showed a cruel smile. So what? I'm just trying to see if you're worthy of the reputation. No one will die from the challenge anyway. Yeah. Yunxian revealed an intriguing smile, which made the young man's heart skip a beat. Haha, that's natural. I hope you don't regret it. At the same time, the moment Malaxing started the challenge, the virtual panels of all the new adventurers popped up at the same time, and a picture appeared automatically. It was the scene of Yunxian and Mo Luoxing standing on the same stage. At the same time, two names appeared above the screen. Mo Luoxing versus Fu Jun. Upon seeing this, the yellow-level Starry sky was boiling for a moment. No one expected that someone would challenge so soon, and the challenge was to Fu Jun, who had the most terrifying combat power. Yellow-level Starry sky, Yellow Springs domain. Oh, this Mo Luoxing is really gone. That's not true. He's a reckless man. He dares to challenge the first one's fighting power. Haha, let's wait and see. I hope to see a good show. Otherwise, I guess Mo Luoxing can't hold out for one move. Haha, I guess 2 moves. You guys are really too mean. Let me guess, 3 moves. Haha. Yellow-level Starry sky, Blue Star field. Wow, I think I saw the Cloud God. Who is this ungrateful person who dares to challenge the Cloud God? The one upstairs, don't you know how to look? Ranked 3rd, Mo Luoxing. Haha, I think Yunxian is just a name in vain. I'm afraid he can't withstand a single blow from him. The guy above, stop slandering me. Boss Yunxian has no grudge against you. Why are you slandering him? Ha, don't you understand? Is that black? That's sour. Haha. Come on, Cloud God. Knock him over with one punch. Come on, Cloud God. Yellow-level Starry sky, Zuin domain. A masked girl looked at the virtual panel that suddenly popped up, and her face changed. It's him. Is he Fu Jun? I don't know whether he is now the Tianxian saint, or the original boy. It shouldn't be Saint Tianxian, right? But I really can't think of how he could escape from being possessed by a saint. However, since he has such a high combat power, it is hard to say that he is not the heavenly profound saint. As she spoke, the girl stared at the live broadcast on the panel without blinking. Challenge the space. The 10 seconds time will end quickly. Snort. Yunxian snorted coldly and immediately sent out a divine mark, followed by a space blade flying out. He has a bad temper towards people who interrupt his enjoyment of life. Just send him away. The reason why he created a divine mark was that he did it completely effortlessly. If possible, he wouldn't mind going to him to collect some interest later. Who made him provoke himself? On the other side, the young man couldn't help but look grim when he saw that Yunxian hadn't even taken out his weapon. You don't even take a weapon. Don't you underestimate me. But before he could finish his words, he felt a sense of terror descend upon him. Then, the young man felt a darkness before his eyes, and his body turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Humph, what a waste of time. Yunxian snorted coldly, muttered something, and said to the top, Heaven, please send me away. As soon as he finished speaking, his body disappeared instantly. At the same time, the yellow-level Starry sky novice area. All the novice areas suddenly became silent. Until a moment later, countless communication channels exploded. Fuck, I'm fucking torn apart. I'm a man with 100,000 combat power, but I died before I could even finish my words. What about a worthless person like me? I'm fucking blown away. How is this possible? Love it. Love it. That man is so domineering. I declare that I will marry that man in the future. The guy upstairs, put away your dirty heart. You are a man. Oh my God, men can't have love. You are a man. You are a man. You are a man. You are a man. There was a buzz in all the communication channels, as everyone was shocked by Yunxuan's fighting ability. But no one knows Yunxuan's true identity. After all, Tiandao did not open communication channels between regions. Even the trading channels are only transactions within the region and do not involve other areas at all. According to Chi Huang and others, only after the novice trial is over will all newcomers be allowed to access the yellow level star communication channel and transaction channel. Therefore, even if the yellow level Starry Sky Blue Star domain knew Yun Xian's identity, the other novice areas knew nothing about it. Yellow level Starry Sky Yellow Springs domain. Mo Luoxing looked ahead with a pale face and cold sweat breaking out. The power of space. Can you kill me with just a casual wield of spatial force? So strong. This person cannot be defeated and should not be provoked. But I won't give up. Fu Jun, I will eventually surpass you. Mo Luoxing clenched his fists. His face was ferocious, and he regarded Yun Xian as his lifelong enemy. Kill, I need to kill. Mo Luoxing suddenly fell into a state of madness. Possessed by the devil. Yun Xian didn't know what was happening in the outside world, nor did he want to know. At this time, he returned to the Lord's mansion and made a mess again. As for making that Mo Luoxing pay a price, forget it. I'll remember to talk about it later. Yun Xian continued to lead a miserable life, and his only concern to the outside world was the adventurers in the territory. But what he didn't know was that the most powerful attack against him was unfolding. Unknown universe. Oh, that's not right. This is the universe where the monsters that invaded the Tianhuang universe are located. The universe of gods and demons. All mythical, true god, and holy gods and demons received a mission at the same time. To attack and kill adventurers from other worlds. Mission: kill the adventurers from another world. Mission content: a potential threat of a god and demon universe invading Tianhuang appears in the yellow level starry sky of Tianhuang universe. Please kill this threat. Task time limit: unlimited. Task reward: mythical and true god level creatures can obtain a rank upgrade, and saint level creatures can obtain a law enlightenment. Time limit: 15 minutes. Task tips: the life and death duel space will be opened in 7 days. When it opens, a lucky person will be randomly drawn to force a duel with the alien adventurer. Note: if the alien adventurer does not die after the first opening, the life and death duel space will be opened again after 7 days. But if the alien adventurer is still alive after the life and death duel space is opened for the second time, it will be opened once a month thereafter until the alien adventurer dies. Note: the creature that receives the mission can intercept a trace of the breath of the adventurer from another world when the life and death duel space is opened, and kill the target by other means, which can also be considered as completing the mission. And because of this mission, the god and demon universe would have exploded long ago. A low-level creature actually attracted the attention of heaven and was given a mission. Even the reward for this task would probably make even the ancestral gods and demons tempted, right? When you reach their level, rank is no longer important. What is most needed is naturally the understanding of the laws. And this mission, it is about the comprehension of the laws. How can I not be moved? Unfortunately, this task has already been designated by candidates, and creatures below the ancestral and mythical levels cannot do this task. In addition, not only the universe of gods and demons, but also the dark shadows in the unknown places of the void battlefield naturally received a mission. Chapter 66. The soldiers made an inexplicable request and entered the adventure space. An unknown place in the void battlefield. There were many dark shadows standing there. All of them were silent. They just received a mission to kill a newcomer. This made them sigh that this batch of newcomers seemed to be very powerful. Not long after one person died, they were asked to kill a new one. And the quest items. It was Yunxuan's aura. But they no longer had the props to transcend the laws of the Tianhuang universe, so they had no choice but to give up. Or rather, waiting. If they get such props, they will also take action. At this time, they didn't know who the people behind them wanted them to kill. Otherwise, even if they had such props, they probably wouldn't dare to do it. Day to day. But 2 days later, Qi Ming and others found Yun Xian. My lord, those guys in the barracks can't sit still anymore and are asking to go out and fight. Hearing this, Yun Xian was stunned. These battle maniacs are truly worthy of the name of a military unit. Can't you just be quiet for a while? While everyone else wanted to rest, our own troops couldn't sit still and requested to go into battle. This left Yun Xian stunned. Everyone covered their mouths and chuckled. Only their lord would want the territory units to be in a mess. Seeing this, Yun Xian smiled helplessly and suddenly thought of something. He just looked up at the sky and asked casually, Tian Dao, do you want combat power or not? My territory units can enter that space to kill monsters, but the drops must be given to me. Seeing Yunxuan's behavior, the heroes were all stunned. Is their master so close to the heavenly Dao? What they didn't know was that since the last bargaining, Yinxian had discovered that there seemed to be something abnormal with this heavenly Tao. Faced with the adventurer's reasonable demands, it will actually bargain with you. But how could Yinxian know? Others don't have this treatment at all. As for the reason, no one knows. At this moment, a voice actually came from the sky. Can. As the voice fell, Yinxian only felt a faint light floating, and an inexplicable feeling emerged. He can enter and exit the space where his avatar is at any time. But at this time, Tiandao's voice fell again, as if to prevent Yinxian from getting stuck. A reasonable request from the adventurer Yinxian has been detected, and the entry permission to the defense space has been opened for the adventurer's territory unit. Tip: Tiandao will once again open a special space, and the territory units of adventurer Yinxian can only enter and exit this space. Hint: please tell me the number and level of the monsters attacking in this space. Hearing this, Yunxuan's mouth twitched. He was planning to make full use of his 60,000 incarnations, right? He thought that the arms could be used together with the avatars. I didn't expect that the way of heaven is true. Yunxian smiled helplessly. The level of the monsters is set at 30 to 40, and the number of monsters attacking per second is the number of territory units entering the special space. Space setting is complete. Adventurer territory units can enter and exit at any time. As Tiandao's voice fell, Yinxian lay back on the recliner. Looking at the stunned heroes, he smiled and said, "Come back to your senses. We have found a venue for them. But let me say this. No excessive fighting. You need to maintain the best rest state." Hearing this, the girls turned back with difficulty and nodded quickly. They really didn't expect that it could be done this way. Is God really so easy to talk to? Looking at the expressions of the heroes, Yinxian smiled. He didn't know about the others. But here, the way of heaven seems to be really easy to talk to. Strangeness. Without thinking too much, Yinxian was about to ask Qianhong to pour him a glass of water, but suddenly he sensed something. He couldn't help but open the light curtain of God's seal. In his mind, a series of light screens formed a large light screen, and there is one among them that is the most special. Yinxian noticed it instantly. The only male in the audience. Mo Luoxing. Yinxian then remembered that he had not yet caused any trouble for this boy. However, Yunxuan's attention was not on him, but on someone 100 miles away from him. I saw an illusory door there. This is... Yinxian instantly thought of the Tianxin secret realm. He immediately stood up, told the heroes to make their own arrangements, and then consumed the seal of God and came to the Yellow Springs. Yinxian appeared 100 meters away from Mo Luoxing. After receiving a divine mark, he used the power of space to come to the virtual portal. He paid no attention to Mo Luoxing. After all, in his opinion, a weakling like Mo Luoxing is not as important as the illusory portal in front of him. The virtual portal represents the unknown and opportunity. Mo Luoxing was the little scum that he could teach a lesson to at any time when he was unhappy. There's really nothing to note. Yinxian came to the virtual portal and immediately used the Eye of Insight to check the virtual portal. Adventure Space, a special product of the infinite starry sky caused by the invasion of monsters. After entering, you may encounter various traps and put your life in danger. You may also encounter adventures and obtain precious treasures. Seeing this information, Yinxian was stunned. System, do you know the adventure space? Yinxian did not enter immediately, but asked this question to the system. Although his intuition told him that there would be good things inside, it would be better to ask the system. Host, your talent is no joke. The adventure space is rare in the entire infinite starry sky. I didn't expect you to encounter it. The reason why the adventure space is called the adventure space is because there is a high probability of encountering an adventure after entering, rather than danger. Of course, there are also unlucky people who encounter a rare adventure space that only appears once in a century, but after entering, they find a lot of traps. However, the host has the blessing of the goddess of luck, so he is definitely not among the unlucky ones. Hearing this, Yinxian couldn't help but smile. Speaking of which, if it weren't for the cheat of the goddess of luck, it would probably be Mo Luoxing who entered the adventure space. Thinking of this, Yinxian no longer hesitated and walked into the illusory portal. And after he walked in, the illusory portal disappeared instantly. 100 miles away, Mo Luoxing suddenly felt empty in his heart, as if something important was lost. But when he thought about it carefully, nothing was lost. As for relatives, his parents died early, so where are his relatives? On the other hand, Mo Luoxing has already been possessed by the devil, and his mind is occupied by killing. So how could he think too much? On the other side, Yinxian walked into the illusory portal and came to a space. But there is something weird in the space. It seemed as if the space was eroded by the void, and the space was filled with chaos and disorder in all directions. The only pure land is the 1 kilometer radius where Yunxian is standing. But above this pure land, it seems very strange. There seems to be endless resentment in the air, which confuses people's minds all the time. The ground was covered with piles of bones. In the center of the space, there stands a white platform. There are stairs on all 4 sides of the platform that lead up to it, which is similar to the ancient altar seen in Yunchuan's previous life in movies and TV shows. But it has 3 more staircases than the recruitment altar. As for the situation on the platform, Yunxian couldn't see clearly for the time, being due to the influence of the unknown fog in the space. Yunxian stepped on the white bones, and a crisp sound rang out in the space. It seems very weird, even though Yunxian had killed countless monsters, and even humans. But walking on it, I still feel panic in my heart. As if to highlight something, a cold wind suddenly blew in the space. The sound of the wind echoed in the space, giving a somewhat ghostly and wolves howling feeling. Or it was. At this time, Yunchuan's expression was not very good either. Anyone who is in such an environment will feel uncomfortable, unless they are the kind of person who is often in such an environment. At this moment, Yunxian suddenly discovered a shocking fact. That is, his Sky Soul Pearl had actually been spinning rapidly for a long time, constantly plundering the residual souls in this space. This scene clearly explains one thing to Yunxian. The howling cold wind in this space was actually the work of the remaining soul. And since the Sky Soul Pearl can plunder the residual souls so quickly, how terrifying is the number of residual souls in this space? You know, even in the special space created by the Heavenly Tao, Yunxian killed hundreds of billions of monsters, but he never saw the Heavenly Soul Pearl plundering the remaining souls so crazily. It can be seen that there are either too many residual souls in this space to a terrifying degree. Either the number of residual souls in this space is small, but their quality is extremely terrifying. That is, the residual souls here were very scary when they were alive. Yunxian had no way of knowing this. At this time, he was getting closer and closer to the platform. But for some reason, even though I was not far away from the platform, I still couldn't see the specific situation of the platform. Yunxian could only keep moving forward. He believed in his plug-in system. He believed that his cheat, the favor of the goddess of luck, would never let him down. Therefore, there must be treasures on the platform that will surprise him as well. Therefore, no matter how creepy this place is, he will continue to go on. What's more, he has 2 great wonders of heaven and earth, which are the kind that can absolutely restrain residual souls. What is there to be afraid of? As we get closer, the platform gradually comes into view and its outline is clearly visible. But the scene before him shocked him. Chapter 67. The Mysterious Bone Altar, the First Death of the 9 Dead. Adventure Space. Yunxian gradually approached the central platform, and the outline of the platform was already vaguely visible in front of him. But the scene before him shocked him. How can this be called a platform? It is clearly a strange altar piled with white bones. To be honest, these white bones are all human skull. Yunxian rarely saw human bones when the ground was covered with bones before, so he didn't feel anything was wrong. But now, the platform in front of me was piled with human skulls. There was not even a single human bone on the huge platform. They're all human skulls. Who on earth could have done such a cruel thing? Seeing this scene, Yunxian could already imagine why there were so many residual souls in the space. Even what Yunxian saw might not be everything. For example, how many bones are piled up in the space eroded by the void? How high are the bones piled up under his feet? Or is it that there is no ground under his feet at all? Yunxian was shocked and stopped for a moment. At this time, he discovered a problem. In his mind, the Sky Soul Pearl was spinning faster and faster as he got closer to the platform. Even the purple lotus of samsara was radiantly shining, constantly absorbing and exhaling the power of life and death. He even felt that the purple lotus of samsara had reached its limit. However, the purple lotus of samsara needs to absorb the power of life and death, but this space only has the power of death. Therefore, it is necessary to continuously transform the power of death into the power of life in order to balance the forces of life and death. But here, even the cosmic-level wonders of heaven and earth have reached their limit of operation. Then, how terrifying is the power of death in this space? Of course, also because Yunxian is practicing the 9 deaths immortality, the purple lotus of samsara also needs to help Yunxian balance the power of life and death in his body. Otherwise, the balance of life and death forces in Yunchuan's body would have been broken long ago, and he would definitely die once. But how much energy would be wasted to protect a person with a cosmic level wonder? Not much, definitely not much. This shows how strong the power of death is in this space. It is the special condition in Yunchuan's body that has allowed him to survive until now. If it were anyone else, under the erosion of such a strong force of death, they would have died long ago. At this moment, Yunxian suddenly realized that with the help of the purple lotus of samsara, he had already progressed halfway to the 9 deaths immortality realm in the past few days. In the short moment of arriving in this space, he had already achieved the perfection of death. Forehead. It's over. When Yunxian just realized this, it was too late. The power of life and death in his body exploded, causing him to lose consciousness in an instant. Then, a strange scene appeared in the space. I don't know if it's because Yunxian lost consciousness, but the space is turbulent. The wind was howling and the piercing sound echoed throughout the entire space, like the howling of ghosts and wolves. No, it's the cry of ghosts. However, as the cold wind continued to howl, wisps of residual souls continued to gather together and formed one soul body after another. They screamed loudly. Their eyes looked desperate and helpless, and their bodies exuded an endless breath of death. The eyes they looked at Yunxian were full of desire and endless greed. They formed for just a moment before they rushed towards Yunxian. But at this moment, 2 objects with flashing light flew out of Yunchuan's body. A bead emitting a faint light continuously devoured the flying souls, and then emitted an even more terrifying faint light. A purple lotus emitting purple light was rotating above Yunchuan's head, constantly absorbing and exhaling the power of life and death, suppressing all attacking souls. They were Yunchuan's 2 great wonders of heaven and earth. Heavenly Soul Pearl. Purple Lotus of Reincarnation. With the protection of the 2 great wonders of heaven and earth, these souls could not even get close to Yunxian. Anyone who invades will be suppressed and swallowed. For a moment, a strange confrontation situation was formed. At the same time, the life force and death force in Yunchuan's body were constantly transforming, tempering his body all the time. Every time the force of life and the force of death transformed, Yunchuan's aura became more terrifying. And this situation continues as if there is no end. Time passes slowly. As more and more souls were devoured by the Sky Soul Pearl, the speed at which the Sky Soul Pearl suppressed and devoured them became faster and faster. It actually scared all the souls in the space. These souls that were originally corroded actually gave rise to emotions of fear that they should not have. Even seeing the terrifying Sky Soul Pearl, the souls in the space all fled away. But how could their retreat prevent the plundering of the Sky Soul Pearl? But at this moment, the Sky Soul Pearl suddenly emitted a terrifying suction force, constantly capturing souls and devouring them in space. The souls in the space were being devoured in this way, and their number gradually decreased, until they became increasingly sparse. I don't know how much time has passed. At this moment, the power of life and death in Yunchuan's body was balanced again, and a golden light flashed across his body. The moment the golden light flashed, Yunchuan's eyes suddenly opened. And at the moment Yunxian opened his eyes, as if some rule was triggered, the soul in the space suddenly dissipated. At the same time, Yunchuan's 2 strange objects also flew into Yunchuan's body at the same time. After a few breaths, Yunxian raised his hand and rubbed his eyes, then looked around in a daze. After a moment, he finally remembered his current situation. Adventure space. Mysterious human bone altar. His 9 death skill triggered the first death. Yunxian thought of this and hurriedly checked his information. But his 4-dimensional attributes actually doubled. Of course, with his current attributes, doubling it would only be an increase of more than 10,000. But this is also amazing. How many people can have more than 10,000 attributes at level 40? Afterwards, Yunxian thought about the fact that he had lost consciousness for a period of time and couldn't help but feel curious. And some worries. If you lose consciousness every time you die, wouldn't that be dangerous? If someone else takes advantage of the opportunity to attack him, it would be a big disaster. Thinking of this, Yunchuan's first thought was still the plug-in system. System, do you know why I lost consciousness? This situation seems very dangerous. Host, this is a normal situation when practicing the 9 deaths immortality technique. Don't worry. When the 9 deaths are triggered, your consciousness will be shielded. Otherwise, the side effects of the life and death force tempering your body and soul will definitely make your consciousness unable to bear it and collapse directly. In addition, the host does not need to worry about safety issues. During the period when the 9 deaths are triggered, any physical or even spiritual attacks on you will be ineffective. Even if something goes wrong, your 2 great wonders will automatically protect you. However, since the host is concerned about safety issues, you can trigger the 9 deaths in a safe place in the future. Hearing this, Yunxian nodded. Thanks, system. The host is so polite. After chatting with the system for a few words, Yunxian looked at this space again. He found that after he died once, the space became much clearer. He didn't know that it was because most of the residual soul in the space had been swallowed by the Sky Soul Pearl, which was why he showed some clarity. And if he were to see the scene when he was unconscious, I wonder what he would think. Yunxian was about to endure the discomfort and go up to the platform, but suddenly he thought of his two great treasures. He immediately concentrated his mind and wanted to check it out. Afterwards, he discovered that the Heavenly Soul Pearl and the Purple Lotus of Samsara were still running at high speed, and his expression couldn't help but change slightly. Chapter 68. The Purple Lotus of Reincarnation is promoted, and Nangong Minga is injured. Adventure Space. Yunxian couldn't help but stop after discovering that the two wonders of heaven and earth were still running at high speed. System, will the adventure space disappear after it appears? After pondering for a moment, Yunxian simply sat down cross-legged and actively absorbed the power of death in the space, while asking a question to the system. But he thought of a problem. The power of the residual soul and the power of death here are so strong. If the space here does not disappear for the time being, he might as well practice here for a while. On the one hand, it would add some benefits to the two wonders of heaven and earth, and on the other hand, he could continue to practice immortality quickly. Well, host, rest assured, if you want to stay here for a while longer, that's fine. This adventure space is a little special. All entrances and exits will be closed after you enter. Whenever you want to leave, just take the adventure and you can leave. Hearing this, Yunxian grinned. Thank you. After saying that, he felt at ease and actively absorbed the power of death, while at the same time absorbing the power of life from the Purple Lotus of Samsara. Time passes. In the adventure space, Yunxian had no concept of time. He only knew that the power of death in the space seemed endless. Therefore, he is also speeding up the practice of the 9 Deaths immortality skill. I don't know how much time has passed. The power of life and death in Yunxian's body was perfected again, and he successfully triggered the second 9 deaths. After he lost consciousness, the space became turbulent again and the familiar scene appeared again. The difference is that this time, the residual souls seemed to be too few, so that they could not attract the protection of the Purple Lotus of Reincarnation at all. Only the Sky Soul Pearl is still constantly devouring the souls formed in space. Yunxian naturally had no idea about this scene. Time passes. When Yunxian opened his eyes again, he found that the speed of the Heavenly Soul Pearl was not as fast as before. At the same time, he found that the space became clearer. So, the turbidity in the space before was actually caused by the residual soul. Yunxian muttered and sat cross-legged again. The 9 deaths are so delicious. Hurry up and practice more, because there will be fewer opportunities like this in the future, and you can only rely on yourself, or with the help of the Purple Lotus of Reincarnation. But even with the help of the Purple Lotus of Reincarnation, it won't be that fast. Although it is necessary to rely on the life force provided by the Purple Lotus of Samsara here, it is still ridiculously fast. He also discovered that the Purple Lotus of Samsara was absorbing and emitting the power of death at a high speed. Perhaps, Yunxian didn't think much and continued to absorb the power of life and death. But at this moment, something strange happened. The Purple Lotus of Samsara actually flew out from Yunxian's eyebrows and then floated in the space. It was seen running at a speed that even Yunxian felt was terrified, swallowing up the power of death in the space. Its swallowing suction even caused gusts of wind in the space. Just as Yunxian's mind was attracted by it, the system's voice came urgently. Host, go and collect the opportunity. Hearing this, Yunxian ran towards the platform without hesitation, not even feeling any discomfort due to the presence of the human bones. After receiving a pink treasure chest on the platform and getting the system's confirmation that this was the opportunity to enter the adventure space, Yunxian finally reacted. I am. Yunxian quickly jumped off the platform and looked towards it with an apologetic look. Then, Yunxian asked, what's wrong with the system? Why are you so anxious? Host, the Purple Lotus of Samsara is about to be promoted. It is not easy to upgrade the quality of the wonders of heaven and earth. It is not like weapons and equipment that can be upgraded with a quality upgrade scroll. Instead, it has its own unique way of upgrading. For example, the Sky Soul Pearl's soul-devouring power relies on the soul power of all spirits to improve its quality. The way to advance to the Purple Lotus of Samsara is to absorb the power of life and death, which you know. The wonders of heaven and earth are loved by heaven and earth, and there is no bottleneck in their promotion. However, the difference is that each promotion of a wonder of heaven and earth requires a large number of promotion requirements. What the purple lotus of samsara needs is naturally the power of life and death. Now it has reached the time for promotion. The power of death in this space is sufficient, which is enough for it to transform the power of life and death and advance to the universe level. Hearing this, Yunxian couldn't help but be overjoyed. What a pleasant surprise. I'm afraid this is the biggest opportunity this time. However, although he was surprised, Yunxian still asked because of his doubts. But when the purple lotus of samsara was promoted, why did you let me take the opportunity? Host, this involves the uniqueness of this space. If someone comes in and wants to leave, there are only two ways. One is to ignore the interference of the residual soul and take the opportunity, and then you can leave at any time. The second is to completely eliminate the power of death in the space, but it will be directly teleported away by the space. But no matter which method is used, the residual soul cannot be avoided in the end. Needless to say, the first type can only be taken away by force, or the remaining souls can be completely destroyed directly. The second type of residual soul also has the power of death, so the residual souls still need to be eliminated. Both methods are difficult, but for the host, it is not that troublesome. The two great wonders of the world that the host possesses can solve these two problems. Of course, the reason why the host was allowed to take away the opportunity is because the promotion of the purple lotus of reincarnation is likely to directly drain the power of death in the space. So let the host take the opportunity in advance, so as not to be too late. Hearing this, Yunxian nodded and couldn't help but sigh. It's better to have a system, otherwise you will miss everything. Then Yunxian looked at the purple lotus of samsara, only to see it constantly devouring the power of death in the space. The force of life is constantly emanating from it, and it is becoming stronger and stronger. I don't know how long this situation lasted. Until Yunxian saw that the absorption speed of the purple lotus of samsara slowed down a bit, and then suddenly increased by dozens of times. In an instant, the purple light on the purple lotus of reincarnation became brighter, illuminating the entire adventure space. After a long time, the purple light of the purple lotus of samsara finally faded. Then, a suction force was seen spreading across the space, instantly absorbing all the power of death in the space. It then turned into a purple light and flew back to Yunxian's eyebrows. At the same time, Yunxian was instantly wrapped by a force of space and disappeared in the adventure space in an instant. The scene changed, and Yunxian had returned to the place where he had just entered the adventure space. Yunxian was about to check the information of the purple lotus of samsara, but suddenly he felt the power of life and death in his body increasing rapidly. He hurried to check, and found that it was the purple lotus of samsara that was continuously transmitting the power of life and death into his body, and it was getting faster and faster. He was so frightened that he quickly used the mark of God to return to the territory. After Yunxian returned to the Lord's mansion, he quickly lay down and allowed the purple lotus of samsara to transfer the power of life and death. A moment later, Yunxian's 9 deaths immortality actually reached perfection for the 3rd time. Then he lost consciousness. It was unknown how long it took before Yunxian woke up, but he found Nangong Minga sitting beside his bed, looking at him worriedly. Yunxian couldn't help but smile when he saw this. "Minga, why are you here?" Hearing this, Nangong Minga couldn't help but roll her eyes and stared at Yunxian for a moment. Seeing Yunxian stunned, Nangong Minga's pretty face turned red, and then she reacted and couldn't help but snorted coldly. "Huh, can I come?" Ahem. Hearing Nangong Minga's strange tone, Yunxian quickly came back to his senses and grabbed her soft hand. He smiled and said, "How could that be? I'm really looking forward to you coming." Feeling Yunxian's movements, Nangong Minga was startled and hurriedly tried to pull her hand away from Yunxian's grasp. But she suddenly thought of something and resisted the urge. Seeing that she did not resist, Yunxian could not help but feel happy and became even more aggressive. Xian don't. Chapter 69, Adventure and Harvest, Unknown Level Pet Egg. It was already the afternoon of the next day when Yunxian had some free time. Looking at the pretty lady sleeping beside him, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Finally succeeded. In the final analysis, I was not strong enough before. Otherwise, with Mingyue's half-hearted attitude, I would have succeeded long ago. Yunxian muttered softly, but didn't notice that Nangong Mingyue's pretty face quickly turned bright red. Yunxian got up and found Miaoyin, asking her to prepare some food to nourish Nangong Mingyue's body. After all, he is injured, so he must be taken care of. After giving instructions to Miaoyin, Yunxian crawled back and hugged Nangong Mingyue. Xian don't. Feeling that Yunxian had returned again, Nangong Mingyue couldn't help but be shocked. She really had no fighting power now. Seeing her panicked look, Yinxian couldn't help but smile and kissed her lightly. Don't worry, I'm not that impatient. I'll just hold you and rest for a while. Okay, take a good rest and get up later to eat something. Seeing that Yinxian did not make any unnecessary movements, Nangong Minghua finally felt relieved. At this time, Yinxian had already opened the virtual panel. But only now did he realize that he had actually stayed in the adventure space for more than 2 days. He went to the Yellow Springs on the 16th day after arriving in the infinite starry sky, and today is already the 20th day. Yinxian couldn't help but secretly smack his lips in amazement. Time passed so quickly. Afterwards, Yinxian opened the information about the purple lotus of reincarnation. Reincarnation purple lotus. The world is a wonder of its own. Level 40. Quality U. Special effect 1. All attributes plus 204,800. Restore 10% of health and star power per second. Note: all attribute bonuses will be affected by the strength of the Lord of the Purple Lotus of Reincarnation. Special effect 2. Fatal Guardian. When receiving a fatal attack, you will be immune to that attack and will be forced to lock your health for 20 seconds. Special effect 3. Reincarnation and Resurrection. After binding to a living being, if the living being dies, it can be resurrected automatically. There are 100 resurrection spots available every day. You can also control the Purple Lotus of Reincarnation to revive the dead with their bodies intact, and this behavior takes up a daily quota. Special effect 4. The power of life and death automatically absorbs the power of life and death, can be used to upgrade itself or even upgrade the quality. It can also switch between life and death. The power of life can restore the life of the injured, and the power of death can attack others. Special effect 5. Lord of Reincarnation can control level undead creatures within a range of 10,000 meters. The highest level of undead creatures that can be controlled is true god level. Special effect 6. The Law of Reincarnation. The Purple Lotus of Reincarnation possesses the complete Law of Reincarnation, which can increase the effects of the Lord of Reincarnation's reincarnation and life and death skills by 100%. In addition, the Lord of the Purple Lotus of Reincarnation will obtain a Seed of Law. The Seed of Law will continue to grow as time goes by, and its growth can also be accelerated by comprehending the laws on the Purple Lotus of Reincarnation. Note: Samsara controls life and death. When the seeds of the Law of Samsara give birth to the prototype of the law, you can use the power of life and death, and you can also reverse the law of life and death through the Law of Samsara. Introduction: a rare creature created by heaven and earth, loved by heaven and earth, with supernatural powers. Powerful. Not only have all the special effects been strengthened, but there is also an additional special effect, the Law of Reincarnation. After reading the information about the Purple Lotus of Samsara, Yinxian couldn't help but ask curiously, System, do all the wonders of the universe that have reached the universe level have laws? Besides, how come I find that the effects of my 2 wonders of heaven and earth are surprisingly similar? Host, it is indeed true. Every wonder of the universe is unique. They are loved by the universe. Once their quality is upgraded to the universe level, they will be given a law. As for the other special effects, almost all of them are related to the laws contained within them, and the creatures that obtain them will naturally gain the abilities of these wonders of heaven and earth. Speaking of which, the host's luck is really good. He has already obtained 2 rare items from heaven and earth. Hearing this, Yunxian joked, System, you are wrong. I still know myself. If it weren't for your help, how could I get such a good treasure? The host is joking. This is indeed the host's luck. The system gave a casual explanation and then went into hiding. Yinxian didn't think much about it. He was just teasing the system. But he didn't know. Maybe he accidentally touched something while talking nonsense? At this time, Yinxian had already opened his personal information and started checking it. When he saw that Jiuxi was not indestructible, he couldn't help but be shocked. I didn't expect that the Purple Lotus of Samsara would be so powerful. Did I actually trigger the 9 deaths twice in a row during my sleep? Yinxian couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He didn't expect that the advancement of the Purple Lotus of Samsara would actually give him back so much power of life and death. It actually allowed him to complete the tempering of his body and soul with the power of life and death twice. Now, the increase in his immortality attribute has reached 16 times. In other words, his original total attribute was 13,920, and now after the increase, it is 222,720, which is a bit. Fear. It's a pity that the properties brought by external objects cannot be amplified. Otherwise, it would be even more terrifying. However, it's just a thought. It's impossible in reality. Afterwards, Yunxian was stunned when he saw that the free attribute had increased by several thousand points. Later, I realized that it was a heavenly reward for the ranking list. Looking at the warehouse in different time and space again, there are indeed dozens more legendary treasure chests and mythical treasure chests. It was only a few days, so the reward from heaven would not be that much. But who could blame Yunxian for having such an incredible talent as a lord? However, Yunxian didn't care about these two things for the time being. He planned to deal with them together on the last day. Thinking of this, Yunxian took out the opportunity in this adventure space. A pink treasure chest. Yunxian was a little curious and wondered if this treasure chest could trigger the Lord's talent. However, whether he can or not, he is going to open this treasure chest. After all, this was what he had earned after wasting nearly 3 days of work. Why not open it? Of course, it is also because compared with the first 2 gains this time, he can accept this gain even if it is not good. Hint: you have opened the adventure treasure box. Congratulations on obtaining 1 equipment level granting stone and 1 saint level pet egg. Saint level pet egg? Yunxian couldn't help but be stunned. He had never heard of pets in the vast starry sky. However, he was obviously more interested in the equipment level granting stone. Another thing I haven't heard of. But before he could think about it, a voice that surprised him appeared. Tip: your lordship talent triggers a 10,000-fold quality increase, and your rewards are changed to equipment level grants Saint Crystal 1, unknown level pet egg 1. 10,000 times the mass. It's sent. When hearing this prompt, Yunxian would definitely jump up if he wasn't holding Nangong Minga in his arms. Saint level pet egg 10,000 times equals unknown level. In other words, this level does not exist at the moment, or Yunxian's level is not high enough and he cannot see it at all. So, what about the equipment level granting stone that also increases the level by 10,000 times? He absolutely believed that this thing should be able to give him a surprise. Thinking of this, Yunxian quickly took out 2 things. Pet egg. Unknown level void spirit cat pet egg. Feed it with heart blood for 9 consecutive days to make it recognize its owner and hatch. When Yunxian saw the pet egg, he immediately decided that he had to cultivate it just for this unknown level. He took out a drop of his own blood and dripped it on the pet egg. Seeing the pet egg absorb the blood from his heart and establish a vague connection with it, Yunxian put it back into his backpack. Then move on to the next item.